something like Austria, which is in a similar but different boat.
All right, recording is live. Hello, everybody. Let's
Hello, hello.
five.
What, do we need to say hello as well? Hello.
Yeah, we're gonna do just a small, quick opening introduction, and then we'll go back to talking about nothing relevant at all because opening moves haven't happened
Sounds
yet.
good to me.
For those who are unfamiliar at this point, somehow with who I am, go watch the other Blitz recordings commentaries because I have done every single Blitz commentary that is up on the YouTube channel. Big rip for Blitz. Big rip to Blitz 3. Big rip to Blitz 3. 07's in chat for that one.
Oh, that's the one that got the OBS bug, right?
Yeah,
That's a shame.
got some audio corrupted there because of unfortunate circumstances. I'm this time we are joined by people we have not yet seen on the Blitz commentary, though. We're joined by Luxon here. If you want to say hello.
Hello. Yes, I played in Blitz 3. I played in Blitz 2, Blitz 3, and Blitz 4. And yeah, I did not want to play this one because I think I played too many Blitz games at this point.
I think I've commentated too many Blitz games at this point. And we're also being joined by Cincinnatus.
Hello, hello. Blitz 4 was my first Blitz game that I played in, which ended up in me being best friends with my two neighbors. But I'm looking forward to this one.
We also have Aeolus on docket, who will be joining us for part of the time. I think right now they have slept in, which is totally understandable. I did that last time as well. Shoutouts to Diplostrats. To be fair, the only reason the first half of that video went up on the Diplostrats channel at all is because I was like 30 minutes late. So it all works out.
Meme's a great commentator anyway.
He's a lovely
Captain Meme's a
commentator.
funny player. I like Marcus a lot. I had the great pleasure of playing a game of League with him, which was a massive shame for everyone involved. It's funny because whenever he and I are in a game together, I just take the piss. I truly cannot be focused to play. If you go back and see the Blitz 3 France Austria press, like that was not a press channel you can call strategic. It's a shame he's not playing this game though. I was really looking forward to having a top-down view of what he's doing.
Yeah, and we may as well just start with the most interesting development that's happened pre-game, that being that the Diplostrats duo were supposed to play Netherlands this game. However, Captain Meme has come down with some sort of unfortunate illness, and instead it is going to be Ezio playing with a relatively well-known member of the community, Hobbit, if anyone knows who they are. So we'll see how much that's going to vary up their gameplay strategy.
Ezio's a very solid player. I know we're watching Ezio plays very similarly. I think. I mean, Ezio does it far better, obviously, but I play very similarly to Ezio, and it's always funny watching him wheel and deal his way around every bloody position. Hobbit, though, I'm less confident on, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
I'm a little disappointed in Angle I'm not closer to Meme because some of the things that he pulls off as far as agreements he's able to make or smoothing over of stabs under the guise of balance of power play, I really wanted to experience firsthand.
It's always it's always funny playing with Captain Beam. He's such a strong player. The way he's able to control, but he lies so convincingly. Because he likes to tell the truth a lot. It's something that I try to emulate. Um, yeah, it's sick to watch. Should we be commentating the press channels, by the way? I feel like reading the press channels is always a mistake.
So typically it just depends on how much we feel we can actually cover of the moves. At first here we're going to be, because there's not too much to talk about, and we could go into like how Blitz is going to be different on this version of the map specifically, but we kind of did that last time with Blitz 4 as well. And so until we have the moves map, talking some pregame stuff, like what interesting things are happening in the chats is probably good, but once we have spring moves to look at, we're probably going to be looking at moves for the entirety of the rest of the time.
Yeah, I should hope so. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, if we're discussing pregame stuff, I'd like to discuss the Ming opening because Ming was typing in their void about what they intended to do, and they were looking at some of these anti-Portugal lines in 01, And a lot of Ming players seem to think that this is something that is a good idea because they're like, well, I get rid of the annoying, scary colonial on my doorstep. Maybe it cost me the double, but I don't think it's too bad in the end. But like, it feels like such a mistake because as Ming, I feel like what you really need is space. You need to be projecting power. You need to be getting your armies rubbing up against IU, rubbing up against Mughals. And so sending Kunming back, which is the map that he's drawn in his void, feels like a massive mistake because like you're giving up control of like critical Barmo sort of region. It just seems very wrong. And all of this to dot a colonial who's got a fleet as his only unit and probably builds a second fleet if you let him build like that. He's never threatening you there. I mean, I know I've seen. Sorry, but that's basically all I have to say. It just seems wrong to me.
I'm inclined to agree. I'm no Ming expert, but playing Ming in one of our recent games, that Kunming army going east feels like it gives up a lot of say-so over Ava, Bamo, and really doesn't influence the relationship between Mughals and Aitai and that triangle as much as you'd want.
Yeah. I think also, like, at the end of the day, Macau is a dot that you can pick up. Like, if you want to crush Portuguese China, you can do it at any time, right? Like, you build Chengdu, you build Kunming, you build Nanjing. 3 units against Portugal. Portugal is never going to be really able to contest that area. It's kind of like, why bother? You know what I mean? Like, don't do it in 01, do it in 02 if you want to do it.
I feel it's also rare to see Portugal, even if they double, I feel like the amount of times you see Portugal build an army in Macau is extremely low.
There is one game going on right now where they did build an army and they got into Chengdu 02, and that's really cool. But,
holy.
Yeah.
Very sick.
We can have some funny pop-offs over here, but I forget who exactly said it, but there's a pretty, I don't want to say infamous, but there's a pretty infamous quote of somebody going that Macau and Hainan is basically just a free +2 whenever the Ming player wants to have it, so they don't really need to bother.
Yeah.
They have better year 1 priorities in making sure that they double, making sure they, as you said, apply pressure universally because Ming is a fragile country. Ming is, I would argue, the most fragile regional, even in the current.
I would disagree with that.
Yeah.
I would disagree with that. I think the most fragile regional probably has to go something like possibly Abyssinia, possibly Austria. I think those are the two that I just think, like, if they're going, they can just blow up instantly if you make mismoves. Like, as Austria, if you don't get a build in 01, in 02, you just die because Ottomans crush you. The Austrian has a bunch of different openings, all of which are viable, but each of which have very different connotations. Like, I've seen Austria's double off of I saw one Austria double off of Jassy, which was very funny. I don't think that's good, but you can definitely go for it if you want.
That is a strat, sure.
You can go Florence, you can go Venice, you can go Freiburg, Nuremberg, Rome. In theory, I've never seen a Dutch player play it, but they could. If the Dutch wanted to open a hardline anti-France, they can support you in Strasbourg. Not bad, but you got to be very competent to play that as the Netherlands. And then Split is a big one. Split, I always feel like Austria should give Ottoman Split in 01 and then take it in 02. But I've seen a bunch of Austria's torpedo their game by arguing with Ottomans about it, and so then Ottomans is a bit more careful with Spain, which allows Spain to fortify Naples. I think as Austria, you should always dot Naples as soon as you can, if possible. It's just an insane dot for Austria.
Yeah. I think Austria, especially since France went from having 5 centers in the European continent to having only 4 centers, Austria got that needed buff that it was really lacking for a while, but Austria still needs to be very careful. Before we move on too far real quick, though, everyone say hello to Aeolus, who has now joined us. Rise and shine.
Hello.
Hello, Aeolus.
Can you just give us 5 or 10 seconds of uninterrupted speaking so I can audio balance you very quickly?
All right, sure. I just woke up, so not sure how good this commentary is going to be, but excited to be here.
All good, and absolutely no worries. Again, we have 4 of us here in the call at this point, so there are going to be plenty of times where we will have commentary covered. No need to worry about it. Small updates from the Popcorn booth. I was incorrect on how the Netherlands sub went out. Both Capmeme and Ezio have opted out, and that's perfectly fair.
Interesting.
They are kind of like a package deal, to be fair. And also, I have already been pinged by Firebender that he is immediately worried about getting coalitioned. Again.
Naturally.
And you have to wonder how many times it's going to happen before he realizes, man, maybe I need to change how I play.
I wonder if it's
He's-
a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy at this
I
point.
think it is.
Where it's
He's
like,
not
okay,
a.
we've
It's
got
okay.
to.
I've got him as my rusher and why. He's not a bad player by any means. I think the number one problem is that he plays so many games, so he doesn't have the time to really throw himself into it. I feel like if he played less games, he'd be a lot, I guess, stronger. Like he hasn't had the time to focus on any of his positions, and like in his rusher press and why, I really disliked it.
Only using 10% of his
which I think is about as
capacity.
much as I could say without giving up what my channel is like with him.
Yes.
A country that I'm really interested in watching here is the Ottomans. I feel like in the games that I have been in and been watching, I've not seen a lot of strong Ottoman play. Not that it hasn't been done, but just that I feel like I don't see it often when I look around. You have a lot of potential enemies. You have a lot of relationships you have to get right. And it kind of it's a springboard off of the Austria conversation, where I think one of Austria's benefits is they have a few powers where they would prefer to be friends with Austria because it's kind of a secondary concern to them. I think Ottomans sort of fits this bill where it's depending on which direction the Ottoman player wants to go, they can, patch things up with Austria and hope that front's fine for the rest of the game. If you're the Dutch player, obviously you have to keep an eye on Austria, but you don't really want to be fighting them maybe super early. Um, Probably, likewise for a couple players where I feel like a lot of the powers, maybe not so much Poland, but a lot of the powers benefit from Austria just being a friendly player who's going a different direction than them. And I think it allows Austria to kind of slowly accumulate some space in the middle of Europe here and slowly up and up and up their army count before you realize, oh, this is actually, this is a concern if I'm another European power. Um, but I'm interested to see how Ottomans do. I'm always curious about their position since they just have so many directions to go, and it feels like they never have enough units to cover all the fronts they want to cover. So I'm rooting for strong Ottoman play because I feel like I don't see it very often.
Yeah, we can.
I have.
Sorry, if you don't mind if I take this one.
Oh, you go first.
I just want to point out here because I feel like this is what's going to happen. If I had to summarize Ottomans in one word, it's that they're a fleet-based power with too many land neighbors, and that's really the Ottomans' biggest discrepancy. They start with a lot of fleets, and they're going to want to develop out their fleets. That's what you see a lot of Ottoman players do because really their centers are quite distant from each other. Not in the sense that there's a lot of space that they have to go to move units around, but in the sense that they have a lot of different fronts that are hard to move units in between. It's kind of like how Russia was before Russia got the Siberian tundra. It's really hard to move your units to different fronts, which means you're almost playing 3 or 4 different games at the same time. And when you do that as a power that has a lot of neighbors, it can very easily result in you just being collapsed inward, which is something we may be seeing here because we're getting a lot of anti-Ottoman discussion according to popcorn throwers here.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm playing Ottomans and why. I studied a few Ottoman games to kind of get a feel for it. I don't. I've got 2 notes on the Ottomans here. Firstly, I think the players playing Ottomans. My only experience with Slay was him very blindly attacking me. It was a Congo Netherlands game. And he played. He was very much the definition of make plan, do plan in that sense. And I think as Ottomans, you cannot do that because, like you said, you're so inflexible in terms of redirecting forces to defend yourself should the time come to it, that you kind of have to be flexible in your press because you're inflexible. It's kind of like you got to really wheel and deal to make positions work for you. I've seen a lot of successful Ottomans this wave playing some pretty anti-Austria stuff. One of the players in Angle and also in his own game dotted Trieste in 02. Super interesting idea. Oh no, he dotted Trieste in 01 in one of them, and then Trieste in 02 the other. Super interesting idea. Pisses off the Austrian player immensely, but like it's such a crazy forward position you get. It seems really, really nice. I don't know. Ottomans are good at the moment, in my opinion, because Russia is so weak from what I've seen. But I don't think that will happen this game.
Yeah, I'm also playing Ottomans in my game, and so I think the deal with Trieste is that in my game, Austria just said, "Hey, you can have split, but make sure you take it in the fall so that you can't dot Trieste," which I think is just a good deal for both sides to take
Yeah.
on that one because Ottomans still get their dot, and Austria can't get dotted.
But the thing is, yes, yeah, 100%. But Ottomans sometimes renege on that, and then just split 01, and then also some split 01 spring, and then sometimes it's, oh yeah, I'm in split in 02 spring or 02 fall, and it's like, well, Austria has to move their units if they wish to play the game, so I'm just going to tap Trieste and you just get it in, and then it's really nasty because you have retreats their entire country. Trieste is such a crazy space on the board. It's literally just adjacent to Dot, with the exception of Slavonia.
I never really thought about Trieste that way. If you thinking about Trieste as the linchpin of just going nom 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 of the entirety of Austria's support base right there, that really does
It's
undermine them if you
crazy.
get in there as Ottomans. That's a good point.
Like, how do you as Austria dislodge the Ottomans without sending literally your entire country back to occupy every single one of your cores, which means you don't get to build? It's like, well, what are you meant to do?
Yeah. Okay, there's one more thing that I want to mention.
Or like Australia.
Right.
This is why Austria should have an Australian pre-court so they can build down there. Obviously.
They need to start the game in New Holland so we can actually have something interesting going down over here. There's one other thing that I want to mention if we're on this topic though, pre-game. That is apparently there is a South American regional triple channel going on here. I don't know if that's going to last very long. I doubt it will.
Yeah, I put money on it won't.
I've out of interest because we were talking about it pregame. I went ahead and checked the Guarani Portugal chat. Looks like Portugal's not going to be letting them in to Pinakim, so Guarani's doubles pretty much off the table year one. I think for Guarani, it's very important to make sure you have Aymara on side. It's also really nice to get Mapuche on side. I'm playing Guarani in another game, and I basically deceived them into Mapuche not doubling. I told them I'd bounce them in Toishin, and then I didn't and let them recover their core. And even with my doubling and their not doubling, looking at the tactics, it's very hard to get into Mapuche with Guarani. It's just very difficult. Your armies have a tough way of getting in. Buenos Aires is really... It's difficult because if you don't take it with the fleet in spring, you risk Mapuche getting there, and then that's a real can of worms. If you do take it with the fleet, it's difficult to get that army back around. It takes a year for that army to get to Buenos Aires. So it's a tough position for Guarani, especially since their doubles getting taken off the board pretty quickly by Portugal. We'll see if they let Portugal get it or if they just spite them and keep it unoccupied.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
But I'll have to check into the chat between Aymara and Guarani.
Of the three South American regionals, I would definitely say Guarani is the one most at pressure because not only do they have the colonial pressure that against Portugal, you could argue that Aymara has the pressure from Spain, which is true. They also just have pressure from Mapuche. And when you're being pressured by Mapuche of all powers, you know you have issues.
Yeah, it's tough too because even if you do hit your double, it's very tempting and you really want to make two fleet builds. You know, you want to you're thinking to yourself, "Oh, I'm a coastal power. I need to get these fleets out to cover these cores I have. I've got 3 coastal sea zones that touch my cores." But then you run into that same problem where your armies end up really far from where you want them to be. It's a difficult situation.
Yeah.
This is definitely something I would agree with. I think so many Guaranis at the moment are just overbuilding fleets, but I actually think Guarani's a land-based power.
If Ottomans are a a fleet-based power with too many land neighbors, then Gorani is a land-based power with too many ocean centers.
Yeah, I'm happy to accept that because, like, realistically, you build fleets. Okay, where are they going? What dots are you getting with your fleets? Oh, well, maybe we get Sao Paulo. Maybe we get like Tushin, or maybe we get the Islas Malvinas. I'm just gonna call it the Falklands.
It's happened already.
Controversial.
Like, you're never going to get these tiles. Mapuche's always going to outbuild your fleets. Portugal's always going to have a fucking colonial power of, oh, well, I'm losing my position, but I have too many units anyway. Unlucky regional, eat shit. Like, you got to build armies, but then what do you do with them? You're contesting Ayamara, but then fighting Ayamara seems really bad because Mapuche just ganks you. I don't know. The Guarani position is just. Ugh.
To be fair,
If they can actually play this South American triple, I think it's very good for Guarani.
I agree.
Ronnie's definitely the one who's going to benefit most from a potential triple, but I'm going to bring up a point that I have said many, many times about when people discuss the African regional triple. That being, an African regional triple can go very, very well in the early and mid game. But by the time you roll around to the late game, one of you has to stab. Because if there are 3 competent players on the 3 African regionals, none of them can really easily make it to the SEC because you have to have some of these dots. You can sometimes get 2 African regionals to win together if they are incredibly trustworthy of each other. But more likely than not, you need to just be the dominant African regional. And I think that's going to be even more true in South America with how much more narrow this continent is on the southern side where the regionals are located.
I mean, Mapuche, you can make an argument that they can expand colonially, but I don't disagree between Ayamar and Guarani.
And I think that's something that, compared to the African triple, where all 3 of them have outside powers that are kind of putting some pressure on them. You know, Congo obviously has a lot of pressure coming from Netherlands. Abyssinia has pressure from the north coming from the Ottomans. Ajuran has pressure. Oh, Ajuran has pressure coming from Portugal. With the South America triple, Mapuche gets a lot of room to breathe compared to the other 2, and I think that puts them just in a really strong position to kind of force terms with the other 2 powers there.
Indeed. All right, as said,
spring moves are out.
As said, those spring moves are up. Is there anything else we want to mention pre-game? I want to mention, I suppose, shoutouts to the bot for somehow just. How do you delete the leaderboard tiles? Does the bot even
I don't know how
manage?
this
It's been a problem.
Yeah, the bot broke on that. So, very inconvenient time for it to break.
I suppose that's not the most important thing, at least. Alright. Spring moves. Who wants to go first with what they see as most important things to discuss?
2 fleets in
I'm
North
not
Atlantic.
seeing a single core on this map. Let's go.
If you are somehow new to the Imp Dip Blitz experience, we, and by we I mean I, will be calling out your frontline cores.
Okay, discuss frontline coring. Actually, don't. We can save this for a less important time. But
We will discuss that later.
Fine.
We will discuss that later.
Looks like England is. My eye is being drawn currently to North America and Europe, where it looks like the French and the Dutch are working pretty in tandem anti-England here.
We mentioned very briefly Firebender Curse without directly saying that Firebender is one of the players playing England at this game. I am of the opinion that England has been and still is the strongest power, but this is the one thing you can do to really just make me rattle that belief. Send the French Death Laser to English Channel year 1. And suddenly England is not good.
Oxford should never open York, by the way. If Oxford opens Wales, then this position is fine. But if you open York, it means you can't cover Plymouth, which means you give up Iceland, which just feels so bad.
It's the same thing with standard diplomacy. Like, you never want to move it to London. You always want to move it so you can... No, other way around, sorry.
This is the trouble, right? Because, like, why would you ever walk an army to York? Like, Wales touches Edinburgh. If your intention is to go to Edinburgh...
Yeah.
Wales is an objectively better tile.
I don't love it. Yeah.
Well, this is
North
Blitz.
Atlantic.
They didn't have too much time to think, although this is the first turn, so they did have time to think about that at least. But
this looks like Portugal stabbed because you never put both fleets here. You have to, as England and Portugal, you have to arrange North Atlantic, and the only reason you'd put 2 fleets there is if, I mean, this happened in Blitz 4, and admittedly neither of us were stabbing, but it just feels so bad. Azores should always dot Bermuda if they're both going to North Atlantic, and vice versa.
Mhm.
So I think something fucky is going to happen here, like no matter what. I don't know what it will be. I think
Listen,
maybe
I think
both will
you
go for
just like
Greenland.
dotting people.
Well, yeah, of course. But this is the thing, right? If you dot Bermuda as Portugal here, that means you're not going to see another English build in in Bermuda until at least 03,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Which is so much time to not be seeing units into North Atlantic, which allows you to take control, which allows you to get Greenland, which allows you to pump it to Sal.
Absolutely.
That's why
With
it's good.
particular opening, I do think dotting Bermuda from France and the Netherlands. I do think dotting Bermuda makes sense just because.
Really
I
quick.
mean, as
England's not
Portugal, you
gonna-
can afford to piss off England because you can play aggressively against
Yeah.
them in India as well, right?
I'm going to bring up something that I've brought up before, that being that, yeah, exactly what you're saying. If you can get North Atlantic control, you should do it. All of the other big ocean tiles, you can argue there is one power that really should have good control of it. The Dutch, I feel like they're going to control South Atlantic for the early game, and Indian Ocean for the early game. Mapuche has the South Pacific over here. Tokugawa is going to mess around with North Pacific for a few turns. But with North Atlantic having 2 different powers that border it at the start of the game really means that you want to try and make sure that this doesn't happen, or else you're going to be at each other's throats for a while.
Oh.
But in Blitz, it can be pretty hard to do that, especially if you are dealing with this as England. Which, by the way, the chat is correct. I really don't like how they moved for this stab, both France and Netherlands.
You think?
I would have rather seen New Amsterdam to Oneida. I don't think Netherlands needs to get involved in a year 1 English center stab. I think that is just asking for trouble for its North American center.
I think this is
Yeah,
probably
but
an arranged bounce in Maryland.
England clearly asked for Maryland, right? So it's
I
like,
think that's
well, what are you going
bounce.
to
I
do?
would
Yeah.
believe this is an arranged bounce in Maryland. Yeah.
I would imagine.
Oh, so
I'm not sure how I feel about the France moves. Really good for Pasca, because it gives Pasca all the room they need to have a successful game, and they've opened into this very traditional double, and they're getting Cree control. Maybe Hudson Bay is an interesting move.
yeah,
Usually straight if you guys want to be friends.
yeah. Talk to Bay instead of straight means that there might be a little bit more tension there, but it also could just be, whoops, Lamau, I didn't think about it. I mean, that's my
A
perspective.
good Inuit should always dock chip over Yan here. There's no reason not to.
If you look at the
Yeah.
other, if you look at the other Inuit moves, I think it's clear that they are attacking Athabasca up in the west.
Yeah.
Ooh, Gnomes
Oh,
and
yeah.
Kokyan. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. You do not do that
Ooh.
unless you want to take Tuchon year 1.
But
Yeah.
Tuchonia 1, this is exciting. I don't know if it's good or bad. I haven't loved this at all for Inuits because I haven't had a chance to play them or even spec them. But
I need to
that's
reevaluate.
very interesting.
I need to reevaluate my previous Inuit thoughts, because them being a much higher center power with them playing over here more often as well means that I really need to reevaluate my stance on how we should approach them. But I mean, I don't hate this approach.
I'm also interested
looks
in
really
them taking Evans with the fleet here. I think that's pretty
Yeah,
interesting.
this is interesting.
I've not seen that one before, and it'll be interesting what Toku.
Wait, why
It'll
would
be
you do this?
It'll be interesting to see Toku's response
I don't
to
know.
not getting Koryax. Will they try to bounce Inuit out of Koryax? Will they try to go for something like Hawaii or Galapagos?
I mean, I feel like with Inuit playing so aggressively anti-Pasca, I feel like you can afford to let them into Koryax and play for NPO control, especially if you're going to put an army in Koryax. You've said
That's true.
forever, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be the point behind it, is to let Tokugawa feel
It's
comfortable
signaling.
with you taking it. Yeah,
Yeah, you can still.
and also Fleet and Evans can't really do anything other than attack Qing, which is pro Tokugawa.
Yeah, putting a fleet in Evans means that you're not as aggressive toward. You're definitely not looking as aggressive towards Russia in your openings. You can even argue that you're less aggressive towards Qing in your openings, because you kind of want to put an army in Aldan if you want to take Nivix from Qing at some point. So I would argue that putting Fleet Evans year 1 is basically saying to the powers over here, I don't want to get involved yet. Let's play friendly for a little while.
DMZ Baratia, by the way, very bad for Qing. No reason to ever do this. Because if you force Russia to bounce Baratia, you're basically giving yourself a free game, right? Like, a free double, because it's always going to be you and Ik. And then Ming can bounce Karakorum. So doing it, I meant because that way Krasnoyarsk never goes Karakorum because they know that they need Brats to go down there. Maybe they're contesting Turfan or whatever. I don't know. It just feels wrong not to ask Russia to bounce because Kikihar otherwise is literally just holding, which is just wrong.
Yeah.
I would also like to say, as we were talking about Ming, excuse me, we were talking about Ming pregame. I really dislike taking the pocket Jining in this spring. I think you need to
Yeah,
get
same
into
here.
Turfan. I think you need to
100%.
as we discussed with vis-a-vis the Portugal conversation, expanding your borders, making breathing room, I think is really important. I'm not sure this taking Jining early is going to serve them well. I'm also pretty concerned for them about the fact that Ava and Bamo are going to be occupied so early while they're not in Kunming. Um, we'll see what that looks like. I'm interested why Macau went to Guangxi here. I wonder what kind of spawned that deliberation. Um,
Could have been an
Yeah.
arranged bounce, but Ming clearly has no interest
Yeah,
in bouncing
yeah.
Portugal.
I mean, it could even be so much as Ming told them, "Hey, you're not keeping Macau." Um,
I think probably just a stab on a bounce.
I want to
you know,
I want to mention this Jining move a little bit more because I really want to point out
So bad.
it doesn't, because if you're just looking at it and you don't really have the science to understand why this is bad, it doesn't look bad on the surface. The problem is here though is when you think about it for 2 seconds, what is Jining doing in the fall? And the answer is absolutely nothing.
yeah.
Moving to London.
And
Drawing a funny line across the map, getting nothing for you. You're probably giving up Turfan here, probably
Yeah,
to Russia.
this-
Google supporting Russia into Turfan seems very fun.
Google's is in Yarkin and Russia's in Karakorum. You're not getting Turfan at this point. You have no leverage to contest over it.
And if I'm a Moogle player here, I'm going to Russia and saying, "Hey, we have something to do here." And if I'm the Moogles, I might even be angling to try and convince Russia to let me have Turfan.
No,
You
I
know,
would give
I'm
it to Russia. Makes more sense. Because then it pits Russia in between you and Ming, which means that it's an easy, like, oh, let's go kill the player who's next to your core.
fair,
Especially while
fair.
you're opening south like this. Like, I don't know. But being in Bama is interesting, though, right? Because it's
That's
like,
what I'm saying. You
he's
have
walked
so
out Kun Ming.
you
It's
have
so
so
bad
much
for Ming.
firepower. You have so much firepower against Ming here.
We've seen this is why Moogle's moving to Bombo isn't too absurd, but most of the time when we see that in the spring, it's because that's an arranged bounce. Because then Sarsaparilla
Right.
goes to Kathmandu, and then Kuming is the one that takes Ring Pupa in the fall. And instead, what we've seen here is that Moogles is in Bombo, Ayutthaya is in Ava, and up here, Moogles is in Yarklin, and Rush is in Karakorum. I think Moogles just goes to
Seems so
those
easy.
neighbors and just says, "Hey, Ming's dead. Let's make it happen."
Yeah, literally just let me throw your units in Ming's face, right?
I
That's
think-
the pitch. It's like
I
go take
think
Kun
this
Ming,
is-
take the core. We can make something happen here. I'll play for Rinpung that one. Immediately following. I don't know, it
also
seems
think-
dead Ming.
yeah. I think this is a dream opening for Ayutthaya as well because they don't have to be the ones to police Ming. Like I think they
That's
see on the
fantastic.
board.
Dead poor
I
as
think-
well.
I think they see on the board they don't have to be the ones to police Ming. That's great for them.
Dead poor and Spain is not trying to double out of Fan Rang, which you sometimes do.
Another thing that kind of since we were talking about South America prior to the start that drew my attention, it looks like a
Oh,
Spanish
Dutch misorder. I just saw that from
It looks like
Maka's card.
a Spanish attack on Aymara right out the gate. They already have 2 on an Aymaran core. Aymara only has 1 unit still adjacent to it. I think
Oh.
that might be a dead Exura
Yeah.
for Aymara.
We should talk about that in a moment, but I want to, before we move away from this area, I do want to
Yeah, the
talk
Dutch
about
misorder.
I do want to talk about the Oceania region over here because Ayutthaya does look good. However, both of their colonial neighbors have done the opening that's going to put the most pressure onto Ayutthaya immediately. I say that,
Well,
but
no, because
Makassar
Makassar
is a
is holding.
misorder.
Yeah.
That's so good for you.
okay, never mind. Yeah, Ayutthaya sweep.
Like this is an Ayutthaya solo. I'm predicting it now. Everything has gone perfectly for them.
I mean, to be perfectly fair, Monado moving to celibacy is basically just banking on Spain not wanting to contest Cotabato at all in the first place. You really want to be doing something. You want to move Monado to. If you're doing this heavily, you probably want to move Monado to Banda so you can take Flores with it year 1. Or you can do what we saw in Blitz 4, move to Halma here if you just want to be anti-Portugal the whole
Yeah,
game.
terrible opening, by the way. Worst possible opening you can play as Dutch Southeast Asia. It's so bad.
This
I,
Portugal
I
player.
think, yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now
Can we look at Europe real quick?
Sorry?
Sorry, carry on, actually.
I was just going to say we should move over to South America now. That I just wanted to mention that quickly, and again, the misorder bring up was a good point. Let's go over and talk about how dead Aymara is, shall we? Because, wow, Aymara's dead.
Yeah, it's not nice. It's not nice at all. But I mean, okay, losing X-Zero 1 is fine. It's not great, but you can kick him out. It's kind of like losing Trieste in classic diplomacy. Like, if Italy dots you for Trieste, it's like, well, okay, look, at the end of the day, you're just inviting Guarani Mapuche to come wreck everything. I'm going to reforce X-Zero, leave me alone. You got what you wanted. You've slowed down my game down immensely. I think it's playable. I wouldn't call it dead. It's not dead like Ming is dead. It's a playable position.
It's definitely not awful.
Although, I don't know. This opening is.
This is.
I mean, it's also similar to
Right, please go ahead.
MR in Classic in that you can't really like afford to defend X-Zero Year 1. You just sort of had to go for the double and hope Spain doesn't do this.
Fair.
But you're in Madeira, right? Like, you're in Madeira, you're in Chicatana, you're in Winhayak, you're in Licatana. You're building Chamoya, I guess.
Mapuche might bounce you here.
Mapuche
I
shouldn't
guess
bounce you here.
I guess the question is, do you bother spending a unit on defending Axura? If you don't,
When the
like,
Chancellor
do you-
Quechua goes Madeira.
Correct. Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's a real tough, who's gonna blink between Spain and
If that
Aymara
happens, I
there.
think you're happy to just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Spain
I
can.
think if Spain bounces you at that point, it's just death or Spain for the rest of the game, and make sure they can't get anything. It's like you're kind of screwed anyway.
Spain has a really aggressive position over Aymara going this way, and Aymara has opted for the opening that tries to double instead of trying to prevent this early Spanish aggression. Usually means that Aymara and Spain are going to be warring, and it's going to stay that way until someone, probably Mapuche, cleans both of them up. Well, not Spain immediately, but Spain eventually.
Hey, it could be Guarani that's Zuma's sweeping up. We never know.
Maybe this is not a. This is as Guarani. This is the opening you want to see.
Guarani.
Other than Sao Paulo to Tupiniquim.
Yeah, but weak Aymara means that you can afford to play anti-poor here and force Tupiniquim, because I don't think Aymara will go for Iorio, which means you could pick that up from Chiripi, that province, in the start of next year. And also you can dot Mapuche here for Tushin, which I think you always should.
Yeah.
I think dotting Tushin here is so sick, because it's always going Ila Malvinas.
Yeah.
Or you range bounce and then just.
This is where, yeah, in the Guarani game I played, I arranged a bounce in Tushin and then didn't go, so that they would recover their
nice
core.
thing to do.
Because I really didn't want to see a second fleet out on that side yet.
Absolutely. In my Mapuche game, we expressly worked out that Guarani would take Buenos Aires with the army year 1 specifically, so that wouldn't be a concern.
Yeah. I think it'll be interesting for Guarani here. I think I'm not sure how I feel about bouncing Tupiniquim, just because it poses so little threat since it's a fleet from Portugal. I wonder about the value, but I mean, if they're going to force it and fall anyway, it doesn't super matter. But yeah.
Moving up north continent.
Guangxi was arranged, by the way, out to.
Going back over to China there, yes. Most everything else here seems about standard as far as the rest of the openings that we're seeing, especially from the colonials. As France, you want to move.
France.
Yeah, France, Cayenne to Guyana is the most interesting one here.
Antilles Current as well is quite anti-English. They're
but
all
I mean, given
on
the European
anti-United
opening,
attack.
that's kind of.
I wonder if France
Poland
intends.
opening Barbados is interesting. I think Caracas is more natural, because you can always force Barbados later. I don't know. I've seen Poland do both, but I think I don't know how they're factoring into this whole England nonsense. What's West Africa looking like actually with all of this?
Let's peek over there for a second. The Nazi bounce.
No misorders to Alata.
Yeah. The Nazi bounce, and we are actually not going to see Portugal and Poland working together to just completely take St. Louis out of this game immediately, which you like to see as France, at least.
Poland might
Yeah,
still just take St. Louis.
but Poland should dot it.
I mean, Poland
Yeah.
still should absolutely try to dot it, but as France, you can defend this position. If Portugal goes to Sahrawi in the first move, which we see so often, you can't as France. So, as France, you're happy to see
Portugal
this.
should never do that. Portugal should never do that. France is too valuable to dot them for St. Louis.
I don't know. I almost feel like
I hate that opening for Portugal.
I really feel like it works out for them most of the time because having presence down here really is what allows Portugal to control this portion of the West African Thunderdome most effectively. And
Yeah.
I don't think any French player actually expects to keep St. Louis very long. Sorry, let me do this before I get yelled at in the comments.
I'm currently
again.
a French
Sans
player
Louis.
holding a massive West Africa position. I think the French West Africa is really nice.
I mean,
Because Portugal's kind of always at your beck and call because of South Africa. You string Poland along however you have to. I don't know. I think the French West African position is more playable than it looks.
you absolutely can.
But that's just been my personal experience.
You absolutely can do well with it, and I think there are a lot of parallels to Portuguese Muscat over here. You
Agreed,
absolutely
yep.
can do well with it. You can get some absolutely incredible plays out of it, but also you shouldn't expect to get good plays out of it.
Yeah.
Actually, I agree. Yeah, 100%. I think
On a timer.
100%.
Yeah.
Anything else exciting? What's the Ottoman moves?
Yeah, let's look at Ottomans here. They opened heavy to...
Just looks fairly standard.
Yeah, actually, this does look quite standard. It's not even that aggressive towards Abyssinia here. It looks like they're just going to try and
Abyssinia's opening is looking fairly... what's funny, in my Ottomans game, Abyssinia 0-1, no press blind stabbed me, and it was miserable. But, like, Abyssinia could maybe afford to bounce Harara here. Or rather, they're going to bounce Harara, and that's not nice for Otto.
Also,
They might
The
even
army's
force it.
nothing better
I
to
would
do.
force it.
the Austrian move into Slavonia also doesn't feel great for Ottomans. Maybe
Yeah.
there's something
No,
arranged
that
going
looks
on
very
there.
bad.
Maybe there's something
Very
arranged
interesting
going
to
around.
not double as Austria, but I would never
Yeah.
play this.
That's something I hate to. I always hate to see that. Is anytime I see a power taking dots off of their own plate to come make sure I'm not getting dots, I'm like, well,
There are positions where that's fine, but like, why would wait? This Austrian opening sucks, by the way.
Yeah.
Because
We'll
you're
talk
not opening
about-
Freiburg, which means France should take Freiburg.
Yeah, we'll talk
And then
about
you
Austria.
can't have that because I don't know.
I guess they'll bounce Freiburg.
Aren't
Maybe?
in Normandy?
How?
I want to talk about
Oh, from
Austria
Nuremberg.
here.
Nuremberg, yeah.
We'll talk about Austria here, but let's finish off Africa before we get too far ahead of ourselves here. We really want to go one
Yeah,
region at a
sorry.
time, or else we will
Apologies.
miss people. And early games, we need to try and cover as much of this opening as possible.
Fair, fair.
As far as the African regionals go, I really don't hate many of these openings. Congo not contesting St. Helena is actually something I agree with. You're not holding St. Helena as Congo until late game. I would rate it.
Agreed, yep.
Dutch,
You just lose that dot in O2.
right? Dutch went to South Atlantic.
I mean, do you want to double or not double?
Well, you can
You
still
can still
double.
double without it.
You can still double.
Well,
You suppose after Mandara, you can pick up
Actually,
Benguela.
Azeron on day.
But in this opening, you're not taking Barotse.
Yeah.
Or at least you're
I
not
will say,
contesting it.
I will say in the I didn't check the Congo Void, but in the Azeron Void, they specifically laid out a plan that they either wanted to be supported into Azande or support Congo into Azande in year 1 against Abyssinia. So this may be that
Ooh, could be a
material-
reasonable double. Yeah.
This may be that materializing where Congo is doing this with the expectation that they will have support into Azande.
That would be
Seems nice for both
Yeah,
Aju
that-
and Congo. Terrible for Abyssinia, but
yeah, that would make this Congo opening actually incredibly strong, and I would argue it would also be good for Ajeron. I mentioned this in the last Blitz game, but Ajeron is a very weak power. You really need to have some good direction because you're gonna get stalled against Portugal for a very long time. So having that direction
Nah.
and pushing into Abyssinia gives you some good power.
I mean, you're playing with the Portugal. You're talking with the Portugal and Azeron from the last game in this commentary. So
yeah.
But I am saying
My
this as a
position at the end of the game was just holding Congo centers. I mean, I don't know what happened in that game. It was crazy.
new map. For those of you just joining us in for the commentary, we are going to be 15 or 20 minutes behind new maps for the majority of this commentary.
Oh no.
That is a standard because, especially in the early game, There is so much that we need to be talking about, and we will catch up. But especially since late, there's going to be less noteworthy things to be talking about. We want to try and spend this time early in order to discuss everything as fluidly as we can. So we will be behind. Do not worry. We'll catch up to everything, including what I just saw pictures of. Dear God, I just saw some pictures that I want to talk about, but we're going to have to talk about them later.
I dare not look. No, come on. Let's see Europe.
Okay. Yep. The colonial moves here. We're seeing some good ones here. We're gonna see some South African.
Is French Cape Co, Portuguese Maponda, Dutch Saint Helena. Looks all fairly standard.
Yeah, Dutch is probably gonna go for Saint Helena here. It's Saint Cape instead of Cape Co, which I agree with.
Because France has no choice but to go for it.
Yeah. Portugal has forced Maponda, which means France is going to Cape Coe. And honestly, I'm going to say this, I really hate Dutch opening Cape Coe year one. I do not think it's actually good for them. In the same way,
I think it's fine if you've got France and Portugal fighting, but that's very hard to invoke year one as the Netherlands.
All right.
Or you could have where no one goes to Cape Coe or Maponda year one, like the last game.
Yeah. Yeah, no one contested South Africa in last game.
Mm-hmm.
Not even I did.
Yeah, we were talking about that, and we were talking about that mostly just dunking on France doing the Cupid Shuffle the entire game.
Oh God, yes. No, I had strong words with both French players after that. Terrible France game.
Okay, let's go talk about
both. But
let's go talk about Europe.
France decided, you know what? Let's have as much fun as possible and reload in Somali basis.
Looks fairly standard. No Alboran Sea opening, which we love to see because that opening is dog shit. Ligurian looks fairly natural. And then this French European opening is kind of interesting. I don't know, because who's getting Ghent now? Is it going to be Netherlands? Is it going to be France?
Yeah. So what this looks like to me, this looks like an attempt to reverse breach Normandy here. It looks like they wanted to try and have convoy Normandy up to the English Isles, but Netherlands get bounced in Southern Bight year one, and now you just have Army Normandy that probably just wants to move to Ghent, but you also have Fleet Amsterdam that probably just wants to move to Ghent. So really
English Channel could go into Ghent, but that seems fun. I wouldn't call it good. It'd stab your ally over a neutral dot.
Yeah, I think France is kind of painted themselves into a corner in regards to Ghent, because you've just come out so anti-English. I don't think you can afford to burn the bridge.
By the way, Iberian Current, Portugal could very easily dot Nantes here, assuming that France would either try for Plymouth or put themselves in Ghent.
That would be
and as Portugal,
funny.
I would play that risklessly just because it's fun.
That would be very funny. And as we know, funny wins.
Especially in Blitz.
No, but dotting people in the start of the game is so good because it permanently deprives them of their ability to grow off of that build. Now is the best time to dot someone. It's never going to get better than this.
Dotting someone year one will make them hate.
You can live with that.
Aeolus, real quick, I'm going to ask that you may want to get your mic looked up a little bit. It
does sound a bit dodgy.
Your mic quality has been deteriorating a little bit. You might just want to check if it's plugged in all the way, or if you have something that's otherwise coming through.
I'm just using my AirPods while lying in bed. So
valid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Only the most professional setups.
All right, let's talk about this Austria opening because there's so much to talk about here. There is.
It's terrible.
It's
awful.
You do not. Okay, let's break down. I want to break down all of these Austria choices as to why I think this is not a good Austria opening. Let's start with the one that probably doesn't look the least bad on paper, but it's actually so bad here. Pressburg to Slavonia only works if you get into.
This looks terrible on paper. Yeah.
Oh, disagree. I think the one that looks most natural, but is still bad, is Trieste. Okay, actually no. Vienna Nuremberg is book. We love that. That's a great move.
Yeah. Vienna Nuremberg is fine, but it's going to backfire for the reason we'll see in a second here.
Yeah. Trieste split is okay if you're really desperate about getting that dot, and maybe the Ottomans stabbed you on it, so I can maybe see an argument that that's fine. Pressburg Slavonia is utter terrorism, and whoever played it.
Yeah,
it's Olio. I know it's Olio. Olio, you bastard! You shouldn't play this.
The problem with Pressburg to Slavonia, everyone, is that you have entirely based all of your opening on I'm getting into Spliff. And you have not.
What if Salonika opens Strait of Otranto? This whole thing falls apart.
Exactly.
That's a very natural move for Salonika. And so, you're risking your entire game on whether or not you think Ottos will open slightly more aggressively anti you versus the safer tile of Ionian.
And kind of. I mean, I obviously I don't know the press, but kind of to the point I was making earlier, where the Ottomans end up with a lot of enemies, and like Austria doesn't have to be one of those enemies. I feel like as Austria, you can benefit from that by saying, "Hey, I'll grab Split. I'll buzz off. Like I'll go be worried about other things," and it makes your life. You can go back and kill Ottomans later. I don't know if you need to do it so early.
I mean, devil's advocate, like forcing the Ottomans to lose Split here is fine. The only thing I really dislike is Innsbruck Venice, because if you're going to be doing this, like you don't know what France is going to do. Realistically, even if they tell you they're opening anti-Dutch or anti-English, to you that means jack shit from fuck. You have no idea if Paris is opening Normandy. You need armies on the Western Front always. And therefore, I think Innsbruck Freiburg is way more natural of a move than going down to Venice, which you're going to be picking up from Trieste possibly anyway. Like, because if they open straight to Otranto, then okay, you can't force Split, so you should open Venice.
Yeah,
It just doesn't make sense to play it like this.
Absolutely.
that's a good point where leaving Venice open gives Trieste an insurance policy, or even if this is like an arranged bounce with Ottomans. Let's say it's the rare case where this is an
You don't
arranged
open
bounce
to
with Ottomans.
Slavonia. This is an arranged bounce with Ottoman.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, Split might be arranged and then Slavonia not, which is, I think, reasonable.
Yeah. Well,
Or-
but why would you go to Slavonia as Austria if Split was an arranged bounce?
maybe. Well,
Why would you go to
yeah,
Slavonia
When you
as
do
Austria?
Split,
The
follow-up.
expectation that you're getting into Split, and then you can support yourself into Sarajevo.
yeah.
I think it's important to mention we're questioning why you should move to Slavonia as Austria at all in this first move. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I have seen some very funny Transylvania openings for Austria. It's a shame he didn't play it because I think it's such a fun place to be.
I do think it's interesting the Russians completely ignoring Riga, letting Poland have it. I think
Yeah, that's
that is
DMZ Smolensk Kursk. I think this is very nice for both of them. I think early Poland Russia wars, they're fine, they're playable. If Sweden's on side, they're really good. But
Just
for
don't
Russia,
get
I really like playing like
Novgorod
this.
dotted if you're Russia.
yeah. I getting dotted Novgorod is a fear, but I really I'm
Russia in
very
my
nice
game
with
went
this.
+1 the first year, so
I think this is really nice for Russia because I'm in a Russia position right now. Obviously, it's not this map, but a prior version of the map. And Poland and Sweden fighting is what I want. I tried to stoke Poland and Sweden fighting as much as possible, and this is a good way to
DMZ
get them
Baltic, though.
there.
Although Gdansk Königsberg means you have nothing to worry about because that fleet has to come back out into Baltic eventually.
No.
That's actually a very bad Polish opening.
yeah,
Gdansk
agree.
should always be finding Lubeck here if it's DMZ Baltic, and really, I would just open Baltic because
I
you
mean,
should have an army in Lubeck or Bremen.
we've argued before that
I
as
think
Poland,
love
you should.
opening aggressively, Lex.
I think they still get. I mean, they still get Lubeck and Brandenburg
They
here
do,
just
yeah.
armies.
Yeah, no, they're doubling of a European position, but I dislike doing it this way because why is Gdansk in Königsberg? Because of Gulf of Gdansk is such a terrible tile.
Yeah.
That fleet
Yeah,
is locked in
fair.
there for ages. It just makes no sense. You're removing your ability to play.
And maybe this will be the foundation of a Polish Sweden alliance, but I agree with you that it's very Sweden. It's very friendly to Sweden in that regard.
Absolutely. And if you can
What,
imagine that Stockholm did move to Baltic Sea in year one as Poland, you absolutely despise this opening that you just made.
yeah,
You know.
yep,
Good
yep,
for
yep, yep,
Sweden,
yep.
get their double though. Good for them.
Okay.
Yeah, Swedish double's always nice to see. Was there any region of map we haven't looked at? North America, I guess. We briefly glanced at the Inuit moves.
We did talk about North America. I actually more so wanted to talk about south of it very quickly.
Central Asia.
Central Asia. I've only just noticed Baghdad to Khalidi here. Funny.
Very natural. It's what I played.
It's very funny. I'll say.
Khalidi makes no difference. I mean,
No, it's just an
actually, maybe I
important
opened
development
Najd. I
to
can't
do.
remember. The only
Yeah,
reason I
Najd is
prefer
better.
Khalidi. No, Najd is just better. Ignore me. Yeah, I don't know why you play like this.
It's just funny. South
Very
of
important.
I guess it never makes a difference.
Very important to paint your borders as far out as you can to make it seem
If
natural.
Turkey was to stop and then bounces
True.
you out of Riyadh, you would rather be in Najd. So that's the reason why.
Mostly just wanted to talk about Safavids and Turkmenistan. We're seeing it a lot, especially with how the new Russia is looking, that we see Safavids open this aggressively against them early on because Russia can't put that pressure back on them.
Russia can't do anything about it.
We often see Astrakhan move to Kabardia pretty often early on. So seeing it this way, we're just going to see We're just going to see Safavids and Kiva here, and they're going to start contesting Turkestan early. And as Russia,
The thing is,
don't like this.
because of our Romanian moves, this is actually quite nice because Russia can credibly ask Ottos to stab. This Russian opening sucks, by the way. Novgorod, Moscow, Moscow, Kharkov. You're just accepting that you're never getting dots out of these units.
Yeah,
It's way too
train
passive.
over there.
Like, by the way, if we know that Wilno's moving to Riga, even if we like the Polish player, we should be bouncing them because then we can ask Sweden for the unit in and tell them that Sweden could backfill Riga in before. You don't really care, but you just want to get that dot out of Novgorod now. Like, I think that's a credible pitch. I don't like this.
I do wonder.
I think you should bounce Riga even if you're working with Poland as Russia, and then Novgorod just goes to Moscow in the fall. Because you have to cover Novgorod here anyway. Like
I think this will get Russia into Ochakiv, maybe. Well, I guess no, because there's 2 Ottoman armies there, so it'd actually be a
You
bounce.
can
No,
never get into
never
Ochakiv, but this might allow you to get into like Derbent, like Ottomans support, or you support the Ottomans into Derbent, which is great for you.
Very
So
quickly.
there is some play
I
here,
think
but I just don't like it.
Very
I
quickly.
think Ottomans
Sorry to
never
interrupt
get
here.
supported
Y'all,
in German. I think it's always Russia who goes there.
y'all could continue talking
Okay,
about this.
that's
I
okay.
actually need to step away for just 2 seconds. Keep talking about this. I'll have the map zoomed in here. I will be right back. So sorry.
Keep talking about this. What else is there to realistically say? I think.
Yeah, Ottomans never go for Derbent here. It's always Russia because they just have
Why
the
not?
army to backfill Kabardia.
Why wouldn't you
I don't
offer well, oh, okay, I see what you're saying with a backfill, but you kind of need to swat hold Kapadia just in case Ottomans get some
Yeah,
bright ideas about
true,
supporting
you do.
Derbitin, right?
I kind of worry if I'm Ottomans here. I kind of worry about getting into Derbent because
Yeah, I'm not sure that's something you want as Ottomans. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm
Why not?
playing my hand anti-Safavid, and I'm doing it in a way that puts me in between Russia and Safavids in the Caucasus there.
Maybe,
which I
but you
don't
you
love.
always retreat Tbilisi, right?
Yeah.
So like
No,
even if you get knocked out of Derbent, you retreat back into your natural dot, and it gives you the chance to build a Trebizond, a Baghdad, and Russia needs a friend. Because Safavid's opened so hardline anti-them, it's like, well, what choice do they have? They either work with you or they die.
I think the upswing of Russia's position, we're not zoomed in on it now, obviously because sports went away. But since Russia's getting such a nice position in East Asia, where they're in Karakorum,
Yeah, agreed. Yep.
they could even potentially end up in Turfan. They're gonna be in Yakutsk with no issue. I think it's still very playable for them. I think they're gonna end
Oh,
up
100%.
okay from here.
I just dislike their European opening.
Yeah.
I think generally they're in an okay spot. The only other thing to talk about is just on the screen right now is Naples Turanian 01. I think you should be bouncing Ionian. If Ottomans is moving Ionian, then you bounce it, and if you get into Ionian, it's great for you, just because you can always tap Sicily or cover Naples. The only other viable opening in my mind is Rome West Coast. East Coast is fine, but too anti-Austria for my liking. I dislike Turanian because you're moving in the wrong direction, and nobody ever believes that you're covering Naples here, so they will try and dot you for it.
Yeah.
But that's literally the only other thing I would say.
It's always curious to me. I've not played any of the powers in the Med before, so I'm always like intrigued about the politics through here. Like we've talked on it from the Ottoman side about how, you know, they're a naval power with too many land neighbors. They've got so many neighbors that they've really got issues on all fronts if they don't play their cards well. And it feels like Spain and Ottomans are just always on a collision course with each other. Tunis seems like a very hard center to hold just because of all the
Yeah, even in
adjacencies.
my auto game, Tunis eventually fell. It's very hard to hold on to. But the thing is, you can sack Tunis for insane tempo in the Western Med. So, like, that's
Oh,
fine.
actually, one thing I did want to bring up that's on this screen that I just thought of, the Russia player does have the ability to hold Kabardia with Kharkov if they so
Yeah,
choose.
that's why I say you have
Yeah.
to support
Yeah,
Ottomans
but-
in.
yeah.
But that also means that there is not going to be a Russian fleet out on the Black Sea year one. Or, sorry, winter of year one.
True, actually. Actually, that's a good
So-
point, because Ottomans then build F Trebizond.
So that's really, I don't know, that's a good situation for the Ottomans. And it makes me wonder as the Ottoman player, it maybe makes me a little suspicious of Russia as the Ottoman player because I am worried that they want to get a fleet out. So I worry what kind of funny business is going to be going on there.
Appreciate you
But
all,
maybe the Russia's not concerned about that. And if there is going to be a Russia-Ottoman alliance, saying, "Hey, I'm not building a fleet because I'm covering my coastal dot." Maybe that's a good foundation of building some
Yeah, I
trust
like
there.
it.
But
It's like
I don't know.
it's kind of like if you're an Astrakhan for whatever reason, and Safov is like, well, you can't build a fleet, so yeah, maybe I will give you something.
Yeah, I mean,
By the way, if Russia doesn't build F Astrakhan, I always build this unit. I think always build this unit. If you're playing Russia, if you're playing Safavids, you should always put a boat in the Caspian. I am an unironic proponent that Safavids should build 2 fleets.
Caspian
it's
Sea,
so it's
2
so
fleets?
funny.
Okay, that might be a little
I'm
far.
a
Ooh.
fucking psychopath because I think Caspian control is so amazing for you. Like it's
All
so
right,
so 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 good.
Alright.
all
Why
right,
aren't
sports.
you the Safavids? Actually, never mind. I like the Safavids in my
I'm like a
unit.
kid on Christmas, sports. You can't keep the fall map from us any
Yes,
longer.
okay, let's go talk
Yeah,
about the fall
please.
maps. So sorry about that, by the way. Thank you all for
Fleets on the
being good about
Caspian is
that.
insane though.
I want to take a look at fall map a little bit more structured. Just because I've already seen the Inuit Athabasca moves, let's look at North America first with this map. Oh boy, it's misorders on both ends. Let's start with this one
Whoa,
first.
I'm already seeing something craziness because England didn't.
Whoa!
Oh
Let's-
no! But it wouldn't mattered anyway.
It wouldn't have mattered anyways, but this is a huge field
It gets
spat.
worse.
Just wait until I
It doesn't matter though because
Yeah.
okay, but what's the other one?
Yeah, it was
just wait until I scroll to the
alright.
right. Just wait until you see this. This one hurts as Athabasca.
Yes.
Oh, what? As Pasca? Oh, because no support.
You didn't support
Oh,
yourself. You
no.
just moved both units.
This does not spark joy.
No. I was like, oh, it's a self bounce, it's fine, but no, that's.
And Inuit,
No, but
and as
I mean,
Inuit,
come on, the Inuits aren't tapping Chippewa in here.
Yeah.
They're terrorists. There's
Inuit
no
went-
reason to ever do it like this.
Inuit went for the worst possible option and are coming out on top.
Seriously. Seriously, Salik is safer. Like Salik is just a nice move. Like if you want to chill out a bit, Chippewan is by far your best option because if you get in, great. Odds of Athabasca bouncing you are low. Just tap it. It's fine.
Oh.
If you bounce, you're still next to Salik, and they can only build 1 fleet, so you can just hold in the spring and take Salik in the fall.
Hey, think about it this way.
Why would you ever go for Kree?
Athabasca
also-
isn't in Cree anyways, I guess.
Yeah, Inuit somehow comes off not being the worst here.
Terrible.
Never punished. Never punished.
Inuit
Oh.
position looks fine though. Otherwise, in
Yeah.
Athabasca
Well,
position terrible.
I would argue that
Why would you support Hold to Chone? By the way, no reason to ever do this. You're retreating into Chilok Colton if you want to, or you just retreat into Tanana and you're fine. Why would you support yourself into Chone? It doesn't get you
Just screw
anything.
over Inuit for opening
Yeah,
like
but
this.
Who cares if
don't
Inuit
want
gets the
Inuit to get a
dot?
build.
Like at the end of the day, you get position, and that's all that matters. Like Tanana is a nice dot. You can reinforce it from Statu's Chilcolton and Tanana, right? Because you're 3-on-2, so you
Yeah.
reinforce it and hold it, so it's fine.
Yeah, I don't love it. But it especially hurts if they misorder.
yeah.
You're now
Oh,
getting
kind
2
of-
builds now. It's rough.
We also
in
see
the neighborhood. Yeah, I was gonna say in the neighborhood, since we were talking about Koryoks and what NPO is gonna do, NPO takes Hawaii and pushes NEC into Aleuts.
yeah.
Yeah, but Aluits was free space. I mean, Toku being in Hawaii is seemingly nice for him, but I actually think it's bait. With such a weak Inuits, Ute is just going to build fleets here. Like, Ute should just spam fleets and let Pasca and Inuit talk their problems out on the battlefield.
Honestly,
Why do anything else?
let these two
For sure.
misorder for the rest of the game. Just build fleets and be an NPO power. Do it.
Bro, look at Ute's position, by the way.
Yeah, they kind of
Like,
Kind of
tell me
popped
that's
off
not
here.
great.
Bane's leaving them alone. They still get Aquala here, which is very nice to see.
Like, it's not a full double, but like, it's as close to it as you could ever reasonably like. Like, you're in Aluits, and
I-
you're getting 4 builds here. You build 2 fleets.
Yeah,
I
and
just
you're-
love it.
And you're gonna bounce England out of
And
Cherokee.
Kansa is a nice tile to be in as well. Like, Kansa is a good tile just because of how many dots it's next to.
Kansas is great. I see it as you move to Missouri next spring, and then in
And-
the fall you deny Cherokee. from
Bro,
the
yeah.
Indians.
Bro, this shit is crazy, by the way, because look at like France is just leaving the gate open to you, and there isn't a Pasca. The
Wow.
only concern here is Spain, and you kill Spain. Like, you win this war.
Especially if things are going down back here, which we will talk about the Caribbean in a moment. Don't get us wrong. We're talking about that in a moment. But this is a
Other than
super
that,
strong.
Netherlands in Philadelphia is nice.
This is a super strong Ute shown here.
French moves still dog shit.
Yeah. This is
Massachusetts Bay is a nice tile to be in, so you gotta love
Yeah.
that.
France being in Massachusetts is just about the only thing that I think they have gained from their year one quote unquote stab. Otherwise, Villa Marie has not made any gains. You're not going to
No,
Ojibwe
Ville
at
Marie
all.
has had to walk into Estuary to give you the chance to actually build. I don't know. This shit seems so bad for France.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
not great. It's
It-
just
I-
not
who-
great. And in,
Is
It just
anyone in
is.
Greenland?
yes, Portugal went for
Okay,
Greenland.
Portugal. Okay.
England went leeward.
Leeward Sea.
Okay. Well, let's talk
I
about
don't hate
Caribbean.
I'm fucking with it heavy. I like it.
Let's
It's
talk.
next to SPO. It's next to do free dance. It's nice.
Let's talk about Caribbean for a second because this is something that the chat pointed out here. France moved to Guyana.
Bahamas.
France moved to Guyana Current and Antilles Current in year one, and instead of trying to defend against this very aggressive
That's
French
so
opening,
sick.
you bounce Havana.
I mean, bouncing Havana is crazy. Maybe you think that Spain is opening more anti-Ute and so fleet into Tamacha or whatever, but getting Bahamas and Antigua is so nice, and I love that from France.
Oh,
I love that.
Oh.
Not going Guadeloupe from Guyana Current, that is so sick.
Yeah,
This
but
is
I think
English.
as England, this is just a guess as to whether or not you think France is just baiting you and it's going to go for Santo Domingo and Guadeloupe, or if they're going for your split.
I agree with okay, steal your courage, keep it up. Why Havana? Why?
Yeah, I really just want.
Yeah, Havana is crazy
You go
because you
for
could just go
Baracoa.
Baracoa, and it's just like, well, you know
go
what?
to Baracoa. Spain has not put
This is-
any. Spain has put no Caribbean pressure on you. France has put a ton on you. Why are you bouncing Spain?
Between Bahamas and Antigua, and bouncing Havana, this is English nightmare fuel. This is
This is
rough.
bad.
This is-
How bad is it in Europe? Well, sorry, but just is it this bad worldwide?
We'll talk about.
No.
Let's zoom over it in a minute. I want to go sort of in order here, so
Yeah,
we
sorry,
make sure we
yeah,
cover
yeah.
everything.
Oh, Polish core. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, as Poland moving to Barbados here when you're not doing anything else, I honestly want
Wait, as Spain, go to Caracas.
I would
what
love
are you
to see-
doing? It's open.
Yeah.
It's so much better.
Cartagena to Caracas for
Yeah.
sure.
Like, just take position. Take more of a map. Like, Caracas is just a better tile to be in, especially with all the craziness going on.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm ready for this pan down.
Yeah, let's. I think we talked about the craziness of the Caribbean. Are we gonna see a French dominant Caribbean in this game? I would
think
love
that-
that.
It looks so good. It looks
These
so
are
good for France.
These are the ingredients for sure. Like
Let them cook. I
They-
think this is
they have-
Absolutely.
gasoline.
they have the possibility of actually getting their core in Guadalupe as well moving forward. This is great.
Yeah, and Cayenne is safe as well, right? So they're able to build here for a while.
Absolutely.
No one in Kalina?
We'll have to watch this going forward. Yeah, Kalina's Lynn left open, which that's the byproduct of moving to
Great
Guyana
for
Current, but
France.
France is happy with that. All right, pan down.
Like, that's amazing for France.
They did. Okay, Aymara.
Oh,
Okay,
Oh,
so
why
Aymara.
would you play this as Ayamara, by the way?
Well, this is the
actually,
guess.
No,
This is the guess
it's
we.
kind of sick. It's kind of sick.
This is the guess we tried to. We thought Aymara was going to make.
Yeah,
We
no,
thought
this is-
Spain was going to be
This
greedy.
is good for Ayamara. This is good for Ayamara. I disagree.
this
This
is
amazing.
nasty work from Spain though.
Yeah,
Oh,
This is the mega greed from Spain. Going to Chumia from Quechua, that is
Yeah, but
so
it's like
unbelievably
guaranteed one.
greedy.
I think it's kind of sick.
it's
But this
it,
goes
oh,
badly for them now.
I mean,
No, because Ayamara is super safe, right?
I mean,
But it's still plus
Aymara
3. It's
gets.
the same as before, and you get to build.
Oh no, they're
is
plus. They're +2 because they lose
Yep.
Chumaya. They go +3 -1.
Yeah, they didn't actually
plus
get
two,
anything with
yeah,
Knots
yeah,
coverage. They didn't go to Lickitanai.
So it's gonna take them. It's gonna take them all year to. get
Gurani's still
back in
cooking, by the way.
a-
Gurani position
Yeah.
looking amazing.
This is
And did they dot it? No, they bounced it.
they arranged for the bounce
kill shame.
solution, which if you do it, you do it.
Just cringe.
Yeah. Yeah, most everything else looks fairly standard here. It's unfortunate.
Wait, sorry. Why is Quam walking up to Iorio? I guess because they're
Iorio.
like, oh, well, we're gonna
Because
get.
they know
Quam,
I-
so
they
we're
know
gonna take
Aymara's
Quam.
not going.
Lovely move.
Portugal. I actually
That's a lovely move to do
think
that.
I actually think this is really smart from Garani. I think you want to be the knight in shining armor that comes to Aymara's aid. That way
Yep.
you can eat them from behind later.
Yep, love it. I think it's so good from Gurani. And I really love this Com to Iorio move. It's just like,
Mhm.
I can take Com whenever I want, so I'm going to take position. It's like the opposite of what Spain did up near Cartagena.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just super nice.
Guarani has positioned themselves very nicely. They're not doubling, but they weren't doubling with Sao Paulo and how it moved tier 1. So this is about the second best you can
but this
take.
is so bad. Like Portugal is now having to really like invest to defend here. It's just amazing.
And the thing with
Uh,
Fleet Venezuela is that you have pressure on Mapuche Sushin the entire game now. Until Mapuche
yeah,
decides
100%.
to be aggressive with you, you have locked that down for the entire game. And as Mapuche, it's going to limit a lot of your
The
options.
only way it's better is if you stab on this bounce, which I think is objectively a good move.
True.
Yeah,
Like-
I think the problem for I think the problem for Guarani here is Mapuche has a lot, especially with Aymara getting stabbed so fast. Mapuche has a lot of flexibility, and if Mapuche decides to put down 2 armies, you're cooked. Like your position becomes extremely hard to hold very fast.
Mhm.
I think one of the issues for them is like the
I think that's
difficulty.
just the Guarani experience.
I mean, that's fair. That's true. But yeah, if like, because there's no reason for an army not to come down in Renkelche, uh, and so you're looking at least a 3 army front. Just even if Mapuche's playing nice, it just gets out of hand really fast. I
Is it,
feel like.
is it just saying if you don't stab on the bounce, you're going to have an army intuition and it's really bad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel like Mapuche should. Yeah, because we have fleet.
We'll have to see.
I
It
don't
depends
know.
on how aggressive Mapuche
Yeah.
wants to play the rest of this game out.
Well, and I think if
Agreed.
I'm Mapuche here, I use the fact that I was like, oh, I doubled. I wanted to get all my builds, so I went ahead and put this army down. And then for the rest of the game, I just get to have 3 armies policing this border. And
Absolutely.
Yeah, alternatively, you look at this and you're like, oh, Guarani's having a super safe game. I should be hitting them hard and fast now. I say that I'm going to be consuming Ayamara with them, but I try and position myself as a guardian angel of Ayamara and be like, look, Guarani got to go. It's not safe for continent. I talk to Portugal. I'm like, look, help me help you here.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
If Mapuche plays the cards right, they could also have a really dominant SA position.
Yeah. Again, a lot of different options here for both Guarani and Mapuche, which would be really like to see.
Super interesting. Not as much for Portugal. Portugal's position very meh.
Yeah, Portugal.
They get over dots, but like Dutch, South America looking really good,
to be
especially
fair-
with a weak Spanish South America and with France holding their north of them. They can afford to invest and kill Portugal here. So
Guarani existing makes Portuguese South America just one of their harder centers to hold now, to be fair.
yeah,
Let's pass on a little bit here. We do see Dutch St. Helena here.
Dutch St. Helena,
as we
French
thought.
Cape Cod, Portuguese. So all of this looking normal. Bauer is off somewhere fascinating.
We'll talk about those in a second. Let's just up here for a second. France, funny line, sure.
Ooh, I hate not bouncing Sakalava, by the way. Sorry, why would you ever not just bounce
You
Sakalava?
can't.
Well, you can't. That's a free.
Oh,
You
fleet, of course.
Aha
Sorry,
exists,
I'm an
yeah.
idiot. I'm me.
As Portugal, this is why you move Portugal Mozambique here. So yeah.
Yeah.
But we also
Interesting. I
see
think,
Portugal and Burundi, so maybe not that bad.
Portuguese Burundi.
We got into Burundi uncontested.
I never thought this would be possible.
Yeah. Like good for them, but
That's why.
I've got to give it to
As Ajuran,
Ajuran.
I would have just supported myself in the Burundi, but alright.
I've got to give it to Ajuran. The plan, I mean, kind of as we mentioned earlier, the plan of getting them into a Zonde, it went off without a hitch.
Yeah, it's great. It's great for Congo. I don't think it's.
I don't know if it's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Congo is really, really glad with how Ajuran is played. I don't know if Ajuran is necessarily as glad.
Just have a dream Congo 01 position, right now.
Absolutely, like
This is so good for them.
this is how you want to be sitting as Congo.
I just remembered. I'm so excited to see Ayutthaya. Okay, yep. Sorry.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Aside from maybe seeing St. Helena to Angola Basin in the spring, like this is just about everything you want to be seeing as Congo year one.
Yep.
And scrolling up,
anything more
Abyssinia is
exciting?
not
Harara
happy.
bounce.
Yeah, Abyssinia is not too happy. They were able to.
They're in Aiden. They're in Darfur. They're not.
Plus
Yeah,
twos.
+2. It's not great.
Yeah, it's not fantastic. Especially if
But they
Ajuran
can piece
builds.
Ajuran here if they're good.
If Ajuran builds Army Marig, which we probably will end up seeing here, Abyssinia is probably just going to spend the rest of the game fighting the rest of their African neighbors for so long.
Yeah, but Ottomans are in a tough spot, so you can piece them out fairly handily. And I don't know. I think it's playable, but like you
Yeah.
need to convince Ajuran that this is a doubled Congo who's in every center they could ever want,
Absolutely.
and that really you guys need to start thinking about like knocking him down a peg. That pitch is possible. It depends if Adurani is willing to listen.
This is when you as Abyssinia go, okay, now support me into a Zonde.
Yeah. You're like, look, well done. You fucked me out of the build, but look, we don't want this Congo to be this strong. Let's be honest.
Thunderdome.
I think Pinero has to focus on Burundi here if you're Eshron, though. Like,
Poland, you're a terrible player.
Poland denying the
can't
St.
do
Louis
this.
stab.
You can't do this. Just take St. Louis, by the way. There's no reason not to.
Just deny France.
Portugal
Just-
didn't go for Ualata. That's a shame. What?
Going for id kill is interesting. Do they have designs on
Yeah.
Spanish North Africa or what?
Maybe?
Maybe just
Maybe,
a
they,
safe
maybe they
shot
thought that
versus
France could have gone for it. Maybe.
Yeah, but like, okay, what they wanted a safe dot?
I think so.
But France is obviously going Mali. There's no like, why would they?
France is either going for Mali or covering St. Louis here, so.
Yeah, I don't know. Seems really bad.
Other than that, though, everything else seems
Anything else
standard.
interesting?
Convoy. Let's scroll up to Europe proper and see how this played out. We did, in fact, see the attempted convoy, and England called out the destination correctly. So England got lucky there. We're also seeing... Yeah, we're seeing everything we kind of thought we would see.
Nation
after
of
looking at
powers.
this. The triple hold from Poland. Why we were talking about how this Polish opening kind of whatever. As Russia, you kind of hate to see it. You really wanted to try and get into Shavik here.
Hey, Kabadia into Tbilisi though.
Poland put in 4 cores.
Kabadia into Tbilisi. Wait, what happened in Central Asia?
Uzkin.
Wait,
yeah.
did they just piece this shit? Wild.
I mean,
yeah,
if I'm a greedy, I think it actually makes sense to play for the greed if you're Safavids and then tell Russia, hey, you can bounce me in Kiva.
Yeah, this is great for both of them, by the way.
Yeah.
Ottomans gets a real kick in the face. They can build F Kharkov.
They can build F Kharkov, and that's what I was.
Are they going to troll it though? They're not going to build fleet Astrakhan. They're going to be like, oh yeah, we're friends now. Let's not build fleets. And then one of them's going to build a fleet.
Yeah.
I think this is actually. I think this is actually. Well, okay, I'll touch on this before we move east, but I think the Poland not supporting Russia into Ochkiv is malpractice here. I think that's so bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's a funny way to put it,
But
but I
they
do
had the
agree.
opportunity to put in 4 cores.
And look, Moscow just went back to Novgorod here. Like,
Yeah, so
I
we're just
don't-
walking back and forth,
Don't-
pacing back and forth like we're on the telephone. What are we doing?
don't play the Cupid Shuffle. Don't do that.
No, I don't know.
Polish Open went well, though.
I don't hate it so much. Like I think it's not a great use of the unit, but if you've decided that it's not going to get a supply center anyway, there's worse things to do with it.
I mean,
especially
I agree, and especially with the risk of dotting. I actually don't hate it. I just hate the opening. I hated the spring moves, but from that full position, it's fine.
Yeah.
Sweden's played friendly with
Switch
Poland
opening
here, so
is
it's worked
good.
out. So, yeah. I think Europe went about how we were expecting it to after your 1 moves, which is
Very,
to say most
England and
people are unhappy.
France lost a 50-50 here, but they gave the Dutch Ghent.
Hmm.
Like, I think as France here, you should always try for London. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, because Plymouth is
They
always
did try
covered.
For London with.
No,
They
Did
did
they?
try to
No,
go
they
to
tried for
London.
Plymouth, no?
Well, they did
No,
did
with the other
technically
team
try
from
for London
Madagascar.
if we talk about this move down
with the
here.
fleet
Okay.
meta-
But yeah, but I mean, Spanish Mediterranean opening looks very
Yep.
classical. Nothing crazy here.
Very standard. You cover Naples because you're scared. It's very standard Spain.
I think covering Naples here, you could have afforded to be a bit greedy and bounce Austria out of Rome. I think that would be kind of sick. 'Cause if you build
Especially
fleet Naples,
seeing-
you're like, hey, Ottomans, let's beat up Austria. Eh?
yeah, especially seeing how
It's free,
aggressive
right? What
Austria
are they going
moved.
to do?
Mhm.
And also, you see this France opening like a terrorist in NA, and you're thinking maybe I have designs on Florence and Corsica here, but I need to have Ottomans on side to have that breathing room to get that done.
Right. I think both could benefit from.
And I think
this
in
alliance
Spain it's
work
pretty
out.
easy to get on. It's like just say, hey, go kill Austria. I'll
Yeah.
help you with that. I'll take Rome.
Can we look at
I'll take
well,
Florence.
wherever you want, but I'm desperate to see East Asia.
Yeah, let's pan over Russia's entire moves, and as we do, let's. You all already mentioned this. Can we talk about how the constant triple hold is being broken year 1? Like
Constant triple hold. Oh, what for in
Carbadia, Derbent, and Tbilisi.
Yeah, I feel like this happens
you were-
most games.
In Blitz,
Something spicy always happens here. At
in
least in my
Blitz
experience.
2
Yeah.
specifically, I still think about how in Blitz 2 we just saw every single turn, each of these units just tried to support each other or support Held. They tried to get everyone else to move, and what happened is nobody did anything in this region the
That's kinda
entire
sick.
game.
Nothing ever happens.
Nothing ever
I
happens.
promise I
but-
didn't read ahead. I promise I didn't read ahead, but I feel like the gut check was proved right about this Kharkov army that there's something fishy because Russia wants this fleet out so bad.
Yeah, 100%.
Mhm.
So and for Safavids, I'm super happy to let Russia get
I
in
love
here
the Safavid style of play
because
here. I think this is really sick.
then Safavid's like, hey, great, I got you your fleet. Go ahead and build that fleet Black Sea because for Safavids, once you get Russia to build that fleet Black Sea, you are committing Russia against Ottomans
The
on your
Ottomans, yeah.
behalf.
And
Yeah.
it's like I love the way they did it, where it's my favorite style of opening. Throw units in the face, then go grab neutrals, and the other person's just great for you, left them alone.
Yeah.
I think it's so sick.
Safavids fully did the double here as well with how they've opened.
Yeah, very classic double.
Safavids
Being an Uzgan this early is kind of a bit funny.
Safavids
Well,
is sneakily one of
that's
the
what I was about to say. The great thing about this Safavids opening as well is if they want Turkestan next
Mughal
year,
Turfan.
it's theirs.
Mughal Turfan with no Russian influence. What happened here?
Okay, yeah, let's zoom over here. Safavids
Please, I want to see you.
Safavids Pog, we talked about that. Let's do North Asia first here to talk about it. Yep, sure enough, this is what we expected to
Ching
happen.
bands. Yeah, this is why we are superiority, by the way.
Mhm.
Like, force Bratsk to do anything else, please.
Yeah, you already mentioned Mughals and Turfan and not Yarkand is very funny. I don't think Mughals
Yeah,
holds this, but it's funny.
No, I think they did because they built Kabul. And if Safavids are willing to be friends here and stab Russia next year with Caspian build, maybe we should build 2 fleets.
Maybe I was kind of expecting. I was kind of expecting maybe a little bit more of Mughals Russian relation with how the opening worked out, but yeah, Safavids.
And maybe the Mughals and the Russians are still talking, but
Yeah, I think they're still
decided to
talking because there's no way you say I'm going to Turfan without talking to Russia. Like just going back on your own is crazy. But bouncing Ik-Curie is so bad for Qing, and it's completely Qing's fault.
Yeah, Qing should have moved Quick Heart instead of just holding it. Holding any unit in spring of 01. Don't.
It's crazy.
Don't do that. Do not.
As Jining, can we talk Ming? Oh, okay, I mean,
well, I want to
everything
talk
else
about,
here was.
I want to talk about Inuit quickly because we kind of talked about how this was going to pay out. And
got everything they wanted.
Army Koryaks, very nice. They're going to play
Toku
very
went
friendly.
Hawaii.
Most everything else looks about good. Ming is
Looks
sad.
like average Asian triple looking thing.
All right, Ming.
Worst Ming opening I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Losing Kunming. And
Kunming
all of
and
this,
Hanoi?
by the way, to get 1 dot.
Yep.
It's just like
All of
dude.
this for Macau.
This is if I'm Netherlands, if I'm Spain,
Ming is only +2.
even if I'm Netherlands or Spain, I'm going to England. I'm ringing every alarm bell I can about how massive this Ayutthaya is going to be.
This
Absolutely.
Ayutthaya game is looking so nice, by the way.
This is
They're
like
they're in
an
Kunming and
Ayutthaya's wet
Hanoi.
dream.
Yeah, like
I love it. I
didn't get
love this
bounced in Bay of
Ayutthaya opening
Bengal.
so much. Bay of Bengal hold. Oh no. No.
I imagine that. Does this mean that Ming and IU aren't talking? Because
Yeah, but they have to be friends here, right? Because Barmo no support hold into Kunming. No supporting into Kunming. Like something funky is happening here. Actually, I hate Barmo doing what it did.
yeah, but Bamo specifically is weird.
Like Barmo should be supporting into Kunming. Did they NMR?
I don't think
I
they
feel like they
NMR.
must have just forgotten because Barmo
Barmo is supporting Ring Pungpa into Barmo.
Yeah, I
did
think.
it.
Oh.
Yeah, it tried to support itself, Ring Pupa into itself, which is obviously illegal. So
That's a fun move, but like, why would you ever play that instead of supporting into Kunming?
like you said,
I guess that's a misorder, and they meant to support it into Kunming.
I wonder if they're enjoying the
That's the
chaos
misorder thing, yeah.
between Ming and IU and just not picking a side until they.
Yeah,
dust
but they have to
settles,
pick a
but-
side, otherwise are you kidding?
Yeah.
I completely agree.
My guess,
I
yeah,
think
my guess is that's a misorder, and they were supporting Ming back into Kunming. So
if
either
that's the
Ming
case,
Yeah,
then you
that
deny.
sounds-
goes to Kunming, and so if Ming tries to bounce Ayutthaya out, they just get in and don't get Ring Pungpa. Okay.
I would disagree because if you're going to do that, then you have Bay of Bengal bounce Pegu as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that too.
like that's the thing, right? Like you should be
That's not
always deny
anti-Ayutthaya,
Pegu
it's
here.
If you're supporting Ming back to Kunming, that's not anti-Ayutthaya, that's anti-Ming. So that way Ming can't
I mean,
both bring Pungpa and keep.
Oh yeah,
Kunming.
you can argue that was like a
yeah,
rogue
you can
support to
you can
like, get
sell
him.
that. You can
Yeah,
sell
Yeah,
that.
I
as-
like it. I
Okay,
like it as a fun
fair.
pitch.
But yeah, as
But
you
either way,
said,
this Ayutthaya
Ayutthaya is
Leslie.
getting cracked this game. This is a cracked IU opening. They have to deal with some.
Where did Portugal
Portugal went for Donny.
double in East Asia? Donny, okay.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
makes sense.
and we see Guarani to Rook. Standard stuff. Netherlands is open north, and considering the strong IU pressure, Portugal is going to get breathing room. I wonder if they're going to try and. It depends on relations, but I wonder if they're going to try and
I will.
move north as well.
I will say I don't love. After seeing how strong, or predicting perhaps after spring moves how strong Ayutthaya is going to be, I don't love celibacy for a second time. I
True.
think you're moving in the direction of the wrong
Agreed.
player. I would prefer to see
Agreed.
Javacy.
Javacy much nicer.
Absolutely. Ayutthaya isn't completely home free. Like, this is still a very northern Dutch opening. A cracked IOT opening would have seen something like we saw in Blitz 4, where Netherlands opens more southerly to focus on Portugal earlier. But this is still an opening that you can absolutely cook with as Ayutthaya, especially having zero pressure from Ming. Like, genuinely zero Ming pressure. And I think that's a very quick fall 1. Most things went how we expected at seeing spring 1. So there's not as much to talk about as I thought there would be.
Honestly, pretty chill first year.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty chill is subjective, depending on who you ask some of these powers.
Yeah, that's fair.
We're seeing a lot of good play from these players here. I want to keep an eye on this Ayutthaya. I want to keep an eye on this Safavids. I want to see if England completely implodes. Honestly,
The answer is yes.
I almost want to say that this is going to be one of the instances where we see Spain be the biggest European power.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I almost think that this is going to be. I almost want to see Army Barcelona, Spain push up year 2. I think that would be fire.
I'm trying to see. Yeah, India bog standard as well.
Yeah, India is completely standard. There's not anything to talk about here. Minus Bay of Bengal holding, there's nothing here to discuss.
I don't like Bay of Bengal holding. If you're gonna play anti-colonial, go get into Undercoast. Make yourself a problem.
This isn't even anti-colonial.
This is
That's true. It's kind of default.
This
That's
is anti-action. Is what it is for removal.
I mean, the Hyderabad and Surat is like just very standard stuff,
Yeah.
but I don't love Bay of Bengal holding either way.
Is there anything else that we want to discuss before moving on too heavily here?
I'm good.
I'm good.
I'm also good.
Sorry, hold on. I'm getting pinged here. Have we gotten everything?
Yeah, I was
figured out?
pinging you because of audio issues, but
Yeah, sorry. I'm focusing on the map, so I only see it if I glance down at my phone. My apologies.
you get.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up the winner builds then here, which we have gotten. We
get the retreat.
We just kind of skip over the retreats maps for time, but builds wise,
Yeah, Cyanic.
Did the stream go down in quality? God, Discord, please, wakey.
builds wise.
Okay, there we go.
Ooh.
Yeah, let's just zoom over everything quickly. We do see double army from Mapuche. 4 armies on the continent even is kind of standard. Oh, and double fleet from Guarani. Ugh.
This is very bad.
Ah, here it is for curse.
Yeah. Guarani is a land power. Like, you really need to secure land centers versus Guarani. So this is Mapuche sweep territory right here.
This is
very nice of
looking extremely bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Portugal, didn't even fully build in the region. Honestly, that's what you do in this situation. Seeing Spanish Chumia this early is just funny. This is great.
Yeah, but what is Spain realistically going to do here?
Not much.
Because Aymara offers Japura to the Netherlands. The Netherlands should and could and will take that.
Absolutely. And they have 3 on Chumia anyways, so even with Gulf of Guayaquil, they're just going to lose Chumia as well. You can argue Chumia Musa Guaqui and contest Licatana and Chapaya? Maybe? I guess? It's funny.
Yeah, gasoline. Yeah, this fucking Spanish army going on a crazy warpath.
Yeah.
The Spanish flank army moving directly through the capital in order to flank.
You could even bounce Pano and then take the retreat into Guaqui. Yeah.
I think that's the play. I love that for them. Because also you always have Chipaya available to you as well. Really depends what Guarani does. Mapuche reasonably could have just built these armies for self-defense and still play pro Guarani. If that's the case, it's really bad for IMR.
Yeah.
If I see these army builds down as the Guarani player, if I see the 2 armies come down from Mapuche, I am being very nice to them and planning about how I'm going to defend my country. This is like a 5-alarm fire for me.
Yeah. I mean,
Agreed.
the upside is you get, as Guarani, if you see this coming, you move to Rio de la Plata and you make Mapuche a lot harder to get into Buenos Aires, but like it's still not
I mean,
great.
it could still be worse. Like Army
think-
2 Capel would
so
be the
it's-
final nail in the coffin, and that kills Guarani completely. So
It's interesting though, like the borderlands here for Mapuche and Guarani, like Mapuche can support themselves into McCoy, or actually, I'm sorry, they don't even need to support. They can just move into McCoy. They could support themselves into. Actually, they don't even need to support themselves into Puelche.
walk into Puelche.
Yeah,
If it had
this
Army
is-
2 Capel, they could force Tushin to make sure
I mean,
they get Buenos Aires guaranteed.
They could move Lule, that one, McCoy and Puelche and Toishin with their armies. Like they could
Yeah.
have a complete blitz on.
And
the
they still
board.
have Falklands off frame can come up to Argentine basin. So if Truro tries
Yep.
to punish Portugal by going Rio Grande, it goes,
This is-
that's very bad for them very
It's-
quickly.
It's horrific.
This is the red flag situation as Guarani. This is, you build 2 fleets, you see this and you go, oh, I messed up.
But,
And this
like,
is-
why would you ever build a Fleet Mumbai here, by the way? Chirura covers everything you
Right?
could ever want, and you have...
Are you that invested in
Like, where
Sao
is that fleet
Paulo?
gonna go?
Are you that invested in Sao Paulo? All right,
Yeah,
but,
I
like,
think
we can discuss
You
this
could do
more.
it from Chirua.
We can discuss this more in the spring once we actually see things
Yeah.
going around.
Yep,
I
yep,
just
yep,
want to
yep.
cover
Let's move
builds
north.
very briefly here.
Fleet Moristas, Army Sao Paulo.
Yep.
San Sebastian Army is really bad for Portugal.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, Army Palmerbo?
well, I mean, they might be going Kalina or playing anti-Spain here.
Yeah, I see Army Primero as
I really
moving
like
to
yeah,
Orinoco.
yeah, no, I like it for anti-Spain.
Um,
I was just going to think about Fleet, maybe, if you wanted to work with France against Poland.
Spain
that's
heard
an
us discussing Legend of the French Caribbean and said no with 3 Caribbean fleet builds.
definitely the right move from them, I think.
Yeah.
I would do this if I saw
I
England
agree.
bounce me out Barracoa.
I think they
But-
take advantage of the chaos in here and try to make themselves a nice
Yep, Spanish
position.
sweep.
Try and grab
Army St.
Belize, yeah.
Augustine, very plainly anti-England.
However, this does make it so that they're anti. I mean, everything's coming up Ute with that. Like Ute can
yeah.
Yeah.
plow
Oh my
through
god, can we
those
see the
Soviets.
No-
UK builds?
No
I just-
Nueva Vizcaya build at all for you. You Shoshone is sweeping this
Oh
game.
my god.
This is
Wait, this is crazy because you have Force Apache, you have Force.
Well,
cracked.
they're in Sea of
Right,
Cortez.
okay.
They're in Sea of Cortez for free too.
This is cracked.
this
this
is
is so
crazy.
cracked. This Ute Shoshone is a
You take the Ayutthaya of the North, by the way. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
If we're making power rankings, Ayutthaya and Ute 1 and 1A, or even Ute ahead of them. Maybe this is crazy.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
Ute-
Ute ahead because they have literally no one that can contest them.
Ute Shoshone
French
has
builds look scary for Ute until you look at the West Coast, the East Coast. It's just like
this for you. Ute Shoshone has 0 pressure. They might double
Oh,
again.
Army Chip
what
Alliance
did
too,
Pasca and
yeah.
Inuit build, by the way?
Athapaska did double army up north.
Oh, you're not building a fleet, Chipawian. Honestly, you need to. Why would you
Army
not build a fleet?
Quatog? Army Quatog?
Army Quacktack is crazy, but I
For
actually
here?
don't dislike it.
Okay.
Building no fleet in your capital after Inuit has tried to fuck you at every single corner.
Yeah.
Build a fleet. You need a fleet.
Yeah.
Now Hudson Bay just sits there for the rest of the game. It's like the sword of fucking Damocles. You ever move out of Chippewa and you lose it, and good luck contesting Cree. It's like, what are you doing?
Hudson Bay is like this is Russia and Turkey, and Hudson Bay is Black Sea. Like you're
Oh, apparently
getting
Inuit waved, by the
value.
way. Inuit waved one. Wait, if Inuit waved one, that's crazy, by the way.
No shot. No shot
Why
they
would you
waved to
wave?
build. No shot. That's crazy as Inuit. That literally trolling. Literally trolling.
I'm trying to think of any way you could justify that. Maybe if you want to give France a breathing room so you don't build Kujuyak, fine. But, like, don't they have an open center on
Equal
the...
it. Yeah,
Then you
equal
go
it.
play the
West Coast?
Caluit. Yeah.
Well, I don't like... What would you build there, Fleet?
I mean, you could even
Yeah.
build an army if
Yeah.
you're still playing anti-Athapaska. You just walk into none of it with support of Hudson Bay.
I mean,
Yeah,
but you-
agreed. Yeah, no, it's
Well, it's
terrorism.
none of
I
it.
try to find any way to justify it. It's terrorism.
You are literally trolling. Inuit throw. Inuit throw. Inuit throw.
I do.
um,
This is kind of. outside, but while we're talking about Inuit build, we can dip our toe into East Asia real quick. They did build 2 over in
Yeah, we'll just quick.
Kamchatka.
Yeah, which
We'll
is
go over this
definitely
way.
right call. I think that's fine.
Go over this
West
way.
Coast Kerex is very kind of showing your hand a bit.
Yeah,
I'm
this is-
just-
I almost want to disagree with this because you opened very much going to both Ching and Toku saying, hey, I don't want to start a fight. And now you've built West Coast Corrects, and you're like, okay, Sea of Oktovsk is mine.
Fleet Evans is always anti. Like I don't know. You're putting the.
Again, I would
I
argue
mean,
that
this
that
is really bad for.
Yes,
I actually love this for Inuit only because
I like
you
it for Inuit.
saw what Ching did in spring and fall, and you're like,
Yep,
okay, this
yep.
is a player that I
fair.
can bully.
This is a terrorist. Kill the terrorist. You don't need to think about it.
We had
Yeah.
pre-game discussion, by the way, of trying to figure out how many people Luxon would call terrorists by the end of this game.
No, I'm sorry, but like you have to. Yeah, you
All
gotta
of
play. You gotta play slightly tighter than this.
I guess we could go west from here as well, since we covered all of South and North
An
America.
inverse rotation. What a Toku build.
Yeah, Toku. 4 fleets.
4 fleets.
Yeah.
Fleet, baby.
Am I crazy
You
for
build an
saying
army
Army
here.
Kyoto is fun?
I think you are.
Army
I think you
Kyoto.
are.
and
I
Force
think it
Pyongyang?
is. I think it's very fun, but I think it's also very telegraphed.
Army Kyoto is low-key the correct build here.
No shot.
I wouldn't go so far as to say correct, but I like it.
Yeah, because we see Army Shengjing, Army Hashinwai, like moving Army Kyoto.
Army
just-
build
Osaka,
Army-
another. By
Army
the way, Army
Kyoto, you
Osaka,
go-
another rogue choice. You move Kyushu, you get support into convoy into Ming somehow, some way. Kind of sick.
I'm sorry, what?
So speaking
No,
of
you build
positions,
Kyoto
I think
here,
we've
but-
undervalued or maybe
Yeah.
underrated the Toku position here as well. They are part of a East Asian triple where both of their neighbors are doing extremely poorly. I think this is going to bode quite well for them.
Which is
100%.
why you
They've,
build
they've
Army
doubled it in
Kyoto.
Asian triple, and they're Asian tripling with 2 players who just seem intentionally killing themselves. It's fantastic. You love to see it.
Yeah.
I think you just stab Bing here, no? You go into Oriental, go into Tartary.
Yeah, by
you
the way,
build
oh my
Army-
god, can we
you
talk
build
about this
Army
build, by the
Kyoto.
way? One of the worst builds on the board. You should always build Fleet Trieste, and you should always build Fleet Hashinaway. Army Hashinaway is just like, oh, hey, Toku, you know what? I actually hate coastal dots. I'm just not a fan of them. Have them all. Oriental, straight Tartary. Takes a highland while you're at it, mate. I just want to sit here and do nothing. Always build Fleet
No.
Hashinaway.
I mean, we did
It's so
see
bad not to.
Ching hold turn 1, so I want to sit here and do nothing.
think-
Might
I
be their
think-
MO.
I think this also with Inuit Army and Koryaks, I think this has the makings of a pretty good Inuit Toku alliance as well.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah,
I
I
agree.
agree.
And like that, can,
Especially
that can
given
be really
with Ute
dangerous.
and Alouettes, I feel like Inuit and Toku are going to have to work together to deal with Ute in NPO. So I think it's a really nice play like this.
Yeah, scrolling down.
Ning kind of makes the builds they have to make.
Yeah, Bing
Generally-
was forced to make these. Ooh.
Fleet Nanjing.
Ayutthaya what?
Wait, hold on.
Army Nakhon Sea.
Wait, hold
No,
on.
no.
Hold on.
No. I can almost forgive Tavoy. Army Nakhon
Okay,
Sea is
okay.
one of the wildest builds I think I've ever seen.
Oh my god.
Army Knock on Sea has to be in this order. But let him cook with Army Tavoy. Let him cook with Army Tavoy. I can see the vision with Army
Tavoy,
Tavoy.
I low-key, high-key fuck with because you get Ava for free.
Mhm.
Fine. Army
I
Nakhon Sea. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
envision why I would ever build this unit. I'm not sure how much you'd have to pay me, but like,
Oh my gosh, no, Ayutthaya.
You're literally trolling. That said,
wait, you build Fleet Ayutthaya, Army Nakhon Sea.
Yeah.
One of the wildest series of builds I've ever seen. I'm sorry, this is
See,
not
Ayutthaya is going
forgivable.
for Fed Rang, and I'm assuming
All right,
they're trying
Ute
to go
Bortop, here we go.
Spanish.
Ute Mapuche sweep. Let's watch it. The stars align.
Yeah, sorry, Ayutthaya just dipped 20 places out of power rankings. Not necessarily because the position sucks, but because I don't trust the player to convert it.
Okay, if it
I
was,
don't know.
I would honestly, if it was Fleet
No
Knock on
instrument
Sea
trust
and then the other build's the same, I would be cooking with this. I would,
All right,
I would let him cook.
I've got a crackpot theory here.
Okay.
Is this an Ayutthaya Dutch alliance?
Yeah,
is that
this
why we
obviously is what they're
Yeah.
signaling, but why would the Dutch ever play it?
Why would the Dutch?
Is that
yeah.
why-
More Sampas.
That's when
Is that why the Dutch keep moving to Celebes because they want to fight Spain for some reason? Like,
I don't hate that for the Dutch, by the way. Like, if I use pitching this to me, I accept it, and then I stab them this year by just taking Sampas for free.
As soon as I see all these builds, I go to the Spain and be like, hey, I wanted to kill you, but I can't even pretend that I am going to do that anymore.
No. You kill them both because IU can't stop you,
Can
and
you fight 'em
Spain
both?
needs to be killed.
well with I mean Fleet Formosa goes down to Luzon.
I mean,
You have
there's a lot
Celebes,
of there's a
Sulu,
lot
yeah.
of Spanish fleets though. I feel like
You are the trouble is Toku's eating, and maybe you no, yeah, you definitely talk to Spain here. Spain is
I
friend
think you make an
here.
agreement. Yeah, you make an agreement with Spain, and you say, "Hey, I know I was a little aggressive towards you, but this Ayutthaya is free money for me. Let's bury the
You know
hatchet
what?
here."
You know what the cross map pitch is here. You're like, look. At the end of the day, I need you to have a strong strong Philippines game here because the Ute fleets are coming for me. Like they're going into
That's
NPO, they're
fair.
going to SPO, and they're gonna come for you. I need you to
And
be able to contest them here to
as
work
Spain,
with
you're
me.
already quaking in your boots
Yeah,
from
100%.
Ute, so I think that's a
Absolutely.
very good pitch. Yeah,
Absolutely, I like that.
Um,
Again,
three armies out of
Yeah. If this
honestly, building fleet Ayutthaya and army Nakhon C sounds like you're just putting your shoes on backwards. Like, what are you doing?
if it was just
It's crazy.
Yeah.
if the other
that's
three builds were
fine.
the same and this was Fleet West Coast Knock on Sea, I would genuinely be like, this Ayutthaya is cooking something great here.
Yeah, I fuck with it heavy in that case.
Otherwise,
fleet
I
Ayutthaya
think
is
the East
forgivable
Coast-
if you need to put a fleet in Fan
Fleet
Rang,
East
but
Coast
like,
is also fine. But
speaking of a lot of army builds, their neighbor here, Mughals, 3 armies, no fleets.
yeah, I
I
fuck with
mean,
it.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair. England did not build a fleet. England did not build a second
And
fleet.
IU's
There you
probably
go.
trying to. IU probably
This
says,
is-
"Oh, I'm going to build some fleets." So you're like, "Okay, that's fine. You build fleets. I build armies. We're chilling."
Oh.
I mean, if
this
I'm
is very
Mughals,
like
if I'm Mughals here, I want to take advantage of Army Turfan here and just
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Jeez.
100%.
The
Well, jeez.
Turfan expedition. I think all of this. It's funny because the further I move west, like I end up after that at pretty standard builds in India for the colonials.
No, waving Madras is wild, by the way.
Oh, that's fair.
Well, England
guess
did not
they
have
had
the
a
builds to
pretty-
spare
They had
elsewhere.
a pretty
to be fair.
bad. Yeah, they had a pretty rough.
I
It's bad
AA
for
Horton just
England.
pinged me saying that IU might be make plan, do plan, and I think that is a reasonable thing to say. Last thing I will say on Ayutthaya, but like, sorry. Okay, carry on.
We're gonna move on here. Safavids. While we're just scrolling up and looking. I mean,
Army Tehran, permaban. Honestly, always build a fleet here.
well,
Army
well,
Astrakhan, come on,
if
guys.
you
throw a
supported
pair,
if
stab
you
each
supported
other.
Russia into Tbilisi here, if you just fully commit to taking over the Arabian Peninsula here, it's not bad. It's not bad.
Or you just build a fleet and fuck with it.
And maybe this is maybe I'm being a little too crazy here, but I think that they actually have a lot of ability to play anti-Mughal games if they so choose.
No,
Like-
I agree. I don't hate it too much. I think Russia should have always built Fleet Astrakhan, and because
Honestly,
I read
yeah.
that as Safavids, I always build Fleet Tehran. Because like I think you could get
Why
away
would
with
Russia
one less
build
army there.
Astrakhan?
Yeah, because you
You build free.
I don't know, it just feels natural. It's just what I would do.
If-
I would
if
just
I'm-
build the fleet and stab.
I actually
Safavids.
kind of like this as Russia because I kind of like it from both of them because you're both signaling, hey,
It's a decent argument.
we're making gains elsewhere. And if
Yeah.
I'm Russia, I know that Turkestan is completely at the whim of
Yeah,
Safavids
I
right
agree.
now.
I agree. And actually, it's not what I would do, but I'm not saying it's bad. Like,
Yeah.
if you're trying to build like a strong alliance pairing here, this goes so dummy hard.
Yeah. Will it work out? I don't think so. I think Safavid just steamrolls Russia in like year 3 or something because
I
of this.
don't think so. Actually, I think the
I would
Safavids are
agree if
playing a
East
little
Asia
bit too
was-
anti-Ottomans, and I think Russia can use this as their like because, in my opinion,
Sounds
Russia's power
like
needs
I'm
2
playing
years. Give
anti-Ottomans.
Russia
What?
2 years, and they'll scale out of control.
I think
And I think they're gonna get the 2
yeah.
years.
I would agree with
Have
you.
not committed
on a-
anti-Ottomans at all yet.
I would agree with you on a normal board sports, but I think the fact that East Asia is going so well for Russia makes them a lot more powerful.
True. We hardly even talked about Russia over here, but they might be
Yeah, but
cooking.
Qing is dying, Ming is dying, Mughals are sending armies on tourist expeditions. Like, your game is playing itself for free.
True.
Yeah.
All right, Europe proper. Let's break the bullet here.
Fleet Trieste, good man. The first thing Olio's done good all game.
Army
Fleets in the
Umea
Baltic, always
as
fun.
Army Umea sweep?
Army Umea, I really like. Very complaining what we. Oh, Army Archangelsk. Oh no.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Well, I mean,
given
Army.
a free northern game, bro. Just build the fucking boat. What are you
I mean,
gonna do with the
I don't-
army?
I don't hate it because there's so many Swedish armies up here. That's kind
Yeah,
of.
but you have Army Moscow, Army Novgorod for any Poland.
That's not enough. If you want to attack
I don't
Sweden,
know.
you need the armies.
I don't know. I think you need the fleet.
I'm not suggesting that you even want to attack Sweden here, but it's definitely getting to be a crowded neighborhood with all these Polish and Swedish armies. I think
Army Archangels just signalize, hey, I want to attack Sweden. That's what it does.
Yeah, but as Russia,
Yeah, if you
I
were
don't know. I really like the North Sea is such a good expansion path for you, and you should be pursuing it.
yeah,
I
so
think-
Like, get greedy here.
I think Army Archangelsk is more of a deterrent against
Yeah, but don't build deterrence. Build play for yourself, man.
Fair.
Yeah,
fair.
here's
You know what really deters someone from attacking you? If you're strong and building somewhere else.
here's my pitch here, and this goes back to the cha-cha slide Cupid shuffle that I like to bring up a little bit. If you wanted to build in a way that aggressively pushes against Sweden, you should have played a opening that moved against
Yep,
Sweden earlier
fair.
on. Instead, you
Yep.
trained Novgorod to Moscow in year 1, and then moved it
Yep.
back in the fall. And now you're building
Yeah.
army archangels because you have to cover your butt.
And by
So
the
you
way,
just
like you could have left Novgorod uncovered if you really cared. And like, I don't know. I just hate it. I hate it so much.
I also think if you're gonna build Army Archangels, you need to build Fleet Verkotri here to, but
Fleet.
instead,
Oh yeah. Oh, 100%. By the way. Yeah, 100%. I didn't even notice Army Verkotri. Yeah, no.
I mean,
further
I
back.
understand that Army Verkotri, like in theory, can support Turkestan to hold, but and really, I feel like that dot
it's
is at
permaban.
it's at the will of, like you're existing on Safavid's good graces anyway. You might as well commit to
Oh, we
that.
got that
Maybe
far.
I don't know.
I think if you wanted insurance build against Zafids, you build Fleet Astrakhan. Just say, look, sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't trust you 100%. Yada yada. Here's what I will do.
If I'm
then
Safavid and I see
you
Fleet
can-
Ashtrakan, I'm like, hey, Ottomans, let's kill Russia immediately. So
Yeah, but what can Safavids? Safavids can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
Like, if you're in Caspian, Safavid push gets nothing.
True.
you just built a fleet in the
Yeah.
Caspian. You're attacking Safavids.
Yeah, but you don't have a fleet in the Caspian, so you're missing that first. So the Safavids don't have that
Yeah, I know,
first
but
mover
Russia
advantage on the
if Russia
attack.
builds Fleet Astrakhan, they stab you. Say Ottomans. All right, sorry,
Yeah,
it's not-
but like I think as Safavids, what you really want to be doing is clearing your armies away so you can actually build that unit. I don't know.
We'll see.
By the way,
Yeah,
as Ottomans, if I see Russia build Fleet Caspian, there's no way I work with Safavids.
yeah. I think Russian fleet.
I really hate Russian builds.
This Russian fleet in Black Sea though is going completely uncontested from.
Yeah,
the
I love that.
Ottomans.
That's a great build. Sorry, one last note on the Northern Russian fleets. We're forgetting that there isn't an England this game, like in
That's
Europe.
fair.
And
yeah.
like, come on, that is free real estate, right? Like they're not contesting you in spits.
That's
Go down
what
and take their fucking dots.
That's what I really wanted to talk about here. Honestly, I think depending on if Sweden does move these army builds eastward and gets Poland to also move against Russia, I think we might see our first truly dominant Sweden game, which I think everyone needs. I think everyone needs to see an example of a dominant Sweden game right now.
I mean, I've seen a few strong Swedens.
Have
but
you
it's
seen
usually
the
when
15
Otto's doing
FC
well.
Year 2 Sweden that's in my game?
Okay, yeah, but England spent 2 fleets convoying an army to Iceland. I don't think
That is
that game should
true.
be counted. I think that game should be stricken off the record. The Sweden in
Yeah.
that game has played a great game outside of that, but like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
England convoyed the army to Iceland, then subbed
Yeah.
out. Like, that's a paid actor.
Okay, conversations of another game for another time, but I want to look into that.
Yep, sorry. Yep.
Sweden, I truly think this could be a dominant Sweden if we see like Christianity on the North Sea right here, and you just as Sweden go start talking to France and say, "Hey, let me cut a piece of that English Isles pie right here. Let me get in on that," and then
100%.
Sweden can
100%.
really just start to truly push a dominant position. Keep pulling on side until you're ready to just rip Brandenburg, Lubeck, Gdansk right from under them.
But this is like why I love playing Russia, Sweden here, and that's what you need to. You have a fleets pushing, you push into Poland, you're eating all of this shit. Austria is weak, so Poland needs a kicking, otherwise they're going to be the inheritors of the Austrian dots.
I'm getting
You're
so
already
many
fighting
pings in
Ottomans.
chat.
It just feels natural, man.
Yeah, I just got like 5 pings in a row. That was very funny.
Yeah, Mapuche complaining. I feel like we're way too. We're going too slow. Like we need to catch up.
Do not worry. We will have time to catch up.
Oh, we're
Alright,
playing
if you
more
promise.
poker. Let's go.
Trust the process.
Yeah, these Spain builds in Europe pretty normal for me. They want
Army
to
Porto, Army Lisbon. Love to see.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
I love these builds so
let's
much.
Let's talk about Portugal.
Every Portugal should do this.
Talk about Portugal real quick here. I mean,
No, it's so sick. You get Madrid for free.
I mean,
Yeah.
absolutely. As Portugal, if you have zero relations that you want to keep with Spain, do this every time. If you do not care about your
100%
Spanish
by the
alliance,
way.
you do this.
Oh,
Army
and it-
Tripoli, no build Tunis, by the way. That is worth talking about. Why?
Wait, actually,
You need to build in Tunis.
Ottomans.
Does this okay? I wonder.
This makes sense.
I
Austria's
wonder.
attacking them. They're trying to ally with Spain.
No.
I wonder
but-
if this goes well.
Yeah, this
like,
makes perfect sense for Ottomans.
I wonder. I don't think it makes sense for Ottomans. I think they're actually getting saved by the bell with these two Portugal armies. I think
Maybe,
Portugal
but
is.
I think optimal Spanish play just tries to hold Gibraltar, Valencia, and then they just go like, whatever, Portugal, take fucking dot. I will reinforce it with my builds, and I'm just going to go eat all of these undefended Ottoman dots. Like, you can build to defend against Portugal, but like, this is your only moment to seize the med.
I do think Army Tripoli is.
Also, no fleet Marseille means I would also push France.
Yeah, like imagine a world here where
Here's the big difference between you and normal people.
Yeah, but like, come on, you need dots to defend yourself. The only way to defend is by being strong.
Yeah, I do. In general, I'm not sure how I feel about this Portugal move, but with how big Ute is, it's very nice. With them not having any friends in them having lots of enemies in South America, it's nice. Yeah,
I like it. I like
I'm
it.
convinced.
I love it from Portugal.
Yeah.
I think I hate the Ottoman builds because Ottoman is literally just like, oh yeah, sorry, I actually I want to be friends. Take my dots. I know you need them. It's like that's not how you make a friend.
I love these Ottoman builds.
No, but it's blind alliance play. You're just trusting that the Spanish won't just take your dots, and they should because they
I
need
also have
dots.
another option if Spain just says, "Hey, I want to work with Austria."
Yeah, by the way, you build
anyway,
fleet Tunis and you're holding everything.
I'm not so sure. I mean, that's a lot of Spanish fleets.
Builds, yeah, but
like the thing is, just having that one unit means Spain needs to commit that much more to actually fighting you, because you already have F Salonika. You don't need Army Tripoli.
I think.
Like, why are you building Army Tripoli for the south?
I guess they're going to Agadez, yeah.
Yeah, but you already have armies like Wara, so just walk that way.
Yeah, I think we might be over discussing this build a little bit here. Personally, I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's good. I think it's just mid, and we're gonna see it play out how it plays out.
I think Spain's taking Tunis here. If Spain, like, anyway, we'll see. We should definitely talk about Spring Moves sooner rather than later.
Funny thing about Salonika, I think it's gonna have to go to the Black Sea as well. So.
F Salonika Black Sea. Interesting. I don't hate it.
Obviously through Khan, but with that Russian fleet in Kharkiv, I don't think you can let Russia just have Black Sea.
Why not?
I suppose.
Just give them a dot out of a fleet and just accept that is what it is. Because that fleet's going Sea of Azov, by the way. Like, it can't go to Black Sea.
Oh, no, I for sure. But I think once they are in Black Sea uncontested, or even if they are just like,
but you will be able to contest them.
Allowed to use Sea of Azov as a free support bot into these Ottoman dots. I don't know. I think
it's the same concept for me as the Spanish moves. You need builds. Builds to defend.
Go faster.
Yeah, 100%. We should definitely.
Yeah, apologies, but build phases, we really should be skimming through these a little bit more here because we can discuss the consequences of the moves when we see the moves a bit easier.
Yeah,
here.
true. Absolutely. Yeah.
Triple army from Ageron.
What? That's crazy.
That's based.
No, I fully agree. I fully agree. You want to commit to land base.
is wild, but yeah.
Yeah,
like.
It's like building Army Amsterdam. What are you doing?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd have like 2 armies. I don't know about 3, but yeah.
I think we already said Congo looks pretty nice here. I think they are now going to pivot into Portuguese pressure, which is going to work out for them since we see Portugal's trying to build fleets. Portugal's trying to build fleets in order to try and more heavily push against Ageron. Again, Congo looks pretty strong right here.
I'd build a second fleet.
True. Army de la Goa.
Love it. Force Cape Co.
Yeah, Force Cape Co. I suppose so. Portugal is built really anti every one of their colonial.
I was going to say Portugal not making friends. I love it.
You don't need friends. You need enemies. Enemies are where the dots are.
Enemies are where my food comes from. Yeah, we've actually covered. Just
is that fleet Fort Dauphin? That's very wrong. I think that should be an army. In Madagascar.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, because I'd be force Sakalava, by the way. Like, it should not be Adjuran and Sakalava long term. You want that as France, so build the army. Just build the army.
That makes sense.
Okay. I agree with your discussing point.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Especially with the build maps, we kind of need to just breeze through them a little quickly. I have 7 mentions. Who were these from? Oh, it's from everyone. Everyone's pinging me.
One of the Angel told all the players that they could now ping the commentator, so everyone's trying to ping the commentator.
Hazel, we don't have time for this.
Yeah, let's
see the spring moves first.
Maybe for a second.
Some gentle nudging.
Go to moves. We need to go to moves.
Let's move.
2 hours. We've finished 1 year.
Yeah, don't worry. This is going to happen, but as long as we get through the spring moves fairly quickly, we should be fine. I want to start with Ute first, because I feel like Ute has the most to see some really strong potential moves here, and we are seeing them just fully commit to trying to contest Spain over here.
Great.
This looks so good.
Great stuff.
This looks so
This is not a full
incredible.
commit to contest Spain. This is
Yeah, it's not a full commit. Like, they didn't bounce Kyle or anything, but as you've just shown, they're getting so many dots this turn.
This is beautiful stuff. This is Ojibwe, this is Iowa, Missouri. They're getting 3 dots off of 3 armies over here. They're getting Nueva Vizcaya. Cinema.
Absolute cinema.
And they're playing anti-Inuit as well with the fleet.
Yeah, and they're putting pressure over here. They've clicked Kivalok Bay. Yes. Yes, go Ute.
I love this. Oh my god.
Oh, Ute sweep. This is guaranteed +5 from Ute in the fall.
not guaranteed, but
This is a giant brown North America we're seeing build. This is great.
Yeah, and Inuit has kind of been cooked with how aggressively they moved here, and it's just not. Yeah, Inuit is cooked.
look at the convoy into Cree.
Oh, oh,
Why
God.
Cree? Why are you so invested in Cree as an Inuit player?
Yeah.
Why Cree? Go to Chipewon! I don't hate the convoy, but convoy to Chipewon.
They also do not have a guarantee on Salik now.
Yeah.
And they can't even punish with Chipewyan because OG Cree can backfill Chipewyan. So this is bad.
Yeah, it's really
Sorry, not OG Cree. Michif Pili.
Inuit really not good. Athapaska being saved in this case. Athapaska is gonna really take a lot of Inuit here. Might see some Inuit. Sorry, not Inuit Ute. Athapaska Ute fighting for this, and that might slow both of them down. But if they find a way to coordinate, or
Why are they fighting?
I think they will eventually fight. Is what I'm saying, because Athapaska is going to have to carve down to get their next pass after Inuit has been dealt with.
Yeah, looking. Oh, 2 holds in North. 2 holds from the Dutch. That's not.
Yeah,
right.
I do want to mention that here. This feels like an NMR from the Dutch, and not only does it feel like an NMR, it feels like an NMR that's just. It's just like the Dutch giving up in this position here, which I don't think you should do. Like, if you're.
Oh, also, the French don't support Ville-Marie with Seneca, so that bounces, I think.
Oh, yeah, Seneca's a misorder, and that means they don't get into an Ida. Ugh.
Oh, I need to check. Are we already on the East Coast?
Yeah.
What happened on the West?
Long story short, Ute's cooking and they're fighting Inuit.
Yeah, makes sense.
Shona's cooking. Sorry, I didn't realize you got bounced out again. Sorry.
No. I had to.
It's a full Dutch NMR. No shot. No shot. Brother.
Their positions look fine. I think Congo also NMR'd.
Brother.
Kind of sick, but it didn't cost them anything.
That's insane. This is
maybe they're losing.
Okay, we'll cover that as we move through it, but looking around here.
North America not really going. Yeah, I was gonna say just last note, not really going well for anyone in particular. To be
honestly, France's North America feels exactly how I feel about France's Europe. They're getting paid out because no one's doing anything, and I think Shone is going to steamroll them here, and I think maybe even Spain's going to steamroll them there.
Speaking of
Spanish
Spain,
position not looking bad.
Yeah, Spain.
I kind of like the commitment to just wagons east, and Shoshone's gonna be strong.
Ute stab.
I mean, other than Ute Shoshone, I would actually really enjoy these Spanish moves. Like, if Ute Shoshone wasn't near as strong, I would be fully down with these Spanish moves. And honestly, even still,
builds, you kind of have to go with this.
Even still, France
Well,
gets
I don't know,
into
'cause Apache
Bahamas.
did not need to walk to Caddo.
Sorry, France gets into Bahamas current here. What are they cooking? They're cooking something.
What was the plan with that, actually?
I think they forced Baroka here.
Wait, by the way, Gulf of Mexico walking St. Augustine instead of Florida Cat?
Oh, true. That's a little.
You just wanted to put a boat in Florida? It's not that nice.
Maybe they thought there was a chance they get bounced in Florida current, and they were just trying to get feet out. I think that's fair.
France walks into Guadalupe behind England. Wait, that's actually
France
so
continues
sick.
to stay winning.
That's
and that's
actually
only because of St.
so
Martin's disorder.
sick.
Oh, and look,
Mm.
now Spain can't get into Caracas. If only they were already there.
Yeah,
wow.
exactly.
Yeah, this is genius.
We mentioned
Yeah.
we harped on that one a little bit. Again, I think France might be cooking here. I think they're gonna get.
I don't.
It's gonna be.
I think
They
they're
don't hold Bahamas, but I think they're gonna stabilize a little bit here, especially with Dutch
I mean,
NMR.
they could hold Bahamas if they moved back to it, but
I think France might be cooking here. I really want to see if
the
they
problem
can.
is this
I
is.
haven't seen the
feel
rest
like
of their
this is the-
position.
I feel like this is
Are-
the only theater where they're cooking is the
True.
problem.
Yeah, that's what I
True.
was gonna say. I just can't imagine
Yeah.
going well for them anywhere else. What's SA looking like? Have we already discussed it?
We're gonna take a. Sorry, no, we haven't
we're
looked
moving
here. We're.
Cool.
I mean, I know we already talked about full
Ooh.
Dutch NMRs here, but this is a lot more.
I fuck
holds
with
than
it
I was
heavy.
looking.
Nice for Ayamara getting into
Oh.
into Portugal.
Amara,
And look at that, Spain piecing out.
yeah, Amara takes
Support
Spain
holding Madeira.
support into Madeira here in case something was to happen.
Oh, but Spain has
They've-
nefarious plans with this as they move right behind it as well.
True.
Maybe, but
I mean, Lima to Shipibo screams, I want Madeira.
like Spain's not holding Azura here, right?
I mean, Spain never was gonna take a. Spain wasn't gonna ever hold Shumia. To be fair,
Yeah.
Yeah.
they want to be in Azura. They're in Azura. It looks great for them.
What is this
Oh.
Ween High
Actually, is
move, by the
Azura
way?
forced disband? No, it retreats to Warmanga.
No.
No, retreats. No, it
Ooh.
also has Warmanga, but it also has Nazca Ridge.
The Win Hayek move, I think, is Gurani and Aymara talking and being like, "Can you believe this Mapuche built so many armies? We're so cooked."
True.
Yeah, but you don't move like Wichi. Okay, I
I mean-
guess you're probably.
I mean,
no, it seems a bit odd.
Mapuche moved in.
And this
Bro,
is
this happened in
I'm
the
not
last Blitz
surprised.
game. The Guarani is like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna stab Portugal, and then I'm gonna die.
Surprised one bit. Mapuche's so good. Mapuche.
Mapuche sweep.
Mapuche.
Okay, but they only lose Buenos Aires. It's fine.
Yeah,
Um.
it's Quam
50-50 on
Kimu to
Marquette, actually.
cover Minuai.
50-50 on Marquette.
True,
On
true.
Minwane. Yeah, no, it's not good.
Yeah, this is just not. Bye bye, Gurani.
It could be a lot
I
worse
wouldn't
for
go that
Guani.
far.
It could
They're
be a
still
lot
building.
I really.
They're not
I,
Why,
building.
why are we putting can't?
worse. Yeah, they get bailed out by Amara topping Nakugo.
Well, they're only losing one dot.
I do
I thought
really
they'd be
like.
building it from the north, but they're getting
Honestly-
Com, and then they might be getting Sao Paulo, so they'll be plus
They're
one.
not getting Sao Paulo.
They
You
might.
don't think? Well,
Portugal's the poor hold Sao Paulo.
yeah, but you don't think they're going to go for Nakugo?
No, because Amara's in
They
Nakugo.
can
Eh.
do both.
No, but no. Hang on. Am I croaking smack? I feel like this is fine.
No,
Yeah,
because
you
they bounce
are.
in. They bounce.
No, I'm
on-
croaking. I'm croaking.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Listen,
unless I'm Amara taps Minisgarai. No. No.
From my own Guarani game, I think this Zeta province is a real source of pain for them in a lot of ways. I don't know how to redraw it, but I do wonder if this is. I think that's going to be a thing that gets redrawn on the next run through here. I also really love to see this Mapuche move the army down to Cowixcar for the convoy.
Convoy.
Oh, that's kind of sick.
I love this move.
Actually,
I love watching this move happen.
That is kind of a banger.
Because this just tells me that they like are really paying attention to adjacencies. They're I don't know. This is a green flag for me of a player who is doing well.
And they're looking at like a crazy Southeast Asia. They're looking at a crazy.
Yeah.
I just love it. I really like
Let's
it.
zoom over there actually and talk about Asia next because I really would like to look more at how Ayutthaya is going to suffer here. Ooh, Timor C, Portugal. I like that. I like that.
I feel like this
Where
happens
else
in
would they
every
go?
single game. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Would they go Flores or what?
No, where they go for.
You can test
Australia,
Batavia and Flores this
too.
way.
Yeah, no, I understand, but like,
Well, they
where else would
could.
they move? They're not going to go Flores in
Yeah.
spring.
Well, I would figure they would imagine.
Excuse me.
I would figure they're going to try and contest Mapuche a bit more heavily here.
Guillermo Morgan, yep, I'd agree.
I-
Timor is a bangers fucking tile.
Ayutthaya
Oh,
is
oh.
tripping and falling
What?
into beautiful positions.
What are we doing?
I mean, this.
The fact that
Shit
the
is
fact that
crazy.
this Netherlands NMR is Ayutthaya tripping and falling into a pile of cash. It's incredible.
Hey, I think that Spanish
Yeah.
Philippines thing happened where he's walking in to defend NPO.
Mhm.
Well,
Spain is,
Palmejera.
yeah, it kind of looks like we're talking about Spain and Netherlands were going to piece out and really push heavily into Ayutthaya, except now Netherlands hasn't pushed in. Ayutthaya is kind of getting rewarded for it.
What? It's so unfortunate with Dutch NMR.
Yeah, Dutch would be killing here if they didn't NMR. It's really sad to see. Really sad to see.
How's IE's northern border looking?
is good.
Not quite as good for them, unfortunately. Ming has realized their mistake.
Hainan core is insane, by the way.
I mean,
I like
This is
it.
a do it.
Macau, no?
First class fence sitting, in my opinion.
I mean, as Portugal in this situation, if you're in Hainan in this right here, are you
Yeah,
doing anything
okay,
productive
fine,
with
but-
that unit? I hate it as well. Don't get me wrong. Always do something. Go to Bay of Tonkin. Go to Fukien Strait.
Funny that
Honestly,
Nanjing is moving
No,
down
I
even
think
as it
course.
gets.
I think it just tries not
Wait,
to die.
Toku moves are cooking.
Oh, this is a.
Hey, hold on
Wait,
here.
wait.
Toku moves are crazy.
What?
So he took the support
What?
into thing and then stabbed on it.
Wait,
Ching
That's
moves
beautiful.
Ching moves are crazy.
Huh?
He gets support into
okay,
straight up
Chi-
Tartary.
Ching moves are beyond insane.
I mean, Toku say winning. What is Ching doing?
No, actually, Ching is trolling, no?
It
So
has to
Highland
be.
supports in Strait of Tartary. Supports against what?
Yeah.
And that's the unit you would want to support against in any
Yeah.
world. Like,
What are these moves?
Ah!
Why would you do this?
I'm lost here. Yeah.
Paid actor.
I
We've mentioned paid actor too many times. And
Toku-
these are paid
Toku-
actor moves.
I mean,
Toku
I
I
stays
have a word
winning.
I'd use.
Toku
Isn't
stays
it
winning.
crazy?
why you support Tartary is just not good. Like,
Wait, why would you support into Strait of Tartary? Why would you
because you want
support
to cover all of the tiles against Inuit, and you trust Toku
it? Yeah, but
for
so just
some
let
reason.
Ainu in. You don't need to support it.
Yeah.
Walk into Kirill, I guess.
That's true,
Yeah.
actually. Wait, yeah, you just don't need to support it. What? Yeah.
Or you could even
Toku's
try
thing-
bouncing it and tapping evens. By the way, so if you don't want Inuit getting in, you could stop that from happening,
True.
or at least try to. I mean, you'd be bouncing evens from.
Although I think they're going for Yakutsk, so they wouldn't be doing that anyway. They're attacking all of their neighbors. Why are they doing this?
I don't love
Well, that's base. We love doing that.
Yeah, Toku.
They're attacking all their neighbors except the one that's gonna kill them. Is unfortunate.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know if Toku will stab here though.
I mean,
They may choose not to.
if I'm Toku in this position, I absolutely just walk into Haishinwai here. And I'm going into Pyongyang. That's what moving
And
into
Pyongyang.
Tsushima is doing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That's
no,
why you
because
build an army
oh
so
god,
that
no,
you
it's
can
terrible.
convoy it into Haishinwai.
And they're
By the way,
getting
imagine if
Okinawa.
Kyoto
for
was an
free.
army here.
Yeah,
Fair.
Kyoto should have been an army.
Nanjing Hokkien is an insane move as well, by the way.
True,
I-
true.
I hate these moves so much.
I think
Just
Toku.
cover Macau. It makes sense.
I think this
Just
might.
cover Macau.
I think unless Toku and Ute start fighting each other, which they might, but I doubt they will. I think they might just sweep.
Oh my gosh. Ayutthaya, or not Ayutthaya, sorry. Mughals perfectly gets wind of the Safavid stab here. Like they cover Turfan and don't let him into Yarkan with this move.
I mean,
Dang.
yeah. I feel like it's
In the spring, it's terrible in the fall.
Yeah, this fall is going to be rough for them, but I mean, they did good calls.
Safavids might be incentivized to stab Russia here now, though. Is anything in Sib? In the high tundra tile?
no. I think
yeah,
Savage
they got
just takes Yarkish
two.
I don't think that's a stab at all.
I mean, if Suffit's in Gore now, so this is not going to work out great for.
Wait, what is a Bandar Abbas move, by the way?
That makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, if
No,
you're
but you're just letting Portugal back into the game, no?
yeah,
If you
yeah.
don't think
We'll take
Portugal's
Keshem here
attacking you,
for
then it
free?
makes sense.
One step at
If
a
you don't think Portugal's
step at a
attacking
time
you,
here,
then
one
you think
step at a
you
time
need to
here.
work that.
I think Mughals played it well as they could, but I do think if Safavids are fully going to commit against Mughals, which Gulf of Kutch does signal very
You're going
hard.
to Ahmedabad, but fine.
Yeah, it's not great. For
I
them.
don't know, because Surat, like Gulf of Kambat always covers, so it's like, what have you achieved? Surat never goes anywhere else, right?
Right.
Bijapur is just a terrible province for a fleet.
Speaking
And-
of staying winning, Portugal benefits from this on two different little spots here. So
Yeah, I
very
think-
nice for them.
I think Portugal is the big winner call here for who we're going to want to look at. At least for this area.
Anything?
Roll to Africa. See how these African moves
Yeah,
fit?
I'm down.
I already see an Ogeron train in the corner of my eye, so I want to see.
What is happening
I want
there?
to see
What?
this. Like, have you just
Well,
backed out?
it's a complete success. Why did
So-
we play this?
You didn't. You didn't support Congo further in. You didn't move further in yourself. Why are you building 3 armies if not to push against Abyssinia?
And then moving the fleet against them at the same time as well.
Yeah,
Like Marik would be so free just to walk into Sadama or some shit. Why are we doing it like this?
exactly. I'm very concerned.
Wait, but like,
What? I don't understand any of this.
And
I
obviously,
mean, did they somehow bury the hatchet with this
they must have, right?
Abyssinia?
Because otherwise, Abyssinia.
yeah, I mean, piecing Abbey is fine here, but why would you play it like this if you're playing against anti-Portugal?
Right? Why
Like
would
Turkana is a better tile.
build more?
Also, you need more fleets for Portugal.
they're in.
What?
They're
Kismayo is a
into-
good tile.
They're into.
You're gonna
I
fight
don't- I
against.
don't
What I
hate
would
all
do,
that they-
you know what I hate? The worst unit moving here is Bunuro. Bunuro just support holding a Zande. Just move it.
Yeah,
Just move a unit and backfill from Marik. No matter what you do,
Oh,
it's going to
yeah.
be nicer than Marik and
Yeah,
Mogadishu.
yeah.
I'm very
if
confused
it's
by
just
the
for the
moves
Turkana,
from
it's
all
fine.
of the African regionals here.
I like
think,
Congo's moves.
I think the Congo movement,
Except Mabanza hold
Yeah,
is
Congo-
obviously
I mean,
a
Congo would
mistake.
be
Abyssinia makes sense.
I would
You got
think Congo
defending
was doing
a
well a lot more if Mabanza moved to Lopez Bay, and if Mandara was doing
Well,
something.
unfortunately, the Dutch NMR spread to them. You can see it's by
It's
both.
infectious.
Timbuktu also had the same problem.
I was
It's
about to
infectious,
say it
look
was very
out.
kind of them to play along. Yeah.
It's very dangerous being near Dutch units.
They've got a crippling case of hold disease.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, there's a Cape Co force, and Sakalava is being lost.
yeah.
Doing it with the fleets, which is fine.
I think.
I love having an army in Madagascar here, though.
Yeah, I think again, this really does feel like Portugal is going to come out the beneficiary of all this. Yes, I said beneficiary this time. That's another comment I saw. I got flacked because I used benefactor incorrectly. Okay, buddy.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I think this kind of is gonna come out in the wash here. Like Portugal's grabbing Cape Caho, but they're gonna have to come to some kind of agreement with France if they want to play nice. If they want to be able to stop the Ajuran, even with the suboptimal Ajuran armies, they're still presenting quite a front.
They're facing a lot of pressure from Congo.
And from Congo as well. Yeah, good point.
It's not great, but I think they could maybe stabilize. Maybe.
Yeah.
In theory, I don't know, but also Ajuran gets into Kismayos and Makua, so maybe not.
We can go up into West Africa.
Thunderdome, I saw this train.
Oh!
Somehow works for
Oh, yeah.
England. Like,
Oh yeah,
for,
the
s-
Portuguese
for
movement
some
makes
reason,
sense.
Timbuktu
More
does
sense
nothing,
with
and
the
this works
context
out
that
for
they were
Again, yeah, Timbuktu, it's because it's near House of States. Do you see this?
it is infectious.
Oh, it can.
Timbuktu
spread
all
to
is
2
fine.
turns away.
It even infected Niani. Like, Niani surely moves to Geba here, right?
No,
That's what
why would it go together?
I would feel like if Portugal, maybe it's just me seeing that Portugal is moving against literally all of their neighbors, but I would think that Portugal was moving aggressively against Poland here as well.
Why? They're moving
think
aggressively against
Niani-
all their
Niani
other
hold is
neighbors,
fine.
except for
I think-
Poland.
yeah,
Why would they
I-
also move?
I think you let Portugal be France's problem.
Sorry, who are we saying you should move to Gaba here? Because I hate it for all
Niani.
3 powers.
Nyani.
Nah,
Why
Niani
would-
hold's fine. Because
Yeah,
you don't
like,
want to lose it,
There's
right?
also
And
2 enemy units next to Nyani. Why would you move?
yeah, but you hold it from Serra Leoa.
True. I think it's okay because you are whispering in the Portuguese ear, or sorry, if you're Portugal, you're whispering in the Poland ear about continuing to be a problem for France, and
And Poland is clearly attacking France here. Like,
yeah, let them.
I like it. I think it's fine. What is going on with the Spanish units?
That is a good.
Attacking Portugal.
Yeah, they're
Okay, but what are these Spanish moves? Barcelona can't help you in Madrid.
yeah.
I really dislike this move in particular because it shows a fundamental misunderstanding of how fleets work. Fleets cannot go over land. What is this unit covering?
I also
Barcelona
Mar-
specifically is
block?
not great. And they walk Valyris
getting supported
Locore?
into. I don't love Marrakesh
Yeah.
getting supported in the Regibet either because it's.
You're not going to be able to.
By the way,
contest
even with all of
Agui.
this,
I think that's fine.
they're picking up Tunis for free. Because
True.
Ottomans have just left it. So, like,
Rude.
even despite Spain not playing for it, they're picking up Tunis for free.
Yeah.
I guess
Fair
Tunis
point.
agreed here
For what?
for not killing them.
Oh no, the Ottomans
That's-
peace out. The Ottomans peace out Austria in
This is
the
not
Adriatic.
Austria. What?
I like the Austrian.
This
No, I
does
hate the
not
Austrians.
look
Oops,
like
all
peacing out
holds.
Austria at all.
But Austria's picking up dots, so I don't hate it. Oh,
Austria's
Strasbourg core, honestly.
okay. All right, France. You're just trolling at this point, right? You have to be.
What else is Strasbourg doing?
Yeah, tapping Freiburg to bounce Nuremberg.
Yeah. Keep
What
them
if
out
you
of
don't want to
Freiburg.
attack Austria? Like,
What do you mean you don't want to attack Austria? What are your armies going to do?
Yeah. Like, and even if you don't
Looks
want to
like
attack Freiburg, you
attack
definitely don't
Netherlands.
want
looks
Austria
Even
in
if they're
Freiburg.
attacking,
You
even if
have
they're attacking the
three-
Dutch, which they're not
you
doing
have
here, they're picking up
three
Luxembourg.
armies. One of them's taking Luxembourg. One of them's
Yeah,
preventing Austria from walking in behind you, and one of them's going after Spain.
But Strasbourg could easily just deny Austria a build. That is only
Why
good
would
for
you
France.
do that though? That just
Why would you want
Austria
France?
for no reason.
Why would you want Austria to have a build?
Yeah, it's
You have to
I feel like
prove.
this is
Austria has
just
to
another
prove that them
disagreement
having that unit is
in how we
better for
play
you
the
than them not having that unit. And I just don't see how you can make that
I feel like
argument.
this is just a disagreement in how we play. I would rather my neighbors gets a build and they can use that build to attack someone else, and you say,
Yeah, 100%.
"Well, they can't get a build."
I don't know.
By the way, Dijon should walk burn here. I don't hate the idea of forcing Barcelona, but it relies on Spain not playing a good move from Barcelona and Valencia and Baleares as well. So, like, I dislike it. And I think you have a free force on Freiburg. Austria's units are already in the east. Just take Freiburg, man. Like, it's a free dot. Just
Yeah.
take it.
I think had
I'm
Austria.
actually
You don't
kind of-
know it's going to be free though.
Yeah, I'm
We have
actually
absolutely no way of knowing Freiburg.
I'm
What do you
kind
mean?
of-
Innsbruck was Venice, Rome, Flores. I feel like these moves are easy to predict.
I somewhat disagree here because since it's spring, I think I would be expecting Innsbruck to support Nuremberg into Freiburg and then go
I
grab
agree.
Venice in the
Yeah,
fall.
I would also expect that.
I don't hate it, but again, like, there's no because
Yeah.
even if just walking into Bern means that Innsbruck cannot go Venice.
I think
And maybe you say, okay, well, Trieste goes Venice, but that's fine. You're forcing Austria to like completely kerfuffle their units while you bring armies to the front line. This Austrian
You don't
position is
have
not
any
good
armies
enough to
bring
fight
the
you.
front line.
I think
Well, you do.
I think no matter how you shake the can, this Europe is cursed. This is a cursed
That's
Europe.
valid. Yeah.
Like, I don't
Poland-
think anyone wins. I do not see any Poland. Poland wins here. Otherwise, I
winning,
don't see where
yeah.
anywhere else is benefiting. This is so
Dutch
cursed.
NMR
is-
doesn't hurt them here.
This is very nice. Poland actually cooks up here because the Dutch NMR helps them. The Austrians help them in a position against Ottomans. The Swedes help them in a position against Russia, air quotes, but it's actually against Sweden.
Yep.
Well, Baltic Sea
This-
obviously is like this is yeah. This
Well, they
is
get
really
Sweden-
bad.
Well, right, but like
They get Swedish
like the
support in
Narva
Peskov.
supporting
Yeah.
Peskov, and actually turns out
What
I'm
else
not
is
helping you, I'm
Fleet
killing you.
Gdansk doing?
Yeah.
Poland's
Yeah,
cooking.
this is
Poland.
Well,
this is-
Gdansk feasibly could be backfilling Brandenburg after Lubeck supports into Bremen. Like, that's a reasonable move, sir.
Why build a fleet though?
Because you're worried about Sweden building a fleet, which they did do.
I'm not sure how I feel about Finnmark here. I guess it's fine. I guess you're getting units on the front.
What else is Trondheim doing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Realistically,
Trondheim's not doing much else is the thing. It's gonna walk back.
Christiania, actually, no, Christiania is way better because you walk in
Oh,
with the
true.
convoy. Maya should be covering against the Russian unit if you really need a unit to do that. Sweden should never be fighting Russia here.
I think Poland is.
Russia just built army Archangels. Russia's attacking Sweden. You got to
Who
bounce
cares?
them.
You just hold, you piece them out. Poland's position is far scarier.
I mean, I would agree, but to be fair,
probably agree.
last turn we
Russia's
did see
not
them
just
working
gonna
together
piece-
very
you
well.
can't just piece Russia out. What? Russia's
Why
not
not?
going to stop attacking you.
I mean,
It was not in Russia's best interest to do this.
maybe. Yeah. I think something else that looks like it's developing weirdly in Europe is like, well, I guess I can't tell because of the Dutch NMR.
Europe is just cursed.
I
Like,
wanted,
I look at this
yeah.
and aside from Poland and kind of Sweden, I don't see what the plan is for a lot of these players. I don't.
I
think
see what
Portugal-
Austria's doing.
I think
Austria just
Portugal
makes
is-
sense.
I fuck heavy with Austria's
a-
vision.
Yeah.
With France trolling because they want to make friends,
Yeah.
Austria's
Correction.
position now is very
I
nice.
honestly,
Small
I
correction.
honestly really like France's moves in Europe. You're just being a hater.
No, I'm right, but this is a problem. You're giving Austria the keys to the kingdom because Austria is taking free fucking neutral dots here,
Yeah, and
building
this
whatever
is
they want,
this
and
is
they have
where
no enemies.
this
As a
is kind
weak
of
France.
the point that I was making like at the beginning where it's like all of these players end up running into a situation where Austria is their second preference to fight. Like Ottomans
Agreed.
just now have decided they actually don't need to be fighting Austria while they're busy with Russia. So they ignore the Spanish support to go fight Austria. France decides they have bigger fish to fry. They
I don't
ignore
think this
Austria.
is ignoring a support as much as trying to defend Sarajevo because you think Austria is going to go for Sarajevo.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
fair as well, but I would imagine that supports a range. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe that support's not arranged. But I don't know. Like it comes up to where Austria doesn't seem to be the favored target of anyone. Like Poland moves on you a little in Ruthenia, but even that's pretty tame. Like
I'm going to make the prediction now. France's European position is going to completely collapse. And
Yeah.
this was the critical turn. This was the turn they had to stop this before it happened.
I mean, yeah, maybe I was cooking Austria a little too hard because I really disagreed with their year one moves. They are
Yeah, the year one
turning it
moves
around.
suck, but this is looking nice. This is looking really nice.
I do think I really like Poland though. I really like Poland in this
I
situation.
do really like Poland.
I don't know how badly Sweden and Russia are just going to immediately turn around against them. Maybe they will, maybe they won't.
And see, what's interesting
What can
about
they
this?
do realistically? I mean, they can try and present a united front here, but
Russia's
Poland has
not going
more
to turn around
units.
against them. That'd be crazy if you're Russia.
What's interesting
No, but
about
as Russia, you have to do it.
what's interesting about this Poland moveset is it actually can be spun to the Ottoman player as being anti-Austria with this Ruthenia move.
Yeah, Ruthenia, Transylvania can easily be anti-Austria.
And so you can spin it as not getting involved between Russia and Ottomans, which is, if it's
You
true,
just take Targovist, right?
And then the goal is to try and get Ottomans to not support whole Targovist Day.
Taking Targo is probably a mistake.
I mean, Russia
Ottomans are
just
already
tapped
getting beaten
Ochkiv
down
for you
here,
anyway,
and you need
right?
them to be a friend.
Russia just taps Ochkiv for you because you're working with Russia anyway. So
Yeah,
True.
but long term, that's not viable. Like if it's Russia taking the Romanian dots here, that's really bad.
I think if you're Poland, you might be okay with it only insofar as you believe you can outpace Russia, as in like
Yeah, 100%. Like if you think you're outscaling them, then yes, as a temporary order. But like giving them
Yeah.
Ochkiv when it's next to Kiev just seems so.
wait, no, you're
wrong.
not giving Russia Ochkiv. What? Russia's tapping Ochkiv for you, so you can take
So you
Targovist.
take Targo. Yeah.
you could even tell them
Why
you're
would
giving
Russia
them
do
Mocha if you
this?
want to.
I just hate it for both.
Because
of
Russia's
them.
attacking the Ottomans. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
yeah.
Russia, like you're making Poland too strong when you do this.
I agree.
Like
This black and kind of like I was saying, this Black Sea fleet from Russia, not it works the same way for Poland as it does for Safavids, where it's like, thank you for building that, Russia. Now I know you and Ottomans are not going to be friends for the foreseeable future, and I can use that to my advantage. Yeah. All right, we can
Safavid
keep
moves
look
pushing.
nice.
If you-
I think we've covered most everything here. I will say, by the way, I do watch the over talking just a little bit here. We have 4 of us, and all of us want things to say, so let's try and watch it.
Sorry, my bad.
No, it's perfectly fine. We just need to be a little careful of it, otherwise the commentary just becomes cursed. To be fair. I think this game is pretty cursed.
Yeah.
Can we just watch this game as like a solo from the Ute perspective? Can we only commentate the Ute perspective going forward? I think that
Ute position is so good.
that would be incredibly funny. But
let's see
they're
these
cooking.
Are there any other breakout powers for us right now? Like, I think the Ute position is good. I hate all of the colonial positions, with maybe the slight exception of
Mapuche.
Portugal, but I don't think it ends well for them. Is there anyone else who's realistically playing the game to win here?
I mean,
Mapuche.
Toku convincing Qing to support them.
Mapuche, yeah.
But
Toku as well, yeah.
Toku, Mapuche, Ute, if they cannot fight each other in Pacific the entirety of the late game, could sweep.
Pacific triple.
Pacific triple? Alright, let's move to fall. We're actually not too far behind.
Yeah. Go.
We're only if we consider we're actually on pace because we don't want to be more than ahead than this because then we're just waiting on builds map for too long. We're actually good at pace. Okay, sorry, I got confused because the fall map is called titled Real Moves.
Are doing 6 minutes.
Okay, 1 second, y'all.
So
oh yeah, that's a little mislabely situation.
I was just a little confused. Sorry. Fall moves go to you. Immediately, I see this. It's unfortunate that it hasn't paid out, but Athapaska seems to be the one moving into.
Didn't support Holy U pick?
Oh, it didn't.
Oh no!
It's
it
into you
did
pick.
not.
It's in you pick because of that.
It
Wow.
held.
no!
You stay winning.
You stay winning. You stay winning.
That is so tragic.
We have seen a lot of
Also,
tragedy.
Chone not tapping Deniner here is totally a stab. What did? Why would you support Tanana in? Are you worried about Yupuk not supporting Deniner? Like that just seems so bad.
Lack of communication with Yuch shown, maybe? That's about it. I
Could
don't know.
easily just be a blitz thing. What
Yeah,
about the
Yeah,
rest of
this
the
is
pass?
just Blitz.
Yeah, that is something we do need to make sure we say fairly frequently. A lot of these moves that we are questioning can and will be boiled down to
That's
these players are on a
so
20-minute turn timer.
so valid.
We need to be aware of that. But you get the +5.
You just walking into
Mexico
everything,
City. They're in Mexico
block the Spanish stab.
City.
I mean, that's
And block
just crazy.
and they blocked the Spanish stab.
They're
Oh,
+6.
They're in Missouri. The only problem here is that
six.
It's +6. They literally can't build them all.
That's crazy.
You'd stay
I would
winning.
have preferred them dropping. They should have dropped Arapaho and walk Kiowa if they think they're
No.
building this much.
Nah.
That seems way better, no? Because you could
I think-
reinforce
I
Arapaho
think-
easily, but if you're in
I think you go to Arapaho 100% of the time.
I think it's.
think-
I think
All right,
You're worried about
down to me because obviously I'm going.
if Kato suddenly starts working, if Athabasca moves south, then maybe. Oh, okay, never mind.
Sorry,
Athabasca-
why? Can we tap on that really briefly? Just because I think it's a really important distinction. The reason why I think you always walk Kuoa here is because you have enough builds where it doesn't matter. You don't need the dot, and Spain being in Arapaho is an easy reforce.
I think that's fair.
Arapaho is a really annoying spot for Spain to be, honestly. I'm
Okay,
not
but
gonna
it's
lie.
fine.
Like, retreating to your
One army
back
walking
line-
around is worth you being in Kuoa.
I think that's a good
Because
argument.
Kuoa to you is the same as Arapaho for them.
I guess here's my. I would make the counter argument that I think the idea is sound. Maybe you go Crow instead of Kiowa because your army in Nueva Vizcaya can still grab Apache. I think you're onto something here. I don't know if Kiowa is the right one.
Yeah.
I think
The reason I
there's
say
an argument
Kiowa is
for
because
both.
you need 2 units for Apache every next turn.
I,
Because
I,
Arapaho just covers Apache.
I do want to say, in
You can take
hindsight, I
Apache
agree.
Next year anyway, like
In hindsight, I don't necessarily disagree with you saying, but also you should, in all reasonable situations, you might not have expected to get into you pick this turn. In which
Fair.
case,
You don't
the
think
extra
so?
build
Because
would be necessary to keep.
presumably you think Pascal is tapping, or
And also,
you
won't-
has no reason to expect to be
you
going.
might
here.
you might expect that Spain covers your stab in Mexico City as well.
even if that's the case, building Gusiuta is worth it.
But yeah.
Because leaving the army there just costs you move turns from Shoshone and Paiute, and presumably you're building fleets as well, right? So I think getting that extra unit on the front line Gusiuta is worth that number going down 1.
If I'm Spain
do you
here
think
and you
this is-
let me into Arapaho, I'm ecstatic about this position.
Why?
Like,
You're losing everything.
just because I got a free dot for absolutely no reason.
No, because your armies are walking away from where you need to defend.
Yeah, I think Spain's kind of cooked here
Arapaho is
regardless.
not any worse for defense than Cato is.
You don't think?
No.
I kind of agree with
Because
I
that.
now
think
you
it's
can't
significantly
defend
better.
Cherokee next season.
Cherokee's lost anyway. What?
No, as in you split yourself to Illinois and then you're getting Cherokee for free. It also leaves a unit out to Chicamacha, but okay, you're coming out from Gulf of Mexico. But the main problem is that you're hilariously offside in Arapaho.
Yeah, I mean,
I also don't love the Gulf of Mexico move here. I don't see why you don't go Florida Current.
yeah, you
Yeah.
Me
got
personally.
Just objectively worse.
Let's
than
look at the
Gulf of
Spanish
Florida.
Caribbean here because I think
Especially if you think, because I think Spain and France are working together. The only one that can get in the Gulf of Mexico is Bahamas Channel, and the odds that they go there just feel so low.
Mhm.
But yeah,
yeah,
I maybe say if you want to build St. Augustine, I don't hate it.
fair.
I think we're gonna see some French cooking here. I think we're continuing to see that. Does France?
Can anyone
Guadalupe
tell me
here?
what happened in the Caribbean dots? on
Yeah,
the
okay,
right-hand
so
side
I
there?
think France loses Guadalupe, but the Dutch get supported into Puerto Rico. No, because then if the Dutch go into Puerto Rico, that means that France doesn't lose Guadalupe.
So
right?
this Saint Lucia support is not legal, so that one gets cleared off.
Is that not Saint Lucia supporting leeward
I
into
think it's into
Guadalupe?
Guadeloupe. Yeah, which is legal.
It's hard to tell.
It is into Guadalupe. Ah, it is into Guadalupe. My bad.
Yeah, and that doesn't get tapped. Okay, so
I think someone's getting fucked here by retreats. I just haven't worked out who that is.
someone's losing here. We're not sure who.
The Dutch
By the
Tap
way, Antilles
for
tapping
Monaco.
Saint Domingo is by far the funniest possible thing.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy. Like, oh, I'm just gonna grab a neutral. Fuck it, I don't care. I'm just
I mean,
gonna
it's a
grab a
guaranteed
neutral.
die.
Cap Haitian?
Yeah,
Nah.
I agree, but like tapping Cap Haitian, it means that you are guaranteed either keeping Baracoa or blocking the French core, which I think is nice.
No.
Yeah, Caribbean's a mess. I think
Maybe I think there's also something to be said for England being so desperate for more dots here. that
I
they
agree.
just
I agree.
take
I'm not
Green.
saying it's like a terrible move. I just said a funny move.
yeah, England. If we scroll north,
Also, not tapping Bahamas with that unit as well. By the way, just another potential option that would have also been very nice.
also not covering Catawba, going Florida Current instead. I don't know.
I don't hate that one because you're expecting a Muscovy spot. You think Caddo's going
Oh, that's
Cherokee because
fair,
it's youth
yeah.
Spain?
Mhm.
You're like,
That's
okay.
fair. It's
This is also another reason why
Dumpling
going to
fest.
Arapaho is fine, is because Caddo should support into Cherokee. I mean,
Why?
should go to Cherokee and then you should support into
Spain
Catawba.
has to stab here. It's a revenge stab.
I think we're.
This is not a stab. This is a they're at war. What?
I think this.
Yeah.
I think we're overemphasizing
As
this
in-
Arapaho
wait, no,
Arapaho move. I do not
carry
think
on.
it's going to matter this much in the long scale.
Yeah, I don't either.
I would like to talk about once again how I don't think anything is realistically happening between France and England right here. I don't think this results in anything
Cut
changing.
the support. Oh, I think France actually gets into Portland here.
Yeah, France
the-
gets Portland, but
because
they
the
lose
Dutch-
Moho.
France
Oh no,
does
but Dutch
not
cut
get into
Connecticut.
Portland.
The Dutch cut the
France
support,
does not
yeah.
get into Portland.
Why
So
not?
no, the
Because
No,
Dutch
no,
Massachusetts-
because
they get to
Massachusetts
put
supports
Portland.
in.
Yeah.
Is that Massachusetts?
Massachusetts. No.
Massachusetts
because-
Bay is being supported in from Boston, and that blocks the move.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. This
They
is
might
just
get
a,
it fall.
this is a massive pile of nothing changes.
Oh, they're gonna.
Well, Massachusetts Bay has to retreat, which is really good.
Yeah. They're gonna be cooking for fall though.
This is the fall.
Wait, these are spring moves, right? Oh yeah, this is.
Oh, this is fall. My apologies.
Yeah, if it's fall, I was gonna say.
Good
Yeah.
call. Good call.
This is fall year 2. We're looking at right now. France is looking a little bit better in their position, I guess, but this is too slow. This is too
France is
slow.
making progress here. Yeah.
I'm still very concerned
France
to find
making
France about the
progress.
rising tide of Ute coming from the
Yeah.
West Coast, but
If I was France in
I'm
this
also-
situation, I'd be very scared of Yucha Shown. But
yeah,
Oh, I mean, for sure, you got it.
I still don't understand this
I don't think we're gonna need to talk
Covering
about it.
Carly's here is very funny, but it's not bad.
I don't think we're gonna need to talk about this too much
No.
as far as Inuit is
I
concerned.
think we've already hammered it, but it was the wave that is costing them very hard.
South America.
South America, yes. Let's look and see how the Dutch are gonna recover here. Spain does convince Aymara to give them support in, and is Spain just keeping Azura?
That's kind of sick. I love that from both of them.
That's
That's
banger.
a really, really mature move.
Yeah, that's actually banger.
I like it a lot.
I don't like Aymara walking out of Nakugo. Were they expecting a Goius bounce, maybe?
Oh, yeah, that hurts.
Oh, why are we doing this?
They must have expected the Dutch to bounce Goius. They must
Maybe
have.
this was the Spanish. Maybe this is their deal with the Spanish that they help them fight the Dutch. I don't know.
But why would you walk out in Nakuga?
Yeah, I don't love it. At
Because
all.
Spain's fighting Portugal, so.
You just think? I guess you think Sao Sebastião doesn't walk Yer, which, by the way, Yer is a crazy move to move to. Like, why would you ever go to this tower?
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I think looking at
Spain-
this, I don't hate either Spain or Aymara's position as much anymore.
No, I
It's crazy.
kind of fuck with it as like
It's-
two rivals having fought their fight and now they're working.
Yeah, this really does
I
feel
like
like that anime moment of they fought each other and earned each other's respect, and now they're just going at everyone
Maybe
else.
it's like-
What is Mapuche doing is the question I'm asking, because if they're not
Yeah.
tapping Nazca here, they're delusional.
They're not.
I guess like getting into Nazca would be really nice, even just as a tile.
Yeah.
Mapuche's not gaining.
Oh, they lost for 50-50. Guarani,
Yeah.
that's unlucky. Oh. Walking out of calm.
Yeah.
That's quite unfortunate. Mapuche's going to benefit that. I want to see where this convoy's to real quick, but let's finish up over here.
Just.
It's work.
Ollie.
It's
Yeah,
fine in Australia.
Deny.
I think Mapuche's a little slower in their attack here than they probably want to be, and seeing pushback from Aymara and Spain now, Mapuche's a lot more concerned.
This isn't that slow. Like,
I don't know. They're
this
still
really
they're
isn't
still
slow.
getting
Mapuche's still
two
going, what,
dots
2 this year?
off of South America, and I think they're getting a dot in Australia as well.
True. I don't know. Maybe
I
I'm
mean, it's
just
fine. They went +2 out of Guarani, right? We got Com, we got Buenos Aires. We're probably getting something Australia. It's fine.
yeah,
It's
maybe
good.
I'm just over concerned about them losing the Katana here. They're
They
they're
reduced
fine.
Lula Villa. That's a great tile.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
fine. I'm overselling it. Mapuche's still good.
They're cooking.
Yeah. And again, aside from walking on Nakugo, I think Aymara and Spain have turned this around to look genuinely quite nice. Spain does get into Caracas here now because Poland was worried about France trying to tap Barbados.
Poland
Yep.
wants to build. That's why.
Oh, that too.
That too, but I mean, if that's the case, I would say Poland moves to like maybe Ava's Ridge.
By the way, Caribbean
Maybe.
Sea a really nice move for Poland had they chosen
But-
to go.
Oh yeah,
There's a
Caribbean
chance you
Sea.
get bounced out of Caribbean Sea, and you don't want that to happen.
Reasonable, but
Yeah.
I think unless you think Bay of Panama is doing it, but
In any case, it works out
that
for
would be a
Poland.
crazy move for Spain.
I think it's a
Yeah,
reasonable
that's nice.
assumption that Barco is covering Jamaica, so Bay of Panama could go there. I don't know. They just don't want to get bounced.
Yeah.
It's Blitz. You don't have time to think about that.
Yeah, I
They
think it's
wanted to
fine.
build there.
Let's keep it pushing. What's going on in Africa?
Yeah. Let's do Africa first. Yeah.
Go.
Let's see how we're looking. What is this support? What is this support even supposed to mean?
Desperation.
I mean, true, I guess.
Portugal, please don't take Cape Coho, please.
Portugal, mate, I need the Bills really fucking badly. I'm fighting Ajuran, just throw
And
me
honestly,
a fucking bone
you know,
and walk out
I
of Cape.
don't hate this as a proposal to Portugal, because you go to Portugal and say, hey, this Congo's applying a ton of pressure. Wouldn't it be nice to have an extra army on this border with Congo? I don't
It's a
hate
great
the
pitch.
attempt.
Portugal, I don't know how badly Portugal needs the Bills, but I
Mm.
don't hate it from France.
Yeah, Portugal didn't make. Portugal kind of made negative progress here in return. Like they get kicked out of Burundi.
No.
They don't advance against Ajuran and Morrissey.
They're just dying.
That's
It's kind of sad because
Burundi has popped. They self-bounced Comoros. I couldn't imagine doing that when you could just support it out.
Colonials
If
are.
I
Burundi
guess
wants to-
Makua.
I really
if
feel like
Burundi wants to, it could go be annoying and go Turkana, but I don't think it's worth keeping the army on the board.
Oh, this is just not nice for Portugal.
yeah, Portugal
Never
really
trust
does not like this
Ajuran.
situation. Congo,
Fleet and Bonza's still getting over. Yeah, the
Congo's
whole-
still holding
bouncing
Fleet
Comoros is
Mabanza.
better than not bouncing Comoros. See Luxon.
Yeah, that is true. By the way, why not just take the Mozambique channel to Comoros? Is that not nice?
They don't want Sakalava to retreat there.
Mm.
I think that's fine if Sakalava retreats because you're building Beira and Delagoa, right? If
You
you're
have
trying
builds
to hold on
build
to
in
this,
Beira and Delagoa.
I
Yeah, I
have
don't know
no
if they're
idea what the
building,
Portuguese
actually.
position is like globally,
Yeah.
but like that's what I would do.
I feel like we're watching a. I feel like
Also, if you have the builds, do you still build in both of them? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
sure, it'd be
100%.
more
This
useful
position's
elsewhere.
really nice. It just requires a little bit of careful defending.
If
But like if you're working with France here, it's not bad.
if Portugal's careful,
Why is
they can make it work.
Rapondo
But Portugal's also kicking France out of Cape Coe. So I don't know.
Yeah, but that's fine. You just say, look, France, you have Madagascar, I hold South
Yeah,
Africa, we hold
I
against
kinda-
the regionals until we push together.
I kind of actually don't. I don't love actually Portugal deciding not to accept the support, because Mpondo's, like you said, Mpondo coring. Just take Cape Ko with Mpondo and move your army up to the front.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Mapondo could backfill Cape Co very easily.
Yeah.
Who's playing?
I don't know. What's in South? What's in South Atlantic?
South Atlantic is now
coming into
two
the
Dutch
season,
and
it'll
If it was
Portuguese.
empty, not taking the support is crazy. I thought maybe there was
Yeah.
a unit there.
Yeah.
Wait, is there something in Antarctic or something to the south?
Nope.
No, Antarctic is
Oh,
no longer
that
exists.
tile
remember?
got removed, huh?
Yeah, Southern
I don't
Sea
play
is
this region.
Southern Sea no longer connects to South America.
Oh, I miss it.
Southern Sea is now a very useless tile.
Yeah, that shit's crazy.
Yeah.
Just put Antarctica right here. Make it a new Aotearoa. Just put a little bit of Antarctica right here.
Hey, that'd be a fun regional, Antarctica. I'm not sure it'd be like inverse Inuit.
I'm curious.
It's very historical too.
Who's
The
playing?
Dutch over here in West Africa, I'm still looking at West Africa. Like the Dutch and have completely backed off
West
of.
Africa.
They've completely backed off of Congo here. They're pushing into like England, I think.
I think they might have both.
I don't know.
Maybe they
Great for
saw the
Elizabeths.
double hold against Congo and are like, I guess we're cool. No, I don't like Benin to Oyo any way you shake the can, but
I don't hate it. You don't want to
it's
go
like-
Great Ardra. You want to get next to Asia, so it's kind of like.
I think it's okay to say it's. I think it's a good way to say I'm backing off of Congo without fully trusting them.
If Congo knew that Netherlands is playing this, they should absolutely tap Hausa.
Oh, for
Yeah.
sure.
And Mabanza continues to hold. I'm sorry, did he forget he has this unit or what?
Yeah. I'm not
Sao
sure
Tome
about.
is going into its third year of being a neutral independent state. I honestly like Sao Tome's odds of wiping the continent before Congo does at this rate.
I mean,
Crazy.
true. I want to point out one more thing before we move on too far, because I know for certain Salt's going to hate me for pointing this out. Salt is one of the players on Portugal, and when we did Blitz 2 commentary, we basically established a one hold rule. If you, as a power, input more than one hold, you are failing. And I'd like to point out while we're talking,
I am seeing holds.
for Mapondo and
I like
Kornayani.
Mapondo, by the way. I like Mapondo. If you intend to play for South Africa, I think it's a decent play. And Kornayani, I really like. I like both of these cores.
Pondo's not a good core, though.
But the thing is, you're worried about losing Moravi or it costs to be covered, and you need units.
I don't think
And
Portugal's going to have enough builds for it to ever actively
I
make
actually
that
think
work.
Mapondo backfield Cape Co is way better. Ignore me on that one. But
Yeah.
Nyani's a good core.
I am only pointing this out because I have promised that I will point these things out, and Salt of all players knows I'm going to call him out for it.
Speed it up a bit.
Yeah, we're still good on time. Don't worry. Moving a bit more northward. Thunderdome Lamau.
I need to leave in like
I do love Poland.
Yes,
an hour or
continuing
two, so that was just why I was.
Poland continuing to get their gains in West Africa, working with Portugal. I think Portugal. There's a lot to be said for whether Portugal should just bury West Africa, like kind of suffocate West Africa in the Caribbean, make it their own thing. But they're getting a lot of value out of
This is
Poland
great.
making problems for other people and not them.
Yeah, I mean,
But I think this is the last year where that's true, though. I think now that Poland builds another army.
I'm worried. I'm worried that Poland in this position might even be tempted to build a fleet in Jacob Fort.
I would build a fleet.
Yeah.
I don't hate fleet Jacob Fort. Yeah. That's something we'll see play out a little bit more here.
Misordered in North Africa. Oh, another another rogue support.
Portugal.
This is crazy.
Portugal.
What is that?
Portugal.
Wait. So hang on. Even better, Spain did actually walk out.
That's wild.
So,
but
That's a completely fine sport. If you think Spain's gonna self bounce, yeah, that's fair.
I mean, yeah.
I fuck with it heavy.
Actually, yeah, you're right.
I fuck with it heavy. I didn't see the self bounce angle.
You're right, but also
Ragabat actually tapping arguing is terrible.
Ragabat.
Yeah, why wouldn't you tap Marrakesh? No, 100% you're correct here. I missed that.
Who walks into his first year? Portugal walks
as it was.
Oh, Tunis for free as it was preordained.
As the gods decided.
What?
King. Who could have predicted this?
So
when Ottomans tried to stab Spain and got cooked for it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Strait of Toronto gets tapped.
Great move from Austria, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so beautiful for Austria because.
Oh my God, Austria's position is good.
Okay, Austria
This is beautiful for Austria because you get to go to Spain and say, "Hey, remember how you just tried to support against me, and then I came and saved your bacon? We're best friends now, right?"
Mm-hmm.
Well, Austria's 4 builds. They're building a third fleet in Trieste, and they're getting everything they want. And France is just.
We cooked Austria too hard year one. We cooked them too hard year one.
No, their year one was terrible, but this is amazing.
True. Did they sub out? Did they like have to?
Is Olio still there?
Did they just not have their morning coffee yet? They took it in the winter break and then just started cooking.
Wait, are these? I apologize. My eye was drawn to these Ottoman tactics in Targa, Visi, and Ochakivik. Did they
very
cook
sick
here? Did they?
They absolutely did. They held everything.
Wow. Well done. Well done, Ottomans.
I apologize.
There's
still probably some northern Europe to talk about, but I couldn't. See this.
No, that's great.
Play.
Well done, Ottomans for
Poland
defending
and
there.
Kiev. Why would you move to Kiev as Poland when you know you have builds?
Yeah, I feel like you just try to take.
Ravenna is a nice tile to be in, no?
I also.
I would tap Pressburg. Oh,
honestly, yeah.
Here.
I think Kiev is also not great for the reason of if you are committing anti-Ottoman pro-Austria, you take Targo with Jassy and then you backfill Jassy with Ruthenia. So
yeah, agreed. Agreed.
But kudos to the Ottomans for this play though.
It works out for them.
This was the only way they could probably keep it ever. So
Sweden Edinburgh is funny. All of these
colonies. You had an army in Christiania to convoy, by the way. Why is Wales not covering? Oh, 50-50.
Yeah.
French and Rock All Rise as well.
Yeah, that's really bad for England. That's
And
really bad for England.
a completely empty NAO is a
That's
sight
true.
to
This
behold.
tile's empty.
By the way, what is the Azores move? Can anyone tell me what the purpose of this
I
is?
have no
don't
idea.
know.
Alpine Azores.
France, Iberian current protection from France.
They really thought France was going to fuck them here, huh?
I mean, I
mean,
guess
to
between
be fair,
but
they did just
after
take
they
South
took Cape
Cape Cod.
Caho, maybe
Covering
they.
Azores.
Not doing anything else. Over the gate.
Yeah, but you know where I feel like you know where France is going, no? Also, just take
No.
Bermuda.
I would say that if
Well,
it wasn't for the fact that Portugal took Cape Cod. Like,
Yeah, I think that's why they do it.
Nah, I think people are playing too.
Yeah.
You can always reforce Azores. I don't know. I just like it.
I think France coring Strasbourg again is a mistake. But
Well, at this
Yep.
point, it's
Doesn't- yeah, at this point it
what are they
doesn't
going to
matter.
do? And now Austria's in Freiburg, and now Austria's going to build Innsbruck, and then they're going to walk from Venice into fucking Chur, and they're going to walk into Milan from Savoy, and France isn't going to have the bills to be able to do anything about it. They're going to fall apart and die.
yeah, we all see it coming.
Yeah.
Is that-
This Poland?
Yeah, Poland though. Poland's in Bremen here.
Yeah, it's great.
They're
Like-
in Bremen. They're in Narva.
They have built in the colonies, and their position is amazing.
Yeah,
Russia should be scared, and instead they're just like, no, see plan.
Narva-
I made a
Narva
plan. I'm going to
army-
do plan. We're going to kill Sweden, and actually, what it's going to cost them is everything.
Narva army gets popped, and they're in Gulf of Riga.
I think this
They're
is
cooking.
completely fine from Russia.
I don't hate.
You don't want
Uh,
friends. You want dots.
I don't hate
Yeah,
Russia
they're getting
moves, but also that they're.
They're gonna
They
get
are-
dots from Sweden. They're getting dots from the Ottomans.
I don't
What
think
dots
they
are
do
they
get
getting from
dots from
Sweden?
Sweden. I don't think they do. I
They're
think-
gonna get not this year, but they're gonna get Helsingfors and Umia.
Why would
probably.
Poland not take
Yeah,
it?
Poland's gonna get those
I
dots.
don't
Poland's in
know.
Narva, Pskov, Baltic, and Gulf of Riga. They're
Well,
just going to take
they're
Helsinki
not
They're not
themselves.
Pskov
Pskov anymore.
yeah.
I don't know if they want to keep
Sure.
working with Russia. They just put Russia in.
But why
I
would they
think
put
I think
Russia?
the biggest asset Russia I think the two biggest assets Russia has right now is that the Far East is going very well for them, and this treaty with Safavids, if they can keep it up, will be beneficial.
I
However,
just noticed something. Gothenburg misorder.
Gothenburg.
In
Oh,
Sweden. It's
that's
going to the
yep,
sand. You
okay,
can't make that
yep,
move.
They're cooking. They're cooking.
Ooh,
Is that-
dang. That is
Oh, that's a Gothenburg.
no.
fleet,
That
not
has to be a
Scania.
Scania
Oh.
fleet. That has to be a Scania fleet.
Is it?
Yeah, that's a Scania.
Oh,
fleet,
it's Scania. Okay, fine. But I was a bit confused.
But yeah,
So I'm so sorry, but I
I-
need to step out for just another second. But y'all have good
this
cover.
is
Wait, can you pan the map over before you do?
Yeah, where to? Soviets?
yeah.
Carry on Russia, you're saying, Cincinnati?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think if you're Russia, you want to continue to what's the word I'm looking for? You want to continue to like I can't think of the word, but you want to continue to try to keep this beneficial relationship with Safavids up, and I think this. Oh no! Oh no! I just realized that the Ottomans got into
They got
Ishfa.
Isfahan. Yeah.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
I
It's
I
fine.
think this is as Russia. I think this is exactly what you want to see is a lot of pressure on the Safavids in the south because they are less incentivized to stab you in the north.
Wait, Safavids just lost so much here because they also lost Keshem. And we're going to be losing Bandar Abbas.
Did they get in? They did get into Yarkans, but yeah, they go
There's
-1 here.
They pulled Kiva, right? Like
All right. Here's maybe this is crazy talking, but if I am Russia, and I don't know if Safavids will go along with it, but if I'm Russia, I'm pushing so hard to try and convince a disband of one of these armies in the Caucasus, because there's going to be a disband. There's going to be a
Kiva disband.
Safavid disband somewhere.
Kiva.
I guess Kiva disband's also good. This is actually great for Russia. The fact that Safavids helped them
It's
and then got
fantastic for Russia.
smaller is
It's
very
fantastic for Russia.
nice.
It's everything you could ever want out of the Safavids, helping you completely while also dying in another front.
Yeah. It's honestly also not that bad for. I'm just kind of like poking into Mughals. Like you don't get Yarkand, but Yarkand not being one of your dots makes it so you're not actually losing a supply center off that.
Yep, it's fine for Mughals.
You're
And in
getting
fact,
into Kathmandu.
this could have gone so much worse.
Yeah, I do
Indeed.
think that this Turfan expedition is not long for this world, though.
I hate Gulf of Kuch walking back to Bandar, by the way. Like, you could have covered that from Persia. You should be piecing Ottomans here.
Apologies, by the
Piece
way.
Ottomans, stab Russia, and this position is so much nicer.
Apologies, by the way. Really appreciate y'all being considerate about me. I'm gonna have to get something worked out on the lunch break. I apologize, but we're back.
Okay.
I assume you all talked
I
about
would
South
love
of it
a
pretty well in that theory.
yes. I would love a southwest pan
Yep.
into India,
Yep.
Honestly, just
or sorry, southeast.
full into Mughals. Speaking of,
I
I need to zoom right here. What is going on here?
I'm sorry. What?
Convoy from Tavoy into Paneru?
Oh!
Huh?
Wait, that's so sick.
IUI is
Wait,
operating
that's
on a
so
plane of
sick.
existence
Yeah.
that is beyond my
It's
understanding.
fire!
Oh, and I was right.
They're cooking.
And they are working with the Dutch too. And Cotabato,
This is
oh
fire!
my God.
Love it.
I tell you, I'm sorry we doubted you. You're cooking.
Well, I'm not sorry about that. You definitely
Oh,
deserve the
Why
doubt.
did you guys bet
But
Ayutthaya? I
they
was
lose
not
Hanoi, by the
doubting
way. They
Ayutthaya.
lose
What?
Hanoi.
they do lose Hanoi
Yeah.
here.
But they take Kunming with it. Yeah.
By the way, that's a cool as fuck shape there. Like, what is going on with all the supports? It's like a little spiral.
Very, very
So
sick.
many units.
So they
That's
lose.
age strength 4 moving to
They're
Kunming.
they are down Hanoi. They're up Ava and Fan Rang. So they're gonna build again.
And
Yeah.
they just set up Pegu for another convoy just to really, really mess with England.
surely the powers that be, i.e. Netherlands, does not let that happen twice.
No, it's great.
I mean,
Netherlands
Why would
loves
Netherlands be opposed to
it.
that?
Why
Yeah.
would Netherlands be unhappy
Oh,
with
that's
this?
fair. I
Netherlands
don't-
would absolutely
oh,
want England to just get
IU
absolutely
has now
cursed
found
off.
an expansion route that doesn't involve fucking over them.
Yeah.
That's
It's
fair.
amazing.
That's fair.
This
Now,
might
how
be-
long will Mughals be happy to do this? That's a real
Yeah,
question.
Mughals will
Because
not be
the
happy
more
with this
IU
for long.
armies are in there, the like you're slow. It's like playing with fire, right? Like
Well,
for now it's fine, but if there
Mm.
are 2 more IU armies, suddenly it's a really hard proposition to contain IU.
it is interesting. I feel like they're kind of outsourcing their defense to Ayutthaya here a little bit because they go to Gondwana. I mean, maybe that's just them thinking that they're going to be bouncing the English there.
Yeah, that's definitely what it is.
That's fair. This is
Also, I think Gondwana is a better spot than Orissa.
Yeah,
also fair.
objectively better for the army.
But I mean, if I'm Mughal and I'm facing all of this pressure in the north, and Ayutthaya is like, "Hey, want me to get an army over there to make your
It's a
life a little easier?"
fantastic pitch.
Sure.
Honestly,
Absolutely. Great
they
pitch from IU.
cooked with this.
Great
What do you
pitch
build
from
as Mughals here, by the way? I feel like there's no wrong answers.
IU.
Uh,
I mean, it has to be an almond
Fleet
dog, right?
Medabads?
Lead a Medabad maybe.
a Medabad.
Yeah.
Army Kol. I don't hate Army Kolkata as well. Even maybe Army Sasaram, also not bad.
Oh, this is. I'm just realizing, like, I mean, the good news for you is that Ming is so busy
Mhm.
that they probably can't punish the fact that you just supported
Ming
IU
does not
against
look.
them.
Ming are throwing everything they have at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go look
Crazy that Ming and Portugal made this work, by the way. This support after 01.
at. That's wild, actually.
So cute.
Sick play.
That's actually wild. But Ming, Ming is-
Toku stays winning.
Wow,
Toku's on top.
The
The
Dutch-
best this
The
one.
Dutch continue to commit to this anti-Philippine push as well.
Yeah. A little surprised. Where is this Halmahera dot going? Banda, sure. Not anywhere productive, sure,
Crazy
buddy.
to play it like this, by the way. Like,
Yeah.
Halmahera's one of your best units.
Right?
Oh, it meant to
Me-
go to Bonda C. It meant to go to Bonda C and not Bonda.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense.
No.
I did
That
not
is
even
funny.
realize that had misorder
Honestly,
potential.
I'm gonna take a stance. The map creators should fix shit like this. Madeira played and Madeira, Banda C and Banda
You
come the
mean
fuck
just
on,
because you
guys.
misordered it like that?
I did,
I
yeah,
think-
Madeira.
I think this is the most understandable misorder I may have ever seen. As someone who, in general, does not have a lot of like forgiveness when my allies make misorders, or
Disorders.
even when I make a misorder, I feel like an absolute nunt.
Mhm.
Like,
Yep.
this is the most understandable misorder I may have ever seen.
True.
Because
Unbelievable.
when you put it in, the order's gonna pop up as green for being valid as well. So you're thinking you're fine.
Banda C. Why not just C of Banda, by the way? Like, not just.
But yeah, this is. Oh, and the
Uh,
Dutch are coming in on the Philippines from the north
Mhm.
as well.
Yeah, up here. They lose
Yeah,
Okinawa
but-
for it though.
They didn't go Luzon straight. They went Fukian. What do they
Yeah.
have?
I would appreciate the Dutch moving to Luzon a lot more. But honestly, I
by
feel
the
like
way, I
this is
love
just...
the Fokien move, but I would have moved to East China as well.
Yeah.
Just be like, Toku, look, mate, I understand you're going to consume my position here, but I just need dots.
Mhm.
Help me help you. I'll tap Nanjing. I'll do everything you want. Just, work with me forwards
Absolutely.
rather than doing this. It's kind of a bit meh.
Now it just feels like the Dutch have
Oh.
2 units where they're not going to really do much with.
The
So,
the Toku stays winning is all I can summarize this position.
yeah,
as.
they stabbed
Absolutely.
everyone. They walked into Hashin. This is insane position for Toku.
And the Ching player, like, in a last minute attempt to make peace with Ming and save themselves from Toku, says, "Hey, let me support you back in Hanyang. All things forgiven." And the Ming player says, "No, I'm covering my capital. Get stuffed." Oh.
Get stuffed,
I
we're
mean,
both dying.
crazy that they don't tap through San
here.
here. Like, tapping through San feels like more fun. I don't know. Covering Peking, I
Yeah.
don't think
Ming hasn't stabbed. Toku hasn't stabbed. Well,
Toku stabbed Ming by supporting to Hanyang.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, they're not going to attack Ming anymore, and Qing is.
Oh my
in
gosh,
so-
Toku
Why not?
Toku stabs Inuit at the same time?
Oh, they're in
God.
Korea!
This is how I would play it. Just stab everyone. Just caution to a win. What are they gonna do? This is so good. I love it.
Wow, okay.
Have we reached
There's
the
one
end of the
problem with
known
this plan, and that is
civilization?
Toku only has 4 home centers, so they can't build in all of them.
I mean, it's the same thing we saw with you, which is honestly a good problem to have. You want that problem.
Time to frontline core. Get Haishin away cored. Honestly, start building some armies.
Core Pyongyang, Core Pyongyang.
If you could core Okinawa, that's a nice core for you.
True. Although I don't know how much you want to be messing with the Philippines right now when everywhere else is going a lot. Like, you have path expansions in a lot of other places.
Yeah, so open a new one. Double down.
Lol, sure.
More fleets, more power. I mean, you're going to be able to project power into Philippine Sea now. I think now's the time.
Yeah.
I hate, by the way, Kuroshio should be sporting Amami into Okinawa. Unless you think Philippines going to be tapping it, Amami seems like the far more natural unit to be placing there.
True. Unless you really just want to get into Nanjing next year, which, if you were, then
Which is fine. I don't hate it, but even then, I just prefer putting, like, Kuroshio Current is a powerful tile to be in.
True.
So I don't know.
All right. Let's quickly skim builds then. Is there anything else that we want to cover on this map? I don't think so. We're seeing a lot of people cook that I'm excited about. Hello, did my Discord drop?
No. Sorry, I was
No.
just being silent. I'm on push to talk now. So.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. I just wanted to make sure here.
We look at Africa. I honestly
we
don't
did.
remember.
We can quickly pan back to Africa.
Yeah.
There,
Or
a
North
lot.
Africa, at least. I don't think we looked at
Yeah, we didn't really talk about
Oh, that's
Abyssinia
fair,
that
North
much.
Africa.
Kind of making it work,
Uh,
but at the same time,
Oh, they're losing a Aiden here.
Why is
Yeah.
Congo helping them?
Why is
That's a
Congo
very good
helping them?
question.
No, it's really good for Congo.
Why?
Why would it be bad?
Dots.
I
Where is Congo going?
Congo's
Ashran.
going south.
Portugal.
They're not
West
going
Africa.
after Asheron is the problem. But they're not is the problem.
I do agree that if you're gonna do nothing with Mandara and Mbanza, then you might as well be fighting Abyssinia with it.
I kind of fuck with it heavy. I think Abyssinia's already really weak. Ottomans are looking scary in the region. Abyssinia's
If
just
you're
needs
gonna
a friend.
If you're gonna use like Abyssinia to do something, then yeah, go for it. But like your units aren't doing anything; they're just sitting there holding.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, this
okay,
is-
Mandara. I don't hate Mandara core, but like I agree that it's Mabanza needs to move.
This is more a symptom of Congo's just holding too many units.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Core Benguela is honestly that should be a ban-worthy offense.
what?
Like,
What is
you may
Benguela
as
gonna
well
do?
tap Kalahari. What does building this unit do for you that you can't build in Soyo and achieve the exact same thing? I don't want to hear it's dog shit core.
All right. Winter builds.
What are builds?
Wanna build. Pull down. Sorry, takes me a second to pull it up. Every time I look at a new map, by the way, I'm confronted by the ugly gaps over here and the leaderboard not moving. Like, I want to be able to reference this. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's tough.
All right.
I love that. You look so good.
Yeah.
Just on the map.
Let's just scan this over here. More fleet builds. Honestly, kind of love it.
Love it.
Yeah, keep it pumping.
Yep.
Print.
Yeah.
And not only and at this point they have an investment into Alaska. They have a reason to keep doing it, even if they didn't already, which they did. But
The only thing I could say is that maybe you could have considered one army build for a convoy.
True.
If you can ever find it somehow, somewhere. Oh, so this has to be the year of the Athapaska stab, right?
Yeah, that's the other thing I want to mention. This does feel like you really should look out in case Athapaska tries to get a little bit south pushy, but they also
Athapaska just built a fleet. They
they
don't
built
have
Fleet
anything.
Chipewon, so they're not going to invest everything into it.
They're not
They
statting
had
you
to-
this year.
they
Like
had to
if
build
Athapaska stat you this year, they'd be kind of.
I think
Silly,
now
I
is
think.
not bad because I think this is your last chance to get away with it. Like you
I don't
should be
think you can
walking
get-
at a Cinebuan and you might just pick
Yeah.
up a Lakota.
I don't think this is a very good stab.
I wonder
Nah.
if I'm Shoshone here. I think I'm
I'm stabbing
asking for.
Athapaska here.
I think I might even be asking for an arranged bounce in either Gross Ventres or a Cinnabon.
Yeah,
just
you
to
do.
make
I don't
just-
think
I
either
get
of them have
probably-
a good stab on the other one here
Probably
You
a
don't think so?
Cinnabon.
with that bounce.
Well, if I think if
I wouldn't
Shoshone,
ask for it.
I think if Shoshone goes a Cinnabon and tells them that they would like a bounce there, it makes the stab bad enough for Athapaska that they just don't do it.
I think you bounce
I
growth
don't
ventures
know.
instead.
I think now's the time you need to start thinking about consuming Athapaska because they've stopped being useful to you.
Oh,
And
Where is
I've-
the stab?
I've-
Where is the
I
stab coming from?
I fully
slow
agree.
roll it if you have to.
Well,
I
I
think it's Ojikri.
Yeah, what if? Hear me out here. What if Gothel belongs to Yakulate?
Yeah, I was thinking something with Goth of
The
Alakshat.
fleets, actually, yeah.
I think you can cook something with the fleets here, but I think
mean,
that's
you
something we
pick-
discussed in this. I think that's a topic we can discuss in
Yeah.
this.
So
I
builds.
personally
F.
would
Chipuyan is
not
a great
stab
build.
here.
Yeah.
I don't think they need Chipewon. I don't think they need it
No,
at
I
this
think
point.
it's a great build. I think it's a great build. It's a build they've needed for a long time.
Spain, I do think Spain. I mean, Spain's gonna threaten to give Mexico City back. I don't know. This army build is not wrong, but feels a little.
Had to
I'm
be
worried
army.
it's a little too
It kinda
late.
had to
It
be.
is too little, too late.
Yeah.
No army St. Augustine. I don't know how many builds they had, but I feel like you had to find some way to print this out because now.
Now you have to contest. Now you have to worry about St. Augustine, while you also just want to retake Mexico City.
Yeah.
I mean,
Can't do
Belize
both.
is
Spain had two builds, and they also had to worry about Europe. So
Oh, true.
Yeah, that's fair.
We haven't been counting. We have not been able to track build count very well because we don't have a super accurate scoreboard we can look at very quickly.
Scoreboard, yeah.
I could just pull it up on my
Another-
phone, I suppose, but
another. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
no, please go ahead.
I was gonna move, but another fleet for the English here in North America. It continues to be.
England had a build. I'm more impressed by that.
I think they had some. I think they disbanded in somewhere in the Caribbean in a retreat. Maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like there's an army. Oh, Jamaica or Baracoa.
Bahamas is guaranteed here now.
Um,
I kind of fuck with England investing in fleets here because France can never print enough of them to contest it. And so even though England's like, well, shit, we lost the entire East Coast, the more fleets they have on the eastern seaboard, I think the better.
Yeah.
I'm,
They're gonna make
I
France
mean,
hard
I
to
think-
actually make good dot gain here.
I think if I'm France here, I'm talking to Shoshone quite a bit and saying, "Hey, you made some really nice gains. Go consolidate north and south. Let me finish my business. We don't have to like."
No,
if
Shoshone is just going to look at you and laugh. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
if
they
I'm
do
Shoshone
not
hearing
care.
that prompt, I'm hearing
Yeah.
Lamau, Fort Detroit is mine.
I would
buddy.
leave you on red in a heartbeat. I'd be like, no.
I do wonder if Shoshone has a potential of overextending here. Is my only concern.
Well,
for them.
again, this is
They
why I
have-
really like to be
They have
key
two
aware.
builds in. They have two builds in the pocket.
Oh, that's
I don't
true. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but they need to actually use those builds in a way that's effective.
I think once they,
It's these fleets.
I think they can push
Yeah,
south
I think
into Apache here and be fine.
Ute needs to find a core here, by the way. Like, if they don't get a core somewhere nice coming up, they're going to run out of room. Because they have such a crazy surface area because of the way they've expanded. that they struggle to plug all the gaps. And Pasco
That's
should be talking
kinda
to Spain, should be talking to France here.
That's kind of what
They-
I'm getting at with like
Yeah.
the France talking to Ute, be like, hey, you have a nice setup here, but you have a lot of surface area that you need to cover. Let's just not be each other's enemy while we go get our own
Yeah,
personal gains.
100%. And
Maybe,
Ute
maybe,
really
yeah.
needs to get into Kiev.
And South, I'm kind of looking down further, like into South America
We need
now.
to cover our pile first, but yeah.
Yeah. Let's
No,
look at
they don't.
the spring moves here.
Builds,
Once,
builds, builds.
yeah,
Yeah, we'll go builds first.
we're doing a lot of discussing of potentials on builds, which is not bad. We should be doing that, but also we do need to make sure we just see everything.
Army Salvador is fine.
Mhm.
Army Chippewa is great build.
Yeah.
Disband to Piniquim, probably wrong.
Army Wrinklechi.
I mean,
Oh,
You
like
have to
that.
disband something, it's fine.
I did get a message saying that Ronnie was basically just threatening to completely disband against Portugal unless Mapuche backed off, and Mapuche's not
Which
backing
you
off.
always stab on a throw. Don't listen to them, just
Yeah.
take their dots. It doesn't matter. They're gonna
You do
kill
not-
themselves anyway, you may as well try
Yeah.
and help in that.
Just let them take themselves out in that case.
This Portugal, yeah. Another army for Mapuche is just keeping the engine turning.
Yeah, I think does Mapuche push back against Aymara here? I don't think either of them make progress on this line right anytime soon.
No, no, they don't. And in fact, Mapuche needs to play defensively because Girani and Ayamara have enough units.
Okay, Africa, Hanover.
Army Delago is a fine build.
yeah, that's
No
fine.
build on Fort Dauphin is unfortunate, but that's
France
fine.
didn't really have any builds, I don't think.
Army
Yeah,
Great
build
Ardra instead of
complete
Fernando
finally.
Poe is throwing a lot of trust in Congo's face. F.
Yeah.
Cormonton is fine. Sao Tome continues to be an independent empire. Lord blessed be the Isles of Sao Tome.
It's a
Army
nature
not a fleet
preserve.
Jacob Fort. Army
Poland,
Arguin is
yeah,
fine.
Poland goes for Army Jacob Ford instead of Fleet. To be fair, we were kind of. I would love to
I
have
was
seen.
oscillating. Both
yeah.
are fine. And if you really trust, like the fact that no build Cabo Verde, it means that you're fine. I think it's
True.
reasonable. No build in Cabo Verde is crazy considering Sao has powers in it though.
Yeah, that does seem like a little bit of a potential
if I'm the
concern.
Netherlands, I'm like, yeah, you know what? We could chuck an opportunistic fleet up there. Why not? Go crazy.
Yeah, might as well.
No.
Real quick.
Sorry, I'm cheating. I'm looking ahead.
No, please, you're good. Nothing much over here
I'm
that I want to
Oh
talk
my
about.
god, Adjuran was like, shit, I didn't build enough army. I didn't build enough fleets last time.
What?
Who needs armies? About so last year.
That's
I
the
mean,
correct decision, though, I
To be
think.
fair, the armies have,
100%.
the armies have kind of worked out for them.
No, yeah, it's fair.
We'll move.
What
What does Army Mogadishu do?
It's just stuck because of the way they move
Yeah,
their
to
units.
be fair. That's stuck.
Like there's terrorism.
I love that you call it
Uh,
terrorism, by the way. That's great. Just banning
Army Gibraltar's a great build, but it's too
yeah.
little, too late.
It's just late. It's just too late.
Army
Four
Salonica, same problem.
4 armies from
No
Austria
fleet
I don't
Trieste.
love.
Always build fleet Trieste.
I would have
I
liked.
mean, I guess it's worried about getting stuck here.
No, but you tell Spain, tap Ionian, I'm going to force Otranto. I guess you'd worried about fleet
I was going
Salonica
to say,
instead of army.
does Spain want that to happen?
Yeah, of course, because Spain knows that Naples is a lost cause anyway.
Mhm.
So they want to give you any reason to let them keep it.
Poland really only have
Fair.
2 builds in Europe. I feel like
I bet
they built.
they built.
They built
No,
one in
maybe they only had
Africa.
3.
Yeah,
They really only have 3 builds total. I thought they were cooking way more.
Yeah, makes sense. Army
They
Hellsing
were.
seems wrong.
They got
Should be
3
a fleet.
builds. It's pretty good.
That's still pretty
3
good.
builds is Poland. Let's go.
That's true.
Okay. My bad. This all
I
makes
feel like
sense.
Fleet Gdansk is wrong, by the way.
Because
like-
I don't think so.
The reason why is because Sweden can only put 2 fleets
Yeah.
maximum on Baltic Sea, so army is better because it gives you convoy opportunities.
I suppose so. Yeah. I don't. What I don't like is fleet crack.
But also, like,
honestly.
you need to convoy here. Like,
Why not?
also, Brandenburg already can be convoyed.
Yeah, but you cannot take Brandenburg off. That's one of your most powerful units.
Oh, yeah, Ottomans did not build
Like,
anything Black
You want
Sea,
that against
but
anything.
I mean,
I'm thinking ahead.
do you dive into Gulf of Bothnia with Baltic and then just backfill Baltic with Gdansk, knowing? I mean,
think that's a
now-
very reasonable set of moves.
Actually
Yeah,
true,
now.
yeah,
Given,
that-
given that you have Gdansk, I think that's very, very, very decent.
oh yeah.
I also
Army
am-
Helsing is a complete misorder. Like they're terrible.
I Fleet Kharkov.
Not bad.
Black
Should
Sea
be piecing Russia here.
the Black Sea speaks Russian. The Ottomans and the Russians are still. This is the Ottomans will never make peace with Russia. This
Well,
is
saying the
two-
Ottomans and the Russians implies that the Ottomans continue to exist, which I think
That's
this is their
fair.
final
True.
year of being a presence. The real problem here is that Safavids are going to inherit everything Russia takes.
Yeah, I feel like
Or at least they
Sofovitch
should.
just take Tbilisi here, right?
Disband. I honestly like the disband. Oh, do I like the disband core?
I
Actually, no, I
hate
don't.
disband
Because then you
core.
can't get Herat.
Hmm.
Then you can't cover Herat.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, no. Mughals needs a friend, and I kind of fuck with it heavy. You're like, look, I
Yeah.
need. No, I don't.
My gut reaction is that it's a good way to peace out Mughals or make them not hate you so much.
It
But-
isn't though.
But Isfahan now
They
goes
still have
Herat.
Turfan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's Turfan
Isfahan
doing?
takes Herat. Really
Yeah.
bad.
I'm not gonna lie. I still think, and I will admit that this is painted by my own successes as Russia having a good Safavid ally. But I think Russia Safavid working together for another year still might make sense.
I think Safavids have become too nice a friend. They've given Russia literally everything, and in exchange, they've had to disband.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Sofovitch
No,
really needs to take
I
some
do
time.
fully agree with like
They had
agree
such
with
a
that,
crazy
at
first year,
this
and they're
point-
playing like this.
at this point, I think I agree that they've made themselves too nice a friend. I wonder if they have the firepower to fight back without completely
By
collapsing.
the way, as Russia here, not building Fleet Astrakhan, I feel like, okay, you're going to lose Trebizond because
You
all
are the
those Safavids fight
biggest
back.
enthusiast of Fleet Astrakhan.
Bro,
Fleet
Caspian
Astrakhan,
Sea
I
is a
swear.
crazy tile. Shit is so wild. And it's free. You could just build there. No one can stop you.
Yeah,
Wait.
If you do
Wait,
that,
wait.
you lose Turkestan.
You lose Trebizond, you lose Turkestan.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, but you pick up Durban, you pick up Tabriz.
Pitch Fleet
You can pick
Ostrakhan
up
build
Durban
in order to
without it.
pitch Fleet Ostrakhan build so you can bounce Ottomans out if they try and go for Tehran. Wait. Actually, I like that.
I get
Sorry,
I'm not gonna lie. As the Safavid there, I get offended if you pitch me that.
Is there a unit in Civ, by the way? In the High Tundra?
There is not anymore. No.
No,
No.
there's not.
Okay.
I think if you're Russia here, I still think not building against the Safavids is good.
It's
because
fine to play pro Safavids as Russia
Yeah.
here. If Safavids are willing to let you just take everything you want while they sit there and give you builds, then whatever, who cares? The
especially with,
Safavids are just misplaying, in my opinion.
especially with two Qing disbands, the war machine is rolling against Qing.
Yeah, let's go ahead and cut over
Yeah,
here.
Russian position is lovely.
Ming is cooked. Ming is cooked as well. To be fair. Army Kyoto.
I think Ming will be a harder kill, but I do agree that they're not going to make. I don't think there's much more noise. for
Very
them to make
mature
this game.
disband from Ming.
Yeah. I think.
Hate Gobi as a disband.
Toku, another
What
nice
else are they supposed to
+4
disband?
build.
Maybe Aldan?
Probably Aldan.
That's about the only other one I can see, though.
You want to invoke
They need to-
Inuits fighting, but even then it's not good.
Yeah, Qing is just not in a good position, irregardless. I think-
Highland
Highland
Pass?
Pal, maybe?
No, because Russia just walks in.
Yeah.
Shengjing? That's Pyongyang East Coast. It can't do anything.
True, that is
the
East
army. It can
Coast.
if you disband the unit, the army is free to walk into Pyongyang.
Shengjing
But
taps Pyongyang. Oriental has to
Kyoto's
support it
getting
too.
convoyed into Henyang, and the army.
Qing is just dead. I mean,
Yeah,
we're trying
we're
to save
over-
it. The time
That's
to save
fair.
it was when you didn't support
Yeah, we're mincing
Toku straight to Tartary.
meat, anyways. It's not. I want to see Ayutthaya.
Ayu builds.
Chiang Mai?
Chiang Mai is a good build.
Yeah.
It's a good build.
Yeah, you want to retake Hanoi?
Rare Ayu good build.
I don't know. They were kind of cooking.
Gasoline.
The army in Canary looks so silly.
We had the conversation
It's
about
beautiful.
Guarani as a land power. Perhaps it's time to have the conversation Ayu is a land power.
I like the Ayu Northern pushes. I think they're very good.
I mean, yeah, if Ming is gonna let him push in.
Toku stay winning, as we know.
Yep.
Army Kyoto.
I think only
Perfect.
one army is a little bit conservative. I think you could probably sneak out a second here.
Maybe,
Given
maybe.
that you know
They
you're
also
going to need
didn't build Army
armies, so
Kyoto
build
last
them.
year, so
Yeah.
Like,
It is-
because you
it
can
is
walk
nice,
Kyoto to Tsushima, and Army Mori can convoy from Oriental, and I think that's just slightly more accurate.
I think they might even step on the gas pedal a little more and just put Kyoto straight into Hamgyong.
Well, that's the thing. So if you
Really?
built Army Aomori, you could put Aomori into Hamyong and walk Kyoto to
No, yeah,
Tsushima
good
back through
point,
onto
good point.
Pyongyang.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Either way,
Yeah,
still
that's just
great
more mincing
position for
meat.
them.
More mincing meat.
Fantastic
Yeah.
position.
Yeah.
I
Fleet
think
Danny
that's about-
Portugal, sure.
Oh, two more armies in India from Portugal as well.
Oh,
Yeah,
Portugal have
Portugal.
more builds than I thought. They also got a Muscat build. Okay.
I fuck with it heavy, yeah, because they're Europe.
That Muscat build means that this Portugal colony is no longer an ephemeral temporary thing. This is a
no, this
real
is
here to
let's
say.
aim for it. And by the way, Riyadh is just gonna go. Like there is no way they hold Riyadh long term. I actually would have preferred an army build from Portugal here.
I actually think I agree with you though.
Yeah, that would have
There's
been.
no Ottomans build anything long term.
I don't know. 4 straight of Hormuz from Keshem, and then the army build back feels Rostak, and then you have access to quite a lot. I just like it. It just seems correct.
Again, though,
I think
This is a-
there's no
I
wrong
think
answer though. They're in a great spot.
we're doing a lot of mincing meat on these builds here. Like
Yep,
the people who
yep,
are behind are
Go,
behind,
go,
and
go,
the
go,
people
go.
who are ahead are ahead. And I think
Yep, that's
you can
fine.
nitpick about the small things, but I think the winners stay winning.
Pretty much true.
True.
Yeah, apologies to push forward. I do want to see if we can get a bit more discussion in here before Aylis has to leave. How much time do you have left, by the way, before you have to head out?
Like an hour?
Okay. All right. Not too
Try and get one more year, and then I'll
Yeah.
go enjoy the sun a bit as well.
I
I'll come back
Before
into
break,
tune at
yeah.
the end.
I feel like the bottom line up front is just Ute, Toku, Portugal continue to be really nice,
Mm-hmm. I think
and Mapuche.
Mapuche and Portugal are struggling a little bit more, but I really think, let's start here. I think Toku is gonna start cooking. He got
Great
got
moves
Ching to
from
turn
Inuit.
around.
Very mature to piece out Ching here and be like, look, we need to deal with a bigger threat. I think this is really nice.
Inuit did turn around here and is gonna start putting pressure here, but I don't think it's gonna be enough because
Too little, too late.
Yeah.
Hamyong went in uncontested.
True.
And Pyongyang, Fusan. No, Hamyang did not get into Pyongyang.
Yeah.
So that means Shengjing is safe for a year. That's fine.
Ooh, the Discord
which-
cut there.
Sorry.
No, it's
super
fine.
Correct. Yeah. Go take your free Nanjing.
Mhm.
Well, I guess it's not entirely free because of the Chengdu army. Never mind.
Yeah, Ching is making the best they can of this situation, but it's not great.
Good tactics to defend Kikahar, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, because Russia just moved in. They're gonna take
You
it
have
from Amar.
Nivix as well now, and you have Inuit peace. I think you're fine.
I do wonder. Again, we're splitting hairs. This is an extremely hard position. You're on the downswing, but I think if you're willing to trust Inuit enough to support them into Curl C, maybe you go Amur with Aldan. Like you commit to trusting them or not trusting them, maybe. Because I mean,
Agreed. 100% agreed. 100% agreed. Although I think Russia should have forced it rather than playing it like this.
Yeah, but either way, Russia can. I would argue Russia can almost do no wrong here, just because they're so overpowering.
Agreed. Agreed.
Oh, I
that a-
just cheated a little bit.
No,
We'll keep. No, we'll keep.
Is that a scroll down?
pushing.
Scroll down?
We can keep scrolling down. I don't. I cheated ahead.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I like.
So this is a stab
Oh,
on
Ayutthaya.
Mughals. Super
Ayutthaya.
sick.
Take a fucking bow, Ayutthaya. This is.
Crazy that they got offered the convoy and didn't take it though. I would have taken
they
the
got
convoy
offered a
and stabbed.
second convoy.
Yeah, I wonder where the
They
convoy
got
would
offered a
have
second
ended
convoy.
up.
Take it.
I mean, to be fair,
Presumably into.
I like being in
Doesn't matter.
Morocco more than wherever the convoy is gonna go.
Yeah, there's
true.
no way the convoy works. It's the main thing.
Yeah.
True.
And
I would-
also, I think too many Portuguese armies.
you definitely just take Kokada now.
Well, the only unfortunate thing is Hanoi is retreating into Fanrang.
No, it
I
isn't.
guess-
It's a fleet.
Yeah, fleet goes to
Oh,
Hot
good call. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
good point.
Portugal just pops that.
Yeah.
At least they should.
End of a Portuguese colony.
I
Supporting
like
yourself into
this a
Luzon is insane.
I like this a lot for Ming.
Oh, we're picking the wrong target here. We could easily be forcing East China Sea.
Yeah, I think.
Toku's
I
attacking
hate
each other.
it.
Why would we attack Toku?
Why would we not attack Toku? Toku's
You don't
strong.
get
Toku's
you don't get
scary.
anything out of it.
Doesn't matter. We need to defend Formosa. We lose it otherwise. And besides, then you're just the
one.
one dotting Nanjing instead of Toku. I just prefer
I
it.
am curious about. I don't know. Maybe it'll pay off for them. They're in Sulu Sea now, and they're in Luzon Strait. But it seems like this was the plan all along.
Make plan, do
for
plan, bro.
Netherlands.
It's just
Yeah.
fucking. Oh, I want to kill Spanish Philippines. I go kill Spanish Philippines. Consequences be damned.
I mean, I
think-
guess
I
it-
think
it's working out
Ooh,
for
they
them.
can. Retreat
I
to
think
them,
Ming has a
see.
chance. I mean, obviously they're not gonna be in a
Okay.
winning position, but Ming is really stabilizing here with these moves. Actually,
Yeah, they're going to be able to turn things around a little bit. They also
They can
backfill
cover-
Turfan, which is really funny.
Cover Nanjing.
they can cover Nanjing. They backfill Turfan
Turfan.
with.
It's playable. They're
Turf-
getting Hainan as well. They're getting builds. So if they're
Yeah.
allowed to actually build it, then yes.
I mean, they're gonna get 1, 2, 3. They might get 3 builds.
But bearing in mind they don't have that many uncovered cores, and Toku
Right.
may not bounce them in Nanjing.
And like Fusan probably moves to Yellow Sea moving forward.
mean,
so
If Toku doesn't bounce them in Nanjing, then they'll have
Then they walk
Chengdu,
into it. Then they
Lanzhou,
have
and
Chengdu.
Peking.
Yep.
Oh.
So then the trouble is they're in Chengdu or Nanjing.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I
I
mean,
agreed. I think it's not bad.
they've stabilized here a lot.
like
They
Ming.
are also putting Ava armies on their border, which I don't love. But
Yeah.
oh no, it's kind of sick. I didn't realize Kunming was walking out to Hanoi. Thought that was Lan Na, but no, okay, no, it's good.
Yeah,
They're,
I like their
they're
style.
stabilizing. They're stabilizing.
Why is Bombo Quarry?
Because what else are you gonna do?
Line core.
Yeah.
Because I've talked about this before. I just need a soundboard.
Because.
I want my scream of pain of yelling at Blitz 2 Mughals for scoring Sarat to be something I can call upon at any time.
This is looking rough for Mughals.
Yeah.
The good news is that Safavid stabs Russia at the same exact time.
Zavovic cuts their own support.
Yeah,
Kinda
this
fun.
is some Zaf play. I don't.
They
don't
played
like.
the stab on the Russia. I love that from them.
I mean,
That is beautiful.
they stabbed Russia, and in doing so,
It's a
lose
shit
Yarkland.
stab, but at least they're playing the game as opposed to just giving.
I mean, true.
They're piecing Otto as well.
Ottoman's Kurdistan. What is?
They also support Derbent and then walk out. I think this is a last.
Oh, they support hold. That's a support hold. That's so sick.
That's
They
how they
backfill
changed their
Kabardia?
orders and then never did it.
They backfill Kabardia, they get Astrakhan for free.
No fleet Astrakhan?
Yeah, because there's no fleet.
Ever again.
Prophecy.
I don't.
Wait, this is so based.
I don't understand the Ottoman. Is the Ottoman just saying, you know what? I'd rather. Oh, this is Safavid's going to the Ottomans and saying, "Hey, Ottomans, that's a nice little thing you did. I agree. I'm gonna finally go kill Russia, the bringer of all of your pain. If you just be nice to me, I will kill Russia more effectively."
They get one critical phase and cover everything. So sick.
It was.
But I think Van should be putting. Van should absolutely support Anatolia in.
They're putting some Tonys in the pot. They're putting some spice in it.
I actually like them. I think I like them not doing that.
No, because Trebizond retreating Taurus means that Ottomans permanently has to deal with that while you're stabilizing.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
Whereas leaving Trebizond on the border opens you up to some sort of, you know what? Hey, fuck this Safavid player. Support me into Van. Let's get my units on the front lines. Ottomans, do what you need. I don't know.
Ottomans.
Otrikip Poltava is a fun move. But
Yeah, Otrikip to Poltava is fun.
Ottoman's northern border, just there's so many arrows pointing at them. It makes me very.
I think they were dead anyways. I don't think they were holding any of their northern stuff.
Self-bounce con getting your own unit.
Naples retreats Rome.
Lamau.
Yeah,
unlucky.
I don't love
oh wow! Look at the prophecy. Austria stabbing France. Oh, interesting.
What?
That doesn't sound correct. I thought France and Austria were friends.
Yeah,
now they're losing Marseille.
It's not
that
a very
doesn't seem correct.
effective stab, to be fair.
They're taking Marseille. It's more than good enough.
Yeah, let's look at. I want to keep on Russia for a second and look on the Sweden moves
okay,
here. Sweden gets in Spitsbergen. That's funny.
Sweden is Spitz. Sweden can't piece Russia to save their life.
Nope.
Rest in peace, Sweden.
Yeah, and we do see the Polish move into Gulf of
now
Bothnia.
Poland and Russia works together. Yeah, I mean, it's just.
I mean, the way I read this border is everything coming up Poland. Frankly, Russia just lost. Russia just lost their best ally in Safavids. with help of Ottomans, they're still stuck there.
Russia's best ally was Poland.
What's that?
Poland was Russia's best ally, I think, before this.
That's fair. Well, what's great about it is, like, your ally just lost their ally.
Their
So,
ally, yeah. You love to see
True,
that.
yeah.
so
It's
your
like
ally just lost their
manipulative.
ally. You watch, like, they're getting taken over by the power you're both fighting while you're actually making the gains against them.
Did the Swedes think that the Polish were piecing them? Is
I
there a
think-
support here into Kiel?
I think they were praying. I don't know if they actually believed, but I think it was worth a prayer.
I
Yeah.
think the Dutch. If the Swedes are attacking the Dutch here, they deserve everything that's come to them.
My opinion in this position for this Copenhagen to Kiel move is, if Poland's being honest about it, it's good for me. If Poland's not being honest about it, I'm screwed either way.
Yeah. But
Fair.
I feel like if Kiel is offering you into Lübeck, or like you
It's-
put Kiel in Lübeck, that is good for you.
I don't think you can get Kiel in Lübeck though, because it's 3-on-3, right?
Yeah, but do you think Poland's actually going to play all support holds? I mean, they did, right? But I don't think tapping Kiel is better. Because now you're just pissing off the Dutch.
Yeah.
The Dutch retreat Jutland, and they're in. Like, I just don't understand why you would do it like this.
I think
Yeah.
that's just a whole lot of minced meat. Ultimately, I don't think Sweden recovers
I don't
much
think
of
they
this
have much to
position.
do
Yeah.
here.
Well, anyway.
Yeah.
Works out well for the
Austria.
Dutch though.
Again, I am
So, yeah.
loving that Austria has turned around this terrible year one that we saw for them, and is
Slightly
maybe.
inaccurate on the tactics, so Innsbruck should be walking. I don't think Innsbruck walking Freiburg is a good idea.
I mean, yeah, sure, you get trained there. It should have gone to Sure, but
So
I
this
mean,
is
what if France just taps Freiburg to start Ukraine forward? That's good.
Yeah, but
He's my thing.
fair.
Nuremberg there. It's not bad.
Fair. That's fair.
You have
I
Nuremberg, but you have nothing to cover Innsbruck with, so you
just
lose
as
it
a counterpoint to all of the things that we have said about holds and cores on the front lines, it brings my heart this weird sense of joy just seeing all of these arrows moving out of Austria towards where they want to be. Like this
it's
is what-
fantastic.
this
It's
is
so good.
and the Sarajevo Corps.
it's visually so pleasing just watching, like,
Just
this
making
is what
moves,
should be
you know what I
happening.
mean?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sarajevo Corps, if they could complete it somehow, some way, you need a second fleet building area as Austria. So it doesn't matter where it comes from, but Salonika will spite tap it.
Yeah, like number one sign of the.
And blunder Constantinople? Maybe not, actually.
That Targoviste Constantinople they have in the bag? Yeah, they have it in the bag.
Alfold, Banat are really nice tiles if you can convince Ottomans to let you stab Poland.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't
I
think
think getting
I don't
into
think he'd speak-
Targoviste and building anti-Poland quite nice here for Austria, because now's the time you finally complete the wheel and stab all of your friends. Like, as Austria, you just need to hit everyone, I think.
The reverse.
That's always what I do on
The
Austria.
reverse
Tends to
Bavarian wheel. Just go out. Spokes or spikes. Push out.
Exactly. Bavaria is the center of the universe. All dots lead to Bavaria.
We do see Warsaw move to
Um,
Krakow, though, so.
I think
Where else does it go?
yeah.
True.
But by the way, if you're Austria looking at this Russia-Poland, Poland's got to go somewhere eventually.
True.
You're praying it's Russia. You're praying it's Russia.
She's...
Yeah.
Well, you have the units to fight Poland, so...
And that's why I think you might be praying correctly, but I think for Poland, they are going to try to keep the status quo between Russia and Austria, being friends with them as long as they can, because I think they have the units to defend themselves against Austria if it comes to that. They recognize
Well, Russia
that
has nothing.
Russia does not have the units to fight them, so they're happy with that. Like, I think that this status quo for Poland is very good, and they will try to maintain it to the best of their
Can I
ability.
just give you a moveset here, by the way? What about Riga backfills Novgorod? Riga backfills Novgorod, and you always have a retreat open to Moscow, and then this is the chance you use to stab Russia.
I mean, I don't hate that.
Kind of sick, right? Like, it completes your... Like, it gets a
have
dot
enough-
out of Riga that's otherwise going to be struggling.
You have enough units to take Helsingfors too if you want to do that with one of the fleets.
Yeah.
Or even with the army.
Yeah. You take it in from Narva,
I do want to.
and like your retreats are so good.
I do want to scroll down into Africa a bit more here, but I'm
Sure.
Oh,
liking.
sorry, can we quickly do the Med as well? We didn't do
Yeah,
the Med.
we can do the Med. Europe is far less cursed. They must have heard us complaining.
It's stabilizing now. The big winners will be Austria, Poland. France is going to die.
Absolutely.
Portugal.
I don't know if
Portugal, I don't think. Supporting Barcelona down.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree
I mean, it
with
doesn't
that.
go through, but I don't like it.
I think it's fine. France is going to die anyway.
I think Valencia should be offering Madrid into Barcelona with a backfill into Madrid, by the way. I think that's much nicer.
Actually, yeah.
But you see, the problem is I don't think Portugal takes that.
Why not?
Why would they take that? They're fighting
mean-
Spain everywhere.
3 dot?
6 of one, half dozen another. Like, it's Portugal, you just want to be making progress, and I don't know.
The problem is it's not a free dot.
To give-
No, it's not.
So
You
it's
lose
one
Madrid
dot.
for it.
To
so.
give
Yeah.
Lexon his flowers here. There goes Tripoli, the same unit.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
Lexon is
just
for free.
well, yeah, it's terrorism. We can just ignore all of this. Ottomans entered it for second they build Tunis. It was literally one build they had to do, and they hold everything forever.
Yep.
I mean, I think it was fine, but they also stabbed Spain after not building Tunis, which is absolutely not something you can do.
Yeah, that's super illegal.
Illegal
Uh,
diplomacy play. Go to jail.
Straight to jail.
Should we go down? I don't like Spain not forcing. Spain is just not doing anything here.
Yeah.
Grumble.
Portugal.
Grumble.
Portugal's staying winning in West Africa as well.
By the way, Tafel. No, because they're going to tap that. Oh, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Oh god, what a mess. Wait, why is Jacob Fort under Karoo? Hello,
know.
Gaber. Where are we walking?
Do you think that's a fleet?
I think
You
that
think you
is-
actually built a fleet there?
My
What are we
only
doing?
guess. My only guess is that is extra security against the Portugal, but I don't think it's.
Yeah, I
worth-
want to sit on free centers for the rest of my life and do nothing.
No.
It must be agreed DMZ Gaber, but like, why would you ever take that? Say you need it for Mali.
Yeah, and even you can even be honest with that too. Like.
Yeah.
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 Abyssinia gets Ottoman support into Kaneem. Wow, I'm actually a little shocked by
Yeah,
that.
that's sick. That is a sick move. And then they stabbed on
That is the one they did stab on.
it. Which is
Yeah.
even sicker.
Abyssinia is
Does that
winning
daisy
with
chain
their
of moves go
press.
through? That's really important. Does Cairo get into wherever it's
Yes.
going?
Yeah, Cairo goes up
Yes.
to Levant.
Oh, fantastic. That's so good for Abby.
Yeah, Abyssinia is really doing well with their press.
At the
Good.
same time,
What's
they
the
got
Hausa
All
convoy
of a
as well?
sudden, that's the
they
start.
got
That's
support from
another good
Ashram
turnaround for
and
Abyssinia.
Second there. Yeah.
Ha! Crazy. That's fun.
Damn. Congo.
What a turnaround, by the way, because they were dead.
Yeah, I was.
Big
Yeah.
stabilize from the
Congo just should have killed them.
Yeah, they talked their
I
way
don't
into
hate
getting
Congo
all of their
playing like they
neighbors to
did,
turn around.
Congo hasn't gained anything.
Yeah, Congo is.
all.
Well, that's
now they
because they
got
sat still.
Congo.
Mabanza and Mandara continue to hold.
Yep.
Congo should be permaban.
And
I'm sorry.
Benguela.
And then they did nothing.
You have
and then
8 or
got
9
stabbed.
centers, and you just sit on 2 of your units. Like 20% of your country is just sitting there looking at each other. I'm sorry. What are you doing?
This is
Yeah,
Benguela
these
as well.
did
No,
nothing
straight
and
to
then
hell.
got stabbed.
this is why
This
this
is
is why we
This is why
hammer
they should have.
this is why we hammer home the point of you've gotta be doing something with your units. Even if it's
Heroes.
not something even if it's minimally productive. Something
My
is
name-
always
be
better than
playing
nothing.
the game.
Exactly.
Sao
name is
Tome
Cincinnati.
finally falls. It may be freedom of fall, but
My name is Cincinnatus, and I like arrows, and there are just not enough arrows coming out of these units.
Yeah.
Funny that France still has Cape Basin and is not dotting St. Helena.
Actually, yeah. They might do it in the fall.
Like, come
Maybe
on,
they
this
will in the
unit is
fall.
just
Might in the
costing you
fall.
life.
I think it's to keep
Same
their
in the fall.
European position together.
Maybe?
I don't
know.
care. Take the dot and apologize.
Yeah. France walks into Seychelles as Portugal attempts to walk out of Somali Basin.
What is happening here? I hate looking at these moves. People are just kind of moving their units around.
When did Africa become the cursed place to look at? Like I thought that was gonna be Europe this entire game.
When the Dutch disease spread of all this holds, that's where it started going crazy. Congo holding half their units made Adjuran get antsy, and now it's all gone to shit.
Oh man.
Let's
South America?
South America, yeah. Let's look and see how this is resolving. Okay.
Beautiful united front here from the lads. Ayamara stabs Spain. Never mind. Ayamara, go straight to hell. I'm sorry. You've undone all the goodwill I had for you. What are we doing?
This is a good
Spain
stab.
just
This is a good stab.
defends.
You get 2 dots and you lose everything, by the way.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
get
What are
1
they
dot,
losing?
actually, because you're losing Likatani, which you could have held if Nazca Ridge did anything.
Or
And in
if you
fact,
just
Nazca
didn't.
Ridge didn't even need to support into Axura because it was support held. So just
I-
tap Rock of E.
This feels a bit like a cha-cha slide.
Oh, this is I'm trying to be fair to Aymara, but I fear I have to agree that I don't think this is the way to go.
Love what Gurani is doing, by the way.
I mean, other than letting
I love what
Portugal
Gurani is
I love what
Yeah.
Gurani is doing, except with a fire, which should be tapping stupid equipment to fuck over Portugal.
Yeah.
You say you're going to give it to Portugal,
Yeah.
and then you just change your mind.
Absolutely.
I think this is the Gurani experience TM. Like you just wait to get squeezed. You find out who's gonna do the squeezing. Like
Still, you're in Cobb. I would have dotted some people here. I would have gone maybe Chicatano,
Yeah.
maybe bouncing to Pinaquim, but largely okay. Argentine basin holding is terrorism,
Yeah,
and
that-
maybe
that-
should consider
that-
their life choices.
That goes to Rio de la Plata every time.
It does anything.
Uh,
Yeah.
I
Covers
I
Rio de
under-
I'd agree
Plata,
with
supports Buenos Charrua.
I think while my name is Cincinnati and I do like arrows, I think this is the most reasonable hold on that I've seen so far. Only because if the Guarani fleet gets into Argentine basin, you are Malvinas is gone.
I definitely don't want them in Rio de la Plata though. Like,
I
Yeah.
want them there more. I mean, I want them in Rio de la Plata with me in Argentine basin more than I want to be in Rio de la Plata with them in
By
Argentine
the way,
basin.
but Rio Grande could just support Charrua in, and the whole conversation's moot.
true.
Like, if he wanted to do it, he would just do it.
Fair tribute. You
Yeah,
can retreat
fair.
to Malvinas to cover it at least.
True.
So
This
Yeah.
is a
Yeah.
mess. This is a mess. It's a fun mess to analyze though.
Maybe North America will be better. Hang on.
on,
Caribbean
Shoshone,
or North
you can
America
do
might
it.
be safer.
Let's
Alright,
see.
well,
Let's see what Caribbean looks
yeah,
like.
Caribbean
I mean,
first.
the northern part of South
Caribbean
America still has.
the Dutch
Yeah.
forced Amazon while not covering Bellum.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they would have blundered on the retreat even if they had got it right.
Yep.
Palmo Orinoco bounce is fine. Little conga line. Crazy to make this conga line, given that Carib very easily could capture Pura here while Kalina was being supported into Bellum to allow for a force on Amazon.
Right?
So, just terrible tactics.
Yeah. Caribbean though, I don't know what to make of this.
Yeah, I mean,
People are just dotting people.
England
This is
being hard to kill, I guess, is all I can see. Spain winning is the big takeaway, I guess.
I guess.
Yeah.
They can take Baracoa if they want.
Spain gets into Baracoa and Jamaica here from all this.
This is very nice for Spain.
Yeah, we'll have to see how North America's going. But maybe
Probably amazing, you know?
Maybe.
But Ute probably has calmed down.
Okay, no,
Actually,
they
unironically, kinda.
eh,
Missouri
Oh,
supporting into Arapaho. What was Bro cooking?
Yeah.
eh,
Well,
I
don't hate
definitely
it.
would have liked to see you in
if you're
Illinois
building,
this
if you're
turn, but
building the line, I mean, I don't hate it because
I like the Spanish moves. The Ute moves have me intrigued. I feel like Missouri and Iowa could be playing the game instead of support holding each other, like
Yeah.
supporting Iowa into Illinois, which is
I-
objectively better than it being an Iowa.
I
Missouri
think-
is never getting forced
I
here,
think, yeah, I think Iowa into Illinois is slightly better. But this is something I've noticed about my own game and now I'm recognizing it by like looking through other people's moves, is I'm a player that really dislikes letting rogue units between my lines, and so I think I play that like conservatively in that manner, and I think that's kind of what the Shoshone is doing here.
I'm a believer in that having a thriving tourism industry where you have tourists all over your country is fine. And the main thing you need to be doing is making progress. 1 or 2 rogue units walking around is the cost of doing business sometimes.
It does look like the Gros Ventress ranged bounce does occur. So
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like they're chilling.
yeah.
I think it's fine, but
it
I
also looks like Athabasca and Inuit are piecing each other out. Because Inuit.
No, that's Inuit. That's Shoshone supporting Tuchon into Denaina.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, it's interesting because they're taking Denaina over here, but then over on the East Coast, they are playing nice and Salik and getting support into Papanachoy.
That's Inuit. That's Athabasca just getting support into a dot. Like,
I guess I don't fully understand why you go Michif Pai and Chippewayan instead of going Salik and Hudson Bay if you're gonna stab in the west.
It would literally be a waste of time because you know Hudson Bay is either going to Salik or holding, and probably going into Salik. So at that point, you'd just be not moving any of your units.
well,
Letting
right.
Hudson into Salik is really good for Athabasca, by the way. Like Nunavut maybe holds, but Chippewa moving out, which allows you to build a second fleet Chippewa, and now you can force it.
That's fair. I guess I just
This
feel
is
like I'm
also the
confused.
spring, so
I guess I don't know if I agree with letting them into the dot while you're taking dots off of them at the same time. It feels a bit mixed
The ideal
messaging.
place for a neighbor to be is +0, as long as you're gaining off of them. So maybe that's the logic.
Fair.
I think you want them to be disbanding.
No, because then it allows us to disband and make peace with people. Whereas if they're +0, their units are committed to a front, while you get to take dots off them for free.
True.
France is finally actually going to clean some stuff up here, and England is just taking their losses as they come and just tries to get into Netherlands centers now.
Yeah.
Netherlands and England should be working together here to hold this position. Even if the Netherlands doesn't like England as a player, I think this is where you need to admit, look, we just hold against France, wait for the regionals to come in. We should hold for the rest of the game.
Pretty much.
Spain and England piecing out. Qatar back to St. Augustine seems wrong.
Yeah, and they
That's a
bounce it. They
self-bounce.
self-bounce it.
That's a self
For
Ah,
what?
self bounce. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's just but Florida Current has Bahamas for free. Why are we self bouncing?
Yeah.
Even if they get in, you just reforce it.
I mean,
Well, not if you're going to Jamestown. But I
yeah,
would
they
push
can still
Jamestown
contest
anyway.
Jamestown in the fall this way.
I guess Tutelo risks Catalba, but even then, it just seems wrong.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine.
I don't hate them piecing out as a measure to try to have their armies be accessible more against Shoshone and less against these colonials
Yeah.
here.
Some colonial quadruple here just to hold the line against Ute. What's Europe looking like? Have we already seen?
We already looked at Europe.
Right? Yeah.
This is still spring moves.
Yeah. My brain
I guess,
wiped.
A lot of
I guess
this.
we push on to fall.
Yeah, a lot of this is kind of what we were thinking. Move on to fall here real quick. See how it plays out.
Right.
This
Trying to
is
keep-
what, end of fall year 3? Yeah.
Fall moves.
Is the break going to be after
They do year
this, or
four
is the
before
break after
break?
the next year? What time's the break?
Okay.
Oh yeah, the break's coming up in like 10 minutes. So we're gonna finish up this fall moves, and then we're gonna play the rest of the game out after the break.
No. All right, let's start with our favorite. Show me Shoshone.
Oh, that's a disgusting NMR. That hurts, baby. That. Ew.
They put like a few orders in, which actually
Yeah.
they put a couple
Worse
crucial
for the
orders
NM.
in,
Oh.
but
To be honest, they're NMRing in rival centers and none of their shit got forced. It's
they
fine.
Yeah,
don't get
like,
punished
it could have been.
whatsoever.
They don't get punished for it, and Alpha
Good building.
walks out of Denaina
Denina walks out
and into no.
and takes Nome.
What are you cooking? Was this
I don't
supposed
want to look at it anymore.
This is the best NMR I've ever seen, and it hurt me to say that out
This is
loud.
probably Afterpass agreed to give you the return.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't want to look at the units. It's hurting my soul.
This does hurt, but again, they're not losing ground for
Still
it.
cooking, still cooking.
They still
They're
have.
still cooking, but they just let like the side burn. It's like you didn't need to do that. The side would have been nice too.
Yeah.
Just you wait. Just wait for dessert. Dessert's cooking because not only do they have 2 builds in hand, but they also go. What, do
Yeah,
they
okay,
go up
fine. So
one?
they're building. They
They're still
Yeah.
plus
I don't
3
know.
after NMRing.
That is
crazy.
wild.
That's okay. That's a little cursed.
they're plus 3 after NMRing. That is.
Please tell me
very
Bahamas is a self bounce and it didn't just walk out.
Bahamas is an invalid order.
Okay, it's a legal order.
Yeah,
That's Paris.
It's a funny. Saint Anthony Corps, sure, buddy, sure.
Saint Martin.
Not forcing straight to Belial.
Yeah,
Yeah, but you've got 3 units protecting 2 dots and none of them are doing anything.
yeah. This all
Also,
seems.
there's nothing that can attack them. There's one unit adjacent to both of them.
Yeah.
France gets into Nascapi, they're very funny.
France is going to Nascapi. France is also now losing against Atha and Inuit.
Yeah.
To be fair, all of
No,
this. Sorry.
It's terrorism. No, I don't have much to say. I'm sorry, I'm just in genuine disbelief about how it's been played.
Yeah, all
God
of the
love 'em, God
constant
bless 'em.
France-England fighting was just going to end in regionals taking over the area eventually, to be fair.
Yeah, the prophecy.
It's just really
It's just-
sad it's
it's
not
just too
you
slow.
shown this turn.
They've just been grinding through. Like I understand, and I don't know. Maybe there was not a piece to be made. Maybe England's like, hey, you've torpedoed my whole game. We're gonna have it out until you get taken over with me with the colonials or with the with the regionals. But France having this slow grinding victory in North America just doesn't feel worth it.
Well, it's the definition of a Pyrrhic victory, right? Like they're
Yeah.
going to kill off the colonials at the exchange of everything else. They'll still have a positive region, but I think they'll have undersold their potential.
Yeah, in
I
Blitz
think
especially.
the positive region is also at risk of going negative very soon.
I think in Blitz especially.
Well, I don't think that's true, because even if they lose their cores, they're still going to be gaining more of it from the Dutch and English dots than they will when they lose. And I don't think they'll be losing that much.
One thing I do want to point out.
It's very hard for Pasca to break this with the French fleets to take the coastal cores here.
I mean,
to-
as those units are coming over, they're going to do it eventually, or at least take like a few of them.
Yeah, I mean, I am so.
Dannemora is so massive. If they can build here, if they build Ville-Marie,
I'm
suddenly
admittedly
everything's fine.
still so confused about the relationship between Athabasca and Inuits. Because
They're just making it work. They're wheeling, they're dealing, they're slide balling their way
like-
to not getting killed by Ute.
they're getting Inuit into Anticosti. At the same time, they're leaving Dena'ina. At the same time, they're going into Nome.
And Hudson Bay.
Yeah, it's
and
based.
Hudson Bay.
They're wheeling and dealing. It's what we love to see.
Something. I don't
And they
love
go-
Chilcotin to Sakani. That is an order I don't love to see. But aside from that,
Chilcotin?
it's on the. I apologize. It's on the west coast.
other side
It's
of the
them
coast.
backing off the Ute border. I don't love to see that.
Oh
But I
yeah,
think-
that's just objectively a terrible move.
Well, they're building. Wait,
They're freeing up the thing, fine, but like I don't know, just
Go to Chinook then, maybe, I guess.
maybe just stay in Dena'ina.
Maybe just hold Dena'ina.
yeah, hold it in and walk to Chichona. Yeah. Anyway, fine.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
France walks into Nascapi though, which is funny. I just wanted to point that out because it's funny.
Yeah. Luxem made this point a while back. I think it was Luxem made this point. Those 3 fleets in Newfoundland can still be a real pain in the butt, even though, but England has to start using them to move to do that.
England doesn't want to play the game, so we won't commentate it. It's not worth it.
What? Firebender?
Just sit support holding is.
Firebender allowing the Firebender curse to become real? Who would have thought? I do want to scroll down here and continue along here.
For sure.
Yeah. St. Martin walks out, but it was lost anyway. Antigua very much could have tapped Guadalupe to hold it, so I'm surprised they didn't play that.
Poland gets another belt in the region, though.
Poland's been working with England.
So now's the time to stop working with them, I think.
Yeah.
Probably
because
fair.
like where are you going to go next? It's just English dots.
They
and
might also
Caribbean
be
now.
trying to work with England and Africa or something. We could look over there to see.
Yeah, what's Africa looking like?
Yeah.
I feel like these two regions rhyme, right? Like Africa and Caribbean.
Yeah. Hold on. Let's go with Africa. We haven't looked at South America, and I do want to look at it because I saw something there. But just a peek over here. I mean, yeah, they are getting into Mali.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll let you take Saint Martin if you let me into Mali. Sure.
Sure, I guess. Docker goes back to Jacob Fort, Lamau. Shouldn't have left it in the first place, buddy.
Well, that's such an interesting situation they allowed to occur because Geba touches Ndaku and Jacob Ford, so they let themselves have a 50-50 there. Which, I don't know. We've touched on already.
Whatever.
Just like
well, it wasn't even a 50-50 because England didn't go for it. So also they could have covered both if they wanted to.
Yeah, England could have fought that if they wanted to. Commentator, the break already began.
Anyway,
whatever, Lamau.
South America.
Yeah, we're cutting ahead a little bit. I do want to look at South America here because the regional mess just gets worse. Like this.
Oh boy.
This looks. Okay, so Guarani, you're in Rio de la Plata, right? You can support yourself. You can support Charrua into Argentine Basin from Rio Grande Rise. Tap Teushin. Just go to Teushin.
This makes sense what they're doing.
I don't hate it. I wish I hated it, but I don't. Okay, actually, what I don't like is this Rio Grande Rise tapping Tupiniquim for.
If you think Tupiniquim's gonna go to like that province next to it, Dono or whatever, and then the army's gonna backfill, keep attacking you, then that balances the Tupiniquim.
Fair.
Is this a discussion between Tupiniquim and Sao Paulo here?
Well, less so. Oh, that's a good point.
If Rio Grande Rise wanted to do something productive, you could have had something do. You could have kept this Charrua status quo. You could have actually gotten into Argentine Basin. I'm not a fan.
I don't. And in my opinion,
Tapping Sao Paulo seems a natural move for me.
In my opinion, I think, as Guarani here, you are on death's door, and you need to go beg, lie, steal, and cheat to Portugal that they want you alive more than they want Mapuche
Not
killing you.
dotting tuition. Why is Rio
That's
supporting Argentina?
that's kind of how we got to this point.
Oh, this is terrorism.
I
No
like
sympathy.
I like Rio Grande Rice supporting Charrua and Argentine Basin a lot better, so you can go dot
But I
Tushin.
think Tupiniquim should always tap Rio Grande to kill Guarani.
I don't know if you're Portugal here. Do you want to speed up the process for Mapuche?
Ayamara is dominating the continent, and you need dots faster than you care about Guarani living.
Or...
Yeah.
Oh, Portugal, little Portugal Step Marstad there too.
Little Portugal push in.
Yeah, nice little dot.
Good for them. Golf claps in the chat. That's what that move deserves. A golf clap.
I
And
mean,
we move
Portugal.
on.
I'll say Portugal is like a dot at a time, and each little theater is still making pretty good progress across.
They're
the
I mean,
clinging on.
joking
I
on
call
them,
them a dead pair.
They're consistently getting a lot of builds, which I'm still shocked at.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is a. I will say a spoiler alert. This is a global stab on the Dutch by Portugal.
All right, let's go to
Ooh.
Oceania then, and just move over that way. Come over here. Yeah, they go for Batavia. Do it, yes, please.
Beautiful dot. Would have finished with Flores core.
Yeah.
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 No, I would have gone to Flores C over Timor C. That just makes more sense, I think. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine, but at the point where you're already accepting that you're taking the Dutch negative, getting that Flores core might be really good if you think you're going to start making significant progress against them, so that you
Maybe.
can start printing off units.
You
There's
really.
an argument that you could do that from Danny, but I think Danny always needs to be occupied on killing the Puche duty.
Yeah.
So I think having that extra core is more useful.
I'm surprised to see just core Glumorgan here and Warrook. You don't need both of these, buddy. You do not need both
You don't
of
need
these.
both of these. Gulam Oregon should be
My
offering the
guess is they
support into
think maybe
core.
one of them's getting tapped and they want a core, so they core both of them. I don't know.
No,
Well, how does that southern one get tapped?
Oh yeah, the southern one
Wait.
can't tap though. Yeah.
I don't know then.
Yeah.
If Glumorgan
I don't know.
supports SPO into Coral Sea, then you're actually making some nice, funny moves over here as Mapuche, but
The Dutch continue. The Dutch continue hating Spain. They have never liked Spain. They will never like Spain.
We've made a great plan here, lads. We're going to stop Spanish Philippines, and we're going to do it. God damn the consequences. It's a terrible moveset.
I mean, at this point,
this is the beginning of it being viable, but it's too
at
late
this
now.
point,
That
it's
Portugal's
so
stabbing them.
committed. Yeah.
yeah,
Nice touch from Ayu here, supporting into Spain. I think.
yeah. Just make sure it works here.
Keep pouring gasoline on it. Yeah.
Yeah,
And Toku obviously following up on the
Toku-
Dutch, which is again why I preferred playing against Toku here.
Oh, I will say for the ridiculousness that was their winter builds, Aitai still looking quite nice. Oh.
Aitai cooking here. They're forcing.
Oh, they're in
Sassuolo,
Bellari. They're in Bellari.
they do walk into Bellari. That's incredible. That's incredible.
Wait, so they're
Yeah.
plus a bunch here, right?
Mubos
Plus-
is dead.
Plus Bellari,
They just got
Bamo, Hanoi.
decapitated. They lost Delhi. They lost Sasaram.
And they lost Yarkand. And they oh no, they didn't. They got Russia on side. Never mind. Oh,
Yeah,
but they lost Turfan as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, they lost Bama. Yeah, they're dead.
Bamo, Sasaram, Delhi,
Oh, I want to.
Turfan.
Ming have completely stabilized, by the way.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
I'm surprised Ming is as alive as they are.
Chengdu should have moved. Chengdu support hold Kunming is wrong.
Yeah, that should have covered Nanjing, but Toku doesn't go for it, so good for them.
I know the risk is, oh well, what if IU puts 3 on it? But like, what if IU puts 3 on it? If IU wanted to kill you,
I
I
use
think they
committed
have
to
better ways of
stabbing
doing it.
Googles after their spring moves, I feel.
Yeah, you're fine.
Let's just keep scrolling up as well here. So they get into. Well, do they actually get anything?
So they put the army in Hanyang. They covered Hoshinoe. Toku's not getting anything here.
Toku's not gaining,
And is
but
Toku losing?
Toku doesn't.
Are they losing the Inuit looking dot?
No.
Is
they
that
do not
spot
cap.
being tapped or no?
Nope.
No, that's a spore hold
Oh,
there.
not NPO not getting kind of crazy. Is it getting
Well,
put from the other side?
all of the fleets on the other side of MPO are Inamaring. Shout out Ute.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Maybe
mean,
it's
Oh,
supposed
but
to get
Ching is dead.
Yeah, Toku doesn't
I know.
gain here, but they're setting up, and Ching is.
They're positioning really well. Yeah.
Ching is. I mean, we saw this coming, so.
Yeah, nothing
Yeah.
to really say here other than you made your bed when you
GGs.
didn't do your stuff out Kikaha.
It all goes back to
Karakorum core
it all
is
goes
funny,
back to
tapping
holding
fan.
Quickar turn one.
Prep on course, dude.
No, tap to a fan. No, you might get in.
Yes.
But fuck it, force it.
Are
What if
they?
you're
Well, they're
trying to work
forcing.
with
They're
Moogles
forcing
against Safavids?
Turkestan.
What if you're trying to work with Moogles against Safavids and like don't want them to?
Who cares? Just take the dot. You can
I don't know. That's fair.
make your bed later.
Small
Yeah,
bot
but
I don't know,
fight.
but also like you're not getting into
Safavids-
you're not getting into Turfon.
Davids,
Like-
why are we undoing the Russia?
Zysan supports
tab?
Karakorum to a fan. Yarkan's never holding it. It's a free dot.
This is a
And this is terrible play
But
from.
my stand is retake Turkestan.
this is
Yeah, that's
what,
fine.
Wait, hold on.
You're
What is
making progress.
Safavid doing
Why is
here?
T-Star not colored in? That annoys me.
Yeah, small thing, bot issue, bot dev, please fix. Also, Safavids, did you just back out of every dot you were supposed to gain this turn? You walked out of
also didn't
Kardabe,
take
you
it.
walked
So
out of
they
Ishtar.
got it. They got Ishafan, but yes, they walked out of Kabaddi. That should be permaban, I think.
Go to Ostrakash!
I'm sorry.
Go to Ostrakash!
No, you should
Don't
walk
worry
out of
about
Kabaddi,
Tbilisi.
but
Just
you
hold the
can't.
fucking unit and cover from Psionic. What are we doing? No, I'm sorry, but if Ottomans wanted to stab you, they stab you. You get fucked either way. I guess this was a deal with Russia, but the best way to deal with Russia is to build units. Just be like, yeah, okay, I'm
Yeah.
going to do it, and then don't listen to them and build units.
Just losing.
And then Russia stabs you instead.
And
yeah.
now Russia's going to prop down Fleet Astrakhan, and they're going to be like, yeah, tough shit. I changed my mind.
Yep. This is actually a case where you should build Fleet Ostracon.
Yeah, like Spring 01. I know.
Spring 01. The Ostrakash.
Honestly, if I could trade 5 dots for Fleet Caspian, that's what keep it. There's only so much to say here. Safavids are making bad deals because they want to make friends. Great for Portugal.
Besides Portugal losing Bellari, I think they're doing quite well.
Yeah, looking really
Oh,
good.
I guess they do simultaneously lose Hainan and Hanoi. That's something we didn't really talk
Discuss,
about.
but yeah, it's just a flat -2.
I think they had 1 unit to demo, so they'll only end up like netting -1, but it'll be a build they don't get somewhere else.
Yeah.
Sure, but they're massively
But yeah.
positive. They're in
for
Bandar
sure.
here, very nice.
Mhm.
They did well in Indonesia.
Are
They
they-
almost grabbed
they in
Madurai.
Bandar?
They're in Delhi, but they lost Bellari.
Let me just pull up the
I don't
scoreboard
think they
here. I'm gonna pull up the scoreboard and see what Portugal's plus minus is.
I don't think they are in Bandar.
They're not. They're not in where, sorry?
Oh
I
no,
think
because
they
the
are.
support got
They
cut.
definitely are. The support got
Yep,
cut
yep,
from
yep,
the
yep.
Ottomans.
Sorry, I'm
My
looking over
apologies, I
here.
missed that.
Portugal is +3.
Yeah, Portugal's plus 3 overall. Even though they
Poland is +5. What?
Yeah,
Where
can we
did
look
Oh,
at
we
you?
miss that?
did we completely catch up with the?
Yeah, they're on break right now.
yeah, we're caught.
so
We're all caught up
Yeah.
after this point. So
I need to go
Perfect.
soon though. So
we're gonna finish up this turn.
Yeah, but this will be last year for me as well because I'm just gonna go enjoy the sun. I mean, I might pop back in the final year just to.
No worries, no worries.
Sports
Let's
tactile
save
shit,
Europe
yeah.
for last. I almost want to say.
Okay, I'm fine to do that.
Oh,
Africa
no,
looking really nice for Abyssinia.
No, not really.
Africa looking nice for Abyssinia. They should have convoy to Mecca though.
Yeah.
I like the convoy to Mecca or even to Tamaha because nobody's ever going to
Well, the
Tamaha,
thing-
and you can drive me over there.
They get into Cairo, but like, it could have been.
Oh, it's great, no?
Yeah,
You're
we're
just
missing
They
busting.
don't get. Wait, dude.
You're in Aden. You're in Cairo. You can't complain.
Yeah,
This is the
it's
best
neat.
they have looked all game.
True.
Yep. They look like an actual power with units.
Oh, is
So
Austria misorder in the Balt?
We're saving Europe to last. We're saving Europe to
Europe
last.
to last.
Apologies,
Europe to last.
apologies.
You're good.
Agadez walking up deserves a permaban. Go take House of States. What are you doing? No, I don't. Honestly, embarrassing.
It is so sad that Congo had such a beautiful position here and then allowed.
Yeah, but they
Mbanza
just
to
let it
hold for
stagnate. They
years.
just
Yeah.
Mbanza is still holding.
Why would you build a fleet
Yeah.
there if you do nothing with it? Like,
I
same
don't-
for
I don't
Benguela.
understand that
You
one.
cored it, and now you're just holding in there. Like Congo, what are you doing, buddy? What are you doing?
Those are. I actually think those boats. Maybe it's a meme. They've actually not put their boats in the water yet. They've never put a boat in the water.
You could push them out the dry docks.
Because Soyo went Luanda to Benguela, and Banza was built, has not left. A boat has not touched water from the Congo player.
If it's a meme, take back everything I said, and they've done a very good job. Also, by the way, super sad. This is the last time we'll see Sao Tome neutral this game.
Yeah, bye-bye, Sao Tome. You were a wonderful
Again, the
empire.
Netherlands holding all their fucking units. They should be walking out here to let Sao Tome live its best life.
We will not forget the People's Commune of Sao Tome.
Look at Great Ardra. That's the consequence of taking Sao Tome.
I want to point
Also,
out.
Mandan should be dotting Cormonton. It's salt on Portugal. Dot Cormonton. Cowardice.
Absolutely.
Wow, shit turn for England though.
I mean, hasn't every turn been a bad turn for England?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but their African position was kind of nice.
I suppose so.
No, up until now, it's gone now. But yeah.
At this point,
Did Portugal lose it?
Africa kind of turning back around for Portugal due to the resistance of doing anything from Congo.
I mean,
is Zualasa getting in here?
France walks.
Yes, it is.
France walks into Ichquil, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Just a free dot. Oh, nice.
And they're gonna retreat into Niani.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh no!
Portugal deserves
is-
it. Oh, so by the
that's-
way, let's talk terrible moves. Indakaru covering Jacob Fort,
Yeah.
denying them a chance to build.
Yep.
Imagine if they were in Gaber last phase.
And that was after they walked into Nagakru in the spring. Yeah.
Yeah,
Guys, I don't
uh,
think France is going to retreat to Niani. I think both France and England are going to retreat there, and they're both going to die.
Bull.
Ooh,
That's fine.
could be.
That's funny. Let's be real. That's just funny.
Yeah,
All right.
and because neither of them are.
I feel like we're ripping off the Band-Aid. Let's go look at Europe here. Let's see how much Poland is
Yep.
cooking.
Poland
yeah.
supports holds Ostrikov and Targovis. Crazy that Russia is just happy with them being in both.
They get Khan. They get
grabbed
Constantinople.
Umea as well. I think this is really lazy. Though they could
Okay,
have also
I have-
picked up.
I have actually something to say about this fleet in Constantinople. This is again from my experiences, the Russia game I'm doing. This fleet Constantinople becomes the most annoying unit on the entire Russian board because it never goes to any of the places you want it to go to. Like it's so frustrating having a fleet in Constantinople instead of an army, and it it
But it's a
touches.
forward position, right? Like once this,
No,
this
it,
fleet.
I completely agree. Like I honestly would almost even
Oh,
prefer
convoy back Chisaroi though. That would have been
that
so
was what
much
I was about to
nicer.
say, or even convoy. Well, I guess they can't do Shopsburg because that's got to go retake. But convoy Bakhchisarai or something like it.
Wait,
I
why does
understand.
Shapso need to retake?
It's
It's already green.
that's fair. I guess that's
See
fair.
if there's enough convoys in. If Safavids are stabbing you, then why are you tapping Kabardia?
That's fair. But either way, I mean,
Because you want to have an army in Kabardia to
hey,
retake
C dot
Ostrikov?
C dot take dot. Putting a fleet in Constantinople can still go to Smyrna, but in my experience, it has so many places that you're going to end up wanting to put it that it just can't go.
I don't disagree. I would have preferred convoy back Chisaroi, risk it being tapped by Poltava for the reason that you want to build on back Chisaroi.
Yeah, that too.
Fair.
You can always
I
just
love
move back Sarai into Poltava.
I
That would work.
love this for Poland. Poland once again, among other powers, stays winning. The Austria complete pullback off of Poland.
Yeah.
Would have loved stabbing Russia here.
We would love
I
to
just
see it
would
as
have
well.
liked it. Asked
The
Helsing
longer-
to tap Umea instead of being supported in and then stab Russia.
The longer I guess they are in Umea here.
Oh,
The
but they
longer the
got-
status quo maintains for Poland, the more they will continue winning.
By the way, Riga just left Novgorod uncovered. Just take it, man. It's just right there. Just take
Poland
it.
is +5. They do not need to take it.
Okay, but they have 7 cores.
True.
Well, they're in 2 of them.
Yeah, they're standing in Kiev. I
they're
understand why they
Not
come
only
Kiev.
they're in Kiev and they just moved into Jacob Fort.
Oh god, yeah. I
Don't
forgot
remind
about
me.
that.
Don't remind
Well,
me.
there we are. Optimal play. Cover your cores so you can't get flamed for not taking dots. No, it's terrorism. France loses Marseille here.
Yep.
They're losing a lot of position against Austria as well. They're going to be losing Strasbourg next turn because they're covering Dijon, which means they can't build it.
Irish moves to
Dijon.
Rockall Rise instead of doing anything productive against English Isles.
Like getting
I don't know how they
supported.
blood because they're in Rockall with an undefended Iceland.
They
and
had a
somehow
free
that-
Edinburgh, by the way.
Yeah, they did. And also, Sweden just walks into Iceland, which is just funny. I mean,
Yeah,
the fact that Sweden's picking up 2 dots here while losing Umea and Helsing.
It's just funny.
No,
Wait,
it's
what's the
great.
second now they're picking up? What? Oh, Spitsbergen.
That's Spitsbergen.
Yeah. Bremen is coming up into Kiel, which is
Russia
going
only
into
has one fleet
Copenhagen.
still? That's crazy.
Yep.
In the north. Yep.
It would be such a different game if they had a few more fleets up here.
Honestly,
they
more-
Army
have more
Arkhangelsk is only just now doing anything, and I'm not happy about it.
yeah.
They have more fleets in Black Sea than they do anywhere else on the board combined.
And with that,
yeah.
I think that's a great segue to push into the break.
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
Uh,
Okay, I'm gonna go
Oh wait,
soak up the
Austria
sun.
misordered. I just realized they didn't take Salonika.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna talk about earlier, but I forgot we were saving Europe.
They pick up
misordered-
Naples though. It's fine.
They don't. They self
They
bouncing.
don't. They self-bounced in
Oh
Naples.
no.
Unfortunate
I'm
disorder.
assuming Strait of Otranto was supposed to just go to Salonika, but they were just the wrong one.
Oh, Kel shame.
Probably scrambling.
changed
Oh well,
orders last minute.
Audio played the garbage
Yeah.
opening, so
It's really
calm.
unfortunate, but I think it works out fine for them.
No, it's
They're
a shame.
still
It is a real
doing
shame.
quite well.
I feel for him on this because getting Sarajevo into Salonika would have been straight. No, it is what it is.
Okay.
Okay.
with all that
Break
said,
now, I'm
though,
gonna go
we're-
bounce.
With all that said,
I'm heading
real quick
out.
before
See you
before people start heading out, we are going to go ahead and call it a break here as well. We will be coming back slightly after the players reconvene, so that by the time we come back, the next moves map is out, so everyone here and in the call is aware of the fact. It seems that both Aeolus and Luxin are going to be heading out. Thank you both for coming in and commentating. Greatly appreciate the commentary, and as always, you all are welcome back anytime should you are ever able to come back.
Been a pleasure. I probably will pop back in later, but not for a little while.
All
I
good.
don't know. I'm kind of busy. If I have time, I'll show back up, but not sure if I will.
All good.
Been a joy, fellas. We'll miss you.
And shout out to the people.
Ciao, 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 ciao,
Shout
ciao.
out to the people in the call as well. For those of you watching this on the recording, I'm going to hit the pause button, and no time at all is going to elapse. So ignore everything we just said, Lamau.
Time travel.
Very cool.
Okay, we are back from the break now. It's been a bit over an hour now. We are returning back from the break. They're continuing on with the next turn now. We do not have the map yet, but the game is going. We're going to take a little bit here to look at what I think could be a little fun exercise. And just kind of, this is the part where we really want to be looking at broad strokes, how we think the power is going to go, how we think this game is going to be ending, rather than looking at the specific strokes of in particular moves. So I think going through the list and just really taking a look at how we think everyone's going to be looking for the rest of this game, I think could be a good idea.
For sure. I will say I think one of the obvious ones to start in S tier, I think Uchishon. They had that little NMR blurb, but that
Yeah.
aside, they are looking quite dominant.
Let me just get some tiers set up as well.
Sure.
Likely to win. Maybe win. Down here we're looking at no Lamau. Stuck in Forever Wars. There's going to be a few people in this tier. And B4 exists, I guess, Lamau. I did Lamau. And we'll re-tier this to the correct colors because every person who actually does good tier lists knows that purple represents top tier and red represents bottom tier. And I don't know why and tier maker making everyone flip on this idea on how tier colors should exist sucks for that.
You won't forgive them for that.
I will not forgive them for this. This is how tier colors should look. We should make this one blue because we don't have 6 tiers. We're doing a 5-point scale, not a 7-point scale. But this is how it should look. Maybe.
But yeah, kind of a re-saying, but I think Ute definitely deserves to be in this likely to win category.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that they had a near entire NMR and still are coming out on a pretty successful year after that, it seems really funny, I must say. It's extremely funny. Shoshone has a lot to go for right now, and I think if they can capitalize on that and truly make the most of their position, you can see a lot
Yeah,
coming
and
for them.
I'm kind of looking at their position on the map on my second monitor as we do this, and they just have a wall of armies across North America, and they're going to keep pushing, I think, here.
Yeah. I think even if everyone around them just tries to group up.
Wait, they didn't build.
Oh, is that what people were talking about?
No.
Whoops, Lamau.
That I'm not gonna lie, that looks really bad for they. That might be enough to. I don't know. They might still be in the likely to win category, but maybe we'll put them towards the back.
Okay, let me go ahead and open
Um,
up the builds map. We can move back and forth between them, and I'll just unfull screen for a bit. Gives me an opportunity to clean my tabs as well. Look at these map tabs.
I had to do that earlier for sure.
Yeah, we'll glint at the winter build maps while we do this. You missing out on builds is really unfortunate. I don't think I'm gonna change them. Because here's the thing, even if everyone around them started to band together and really try and make forces to push through, I don't think Ute loses anything. Even if everyone else around them tries to dogpile them, I don't think Ute goes negative.
Yeah, I think it takes. Once again, I think it takes some gas out of their engine, and I think they're gonna pay for it if Athabasca decides to get Mixie here.
Mhm.
But I still think they're in a pretty good position. I agree with you.
Yeah.
So like I said, it kind of takes them from front of likely to win tier to maybe the end of likely to win tier for me, but I think that's still the right place for them.
Fair. While we're discussing, let's just go ahead and put Athabasca in the exists, I guess, tier. They're not doing bad. I don't see them going anywhere.
Yeah, they're at. I'm keeping the scoreboard kind of on a split screen as well. They're at 10. You know, they're. I think they're actually 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're top half, so we'll give them that.
They exist. They are not
Yeah,
doing bad,
yeah,
and we
they
should
do.
not be cutting them
They do
down.
exist, and they have the potential to make some noise depending on what happens with this Shoshone player.
Potentially, indeed.
But yeah, I agree. I think moving on to Inuit, since just we're in the neighborhood, I think this is
Yeah.
probably a
If we were just looking at
one.
them over here in the Asia region,
They
I
look
would.
really strong in Asia.
They don't even
Yeah.
seem like they're doing that bad over in Asia. They really don't. But that's only 3 of their centers right now. If you look over in North America, they don't have a lot else to back that up at this point. They have an army in Anticosti. Sure, buddy. Lamau.
Yeah. It's not great. I would put them in exists, I guess, or maybe the tier below that, and two is where I would probably have them living.
Yeah, they're going to be fighting Athabasca. Let's be real. They're fighting Athabasca.
Yeah, stuck in Forever Wars. I mean, actually, looking at the scoreboard, they're only on 10, which sounds good for Inuit until you remember that they start at 7 now.
Yeah.
So it's not ideal. I think we can safely, just because we're in the neighborhood in East Asia, I think we can safely put Ching in Nope LMAO.
Yeah, no.
I apologize, Ching. GG's.
It's not working. It's not working out for you. It's just not.
Best, but yeah.
You did a couple of good defensive moves though. Like you've done a couple of smart defensive things, but the openings did not pan out for you. They just did not.
I think Toku is certainly in a likely to win category. They took advantage, especially now that I'm seeing these builds with 3 armies out of Ming. They don't have a huge competitor for fleets in the Pacific right now.
Just wondering.
And their position with the Spanish getting rid of these 2 fleets around Philippines might slow them down just a hair now that, because basically Netherlands, can consolidate all of that. But I still think Toku's in a really nice spot.
I think they're in a good spot, but I'm gonna put them in the tier just below that. I see where they do have a lot of potential. Don't get me wrong. I just struggle to see where they're gonna get a lot of their builds very quickly. They're gonna get a few builds, but
yeah, I mean they'll pick up Xinjiang this year, and they will continue to benefit from Inuit dying on other fronts, assuming that continues to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree with you that their explosive growth is perhaps hard to see right now.
Yeah, they're not going to grow as fast as Shoshone is, for example. They're going to keep growing.
sure.
I don't think they're going to stop growing. But I don't think it's going to be fast enough to really, truly be a contender.
No.
And you know what? Ming has thoroughly put themselves in a place that exists, I guess. They're not dying. I thought they would have. Good for them.
Yeah, I fully agree with that assessment. I gotta hand it to Ming. They had a disastrous early game. You know, we kind of dogpiled them a little bit for the anti-Portugal move, but they have thoroughly turned this game back around to being very playable. So I've got to commend them for that.
Like this is not a bad Ming position. I certainly wish I would be in a better position at this state in a Blitz game, don't get me wrong, but this is not a bad position. In the slightest. Very, very playable. I actually want to let's just grab Russia real quick here. Russia's kind of like Inuits. If you only look over here, this doesn't look half bad. You scroll to their other side, and it could be better. I mean,
I apologize. I've just been pinged by Uchashone personally, who says we NMR twice and off. This is so fraudulent. It's so funny. But yeah, Russia is in a good position. Russia's in a little bit of a deceptive position. It's very interesting looking at the map without looking at the standings, and then coming back and looking at the standings afterwards, and seeing that Russia was 5th on the board, which I would not have guessed. But they are in a pretty nice position.
If you just look at the numbers, I have to agree. You know what? If Safavits have actually followed through on their stab in the spring of the last year, Russia would be a lot worse. But
yeah, I do agree that this Poland is about to be a real problem for them, though. That's so many Polish armies that you don't really have the firepower to go toe to toe with. I think if I'm Russia here, I'm begging Austria to come back, but we'll see.
Yeah, we're gonna put. Where does Russia go here?
I think I'd put them in the can win maybe. I think that's a fair position.
You know what? I think
it'll take
around there. Sure. They have growth.
I think it'll take some things to go right for them, but yeah.
Yeah, they definitely need to figure out a Polish situation on their border, which let's just go ahead and pop them at the top and not even really discuss it, by the way.
Yeah, Poland has, kind of as I've been saying, you know, so long as this status quo where they are friendly with Russia and Austria continues, they will continue to eat. Mm-hmm. And that has now resulted in the death of Ottomans and the seeming soon to be death of Sweden. You know, Sweden can hang out here for a little while still, but not in a way that is super competitive. Mm-hmm. So I think Poland's played this really well. I think they now, if they want to, they have the chance to play it a little risky and start mixing it up with Russia a bit if they can trust Austria to not turn on them. I think they have a pretty solid position.
Yeah, and I think Austria wants to commit and fully demolish this France right now. So I think Austria is willing to play ball.
Yeah. Watching Austria back all those armies off of their border last fall must have felt incredible to see.
For sure. Yeah, if Poland pushes into... I think one of Poland's biggest strengths right now is that they're going to clean up Sweden here fairly nicely, and if they push into Russia thereafter, that's almost all of the centers that they need. So that's where we're putting them. Yeah. And then we're also putting Russia here on the strength of Poland doesn't do that, so we'll see how that plays out. I
think Russia's position is better than either of the players we put in the other tier.
That's very true. I feel like they're above these two.
Speaking of Sweden, I think Sweden is stuck in a death war is probably where I would put them. I don't even know if exists, I guess, is fair.
No, they're definitely
stuck in a death war with Poland here.
Below that. They might live this game. They might live this game for a little while, but they're not gonna get out of this. I don't see them making any meaningful progress in any direction.
I think likewise, and maybe this is a little, I don't know, it's funny because they have these big chunks various places on the map, but I think I think Ottomans is basically in LMAO territory.
Yeah. They didn't do any, they haven't done anything meaningful. They're going to lose Naples and Sicily and Salonika here. They're just they're guaranteed to lose Smyrna if they can't do anything productive against these Russian fronts here. And then you look down and
Unfortunately,
you look down here and you think,
yeah.
okay, well maybe they'll do something good here, and instead they've just got this army in Hogar that's not gonna go anywhere anytime soon.
They're kind of living the nightmare of once you start disbanding, it waterfalls into cascading disbands, and
Mhm.
that's exactly what's going to happen with the 3 disbands they chose
Yeah,
in the med.
they're not dying as fast as Ching is, but I think Ottomans are gonna be dead by the end of this game.
Yeah,
Not fully
yeah,
dead, but like one or
I
two
think
centers dead.
I think they're not dying as fast as Qing is only because they start bigger than Qing. Like
True,
I think the rate of decline is probably about the same.
true. I'm gonna put Austria down here
Um,
real quick. I don't hate Austria. I think they're doing solidly, but I think as long as Poland continues to thrive, they're not going to be in the same tier as them. So I'm
I
gonna.
agree. I think I would put them pretty high, maybe about there, yeah, and can win maybe. I think when you look around their borders, there's a lot of gas in their engine. They have enough armies to successfully push into France very easily. They have enough units, especially with all these Ottoman units coming off the board, to get an easy take on Naples and Salonika, completely uncontested. Or maybe not completely uncontested, but with a support easily taken. Um, I mean, I'm just looking at the map and I can see them going +3 in spring, and that's an excellent position for them to be in. So I think Austria, perhaps the inverse of Russia, where Russia's number maybe suggests that they're a little bit stronger than their position actually is. I think Austria's number maybe doesn't properly belie how good their position is.
And that's incredible after their year one. Like we say, we were dogging on a couple of people unjustly during year one. We were very justly dogging on Austria in year one. That opening was awful. That opening was
I
terrible.
didn't love it. I didn't love it.
No, they've turned it around, and they're looking like they're going to be the dominant force on this side of the continent over here. Their problem is just going to
Yeah.
be eventually either they blink or Poland blinks, and I feel more likely that Austria is going to blink first.
If I'm Austria and I don't want to fight Poland, which I don't think I do, I am trying to move heaven and earth to have Russia and Poland fight. And I think that they could, I honestly think they can pull that off. They made the moves that they need to tell Poland, hey, I'm going to be a chill guy and go west. And if Poland accepts that version of reality, I think they're always going to be in Poland's shadow, but I think that it's still maybe the best way for them to get as big as possible this game.
I think so, yeah. I don't think they straight up win unless they go at
I
Poland.
agree.
But I also think right
But
now they can't move
yeah,
against Poland.
I agree with that as well.
All right,
Um,
shall we just put all the colonials on the map on the board right now? Because here's
you
how I'm
know,
thinking. I'm gonna be completely honest with
okay.
how I'm thinking here. Portugal goes up here. We can maybe put the Netherlands in here, and everyone else just kind of goes down here. I'm gonna be real.
I'm gonna make a spicy take. I think the Netherlands are towards the top of exists, I guess. And I am basing that entirely off of the strength of their Indonesian position.
That's
With
fair.
with with Spain voluntarily leaving, I think it gives them a lot of room, and if they can patch things up with Portugal, which, maybe easier said than done, but I think eventually Portugal's going to have to see the writing on the wall of how massive this Mapuche is getting, and that they will be coming to backdoor uh, Indonesia.
Mhm.
I don't know. I think Netherlands has a lot of compared to
Compared to the
the
other
English position.
compared to the other three colonials that I pretty much just put down here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but maybe top of exists, I guess, is maybe a little rich, but I think they actually are kind of in that third tier.
I'll put them there. Yeah, I'll put them there. And I don't hate Portugal's position.
What's
All
third?
things equal, I
What's
don't
third?
hate Portugal's position. They're looking all right down
Yeah.
here. They're looking all right over here now that things are cleaning up. It's just that they also they're on what? They're on 36 at this point right now, which is not bad, but they still have another 30 units to go. Like I don't
Yeah.
I don't see where Portugal is getting 30 more supply centers. Unless they get absurdly lucky. I just do not
Yeah,
see it.
I don't, to be honest, other than maybe Poland or maybe Uchishon, depending on how many more years we go, I don't think anybody's going to actually get to their number necessarily.
True.
But I do think Portugal has a chance to be at the top of the heap when the smoke clears.
Sure.
Uh,
I will keep them in this category here. I'm not going to doubt that they can win because I can see them doing well. I just also think that they can implode. So there's that. I'm curious. I'm debating whether or not I should actually put the other colonials at the very bottom here because
I think France and Spain probably both end up in that stuck in forever wars category.
what I'm feeling as well. But
Spain is going to be stuck in a forever war, a losing forever war with Ute here in a second. France has decided that they will be stuck in a forever war in North America with England, though. I mean, they did just build 2 more armies in North America. They're kind of solidifying. I wonder if it's in time because the regionals are here. But if France and Spain can get in lockstep here in North America, they might actually be able to somewhat hold the line, at least on
I
like
think
the central to east coast U.S.
we did just come back from a break, so perhaps people's minds have changed. But given how things have occurred over in Europe, I think that's wishful thinking more than anything else.
Oh yeah, no, that's fair. I did forget about Blue Madrid.
Yeah.
Blue Madrid does color that differently.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Locked in Forever War is probably accurate for the two of them then. And Forever War for Spain, unfortunately, also with Portugal. So
Mhm. Yeah. They're not going anywhere. They're both just they're doing a whole
Two
lot of
armies.
nothing happens.
2 armies in Iberia will do that to you.
African
Um,
regionals. How about we do those next? Abyssinia is not dead, and I'm surprised at them for that.
Abyssinia exists. I think they are solidly exists. Like much like Ming, if we're being honest, had a really rough opening, has recovered it into a more playable position than I expected, and it's not a bad place to be on 2 sides of a decaying Ottoman power.
Honestly,
There
yeah.
are some Ottoman dots that are flanking them on both sides that could become available without too much of their own hard work, even potentially. Uh, I think I think they exist, I guess, and I'm actually kind of really, I don't know. Kudos to them for turning this into a very reasonable position.
Yeah, you did it. You're not dead. And that's worth celebrating, given your start was not great.
And yeah, hey, this is the game where people kill each other, and you did not die. So
Yeah.
there is something for that. Like,
I do want the other 2 African regionals, though, I think are going in forever war tier. Congo had such a good start, but I need to point out how Congo has not moved from any of their sensors since year 1. Like, at all.
Congo, if you're watching this, I don't have anything personal against you. I just wish you would do different things than you do. Like
I wish you
I
would
just
do
wish you would move
something.
your units
Even if now
so much.
even right now, if you actively did some work here with your units, you could do something. You could cook here.
And what's funny about it is if they came out hard charging against the Netherlands here, they have lulled the Netherlands into such a sense of security because they don't do anything that suddenly doing something would be very good.
Yeah. Imagine Mandara
Like,
Tenri, Mombasa to Luango, maybe something like a Lagome backing up Mandala if you really don't care about Azanda anymore. Like, you can get these
Yeah.
dots. They can be yours.
yeah, they they really can. Like, uh, it's such a shame to watch them kind of sour the position that they put themselves in at the beginning.
Yeah.
And kind of that Ajuran put them in willingly
Yeah,
with the
Ajuran.
Azande double.
Ajuran
Uh,
gifted Congo a really great position, and they just kind of sat on it.
they squandered it.
Yeah,
I do wonder. I'll have to read the Ajuran Void later to see like how they feel about the fact that their initial plan worked so well, and then the person that they were trying to build up to continue that plan just did not continue
It
succeeding.
just sat with 2 fleets. And Ajuran is solidly much doing Ogeron things. That being getting nothing done whatsoever because Ogeron kind of sucks as a power right now.
You know, I think them making peace with Abyssinia allows them to have some growth here, but it's going to come slowly, and I think the game is just simply going to outpace them. So I agree with the Forever War tier, or maybe even exists. I guess they're kind of the same spot they've been in for a while since year one. They got their double in year one, and since then they've got one more dot.
Yeah. That's just kind of Ogeron things. I have slowly come
Fair.
more and more to the realization, especially after the last two Blitz games, this one and the last one that we've commentated, Ogeron attacking Abyssinia super early on might just be the only way for Ogeron to truly do anything productive in the early game. You just get so bogged down by Portugal and France otherwise. It's not even funny. You just get locked down right here. The stalemate line is absurd.
And what's funny about that is based on their based on their year one, where they got Congo into Azande, and where they built 3 armies, you would have thought that's the way they were going to continue to go.
Yeah.
And instead they conga lined down south, and now they're bogged down with Portugal and France, as you said. Yeah. So I think they're somewhere between exists, I guess, and Stuck in Forever Wars, maybe bottom of exists, I guess. Yeah.
I'm fine with where I have them. I like them more than Sweden. I'll say that much.
Fair.
Let's get the South American regionals. I'm seeing that group over here. I think all 3 South American regionals are in the Forever War tier. They're not going much of anywhere.
See, I disagree with you, and I disagree with you in a couple areas. I think Guarani is unfortunately fallen into LMAO tier. Well, I guess this fleet in the Mapuche backline via Rio de la Plata is at face value is nice, but I wonder if Portugal just doesn't take advantage and keep pushing into Guarani. Yeah, no, I think Guarani's in nope LMAO territory for me,
Fair.
unfortunately. I think Mapuche is clearly the strongest left. I say that this Aymara, I don't know what to make of this Aymara. Truly,
They've done more than I thought they would, given their position. But I do just think they are just going to fight Spain forever.
True. I mean, with that being said, even though it does not look very good for them in this theater, fighting Spain forever could be a profitable venture due to what is happening to Spain around the world.
True.
And that's kind of up to Spain as well if they're going to have their disbands. This year Spain gave up NPO and gave up the Philippines. Next year, if they're down heavy again, they might need to pull out of another theater entirely. Which, for the record, I think when colonials have a lot of disbands, I think pulling out of a whole just area instead of whittling down a bunch of different areas is typically the right way to go about it. So I don't know. Aymara, I think they are stuck in a forever war, but like it could turn out alright. Maybe I'm being too generous.
I think you're a little generous there. I'll put them right next to
Mapuche.
Spain. There we go.
Yeah, Mapuche, on the other hand, I kind of feel similar about Russia, the way I feel about Mapuche, where they need things to go right, but I think they're the most likely to have things go right in South America. I think the armies. It's tough. It's tough. I think they're probably in like exists, I guess, for me. Because I think they are in as good of a position as, say, a Ming or an Abyssinia, if not a little bit better. So I think it's fair for them to be in that tier. And even though they are locked into some forever wars, they are locked into a forever war right now with Guarani, who, if I had to be locked into a forever war with anyone other than Qing, it would probably be them.
True.
And I think it's not impossible for them to either work together with or simply stall out Aymara. And if Spain continues to push on Aymara from the other side, maybe they actually even get some benefits out of it.
All right, I'm all right with that assessment. I do think I don't see Mapuche going much further is my only qualm, but you are right that Guarani is just gonna collapse at some point soon. So Mapuche does stand to gain at least a little bit from that.
Yeah, and yeah,
Yeah, so
there's it's entirely possible that there is no winner, kind of as your original gut reaction on this whole South American triangle. But I think if there is the most likely one would be Mapuche.
about where I'm at. The rest we've got here, we briefly touched on Sophids, but we really didn't do anything about them. Sophids are stuck in a forever war, and they could have done something. Just like Congo, you
Yeah.
could have done something, but your opportunity has passed at this point.
It's extremely sad for Safavids to see Kurdistan not come off the board. To watch 3 Ottoman disbands go down and watch them be covering Naples, Salonika, and Ionian Sea instead of Kurdistan
Yeah.
makes you cry the saddest tears. Like, that is. And I honestly can't even blame the Ottomans because Safavids were not the only instrument, but were instrumental in their demise. And leaving the Vorozheneth army to mess with Russia and the Kurdistan army to mess with Safavids as you ruined my game, now you can enjoy my armies running around your land. It makes life hard for Safavids for sure.
Mm-hmm. That's the same. The Ottomans player is the same one who kept Army Algonquin last Blitz too. Lamau indeed.
Oh yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, yep.
All right. The other two we haven't touched. I think Mughals are also pretty thoroughly dead. Lamau.
I think this year was the Mughals' over party, which is unfortunate.
I even think they're more dead than Ottomans. They're cooked.
There's enemies at all the gates. Yeah. I think the only saving grace for Mughals is that Safavids and Russia seem to be busy occupying each other, so maybe they can get some relief from Safavids.
Maybe.
But Portugal looks like they're just primed to keep rolling against them. I mean, they've got Surat in spring.
Portugal had 2 builds off over here as well. Jeez, Portugal, how do you still have so many builds? How are you gaining so much? I don't get it.
I mean, they went +4 this year, so I think is what I read. Yeah, so
good for them.
Done. Or +3 after retreats.
And Ayutthaya, they exist.
I know we didn't look at the retreats map, but the thing that we predicted potentially happening, where Mali and Ouagadougou over in West Africa both tried to retreat into Niani, and Niani lives, did occur.
It is very
funny.
Very funny. I think Ayutthaya.
I'm sorry.
Last ones to put on the board is Ayutthaya, and I think they thoroughly exist. Like, they're doing some fun stuff. They're spicing, they're cooking, but I think now that Ming has stabilized, their avenues of growth have really been walled. They're now just going to have to actively fight Ming if they want to get anything done. And while they can get a little bit over here from the Indian Peninsula, I think Portugal's just going to weed them out.
Yeah, it breaks my heart, but I might have to agree with you. Maybe top of exists, I guess, because there is some part of me that wants to believe. I want to believe, like they can still grab Kolkata. They might be able to get Kathmandu. The fact that they pieced out Ming doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to, or maybe not pieced out Ming. The fact that Ming stabilized doesn't have to be bad for them, but it's hard to read it as anything else.
Yeah.
Especially when Ming throws down 3 more armies.
They've dedicated to going a lot of armies down, which is not bad, but now Ming is stable, and now they're going to struggle to do anything against this Netherlands position here. It's not pleasant.
And it looks like Ming and Toku have come to a pretty decent understanding here, where Toku's just going to keep playing the fleet game, and Ming will keep playing the army game, and that does not spell good things for Ayutthaya. I agree.
Yeah. All right, I feel pretty good about this. Again, we're mostly just doing this to fill the time and really just kind of get the first half down and really summarize our thoughts on it. I think we could see some good things happen here, though. I think we could see some. There are ways that this can shake up and change, you know?
For sure. I think one of the funniest ones on this tier list for me is still Shoshone. Like, go win the game, please, Shoshone. No more NMRs. Go win the game. We believe in you.
Please stop NMR. Just go win.
Oh man, you have it right there. Just seize the moment. Don't be the next Congo.
Yeah. They haven't been Congo yet. Just keep Keep the ball rolling. Keep it rolling, please and thank you. I beg of thee. All right, we're gonna switch over to moves map now. Look at the spring. And probably just gonna stick things out. First thing I see is a Russia NMR. Joyous joy. Poland moves in against them a
Man.
little bit at least, though.
Oh, my stream is down here a little bit. Okay, there we go.
All good.
Yep, this is exactly what I want to see if I'm Austria. This is my nightmare scenario for a couple of reasons if I'm Russia. Both the NMR and Poland has decided I'm next.
Mhm.
A little bit of a stay of execution for Sweden, which is nice for them.
Yeah, they're there. It's fine. It's about
But
all
yeah,
is.
yeah, but they are so thoroughly there. Is just so correct.
Yeah, they are a force in the area that is doing things. About all there can be said about it. Poland's kind of they're walking into a lot of centers here, and obviously the Russia NMR helps out here, but I don't know
The
how much of
Russian
this.
NMR, yeah, the Russian NMR helps a lot. It's actually like this is exactly what Poland needed to solidify their grasp on the top of the game. I mean, they're getting assistance into Copenhagen from the Dutch from Kiel, and at the same time they're letting the Dutch have Bremen. So I think that's actually a pretty nice move from them to play nice while they get into the sound at the same time, which really solidifies the northwest for them. The salient this like the northwest Polish salient, I feel like you have to be really careful with this Poland because it can break pretty easily, but they've done a good job managing it.
Mhm.
They're in Novgorod, they're in Helsingfors, like it's all of these arrows are just pointing east. It looks really good. They've just supported Austria into Constantinople.
Yeah,
That's
that's
also big.
what I wanted to point out. This probably means that them and Austria are really truly on side with each other, which I
I
think
agree.
Poland benefits the most from. But Austria also gonna be happy with the situation.
I think they both have to be happy with the situation. I think like we said, if you're Austria, you're going to be in their shadow a little bit, but I don't think there's necessarily any way around that. And especially if you're seeing a Russian NMR, there's definitely no way around that.
Absolutely.
Um, and I think it's unfortunate for Austria. I think it means they're probably never going to get first in this game, but it doesn't mean that they can't still have a really solid showing.
Yeah,
I would not be surprised
I
to
think
see them
this.
like in top 5 by the end.
I think this if this keeps up, this could be 1 and 2 by the end of the game. Are these two powers right here? And I think both of
Possible,
them
yeah.
are very. I think both of them are very okay with that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm not. If I'm them, I am not turning my nose up. Like if I'm Austria here, for example, I'm definitely not turning my nose up at second place.
Absolutely not. They're doing quite nice. They walk into Dijon behind France as France just moves into Bern that does not much of anything. And they also get into Strasbourg here. Yeah,
Yep. 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 Yeah. There's not. What
it,
is there to say? I mean,
it's looking quite nice for them, all things considered. Like very nice for Austria here.
Austria. Another thing about this collapse of Turkey and mixed with this NMR from. This is the perfect Mediterranean storm for Austria. They need to throw out another fleet Trieste, but this is the perfect storm where they have essentially a front with Poland now that is going to be, it seems, rather very peaceful. They have a front in the southern Med that is a place of growth for them and not a place of danger in any way,
Mhm.
especially with France and Spain fighting each other. There's no one to unite against the Austrian pressure here. Austria just gets to keep walking on the dots. They're feeling light and airy as they continue to march across Europe here. I think this
Yeah,
position is excellent for them.
there are 2 French dots stopping them from just walking wherever they want, and that's literally it.
Yeah, and depending on where France retreats, Strasbourg too, they're in a really good situation.
Yeah, they're looking quite nice. Let's hop over to Yuchishon and see how our other potential board topper is looking here. They are not. Oh, they are getting into Kato because France gave them a little help here.
Oh,
That's
France,
that's
no.
that's Blue Madrid coming back again. France does not want Spain
Yeah,
alive, and they are happy to give this game to
yeah.
you.
Oh man.
And France
You know,
taps Gulf of Mexico, so Utah and Satillo.
oh France.
Lamau.
France has ordained it. It has been decided that this is. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Ute, I'm looking at Alaska now as well. They get into Dina Ina. They backfill Yupik. They get into Chuchi Sea.
Yeah,
They're in Yakut.
they're in Dana Ina and Yakut Bay. Yeah,
They're
this,
gonna get to Chone. Well, maybe they're either gonna get to Chone or their Shoshone army's gonna get up into Groves of Interest.
and remember,
Uh,
they NMR'd builds and the move
they
space
NMR
last year,
builds. They NMR moves.
and they are popping
They.
off.
I mean, it's almost a weird flex at this point. Like I can only imagine being on the other side of the world, like being one of the board top people, such as Portugal, for example, who are like fighting and clawing to try to get at the board top, and the life is like a hurricane here in Duckburg. Like they're living, they're just enjoying their life, collecting dots. Like, oh, thank you, oh, thank you. It's insane.
How did they put it again? We NMR twice and still pull this off. This is fraudulent. I don't know if this.
Yeah, I have no choice but to agree.
They're popping off. Oh,
France
go for
the
it.
MVP for Uchishon this year for sure.
Absolutely.
Um,
And France.
Spain.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Spain's.
Spain looking rough as you continue to look down.
How bad
I'm
is
just
it?
checking out the Spanish.
Ugh.
Cartagena is gone.
Gina,
Caracas.
Caracas, Kalina, you,
Yeah.
and Keto.
Oh, and Keto.
Ew.
Oh. Oh. Tough watch for sure.
Lamau.
Tough watch.
Lamau. What are these?
Mapuche working with Spain.
Yeah, Mapuche is working with Spain.
Outstanding.
I
I love this from Mapuche, by the way. I think this is exactly
absolutely.
what they need to do to keep the engine rolling is to work with Spain. Um, they this is how they keep the engine turning in South America. Have Aymara, like convince Aymara you're their friend, stab them brutally, keep
Mhm.
working with Spain. No notes.
I really need to. I really need to ask, what are Gorani's tactics here? Like,
Yeah.
I don't don't get it.
I
To be
think
fair,
they are.
Mapuche scored Buenos, so
Yeah, with respect to them, I think they're more or less the musings of a dead man. Like I didn't even realize that this Mapuche fleet was in SAO too. That was
yeah,
I didn't check on.
they're up here. They're doing funnies.
But yeah, I mean this is so fine for Mapuche and for Guarani. I don't know that there was a right answer to this test, really. I mean,
There.
what moves do you make where you've got 6 dots and you're surrounded by bigger people on all sides?
Yeah.
Obviously getting into Toishin would have been nice to give that a try. But yeah, I can't blame them too much for. I'm not suggesting that it's true, but if they're mentally checked out of this game, I would not blame them as they
Fair.
are getting squished.
Anyone that we put in that like bottom tier would not blame in the slightest for just being checked out at this point.
Yeah, and interestingly, it looks like Aymara and Portugal make peace here in South America, and Aymara's committing to trying to get their pound of flesh uh, off of Guarani.
I mean, there are worse things you could do, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know if I like this Chikitano move all that much because you're already getting
Well, if
Aoreo.
The thing is, if you don't move to Chikitano, then Aoreo just retreats in there, and that's more of a hassle to remove.
Fair. I guess the real long and short of it is I'm so much less worried about Guarani than I am Mapuche here if I'm Aymara.
Mhm.
And I don't know if dotting Guarani for one is worth what you're costing yourself on the other, from
Yeah,
Mapuche. But
Mapuche's going to make way more progress here against you, and it really does feel like you need to maybe move more into the front line against them. I don't know.
yeah, Portugal continuing the anti-Netherlands, Netherlands continuing the letting them do it, I
Yeah,
suppose.
if they let you, if they just keep letting
I
you.
mean they weren't going to be able to get back into San Sebastian. It's funny. I got pinged from King of Prussia, who's one of the Portugal players,
Mhm.
with a quote. I believe the direct quote was, "They, the Dutch keep letting us into their dots, and we keep doing it."
Yeah,
Like
why not? Why not?
something to that effect. Let me see. They're Portugal void.
I've said this before many
Yeah.
a times, but King of Prussia talks to us like Philip Hellmuth does to the commentators in a poker game. He is more worried about making sure the commentators understand exactly why he's having a laugh than he is about actually making sure the game goes well.
Yeah. We've been taking Dutch dots and they just keep letting us, so we're not going to stop. We're going to keep taking dots. I see them with many exclamation points. So there you go. Yeah.
They see the dots. They're taking them.
I see the dots. They take the dots. It's just that simple sometimes.
That's all it is sometimes. That's all it is.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I spoiled it for myself. I went over to Africa and we have an attempt to get into the water from Congo boats.
Congo almost did something.
They almost got their fleet. They almost got their fleet wet. They almost got their feet wet with their fleet, and were denied in the final hour.
Congo is sort of, kind of doing
Uh,
something. They're gonna get Barotse in the fall. Good for
yeah,
them.
yeah,
Good for them. Thank you. You're playing the video game.
yeah. No kidding. I still don't love just letting the Dutch exist, but so be it.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, England's just gonna be like, well, if Congo's not doing it, I will.
I'm sure England was like any enemy of Netherlands for that matter was like, can I please get on the phone with this Congo player and have him move in any anti-Netherlands direction?
Pick a direction.
Also,
Literally any direction.
I love I love the Niani bounce. Top humor for the Niani bounce right here.
Lol. Just going at it
Um,
again.
Outsourcing your defense of your newly cored dot to other players. Just 500 IQ move from Portugal here.
It keeps
Um,
working. It just keeps working.
you know what they say, if it ain't broke.
Oh. Indeed.
Um,
Is there anything else that we should talk about? We should look over at East Asia a little bit more. Anything else over here, though? I mean, you've shown NMR's twice, still winning.
and NMR's, yeah, step one, have a great opening few years. Step two, NMR twice in a row. Step three, profit?
If it works.
I guess.
If it works.
So, yeah, I'm looking over towards East Asia now.
Yeah, if we look at Toku, they're cleaning up kind of like how we thought they would. Inuit's making it annoying for them, absolutely, but
No, yeah, Inuit's making their life hard for sure. This Russia NMR actually, I think, is to the great benefit of Tokugawa as well, because what they need to worry about with the way that Qing dies is that Russia doesn't just keep the foot on the gas pedal and start moving through the Toku dots as well.
Mhm.
So the fact that they get another season of getting ahead of schedule is nice.
yeah, for sure,
Putting
for sure.
putting a lot of units on Koryaks, but that's one way to take it. Um, Strait
Again,
of Tartary is actually. Oh, actually, okay, yeah. I do want to mention one thing with these Toku orders. Toku's been playing really well. They go in, they grab Formosa. I mostly really like how they're doing this. They actually seem to be at peace with the Dutch besides Formosa, which is impressive.
oh,
I mean, they're moving into Philippine Sea, so
moved to Philippine
the writing's
Sea.
on the wall. But I have to say, I really dislike Corfusan. I understand why you Corfusan here because you want to be able to continually put armies straight into
I don't think you need it.
northern China. But now that this Inuit fleet is in Strait of Tartary, you're going to have to go Oriental Sea regardless because you cannot let that Inuit fleet into Oriental Sea.
Mhm.
And it kind of just you'd rather just be in Oriental Sea already, I feel like. So I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah, Inuit in Strait of
Yeah.
Tartay specifically is really the linchpin of why Tokugawa is going to struggle here coming forward. But I mean, otherwise, they're not looking awful. They really aren't. They can absolutely continue to clean up dots. They're still gaining a lot, and this is all Inuit
Futon,
pressure for not a lot of gain that Inuits actually
thank
be
you.
able to make super often.
Thank you very much to Basil. She just pointed out that Fusan doesn't border Oriental Sea, so that makes me like the core. I'm not gonna lie, that makes me like the core even less. If you know you're leaving Strait of Tartary, so you know you're leaving, like, you've been fighting Qing, you've been fighting Inuit, you know they have reason to make common cause against you, and now you can't even defend your backdoor in Oriental Sea. I think that makes me like it even less personally.
Fair, fair.
Thank you. Shout out to Basil for reminding me how adjacencies work on this map.
Of course, Basil is one of the angels for this game as well. So shout outs to Basil in general for letting this work out. I do also want to point out while we're talking about people in the Discord, how a good 30% of the people who are playing this game are currently in the general VC chat, playing a game of Poker Night. Just saying. It's not even the checked out players as well. Poland's in there as well.
This is a recurring meme that I think I played my first Blitz game in the previous Blitz 4, and I thought, I was like, oh, that's kind of weird. Like, you guys are all, I'm for it. I think I'm for it. Like,
It's a very funny
what
bit. I'll give you that much.
what greater bragging rights could you have than being like top 5 power in Blitz and winning the game of poker that happens concurrently? That's an immense amount of bragging rights.
You know what I think would be even funnier bragging rights? If we could commentate all of this and also play in the poker game.
We're gonna pass it to the B team now. We're gonna fill you in on the poker table. Like, oh man, the on-field commentary from the poker table would go crazy.
That would be really funny.
I'm kind of looking south here into China now. Ayutthaya and Ming making pretty pacifistic moves. It looks like, there's some things they didn't fully agree on. I think they're still feeling each other out a bit here. But it seems like they're mostly being rather peaceful. Like, you could see that Ming tried to support Ayutthaya and to lose on straight. Ayutthaya didn't take it, which I think it's fair to give them a gut check and make sure Hanoi's not being tapped. But I think the problem is this border is just going to be so hard to demilitarize that even while they're being friendly with each other, it doesn't lead to much gain.
These thoughts are not going anywhere. They're just kind of gonna stick around. IU is in Hyderabad. I must say.
Are with some English assistance. We do see an English core in their core.
Yep.
Love to see that.
Yep. I'm gonna point out to you real quick. You don't need to do that. You already own that tile. Just making sure. Also want to point out the Dutch kind of giving the bear the gun here and supporting Ayutthaya into Natuna Sea. Almost certainly just to try and deal with that one single Spanish dot in Sambas. I don't think you want Ayutthaya to be in there. I think you want to be in there.
High up on the list of orders I don't love, for sure.
Don't give the bear a gun. Have we learned nothing?
Yeah, I'm trying to be generous in my read of this move, but I just hate it, to be fully honest.
Agreed. It's not pleasant.
I think Portugal is doing something really interesting here, where they're kind of playing Mapuche. They're playing some soft zone on Mapuche, to steal a football analogy here.
Yeah.
They're playing pretty soft on Mapuche and trying to turn that extra engine into Indian Ocean resources, which I think is really interesting.
They now have 3 units of pressure worth on Sumatra, while also putting pressure on Ceylon. Like, if Mapuche wants to, they could break through this. Don't get me wrong. But as long as they don't, Portugal's going to start trying to clean up here.
And what makes my heart break for this Mapuche is they just moved that SPO2. You can't see it on this side because of the way the map works, but that SPO2 fleet just left. So there's actually they're going to continue to not break through over here, which I think is unfortunate.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere fast, that's for sure.
Looking through India, yeah, the Hyderabad stuff's pretty funny, but uh, Portugal just backfills. I think Bellari. I don't know. It's got a lot of lines over it, but backfills
Yeah.
that center that Ayutthaya leaves. They pick up Surat. They work with Mughals to kick Ayutthaya out of Sasaram. Um, it seems like their India position here is really good, and this colony in Muscat, this 1 dot colony is 4 dots of self-sufficient Portugal now.
Nope.
Like
And
this
they
is
and they just
doing-
supported Ottomans into Isfahan for the funny.
Yeah, I. Oh wait, did they hold it then?
Yeah,
Oh no. Oh, with Bandar Abbas. Yeah. Okay.
Bandar Abbas
I
holds.
was like, wait, they need the sports, but yeah, Bandar Abbas holds. I like it. They're doing what they need to do to keep. I don't know. They're doing what they need to do to keep clawing away at
Mhm.
trying to stay in first.
Now they have Ottomans in there, and they're just kind of being like, "Yo, Ottomans, you want to help me out for the funny?" And Ottomans is like, "Absolutely."
Hey, Ottomans, do you want to help me keep fighting this guy who made your game terrible and I haven't done anything to you? And I'm sure, yeah, if I'm Ottomans, I'm like, yeah, sure, Portugal, yeah, why not?
Absolutely.
Uh, yeah,
I think we're good to move on to the fall here.
I think
really
the only thing I want to touch on real quick that we missed was around Madagascar. France and Portugal are still working together over here, and they got into Zanzibar this season because of what looks like about a half NMR from Ajran, probably running out of time on the clock
Yeah,
as they were putting their stuff in.
that looks more like a
So
full
that's too
NMR,
bad.
honestly.
Too bad.
Unfortunate. Ajuran, though, it wasn't going much of anywhere fast for you either. So,
Yep.
Lamau.
Yep. They have betrayed my confidence in them, and yeah, they've proven you right.
Billy Joel starts playing. All right, let's get those fall moves up. Pulling up the map here. What have we got? Any NMRs immediately? I'm not seeing many. Let's see
Russia's on the move again. Nice to see.
Yeah, let's do Russia.
I'm just meaning that I can see the units
Oh.
literally moving, which is an upgrade.
Poland supporting Ottomans into Moscow. See, that's really funny.
This is Poland. Poland is just a higher effort Yucha shown. They stay status quo. They do very little, and they benefit. Like they are
True.
they are squeezing every last drop of lemonade out of this lemon, and I have to commend them for it.
Absolutely.
They convince Austria to go to Smyrna and to let them have Constantinople. Which I don't even think that's necessarily a bad play from Austria. I don't love it, but not sure.
Works.
Because I think coring Sarajevo's worthwhile because you want to get some more fleets out. Fine. I love this for Poland. It's going so well for Poland. They
Absolutely.
successfully get a convoy from Brandenburg into Scania. They've got the Dutch on side by giving them Bremen.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Swedes and the Russians have not buried the hatchet to work together successfully against them. It's just coming up so Poland right now.
Absolutely.
It's unbelievable.
I fully agree. Poland is sitting here and it's looking very, very nice. Likely to just clean up so much of the mess going on around here. And if they and Austria can continue to keep this working together, I do seriously think that they are 1-2, with Yuchishon being the only other party that even has a chance to contest them.
Yeah, the Swedish fleet in Baltic Sea is not ideal, but it's really not the end of the world for them. And
yeah, because again, Poland's building.
Yeah. Oh yeah, these are fall moves too. Yeah, great point. So they'll just build fleet. That's never mind.
Yeah.
It's not unideal. It's unimportant. Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
And if Sweden's in Baltic Sea and not in Gothenburg, guess what? You walk into Gothenburg.
True. Yeah, these armies and Christiania just left to go to Jutland as well.
For Jutland, Lamau.
Yeah, this is tough. for Sweden. It's tough for anybody who doesn't want to see Poland win this game, I guess, is the real bottom line.
I suppose the real question is who doesn't want to see Poland win this game?
Russia now.
True.
But that's it. But that is a very subtle but excellently made point that a lot of the strength of Poland's game right now is that the only people that dislike them are dead or dying.
Pretty
Like
much.
the people that dislike Poland right now are Russia, Sweden, and Ottomans. And I guess like a little bit France because of some Africa funniness. But really,
Honestly, Ottomans
like,
probably aren't even upset with them either. They just let them into Moscow.
well, I mean, Ottomans like had a reason to be upset with him, but they've decided that it's and there's a line of thinking that I assume the Ottomans are taking up here, which is like, hey, Poland's been my enemy the whole time. At least they didn't stab me. Russia and Safavids both stabbed me, and so they deserve my ilk more than Poland does, which I think is perfectly valid. You can throw your units wherever you want to. Once you're being killed, it's your right to decide how to die. But Poland taking advantage of that is really smart. I think this is a just a really well played game from Poland. I think they deserve this win, so I am very happy to see it continue. Frankly,
Absolutely.
yeah. France on the other side, Austria taking advantage of all the breathing room they've been given. They get into Luxembourg, they get into Strasbourg. I don't like the French order set here,
Mhm. Yeah, no.
and Austria. Austria's going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Austria's going +6, and
Yeah, we
that's
can actually see it
honestly
because of the new builds list. Yeah, Austria's +6 here.
and that's honestly a perfectly good reason for why you want to core Sarajevo because they're at this point they're actually out gaining their cores. So
Yeah.
impressive year for
And
Austria.
it's going to keep happening. Again, those two French units are the only opposition they're facing at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a bold claim here that those two French armies are not enough to hold back 6 Austrian armies in the defense of France.
Oh.
I'm also going to make the bold claim that the Spanish and French and Ottomans, who seem to all hate each other in the Med, is not going to hold back the Austrian fleets once they get a third, fourth, fifth fleet out. They're just going to collect more dots around the Med.
Absolutely, yeah.
They're in an excellent position, and they've skyrocketed up to third place on the leaderboard. Uchishon.
Yeah,
Let's go. Or sorry, I'm cheating a little bit.
No, absolutely. This is the part where we really want to be looking at the board tops here.
Fair enough. Uchishon. Let's see. Man, France still Uchishon's MVP. Support holding them in Ojibwe.
Cutting that Cherokee support line.
Cutting the chair. I mean, there's some self-interest. I guess not so much self-interest because they don't actually get in there. But yeah, cutting the Cherokee support.
It would have
tapping Gulf of Mexico again.
Yep. They would have gotten in. They would have actually helped protect Ojibwe there, but a little bit of miscommunication here. They wanted Ville-Marie to move in as Shinnebuck this turn, so he's going to lose Ojibwe. But if you're Ute, you're fine with this.
No. That's the Ute support. The French support does go into Ojibwe, I think.
Oh yeah, they're fine. Lamau.
So they cover them. I mean, bro, hey, if I'm Uchishon, I'm giving France the firmest of handshakes and a nice slap on the back because they have put more gas in the tank. Like all of the gas in the engine that they lost with the NMRs, France is topping them off, giving it right back to them and saying, "Come on, kid, you can get over the line. Get back in there.
Let me give you a light, G."
No, for real.
They're going into Nome, and they're going to start putting more pressure on Athabasca now, and I'm sure once they actually have more builds on the table, they can really just steamroll them.
This is the rare commentary call out where I say what I want to see from Uchishon in build phase is any builds. I want them to use that +7 and use at least 5 of those builds, please. That is what I want to see.
They're in Hawaii as well. They just tapped that from Toku.
Oh, I didn't even see him snipe Hawaii. Yeah, they're cooking.
Yeah, they just tapped that right there, and with Spain absolutely collapsing.
Imagine how incredible this position would be if there were 5 more Uchishon units scattered around this map.
Imagine that if on top of all of this, we had a fleet in Cascardia Basin and a fleet in North Equatorial and some armies up here in Chinook already.
Yeah, I mean, what could have been? What could have been? I think that actually, especially looking at how good Poland's doing, I think that might cost them their shot at the board top.
It's certainly going to hurt, but if you're used to shown, you are not upset with how you played this game. Honestly,
Oh, for sure.
it's all gone. It's all gone like literally perfectly. And if those NMRs hurt, then they certainly hurt. But all of your neighbors have literally just collapsed in on each other in a hate pile, and you're just winning.
For all of the dying that France is doing, I have to give them a shout out too, because as I look around the map, I keep finding them. They got themselves into London. Funny enough, they
Oh.
finished off the English East Coast colony with Boston. I mean, they're still Jamestown kicking around. They got into Bermuda. They support hold themselves in Haiti. Like they are scrapping. They're still scraping and fighting for this position. They got back into Papua. Oh wait, no, that's an Inuit. That's an Inuit fleet going into Papua Choi. Oh, the Inuit fleet goes into Papua Choi, so they keep Nescapi and they get into Kasti. Like they're, I think that they are actually making what they can out of this situation. So I got to give them a shout out for
Yeah,
that.
good for them. Dying everywhere else, but you're all right here. And actually, your Madagascar is not doing too bad either.
Yeah.
Like you're in Zanzibar. Congratulations.
Yeah.
When is there been a French fleet here? Hello?
So Cape Basin just moved into Walvis Ridge, and
I forgot there was.
Mbanza. Once more, we see the Mbanza hold.
Forgot that thing existed.
I am convinced that the Congo player has a mental block that does not allow them to see this Mbanza unit.
We need some glasses. They moved into Haas Estates at least.
They broke the seal. They moved into House Estates, but this fleet is just sitting there watching their dock get taken.
I think you could have moved to Soyo.
This is the laziest unit I've ever seen. This is where it was built.
Yeah.
This is where it was built in winter of 01.
It hasn't moved since.
Has not, but through. Yeah, it's crazy. Going to other people who have like a little bit of like a powerful board relevance. I'm looking down at Mapuche.
Yeah, let's take a look over here.
Guarani completely flips it into reverse and moves their units back towards Portugal here.
Lamau.
LMAO even, yeah, but like they get into Quelicolu. They don't get into Chapaya, but that's fine. Like Spain retakes Quito. Like Aymara is not making moves that are going to lead them to life.
Yeah.
And they're getting a build off of them, so they're still. It's not the speed you would like to see them moving at, but it's still in the right direction.
They are still making efforts to do things, and that is what we want to see.
Yeah. Kind of shifting my focus now over to East Asia, just because.
Let's flip over here. How did this go for Portugal?
We got a powerful Toku.
They got both Ceylon and Sumatra. Pop off.
Good heaven.
The Dutch actively support Ayutthaya in the Sambas. Again, I really, really dislike that decision.
I am curious which of the Spanish players said some insulting words about which of the Dutch players' mothers, because the Dutch player has been so anti-Spain in this theater that it makes me question if there were extremely harsh words exchanged at some point. Like
there's gotta have been, right? It's gotta have been.
It would certainly appear that way to the uninformed viewer myself, that there is some kind of bad blood or something between these players that is oh
yeah. Mapuche Outback.
Oh hell yeah, Mapuche Outback.
This army should never have been here in the first place, but
I did not hate it getting convoyed over at the beginning. I just wish we would have continued the pressure into Coral Sea to make it actually useful. Like convoying it into the Solomon Islands, for example, could have been useful like a year ago. Um,
Yeah.
but alas.
Scanning upward here, Ayutthaya and Ming continuing to kind of try and make it work while still also not really trusting each other.
Supporting Ming into Sassuram here is very funny to me. Very good meme. Very good bit. Um,
Oh.
Turfan going into Yarkand.
Yarkand just walks
Yarkand
into
going into
Kabul.
Kabul going into, I don't even know how to pronounce that.
Oud.
Oud for some reason. Russia still the beneficiary now that they've got their units moving. I mean, this East Asian front has been Russia's saving grace for most of the game, and will
Honestly.
continue to be. Uh, Obviously, they're going back down. They're losing Trebizond, Constantinople, Bakhchisarai, Novgorod. I mean, oh man, they are losing a lot as I continue looking around their country. But East Asia,
Yeah.
actually, no, they lost. They lost Duzhachigahar as well. Oh man.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, that NMR completely cooked them.
Russia
I
over
think the
here,
NMR did the
not
worst.
great. Russia over here, you're doing something. Congratulations.
Yeah. Toku actually comes out shockingly unscathed.
Yeah.
With the Strait of Tartary situation.
Toku
by
holds Navix here. Like, that holds.
They cut the support. Holding Navix to replace Koryax is really nice. Are they still in Galapagos? Or no, that was a different thing I was looking at. Which is unfortunate. But they pick up Shenyang and Highland Pao, so they're going to be +1 if my math is correct.
I think so. Let me pull up the board.
+2. They're +2. So
works out.
I mean, they're in the top 5. They're hanging in there. They're still making the right moves. They're still, they're in Karaginski Golf against Inuit. I do wonder if they're wasting their energy trying to continue to fight Inuit and Kamchatka here. There's just so many Inuit units up there that it feels like a breakthrough is so unlikely. But I guess there's really not much else for them to do. I might have preferred to see them go curl C, but it's kind of splitting hairs, I suppose, at this point.
Yeah, I don't think it really makes a large enough difference for it to matter.
Oh, that's where they go +2. I missed them getting Formosa as well. So.
Yeah, they're over here in Formosa. By the way, that is an illegal retreat, so they do not get into Manila. So, illegal support, I should say. Formosa does not border Manila.
Formosa does not border Manila. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. I think that support is supporting Philippine Sea into Luzon Strait.
Ah. They did not go for Manila. The arrows are just overlapping awkwardly.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
the Dutch southbound in Manila, and
Who's going to catch them out on it?
Tokugawa supports themselves into Luzon Strait here. Yeah.
Hmm.
A lot of pressure on the Philippines, which is good. That's good for Toku. That's a bright spot for sure.
Like, Toku's not growing as fast as some of the other people that we've seen, but they're okay. Like,
I mean, the fact that they're in the top 5 and they are growing means that they're unlikely to be out of the top 5 anytime soon. However,
yeah.
the just looking at the Gulf, just like peeking your eyes on the scoreboard, you can see the top 4 players on the board right now: Poland +5, Portugal +7, Austria +6, Shoshone +7, even though that's more like +2 this year because they didn't build.
Whatever.
And then Tokugawa +2. So there's a pretty clear cutoff between Shoshone, Austria,
difference.
Portugal, Poland, and then Tokugawa.
4th and 5th have a huge difference on this board right now. So while Tokugawa not really fighting for that top spot quite as much anymore, they are still making good gain, and they have places they can go. Like, they're going to start cleaning up the Dutch Philippines here and potentially moving even further southbound. And while this Inuit Fleet Strait of Tartay is annoying, everything else against them is not awful in the slightest. Like, there's a Ute fleet up here in Jakuysi, so there's potential that comes around and does something interesting over there. Oh wait, no, it moved out. Ignore me.
Yeah. Map go crazy.
Off Pacific lines go burr.
one day we will have the technology to. I wonder. I'm sure there's some kind of apps like that we could wrap the map around and have it be side to side. That would be kind of interesting to see.
It'd be fun.
Um, but yeah, no, for sure. Their position's still not terrible. They still it's extremely playable even. I mean, Ching is down to 1 dot here. Um, the Russians did not get the jump because of their NMR, so they've got a little bit of breathing room in Manchuria. Um, it's definitely still good for them. It's always good to be building. You're top 5, you're +2.
Mhm.
There are a lot worse places to be. That there are places, there are people occupying worse places right on your border. So
Yep.
it could certainly be worse.
They are certainly doing quite well and making it work.
Oh, I'm looking at. I apologize. I kind of cheated ahead, and I'm looking at the builds map now,
Please
and I
do.
realize uh, why Mughals have made the moves they have. They have voluntarily exited the game.
Ah,
uh,
somehow.
yeah, yeah,
07, soldier. I could have sworn Ching was going to die first, but you did. So, pop off.
real. Yeah. Yeah. I think we've covered most of the major stuff here with the fall moves.
Yeah, we're doing all right. What? Hold on. Can I point this out? Why is the leaderboard accurate on the right, but only for Russia?
That is That's awesome. I love that. It's actually so funny that that's true because in the 1.1 wave, this bug they were running into this bug a lot because I and admittedly some narcissistic fashion. I was looking around the other 1.1 games because I was doing pretty well with in Kinsei as Russia, and I wanted to see how the other Russias were doing. And Russia seemed to be the country that was getting bugged off the scoreboard the most. Like there were like 5 different games that I looked into, and Russia was bugged off the scoreboard. And so I think this is them getting their comeuppance that they were left off of so many other scoreboards that they get to be the only ones that are correct on this scoreboard.
So true. So true. Yeah, we still have a little bit more time till the next map is out. We can flip over to builds if you'd like, because I think we've covered the majority of what there is to say here at this point. I do want to point out real quick,
Yeah.
looking at
Oh, go ahead.
looking at the leaderboard as a whole. We've talked about our top 5 at this point. Currently, Poland is in the lead, and Portugal is actually right behind them. It keeps happening where Portugal just keeps making dots. I don't know. They just get 1 or 2 dots everywhere, and I'm like, how are you going +7? You just are.
Well, let's do a quick recap real quick of you know hit the unzoom button and let's get a recap of how +7 became more possible. Let's zoom into Brazil. Hey, look, there's a Dutch dot that they got. Let's zoom into Ceylon. Hey, look, this is Ceylon and Sumatra. There's 2 Dutch dots that they got. Like the the Dutch stimulus of the Portuguese economy cannot be overlooked.
Stimulus checks.
And where did Sumatra get supported from? Oh yes, Portuguese Batavia, a prior Dutch dot. Like there's like in Madurai where they got a build. I missed them getting a build in Madurai. And they actually cleaned up in India. That's something maybe perhaps that we glanced over a little bit. They got a ton of builds out of India this year. They get into Ahmedabad. They get into Hyderabad. They get into Madurai. They get into Ceylon. I mean, India.
They're cleaning up off the
1,
Mughals in
2,
English.
3,
version.
4, 5. If you count Ceylon as part of India, they went +5 in India this year. That'll get you to +7 pretty nicely.
True.
Yeah.
I just wonder if they're
Man,
going to be
that
able to
is.
keep it up.
I would argue at least in India, yes. Like they are the dominant power in India by a long shot now. And I mean, I guess we can check the winter builds to see if they invest any more in it, but
Yeah, let me just flip over to winter.
yeah. I'm glad I noticed that because that's something we didn't touch on really. But man, they cleaned up India this year.
Yeah, they really have. Actually done quite well over there. Russia's gone on the map, by the way, on this side, pull them out. Hot bugs. What change? I don't know.
That's so funny.
One of the points I wanted to make out about the scoreboard, we had the top five that we had mentioned: Poland, then Portugal, then Austria, then Shown, and in a distant fifth is Toku. You know who's behind Toku? It's France. Despite this,
and that's why I was kind of saying, like they cleaned up Boston. They held Nescapi while getting into Costi. They got Bermuda. They held uh both the islands on Dominica there. They like they got into London. They're doing their best. I will say they are really doing their best with what they have, but I think they have just simply put them. I mean, that's just nightmare fuel looking at their border with Austria. I mean, there's
yeah,
Austria also a player. Shout out Oliu that I commented on this in the past. Not a player who's afraid to make all of his units make arrows, and I think we're just going to see so many Austrian arrows pointed west again.
I think Austria cleans
I guess
up
I'll go ahead.
literally everything.
I guess while we're in the neighborhood, I'll go ahead and touch on the builds that we're sort of looking at here.
Mhm.
Another 3 armies in a fleet out of Austria. That's all you can build, so build it. Thank you for building the fleet. You need the fleet. Keep building the fleets. 3 more armies and a fleet out of Poland.
Probably fine. Like they wanted Fleet Gdansk so they can put this pressure back for this Baltic Sea road unit.
I think the Gdansk fleet is totally valid. I'm kind of looking at it through the Austrian lens here, and it's just you're such good friends, but like how many more years of +3 armies can Poland do before they start moving in your direction
Right.
is really worrying, especially with how I don't know. There's still quite a bit of resistance on Poland's eastern front, so I think that maybe puts Austria a little bit more at ease. I mean, Poland's making great progress, but the job's not quite done yet, so they
Yeah.
need to still keep moving east.
We're
But
at,
if I'm Austria, man, it's sleepless nights if if I'm looking at that.
for sure. We're at the end of year 4. Poland needs 42 total centers to win, and they're at 26. That puts them 16 short, which seems like a lot, but they have very clear opportunities to get a lot more centers through Russia here, and even down a little bit further, potentially into Ottomans down here. And while that's a lot, Sweden, Russia, Ottomans, if they can somehow also get these juicy Austrian dots, if Austria ends up continuing to turn away, like they could actively reach that number in just another 2 or 3 years.
I think it really depends on the Russian and Swedish player. And something that I do want to highlight that seems rather unimportant, but I think is a really good sign for both of them, is these 2 disbands in Barents and Norwegian. Like this is a great sign to me that Russia and Sweden are burying the hatchet. They say, "Hey, we both wanted to fight each other, but Poland took both of us for a ride. Let's get this guy." Like we got to stop fighting each other if either of us are ever going to do anything. Um, I'm not sure. I mean, it'll slow Poland down a little bit because Sweden and Russia were not coordinating very well last year. That's my only concern is that like they're gonna start running out of easy dots soon. Poland is, and then maybe gonna have to go for some of these harder dots. Like the Dutch are being very good about keeping these 2 units in Kiel and Bremen to not present too easy of a target to Poland. I think is a smart move. I think the Swedes probably will not be listening to any more Polish proposals like they had in the past.
Yeah.
I think that bridge is pretty thoroughly burnt. But yeah, I don't know. I do wonder. I think they still have enough gas in the tank to be board top. I think they're still the odds-on favorite to be board top. Poland. I don't know if they have enough gas in the tank to actually get their VSCC number.
I think that's very fair. I think that's very fair to say. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at this and hoping for the stars to align. Like, how are they doing down here? They built another army Jacob Fort, and they had New Courland
Another
covered, so they couldn't. But they're looking okay down
another
here.
army Jacob Fort. I will admit that I don't love. I mean, we talked about it for the third army. However much we dislike the third army, we dislike the fourth army that much more. Uh, I don't know. Maybe you think to yourself, don't ruin a good thing that you've got with Portugal by building a fleet. But at this point,
Like
like
Cabo Verde's right there. Like that.
Cabo Verde is right there. I mean, Cabo Verde is deceivingly a year and a half away.
Mhm.
So if Portugal does get a build this year, which based on how well they've been playing, it seems they will, they could just cover it. Um,
True.
but I don't know. Put it like send that fleet into Geba. Send that fleet into Sierra Leone Rise after that. Like make some I don't know, make some noise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Again, this is a lot of
their new
splitting hairs, to be fair.
but, oh, hey, I mean, if we are complaining about how well you're still building in your colony 4 years later in West Africa as Poland, you're doing you're doing something right. Like
Yep.
these are good complaints to have.
We want these problems.
Yeah, like the fact that both of their colonies are still alive and well, and both of their colonies are on 4 dots, outstanding work by them.
Mhm.
Um,
Absolutely. I want to look
because
over.
so often
I want to look over and see
either
it
of
you
those get
actually
killed
building real
so.
quick, so we can admire the not NMR.
Oh, it's what I wanted to see last winter.
That's what I wanted last year for Christmas.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Christmas came late, but it's still here. I'll take my medicine. I'll enjoy my presents anyway. Um, Spain deciding to disband on the front with Shoshone, I think is totally valid. After France
Mhm.
decided to stick with Shoshone, I think Spain says, "All right, nobody's coming to my defense, and I'm just gonna let them have it." Like I think that's perfectly valid. Uh,
Yeah,
but it bodes well for Shoshone.
yeah.
Uh, Muskogee is looking great this time of year. Um,
We'll take a vacation down in
yeah,
Chitamacha. I heard the parties are wonderful down there.
they. Oh man, Athabasca is in like a world of hurt with all these Shoshone armies as well.
Athabasca's in so much trouble. Like it's not even gonna be funny in a little bit. They're in the
Wait,
ringer.
were they fighting Inuit this year? They stabbed Inuit in fall moves to get into this position. I'll
All
just tell you, they went into none of it, and they supported themselves into Michikamau, that small one in the middle, and went into Innis. I mean, this is a full Inuit stab. While you need to really be defending yourself against Shoshone. Ugh.
all
I mean they. I mean, I guess this is where they can get dots, and they need dots. But man,
if it works
Shoshone's
in
still
their
looking so
favor.
strong. I'm curious in South America. Oh, did Mapuche not have a build? Oh, they did. Did they intentionally wave? Maybe
Probably
they
not.
accidentally waved?
I mean, we've seen a lot of accidental NMRs from players this blitz.
That's fair. This is just a less graphically obvious accidental NMR, perhaps.
Like Mapuche is
Um,
still not bad, all things considered, even without getting another build down. They're
yeah,
not
I
doing
think
anything over here, and I really wish they were, but
I think my Mapuche dreams are solidly dead, unfortunately.
yeah.
Not that they're in a bad spot. Like they've done well. They've got themselves a solid position, but as far as being a top 5 power or competitive for top 5, I think having to let them go, having to let it be.
Not what I'm thinking as well here. What other builds should we talk about? Let's go look at Toku. They're getting 2 builds here, and
No.
again, this Inuit fleet's going to be a headache for them. But I think it all might work out in the end.
Yeah, Okay, I harped on it. I'll just take a couple seconds of my life's time to harp on it again. This Toku fleet in Tsushima, because they stopped coring Fusan and went to Tsushima. Don't you wish that was in Oriental Sea already? Man, don't you wish that was in Oriental Sea already? Like, uh, tough, tough, tough. Um, but yeah,
Unfortunate.
I think they have enough units to tap Strait of Tartary and Curl Sea, so that Ainu is protected while they clean it out. It's an annoyance, for sure, but they have the units to clean this up. It's just about, is that time that they spend cleaning this up going to make it so that they continue to be stuck in fifth at best? I think the answer to that's probably yes, unfortunately.
Yeah, it
Um,
really is quite annoying for them. They're having to do with Inuit, a power who is being stabbed by Athapaska, who, by the way, is being stabbed by Yu Shishon. And they're the reason that they're not going to be able to very quickly pivot down here into putting pressure on Dutch
yeah.
Philippines or getting these 5 dots up here and able to just fully clean this whole area up and
And
get those builds.
it's quite interesting as well, because to the best of my recollection, the biggest sin that Toku committed to the offensive Inuit was taking Koryaks. Besides Koryaks, I don't think any dots have even changed hands, and Inuit has now reclaimed Koryaks. So it does wonder if maybe there was some diplomacy there. Not to be too on the nose, but it makes you wonder if there was some conversations there that could have avoided it being such a big problem. Um, And I know Toku. I've been trying to read the ats, like the commentator ats and the voids as they've been coming through, and I know Toku, I think, said something about, can you believe how many units that this guy's spending to defend this one dot or something along those lines? Oh, here it is. I'm so pissed at Inuit. 5 units to cover a single SC. 5. Art commentator, are you seeing this? 2 Inuit army to cover a single SC.
So,
So they're certainly frustrated with the Inuit investment into stopping their growth. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's good that Ming stays on side. I mean, Toku hasn't had to worry about Ming all game, and even though Ming continues to get a little bit bigger every year, they're still building armies. So
yeah.
love to see it for them.
And, like, if things work out in Toku's favor, they absolutely could just put some fleets on Ming's border, and that could be the last 4 or 5 centers they need. Will they get to that point?
Yeah,
I'm not sure they will by the end of this game, but they absolutely could.
I mean, that's a really good point, actually. Like, just going Yellow Sea, East China Sea here, and getting Nanjing and Peking for free would be
Not nothing.
really. I mean, that's plausible, because like Aomori could go cover Oriental Sea to free up Tsushima. Like, that is a realistic move set, and like, yeah, as you just said, 2 dots is not nothing. Maybe they could keep that one in the bag for like the last year of the game once they see the last year announcement,
Yeah.
and
I
keep that plan tucked away.
have a feeling that's what they're going to do so Ming doesn't decide to retaliate against them, because if Ming decides to
Yeah.
put army in, like, Hope, for example, and start working with Russia a little bit more against Toku, they're not going to be happy. But if Toku waits until last year to make that stab, that's a very plausible, very sudden +3/+4 that they can manage out. All right, let's take a look at the spring moves now, though, that we've talked about all the builds. I'm actually really excited to see how this top 5 ends up developing out, and if I'm really curious to see which one of them is going to become the breakaway, if there will be a breakaway.
Yeah, I'll let you take the wheel here. I'll let you decide where we head first here.
Let's look at you, just so we can go left to right on them. We're seeing them make some moves here. They've, again, we really wish they would have done these moves sooner, but Athapaska is getting deleted here, and it's not even funny. And you working with France here is going to continue to just pay it out for them and keep everything nice. Atha tried to turn France against Ute this turn, and it just doesn't work out. Ute even still has Spanish support at this point. Like, look at this.
I truly think this is a situation for Spain in regards to Ute, where Spain said, "Hey, I wanted to fight you. I wanted to be your problem, but nobody will help me. So I'm just gonna not be your problem anymore." And of course, if you're Ute Shoshone, you're like, "Sounds good."
Yeah, absolutely.
um,
Please,
France
yes.
continues to double down being anti-Spain with their army moves in North America. I mean, it's not necessarily anti-Spain. You can make the argument that it's building up the wall against Shoshone, but they're helping Shoshone still. So I don't believe that.
Yeah.
Like, I, I, and to France's benefit, they're in Cree. They're gonna get into Shinnebeck in the fall. Like
They
it's kind
supported
of
Inuit into Niscapi because even they were like, dude, what Athapaska's doing to you is dirty.
like it's kind of working. Like I feel like um
Is
the
that a
diamonds.
convoy into Nunavut? So you can contest Chipewin uncontested in the. That's fun. That's fun. It's not gonna work because Hudson Bay's still sitting there, but that's fun.
You know, I kind of like this as a oh, what is this? Like a Dunkirk maneuver. Like, hey, my army's gonna die anyway. Let me teleport it somewhere that it's gonna be useful instead of dead. Sure.
Mhm.
Like, I'm about it. Um, yeah, I don't hate it. It's clever. It's like, again, as we've been saying, too little, too late. Um, not only as I'm looking over these Shoshone moves in Alaska, I noticed not only is Shoshone cleaning up Athapaska here, but they just went to Arctic Ocean, and they're gonna get. They might be able to get Godthab, depending on. Oh, never mind. This English fleet is in the newly not wasteland Greenland, so they might bounce. Inuit might get Godthab protected by a bounce between Shoshone and England in their own dot there.
That would be pretty dang funny, to be fair. That would be really funny.
As a dying power for England, I love the strategy of grabbing one of the biggest tiles on the map just so there's more red from the naked eye.
Look at me. Look at my
Solid
colors.
strategy.
Look at it. It's right there.
Land area. Land area. Great choice.
Yeah, I really like these moves as you have both France and Spain on side who are trying to support you against each other. You're gonna make huge gains against Athapaska. Like, I love it.
Admittedly, I dislike Mexico City coring. I think we're just moving that to Berlanga Ridge to get into the Pacific. I don't love that. Saltillo.
Hear me out. Hear me out. This is the start of year 5, right? If the game ends at the end of year 6, I fully agree that it's not going to get anything done until then. However, if they truly have Spain on side, and Spain is willing to get them as many dots as they can, and this game is going to year 7 at least, Ute Shoshone Caribbean.
Thanks, I hate it.
Like,
I mean,
just think about it. What if Ute Shoshone ends up in Belize?
I do think that Spain, to Spain's credit, I don't see them doing this as a full throw to Ute Shoshone. I think this is more them going to Ute Shoshone and saying, "Hey, I'm like, you got your gains." They probably. I'm really surprised they don't take Chittimaka here, Shoshone. Or at least get in position with Apache to take it. But
I mean, yeah, but also Saltillo just goes and grabs it whenever it's done coring as well. So it's not bad, but not bad.
But yeah, I don't think Spain is trying to get Shoshone into as many dots as they can per se. I think Spain is just going to Ute Shoshone in this moment and saying, and I don't know, this could be completely wrong. This is just conjecture, but saying, I tried to fight you. I tried to convince the other colonials, France, that we needed to work together against you. They won't work together with me. It's not going to pull off. Oh, Basil just added me and said if they do finish the core, it won't be able to build until winter of 47, which is going to be the last game of the year. So apparently this game will end in 47.
Yeah, it's only 6 years. Unfortunate. And again, this will change once we have a better client that we can use to work with here, but Blitz games need to go to at least year 7. There need to be at least 7 years because nobody wins in 6 years. Even in Blitz, we have yet to see it like a good solid. This player won the game and actively really deserved it win by 6 years. We need more time. At least that's my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. It can be hard to get the time commitment out of people, but if you can swing it, I agree. But yeah, things are looking up for Oot. I think I'm not sure how the VSCC math is going to work with who ends up being board top here, but they're doing what they need to do to. They're mostly doing what they need to do to try and make that a reality for themselves.
Yeah.
The board top dream is still alive.
Absolutely. Even with these on the board, again, they're getting how many dots from Athapaska in the next 3 or 4 turns? All of them?
One,
At least 5 or
2.
6. They get Tuchon, Chichoing,
I mean,
Icho, Satu, Lucina.
yeah,
Those
they're getting
5.
2. I think they're getting 2 this year. They're getting Chilcotin and Tuchon this year. Well, they're getting their choice of Sutina or Chilcotin and Tuchon this year.
I think Yuchishon ends the game with these 5 Athapaska centers.
Oh, actually,
without question.
I'm sorry. I'm completely wrong. Tuchon can support Chinookin, so they can get Tuchon, Chilcotin, and Sutina all at once.
Yeah, Tuchon has a lot of dots. They still have favors on.
That's really true, and especially as we said, if Spain continues letting them kind of do what they want, Chirimaka, maybe even if their army Sotillo can get down to no, it just made that impossible. So never mind. But there's still dots for them to be grabbing for sure.
Yeah. All right, let's move on and talk about some of these other powers real quick. We did just spend a lot of time talking about you, but let's be real, you deserves it. Can we remind everyone that this player NMR twice? Twice. They had no orders put in.
Oh man. Yeah. It's been a game for them. I mean, not that they I don't want to take anything away from them. They've played the position as well as it can be. Well, minus the NMRs, it happens. But they've played the position as well as it can be played. But they let what developed around them turn into this great situation for them. I mean, just accepting good things when they are given to you is sometimes a skill people don't have still, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But they managed to do it. They're taking full use of the good situation that they were in, and also probably in their press promoted that good situation to occur as well. So
yeah, absolutely. It is impossible for us as commentators to read all of the press between all 25 of these different powers. But there's got to be some good press work going on here if they have both France and Spain willing to assist them at this stage in the game. All right, let's move over to Europe and talk about the other brown power and what we're looking at over here. It does look like Poland and Austria are starting to get a little antsy with each other. Just a little.
I
don't think it's much. I don't think this is outright immediate conflict.
No, I agree. I think this is perhaps a case of, like the old saying, good fences make good neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Where I do wonder about Constantinople. I wonder if that was a stab or not. But besides that, actually it gets bounced. Never mind, because Bakhchisarai gets bounced, so it doesn't even get into Constantinople.
Oh.
It does. It looks a little more favored for Poland than it does for Austria.
I mean, it has for a while.
Them going into Ruthenia specifically is a little concerning, but I think this is them both going, hey, we're maybe getting towards the end of the game. Maybe we don't want to just rely on trust for the entire rest of this game. Let's throw some bounces in here. Let's make it so that let's increase our wariness of each other just a little bit, but without diving
ruining our
into
games.
each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's working out pretty nice. They're gonna be able to again. Both of these powers, despite being right next to each other, are very solidly going to finish in the top 4 of this game, and I don't think anyone else is really going to contest. Maybe Tokugawa.
I'm trying to read here. I'm assuming this is Copenhagen supporting Kiel into Jutland.
These powers, these these little territories are so small you can never tell.
But kind of as I was predicting, Russia and Sweden, they kind of start working together.
I mean, kind of.
It
But Russia also
it
just is
makes
getting out of Dodge.
it makes life a little harder for Poland. Not that much harder. They still get into Kharkov thanks to that Ottoman spite unit. Shout out that Ottoman spite unit. Um, that Ottoman spite unit does not get into Tbilisi because there's an illegal order from Kabardia into Kazan.
Well,
But yeah, like I said, I think it's maybe they've had the easy part of their steak here, Poland, and they're kind of getting to some of the tougher bits, but they're still eating steak. They're
Yeah.
still making the moves that they need to make to continue to defend their position as board top. Obviously, it's not entirely up to them. Uch is shown on the other side of the world. Portugal and whatever hijinks goes on with them. But I think they're making the moves, at least in Europe, that they need to be making here.
yeah, absolutely.
I dislike a little. Oh, I guess they're going for the pop on the burn army here. Austria is why they're doing this support hold kind of thing in Strasbourg and Dijon.
Yeah, they're just making it so it's not
That's-
a problem. I don't hate that.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
They still have
do-
Paris in the fall. Because they moved to
Yeah.
Rheims. They have Paris in the fall.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. I guess. Sure is my like.
Sure. Again,
Uh,
it really cannot be understated that Austria has whatever dot in Europe, continental Europe, whatever they want east of Poland is theirs.
yeah. Or west. Yeah, west of Poland.
Sorry, west of
yeah.
Poland. Like they're going into
I agree.
Corsica for free, and they're gonna walk into Sardinia probably for free as well.
And they've been looking like they're playing nice with the Dutch, but I would not be surprised if in fall of this year, all of a sudden you see a ton of Austrian armies on the Dutch border.
Right?
Um,
Like we still have here, we're still looking at Army Nuremberg, Army Strasbourg, and like once the Austrians clean up Paris and some of these last remaining French dots,
Yeah.
and Amsterdam,
Not to-
Utrecht,
yeah.
look lovely this time of year.
Yep. Even Bremen, maybe like.
Maybe you'd
Yeah.
have to coordinate more with Poland for that, which I'm sure Poland would be totally fine with.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, this is. I mean, they're doing the right things as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Grabbing course. They're getting the fleets out. Yeah, Sarajevo Corps gets done in spring, which is really nice. That is the nice time to get your core done because you
Absolutely.
can get out in fall and get the build that very same year.
Mhm.
I do wonder if I think the more I look at it, the more I think that this Constantinople situation was probably agreed between Poland and Austria. Maybe I'm wrong, but
I think if
I
it
think
wasn't,
that
there would
was-
be much more pressure from both sides to do something.
for sure.
Like,
I do think that now that Sarajevo's done coring, Austria will probably support Sarajevo in with Salonika.
that's what I see as well. And if it's arranged,
yeah.
then so be it. It's fine, whatever.
Yeah.
I think both powers are staying winning. I think Poland is just going to be winning a bit more.
I'm really interested in what's going on with Portugal because this is the power that it feels like every time we look at them, they're up a bunch and
Down
we
even
go,
more.
huh? And
Yeah.
like,
I mean,
but they
they're getting
every time we look at them, we're like, oh, they're losing here, but they're winning here, and then we look at the scoreboard and they're second,
right.
and it's like, okay, I'm not respecting your game properly by my cursory look at the map.
Yeah, I mean, they get Lisbon and Rabat here, cleaning up both of these areas, and it looks like they're gonna get Gibraltar in the fall potentially. So that's gonna.
Yeah, it's hard to.
Either Gibraltar
I
or
think this is
Valencia.
I think this is a misorder with Madeira Plain.
That does not connect. That does not
Yeah.
connect. Unfortunate.
And Spain's going to end up in Sea of Azores, so they're going to have to do some accounting there to cover Azores.
Yeah, but I mean, Madeira Plain didn't move, so there you go.
But yeah, they're up a dot in Lisbon.
Yeah. And Rabat
They
going down
and
here.
Rabat, yeah.
Hey, look, someone's gonna tap
They-
Cabo Verde. What did we say about that?
It's Garani! Yeah! Garani!
Garani sweep! Garani sweep! We entirely skipped over this region, by the way, because let's look at Portugal's move over here. They're gonna get Boleyn, and the Dutch are only like half doing anything about it.
I mean, I keep coming back to this King of Prussia quote. The Dutch keep letting us into centers. We keep going into the centers.
If they keep letting you in, the door is still open and unlocked.
I mean, I guess after this, the Dutch can actually start to defend themselves here. So maybe that's not so much the case. Like they're gonna pop the Spanish army. Um, they're gonna have two on Balim themselves, and the Portuguese here are gonna have to decide if they want Balim bad enough to risk letting this Saint Marcos Bay fleet into São Sebastião or Maristad.
Hmm.
So it's a little trickier than it looks actually for them. I'll give the Dutch credit here. Oh, and the Dutch army in Cartagena sniping Panama.
Wow. Sure. Might as well. I mean,
Yeah,
that's what happens. Poland might walk into Cartagena.
Portugal's still enjoying the fruits of Guarani not knowing what direction to go in.
Yeah. This whole area has kind of... Look at this, like, weird little tapestry that Aymara has going on in this game. These Aymaran centers, what's colored Aymaran and what isn't, tell you so much about how weird and wacky this South America has been. It's been wild.
It's something else. Yeah.
Alright, that was our quick glance. Portugal over here, they're gonna keep taking dots. Portugal over here.
She got a gas.
They're taking a few less dots over here, but they're still fine. Fine. They might get over here in the fall.
They stab France here. So not only is this a stab, I accidentally went south while you were going east. Yeah, they stab France around Madagascar here as well.
I mean, absolutely. Yes. Do it to win the game. You need to win the game.
They're gonna get into Barra and Sakalava and Fort Dauphin.
Yeah.
Because Barra, they can support themselves into Sakalava. They can get into Barra for free. Nothing else touches Fort Dauphin. Yeah. Wow.
Yours, my friend.
Nicely
got
done.
the money.
I mean, it's gonna cost them Cape Coe, but I don't know. I think gambling that the Congo will not move is always a good gamble.
Yeah. I mean,
we
keep saying, "Oh man, Portugal feels like they're losing so much, and yet they gain so much." I think this is the first turn where it has just been straight upside for Portugal. Like this is pure upside. Is all we've seen so far. Let's just do this over here real quick. It's just more upside.
Yeah, I will say, after their crushing success in India last year, it would be hard to replicate such a success again.
Mm-hmm.
And it's getting a little bit more complicated for them in Delhi, as Safavids and Ayutthaya and Ming seem like they're all kind of working together against Portugal here.
Right. Trying to do what you can.
So they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose Delhi.
They're gonna lose Delhi, but they get Madras this year as well. No, because they get bounced out.
Do not get Madras. Yeah, they get bounced. Ayutthaya. Let's see.
Ayutthaya taps Andaman Islands, so the Dutch don't get into Sumatra. Oh, hey, what's that? The Dutch, you supported Ayutthaya into Sambas, and they immediately tried for Banjarmarsden? What? No shot!
Yeah.
That's wild! Hey, Mapuche's doing something down here. They failed because they got tapped by Inuit. What? Why?
Inuit.
What? What is this beef?
The decisions of all the people that have messed with you.
Inuit, huh?
Oh, that's crazy.
Huh? Where did this beef come from? Somebody inform me.
Oh my god.
Somebody tell me where this came from.
Speaking of Inuit, they let Tokugawa into Chukchis.
They just walked out. Wow. Toku's going up.
I mean, they were hoping. I mean, Inuit didn't have the units, I suppose, over here. I didn't pay attention to this disband to really cover everything particularly well. You've got two Toku fleets in MPO, so you feel like you have to defend or cover Koryoks. You feel like you have to defend Evans because Nivix is adjacent. It's reasonable. This might not be quite the gift, and more so a result of them just not having the firepower to cover everything. So fair
Yeah.
enough on that front. But using your MPO4 fleet to tap Mapuche is just
This is just rude.
spiteful.
This is
That's just so spiteful.
rude.
What I truly cannot think of a single thing Mapuche has done to even remotely close to Inuit this game.
Right?
Oh man.
This is
Looks good for
disgustingly
Tokugawa
rude.
though. Looks really nice for Tokugawa.
Good for Toku. Good for Portugal as well. Again, Portugal, this looks like a lot of upside for Port here.
I mean, I will say Portugal is going to be in trouble eventually because now they have to decide if they want to defend Flores or defend Coral Sea. My guess will be they defend Flores due to it being a dot. There's finally going to be some Mapuche pressure in Coral Sea. Also, the Dutch came into Halmahera Sea.
Right. It's all perfect.
For all of what we have said about the Dutch and their strategy in Southeast Asia, they still got a lot of guns in Indonesia, but all of these Ayutthaya fleets that should have been here, depending on who you ask, years ago, are now coming home to roost and are going to make you pay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Portugal still is in the top 5. I don't know if they have. I just don't see them having the gas to pass.
I don't know.
Poland.
I think they have gas. I think they do. Like this complete takeover of Madagascar that we're about to see. The continuation of
That's true. That's true.
Here.
That's 3 dots in Madagascar. That's fair.
Lisbon and Rabat here. They're gonna get more dots over
That's
here.
fair,
Like,
man. I don't know how we keep. I'll speak for myself, but I don't know how I keep tricking to myself into convincing myself that this Portugal position is worse than it is over and over again, and like. Even after saying it, here I am doing it again.
Oh,
oh man!
Right.
Well played to King of Prussia, and then who's the other Portugal player?
I believe.
Oh yeah, of course. Well played to Salt and King of Prussia. Nasty duo, proving their worth.
I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the fall maps here. I think we've discussed a fair amount here. I also got tiny bit spoiled by someone posting the new scoreboard. I'm going to go ahead and go to Poland here first because there's a bit of a yikes turn for Poland. They got the nuisance Ottoman fleet army in Moscow has turned on them.
Oh no, they went turncoat. Oh man.
It's quite unfortunate.
Ottomans, I love this from Ottomans. I love Ottomans saying, "Hey Poland, you didn't think I forgot about what you did either, did you?"
Yeah, and
and
you know what happens? Ottoman walks into Tbilisi and Derbent.
Wow.
Lol Mao.
I mean, they lose Tabriz at the same time, so fair enough. But I mean, they're so much less dead than I expected them to be.
They're still dead, but like they're not as dead. Good for them.
Yeah. They did this convoy get into Lisbon from Baleares? Also, did I miss that they got a convoy into Baleares?
Yeah, Ottoman is going full troll right now, by the way, if you missed it.
I completely missed this convoy into Baleares. Wow. Oh, because it got Spanish support. That's hilarious. Okay, yeah. Man.
Like, this is
Does this succeed?
Funny.
I can't read the supports here.
France puts
Surely
an army.
not.
France puts an army into Plymouth while also taking Ireland here. Ooh, excuse me.
Yeah,
I need to get
the French evacuation of France is something else.
Aside from not having Paris, France is not looking too bad.
Yeah, I say
that, but there is down here, to be fair. Oh, but the misorder! Portugal put both of them on Fort Dauphin. That's supposed to be one Bara. Ah, the misorder. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate.
That is so unfortunate.
Back up
Yeah,
here, though.
that hurts.
What's really upsetting here, for Poland specifically, is that Poland is now -1 this year. They are disbanding.
Yeah, I don't want to make too much out of this, honestly. It's unfortunate, and I think this is kind of what I was talking about the last couple turns, where I was like, it's gonna get tougher to chew their steak here,
Mhm.
and going down one on the disband is not ideal, but
Still not an awful
they've got a
position.
lot of units. They've got a lot of units in the colonies that they can I mean, they've got 4 armies in West Africa that they can decide what to do with. They've got four. They've got 3 fleets in their new Courland area that they can decide what to do with.
Yeah.
So there are disbands to be had, but it's definitely not ideal, and this is exactly what I was concerned about for them.
It's not quite the
Um,
explosiveness we really want to see, but it's still not bad. Like, they are
Yeah.
still looking good.
Austria
Austria could have walked into
Austria, on the
Sardinia
other
here,
hand,
which is funny. And Sicily.
they get Austria covers the tap on Salonika, beautiful. Gets into Constantinople to free up the Sarajevo Corps.
Mhm.
Gets into, I can only imagine this Turanian sea fleet's going into Corsica. I can't super tell.
Fleet positions are weird. That's almost certainly what it is.
But yeah, gets into Paris. Like they're just, so that's what, 1, 2, 3. Like they're going +3 on the year. Not to mention the builds that they had, because the 2 builds that they had because they couldn't build
Right.
in the past. With Poland slowing down, I love it for them.
Yeah,
I absolutely love it for them.
This turn specifically has made it feel like this has gone from Poland being the top one in this 2-pair to Austria being the top one in this 2-pair. And now it's Austria's turn to decide if they want to push back against Poland.
And again, like yet again, this is Austria is always everybody's second favorite direction to attack into. Like Poland is, they're like, hey, I'm winning in Sweden, I'm winning in Russia, I've got the Dutch on side. I don't need to fight Austria right now. Spain is like, I hate people more than I hate Austria. Like, I'll try and dot them, but France, they're like, hey, I hate other people. I don't have the builds. I'll just let you have it. It's this snowballing effect with Austria where an they become such an annoying target that they become this porcupine while they're snowballing, that like, oh, I could go fight them, but they're so prickly. I'll just look for somewhere else to go fight, and all the while they're just picking up momentum, rolling down the hill, getting bigger and bigger, and they have 5 builds for 5 cores.
Yeah.
Pressburg is in the way. They have
Pressburg's
5
in the
builds
way,
for 4
but
cores.
to be fair, if Pressburg did move, that would have been a loss of Pressburg. So
yeah, no, I mean, clearly based on the moveset, they made the right call. But they're putting 4 more units down. They look good.
The other thing I want to point out is the move from Nuremberg into Hesse. They fully intend to take those Dutch dots.
That's what I'm saying. Like and now that they're in Paris, this Reims army is not anti-French anymore. That is an anti-Dutch army.
Yep.
And this army that just backfilled Strasbourg, expect to see that in Cologne.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, they're going to be in Barcelona by the end of next year. Almost certainly.
Yeah, they sure are. They sure are. Yeah. Not to mention they still have some Spanish islands that they might be able to get the guesses right on.
This is before touching anything of Poland looking like they have blinked. I said earlier that we need to see who blinks first between Austria and Poland, and now it looks like it's Poland. Poland looks like they might have been the one to blink first, and
what's funny about this situation for Austria is, obviously, I'm obviously not waving any builds here. I'm going to build Army Vienna. I might arrange a bounce in Silesia again. But I still don't feel like I have to go fight Poland. Like if I don't want to, It's entirely my decision if I want to go fight Poland. And if I do fight Poland, I think it goes well. If I don't want to fight Poland, I can keep the gas pedal down. I mean, I guess with next year being last year, you might as well go fight Poland since it'll probably go well for you.
I'm gonna be honest. I really hope next year is not last year. I'm gonna say this partially because I know there are people here in the commentary booth who can help make that decision if they want to. There is still an hour and a half left in the allotted time for play. We can do another 2 years. They have started year 6. They have already started year 6. We can do 2 years total in an hour and a half, especially if we speed it up just a smidge. This game, I think, I really want this game to go to year 7. I really want this game to go to year 7 because then we can see some of these powers maybe actually genuinely get a win and it be well deserved.
I agree. I would love to see it.
To everyone who's like at the bottom of the board playing poker, they don't care anyways. They're playing poker.
I call upon the good graces of our heavenly angel Basil and our GMs to do so if they're willing. But yeah.
Downforce the GM for the game, and they're also in the poker channel.
Hey, just give him a tap on the shoulder. Hey, boss, you mind if we I know you're running the pit here. You mind if we play another year of diplomacy on the outside?
Look, if you just keep going your poker, we'll take over the rest of this game. We'll make sure it gets finished shot 5. Don't you worry.
I do want to go look at our other brown friends in North America.
Yes, Shoshone, because Shoshone is popping off here if you look at everything. There's some shenanigans going on here, but they cover Hawaii. They're getting into Tsusina, they're getting into Chuchon, they're getting into Chilcota in here. It's just glorious. Like, they even let France be the ones to get into Oji Korea here. Like, that could have been Ute as well.
Keep being friends. I mean, I think the time is coming where being friends with France is a thing you don't have to pretend to do anymore soon.
Yeah. And, I think it looks like they've picked a favorite here because they've walked into Cherokee and are putting themselves in position for Chinamacha.
And I don't even necessarily think this is maybe not spiteful favoritism, but like, and I don't know because I'm not reading the press. I don't know if they even have a super favorite actually between the France and Spain players. Mm-hmm. I think the position is just playing itself where there's a lot more to be gained from fighting Spain here than there is from fighting France for right now.
Yeah, and the thing is, you can do both.
I do kind of wish they took Cherokee with Missouri so that they could do both.
Sure.
But again, we're splitting hairs on a +6 season.
Absolutely.
So, excuse me.
We're seeing another full build set from Ute Shoshone here. Like, I don't think we need to be telling them what they are doing wrong. And again,
at the risk,
they do get bounced in Gothab. That's really sad.
Hey, but look how big. Take a zoom out. Look how red and giant Greenland looks.
Man, England looks like they're doing so well.
Look how big England is. Oh.
Yeah, not quite, buddy. Not quite.
Yeah. I mean, Ute Shoshone is, they're frankly just owning Athabasca. The only good news for Athabasca is that these fleets of theirs can't keep going inland, but that's still some small pittance.
Yeah.
I mean, for what it's worth, Ute Shoshone kind of runs into a bit of a wall here. They got to do some creative stuff to get around these armies that are now so thick. But it looks like Inuit is making a perfectly timed spite play. You know, if I'm Inuit and Athabasca's still trying to kill me here, yeah, I'm diving back in on Athabasca for sure. Why not?
Absolutely. Like, bro, we're both dying. Lay off my centers.
Yeah. Interestingly, is that a Qing fleet in NPO? That's Qing's last fleet in NPO3 trying to take Hawaii. Very funny.
Lamau.
They do not get in, unfortunately.
Lamau. Goku goes to Chikuis. I'm gonna zoom over and we'll turn this into. Oh, now this is interesting.
They cut the support. Very nicely done. They get Sahalian.
Mm-hmm.
They get Kikihar. That's huge. That's great. I mean,
Yeah.
this is
Good turn. Good for
One-
Toku looking north.
1, 2, 3. Yeah. I mean, they just got 3 dots there.
Yeah. And it's
Am I
important to
counting
say,
them?
again, they have 4 more up here if they can just break this line here against Inu. And they claim Chikui, so if they can get these last 3, that's 3 that are going to be putting a lot of work towards keeping them in the top 5 here.
Yeah, I'm peeking at the leaderboard as we're looking here, and would you believe it that Poland has dropped due to their -1 all the way to 5th?
It really is unfortunate to see it. Like, Toku is...
Like
that,
we were talking. I mean, we were talking about how there's such this gap between Poland and Toku, but a bad Poland turn and an excellent Toku year combined to put them right among the cream of the crop.
Oh, absolutely. A moment, by the way, to talk about Russia. Still trying to make the best of their situation here, especially getting this Moscow unit to walk by. It's important to note, they walk back into Moscow after supporting Ottomans out. So, what does that make
Very
Russia?
well done. Yeah.
Russia's still disbanding on the year, mostly just due to things like this Safavid unit over here.
This Safavid move, this Turkestan unit just got 2 dots for the price of 1. Very nicely
Absolutely.
done.
Russia's making the most of their really bad situation, and props to them. I want to give.
I mean, Russia's actually diving in on Ming right now. In Hohhot.
They've noticed that Ming has all of their units on their border with Ayutthaya. By the way, Ming moving in against Ayutthaya.
I do wonder if this is arranged actually, because Sasaram's leaving Bamo to go into Sasaram while it's getting backfilled. I wonder if this is just a simple exchange for the sake of...
the funny thing is, though, is what's going to happen is Sasaram is just going to retreat into Kathmandu, so nothing of value happens.
Are
you supporting...
No. Raja Mahendra gets into Hyderabad. Oh, but then bounce it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It gets bounced.
I mean, I guess that'll be the test for their relationship. Does Ming take the friendly route and retreat into Bhutan, or do they take the free open dot in Kathmandu?
I know what I would do. That's for sure.
I know what I would do as well. Yeah.
England being supported into Hyderabad, by the way. Like, again, this area went from being so good for Portugal into suddenly becoming a really big problem for them potentially going forward, because they've cleaned... England is starting to get cleaned out of the area, but they are still facing pushback.
I mean, they do get into Masulipatam, so there's that to kind of soften the blow, but it's definitely not their preference. The good news about the Masulipatam, I'm pretty sure Masulipatam blows up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Masulipatam gets forced disbanded.
I need to do something real quick, because I just saw the announcement show up.
Sure.
Downpour has announced that we are going to be going on for two more years, so I'm going to do something real quick.
6 more weeks of winter.
Woo! I'm going to go do something real quick.
Downpour.
I'm going to go say thank
you.
Sure. Downpour real quick. I'll be right back. Banger! We're playing on for 2 years! Downpour banger decisions! Let's go!
No.
Just end it.
No, what are you talking? Are you looking at this board? Are you looking what Austria's cooking with? Are you looking at this Portugal here?
We don't care about Austria.
I don't care about Austria.
And
Austria, bro.
And our misery.
We're the ones who kill.
Fine, go back. This game's a
just
banger. This game's a banger. I'm going back to commentary.
We hate this area.
In 2
The
years,
Portugal
where
bounce in Fort Dauphin. What's happening?
We did see that misorder. That is very funny. This game's a banger. Honestly, just let the dead people into commentary chat as well. That would be really funny, but I'm gonna go back.
Or let us into commentary chat right now.
Yeah.
Lol, I can invite myself to speak up. That's funny. Sorry about that. I needed to have that on the recording because that's hilarious. Let me share my screen again. I knew what the reaction was going to be when I went in there and called it a banger because we're playing for more time, and it's the reaction of all of the nearly dead people going, "Just kill me first." Okay.
Yeah. Look, I'm still looking at India here. It's nice that this Mausoleopodum is force disbanded. That's one less enemy unit in India that they need to worry about.
Mhm.
They can still make some progress. I mean, this Gondwana unit is still in Gondwana, so they can get Raja Mahindri the following year.
Yeah.
But man, it's tough. I mean, looking at the scoreboard, they still pulled out a +2 this year.
Portugal's still sitting nice.
Is that an actual? It was more like a +1. They must have had a force disband somewhere else. So it was really a +1 this year.
Portugal is still on 43 centers total. Like, they can.
They supported themselves. They supported themselves in Riyadh.
Yeah. I do want to take a look here real quick and just kind of quickly glance over here. Maybe we're underselling Ayutthaya a little bit. I feel like at this point, Ayutthaya, we put them in the they exist here. I think that's where they're about going to end up, but they're not looking bad. And I really quickly want to point out, if you look at the scoreboard, below our top 5 is now Abyssinia. Pop off.
This is what dreams are made of.
They walked into Azand and Bunyoro after both of them stabbed in year 1.
And Hobyo.
And an Ajuran home center in Hobyo. That's what you get for stabbing in year 1 and not committing.
They also hold Riyadh. They reclaim Mecca from the Ottoman unit that was there. They take Tripoli. They walked into 4 centers this year that did not have a unit contesting. Tripoli, Azande, Bunyoro, Hobyo, all under new management.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, it's up to them to set terms with Ajuran here. Like,
yeah,
this is great for them. I'm so happy for them. Not only that, they cored Darfur, so they're going to actually be able to make all 5 of these builds.
They did!
And they're going to have another army right on the front.
That's going to Mandara right there is where that's going.
I can only imagine. But yeah, I gotta hand it to him. It's certainly one hell of a comeback after the machinations of Ajuran against them to start the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like, they've made an incredible recovery here, and the fact that they have gotten so much position here, like, I can see where they're gonna get more dots. Do we need to start paying attention to Abyssinia more? Are the brown powers cooking?
I think Ayutthaya and Abyssinia are our new outside looking in, maybe just on the inside of like the major powers here.
Yeah, like Toku was previously. We need to keep an eye on them. If we have time, again, there are two more years after.
Oh yeah,
this.
for sure. Actually, let's since we kind of brought it up and they're kind of maybe not one and the same, but we can look at like the Ayutthaya position a little bit more like in depth here. Like they are taking Andaman Islands.
Getting into Andaman.
No.
Looks like they're going to be able to take Sumatra shortly thereafter, right back from the Dutch.
Yeah, it doesn't. That's what I was about to say. Is it doesn't look like there's going to be more units to contest them to keep pushing forward. They're in Andhra Coast. They now have 3 armies completely, well, 4 if you count Delhi, completely blockading the entrance to India. So they have a lot of pressure coming south with Indian armies and an Indian fleet via Andhra Coast. They are managing to keep Ming mostly on side here. I'm assuming that I'm going to work under the assumption that the Bamo thing is arranged.
Yeah, I believe so. And if it's not, then it's a weird situation, and I think they're just.
We'll see if Sassuram. We'll see if the Sassuram retreat goes into Cat too.
And also worth pointing out, all of this Russian aggression against Ming probably means that Ming turns around and leaves the door open for IU to potentially stab and finish in a respectable position at the end of this game.
Yeah, that as well. I mean, Ming has one build let's see. They pick up Bamo. They lose Sasram. They pick up Turfan. Okay, Turfan's where they're getting their build out of. Which, since it's winter builds, I'm also assuming that means that they don't stab for Kathmandu with their retreat. Um, they have one build. They can throw an army down in Peking and kind of still have a okay front, but they're gonna lose Turfan most likely. Ming and Safavids need to bury the hatchet here, in my opinion.
Yeah, Safavids in general need to bury all of their hatchets.
Fair.
Safavids keep stabbing people and then not fully going into it, but still making occasionally passive aggressively just moving against them. And like,
yeah,
you could have had all of
Such a
these Russian
weird-
dots by now. Like, you could have.
oh, it's so true. They've started off so strong.
Again, a
Oh,
reminder
yeah.
that they walked out of Carbadia at some point. Like, they were there.
Yeah, they fully threw the car in reverse.
Yeah. Another
But
point
yeah,
to point
I
out.
think it has a chance to really make some noise here
Absolutely.
if they play their cards right, and they're getting support from Tokugawa against the Dutch.
Mhm.
That's also a really key ingredient because if Tokugawa does not want to play along with you, it's going to make your life really hard. It's not that they'll play offense against you necessarily, but it makes progressing against all these Dutch fleets a lot harder. Having Tokugawa on side makes your life a lot better.
Mhm.
So I think they have the chance to make some noise. I'm just not sure if they have enough explosive growth potential, but we will see. This is 46. The game's going to end in 48. So yeah, there's still 2 more years worth of game.
Yep.
Um,
Why am I getting pinged about you guys playing EU4 again? We actually have a really interesting late game. One of my biggest problems with the end of these Blitz games so far has just been that the end game feels really stale and really simple most of the time. It's just like, oh, it's this power and sometimes maybe this second other power. But no, we have 5, maybe 7 different nations who are playing for very reasonable high-ranking positions here. This is a banger of a late game that we're about to watch.
I'm not sure that all 7 of them can get to 1, but I think it is reasonable to say that all 7 of them could get to top 5 and definitely top 5 and potentially top 3.
Yeah. I think any of the players currently in the top 7 of the game can finish in an incredibly strong top 3 position. And I think any of the top 5, maybe only top 4 at this point, because Poland, I think the Austria stab is incoming against Poland here, but I think any of the top 4 could win. Any of the ones between Austria, Portugal, and Tokugawa could win this game.
I think my money is... I'm conflicted. I think my money is probably on Austria here. I think the starting as a 4 dot versus the 5 dots of Uchishon is going to pay dividends in the VSCC math.
Mm-hmm.
I also think Austria has a lot more easy dots in front of them, whereas Shoshone, I think, is starting to run out of easy dot. I mean, they still have Chidimaka. Don't get me wrong; they still have Chidimaka, very, very available to them. But some of these, if Athabasca plays their cards right, some of these remaining Athabasca dots are going to be slow to take. Not impossible, but slow.
Mm-hmm.
And that tempo, I think, can really matter. I think what also is going to determine it is how much firepower Shoshone can bring to bear and how quickly on France in North America, or if they make the decision not to do so. I think they have to fight them to maintain board top because the brown power who is not slowing down against France is Austria. They are going to contend there are so many dots in the Austrian crosshairs that are not hard for them to take.
It really is an Austrian cleanup here if they can manage to clean this up. But it's not out of question. Again, we have really good position from Shoshone here. And Portugal. Portugal could absolutely make some really nice games. Like, looking at their positions.
I do think I'm starting to fall out of love. I would personally not put my money on Portugal as a board top anymore because I think they are running out of creative moves to make. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they will shock me. But I think some of their stuff is starting to run its course a little bit here. Barot's is starting to get pushed in. Like their East African holding, they made a really nice move. It's so unfortunate that they self-bounced here in Madagascar
It
because
really
this whole
is.
stab was executed beautifully, and being up 2 more dots so that they can reinforce East Africa here would be really nice. But that's now they have to decide: do they want to reinforce East Africa? Do they want to reinforce India? Do they need to reinforce like West Africa? I also, this is kind of a little thing. Guarani getting into Sierra Leone Rise and not taking Cabo Verde, so funny.
That
So
is actually
funny.
extremely funny. You are correct. Wow, I didn't even notice that. Garani, what are you doing?
Like they told Portugal, just trust me, Bo, and then they're like, no, really, trust me. No, I'm a good guy. So good.
Okay, I think we've talked about
No,
these moves a fair amount.
I
I
agree.
I
I agree.
really need to get some more water, and we still have a little bit until the next spring move order is in. How do you feel about taking a very, very quick 5-minute break?
That's entirely up to you. But if you need it, I'm happy. I've got some lunch that has slowly been getting colder sitting next to me, so I can chow down real quick.
It's all good. We've got about 5 minutes until the spring move maps come out. So if we just take that little bit of time, I'm gonna get some water so my throat starts getting dry. Stops getting dry, I should say. Correct wording there. And then we'll come back and we'll very quickly glance at builds before then looking at the spring moves map for year 6.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. I'm gonna pause the recording so that the people watching this back later also aren't going to have to sit through 5 minutes of silence.
Sure.
Okay, recording is unpaused. 2 things I want to say. First, we were talking about a little bit about how we find it really funny. Again, Portugal, both Care Prussia and Salt now really loving to talk to the camera. Really appreciate it. Very funny. Very funny. And we're also talking a little bit about how this is really shaping up to be a really interesting late game that we're about to watch.
Yeah, I'm excited. There's not much telling where it's gonna play out. Just when we're saying, oh, Toku's so far behind, boom, they're right back into the mix.
Yeah.
Poland looks really good. They stagnate one turn, they go from first to fifth. There's it's crazy how mixy it is.
It really could be any of their games at this point. We're going to quickly look over the builds map here to kind of pop things off here. Shown only putting down 1 fleet this time. Probably correct. I don't think they need more.
Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, I don't hate it.
Like, you could argue that they could come over here and really try and contest Toku, but, like, Toku is going to fight them for that. I don't think it's...
Toku very happy to see the death of Inuit.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Shown in general just looking really nice. France is looking quite nice in North America here as well. I really do wonder, I really do wonder if France is about to put their foot down and say, okay, this is mine now, I want all of this, or if they are going to let Shoshone kind of try and wrest a few of these centers away from them so they can remain at the top of the board.
It's a very good question, and I wonder if this North America colony lasts very long for the Dutch, because I see it as France either has 2 options. They have the options of putting their foot down against Ushashone and standing up to them. Alternatively, they can continue to try to work with Ushashone. I think in that case they probably suffocate out this North America Dutch colony.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
I do wonder if Shoshone, they still have a ton of armies, don't get me wrong, but I wonder if Shoshone is letting the cat a little more out of the bag than they should here, and maybe not. I don't know. I just hope they're respecting how strong France's position is getting here.
Yeah.
because it's picking up a lot of steam.
If France decides to put their foot down, it could be a problem for you, Shoshone. Absolutely. I just don't know if France is going to.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they're interested necessarily,
Because
and
think about how the rest of the board is going for them. Austria is rolling them over in the dirt. Everyone over here on the Iberian Peninsula does not want to interact with them. Portugal has just tried to dot them in Fort Dauphin over here. If you're France and your options are between the guy who's been working pretty well with you to help you stabilize your North American colony and literally anyone else at the top of the board right now, I mean, you gotta feel like they're gonna want to back you, Shoshone, right?
yeah, I mean, what other friends, barring perhaps the Dutch, who have worked well with them to help them kill England, and they've worked with in the Caribbean before,
Mhm.
but barring the Dutch, what other friends do they have?
Yeah.
Uh, so I agree. I think there's an argument to be made for them standing up to Shoshone, but maybe it's nice to have one big friend who can keep giving you dots.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Athabasca, it's not like Athabasca doesn't have anything for France to take over on the eastern side of the French colony either. There's still 3 dots worth of Athabasca and 1 dot of undefended Inuit there to
Yeah.
revel in should France make that decision.
France
So I
can,
don't think that that's completely unreasonable either.
France can let you get things like Ojikri and Fort Detroit and maybe even St. Augustine here and still have builds from North America alone because places like Papua
Yeah.
Choice and Escapi are just kind of free for them now.
I'll be honest, if I'm France, well, no, they can't even, I guess they can't even really do that. If I'm France, I'm trying not to give away too many dots. Maybe St. Augustine, I'm okay with because it'll come up to Santee and then perhaps I can get that into Catawba. Um, but I'm probably asking that they not take Fort Detroit. OG Creep, maybe. It's hard. It's hard to come up with like a. It's hard to have a line to pitch to Shoshone, but at the same time, I don't know if it actually speeds up Shoshone to go fight France yet. I think next year is when Shoshone wants to be fighting France. Maybe not this year.
That's fair.
Um,
They still have a lot of dots they
and-
get from Athabasca right here. They've got 3 Athabasca dots
Correct.
that they can just get. And Yu Shoshone is only
they've got yeah.
only 12 dots away from 100% VSCC. If that even
They've got
becomes
3
a mark we have
Athabasca
to
dots,
beat.
and they've got Shitty Maka in hand as well.
Mm-hmm.
So they definitely don't need to fight France to keep growing.
Yeah.
But yeah, this we'll see. I'm interested to see how it plays out.
Agreed.
I think the Spain disband is fine. The English disband is fine. I can't believe the English have kept these 3 fleets in Newfoundland to core every turn.
Lol. Just lol. That's all.
Whatever.
These are the people we're talking about who are actively pinging us to let us know that they're playing a different game right now.
Yeah.
Looking over at.
It feels bad to say, but it makes me feel like maybe maybe Firebenders got it coming a little bit. I don't know.
Maybe there's a reason that everyone seems to have it out for him. maybe there's some justification for that. Maybe.
You know, it feels a little victim blamey, but it's starting to add up just a little.
Just a wee bit. Shoutouts.
I completely
shoutouts to
missed.
One.
Guarani got a build off of Aymara. Shout out
they walked into
Guarani building.
Well, we have not looked at South America at all at this point because it somehow has coalesced into exactly what it was at the end of year 1 or 2 again. Like, this is just the same situation again, minus a couple of Dutch dots being Portuguese now.
This is another area where Portugal is actually really vulnerable. Like, it's up to Guarani, and maybe they'll have mercy on Portugal for not killing them as hard as they could have when they had the chance. But I mean, if you look around the board for just a second, there's a Guarani fleet in Sierra Leone Arise that could go into SAO. There's an SAO fleet that is Guarani as well. They have 2 units now on Tupiniquim, and once those 2 units take Tupiniquim, that fleet will have nowhere to retreat to Sao Paulo, where, guess what? They'll still have 2 units on Sao Paulo and maybe not another Portugal unit. Actually, no, definitely not another Portugal unit. So Portugal is at risk of losing like 3 to 4 dots just to Guarani here if Guarani decides that they want to play hardball.
That would be incredibly funny.
Guarani also, if they can keep Mapuche on side, might get Chikatano. Guarani could, dare I say, Guarani could give like 4 builds this year. Like, it's not out of the question, I don't think.
Guarani has the potential to
as
end above
insane as that
like
is.
Congo and Safavid. And we have written Guarani off this entire game.
For so long. Yeah, for so long. To our detriment, I suppose.
It's
Like,
the same thing with Abyssinia and Ming. Like, we saw their positions and we're like, oh, well, they're not doing well. And then we look at people like Safavid and people like Congo and we're like, dang, their positions look really solid right now. And then
I have to
Congo
say,
hasn't done anything.
yeah.
And now Guarani has the potential to do something pretty good.
Speaking of Ming, now that I come over here and look at this, the decision not to retreat into Kathmandu looks altruistic a little bit at first, but I love the way that their front line looks against Ayutthaya here.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got an army in every what's it called? They got an army in almost every province that touches the Ayutthayan border, and they can still move to Yongchang, backfill Kunming, and go to Guangxi if they actually want to, and move Bay of Tonkin if they actually decide that they want to. They can put pretty much all, what is this, 8 units? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 units on this front and punish Ayutthaya if that's what they decide to do.
Yeah, absolutely. If Ming wants to show Ming has explosive power. Like that's a known fact at this point. And if Ming wants to show that against Ayutthaya, they can. I think it's very possible that Ming instead tries to push back these Russian units that are on their front because IO has played very generous with Ming this entire game. But it could happen.
And I think with the pressure, Russia just disbanded a Mir. I think with the pressure that Toku has now with 2 armies in Russia's face, Russia might need to pull. I actually think Ming can do both. Like, as long as Ming can get Safavids on side, drop a line to Safavids. Hey, Safavids, nice to hear you on the phone. I'm gonna kill Ayutthaya this turn. Go get you some free deli. Like, don't mess with me on your hand. I'll help you against Russia. Let's be besties.
Hey, Safavids, we got a deli sandwich coming up. You in?
Pretty much. Like, hey, Safavids, you and me work together and Ayutthaya is sleeping with the fishes, huh? Like, like I think they have a lot of potential to actually explosively grow here, and it makes me a little concerned for Ayutthaya.
This is such an interesting late game. I love how this late game has formed.
The more I look at this front line, the more concerned I get for Ayutthaya, actually. Yeah, this is
to be fair,
tough.
there is one other thing to point out. Remember that last turn, Ayutthaya had directly worked with Tokugawa, likely in a move to try and get Tokugawa secured the Dutch Philippines, now, I should say. If Ming makes moves against Ayutthaya, it's entirely possible some Toku fleets just flip into East China Sea and Fukien Strait.
And see, the reason I am in such the reason I'm in favor of Ming's position so much is I just don't know if Toku does that. Like, I don't know if Toku doesn't just say, yeah, Ming, you can go fight Ayutthaya now. I've got the one support I need. Like, I can go, or I'll get the support I need regardless. I'll go mop up Philippines. You can, you go ahead and have their way with them. Or even if it frustrates Tokugawa, I don't know if it will frustrate them enough to turn the war machine back around and start trying to fight them.
Of note, though, Inuits did disband both of their fleets over here. Inuits now fully committed to fighting Ayutthaya, and it's entirely deserved, by the way.
Or Athabasca, yeah.
Athabasca, sorry. Athapaska,
Athapaska cannot claim innocence for sure.
absolutely not.
Uh,
They tried to. They're in the Scoppy right now. Like,
yeah.
Athapaska has continued to berate Inuits this entire game. And to be fair, Inuits did kind of start it right at the beginning, trying to take Tuchon in year one. But
Yeah, I mean, there is nobody in. That's kind of the problem here with North America that has allowed Shoshone to get to this point, is none of these people have clean hands. Like not like they all have created situations where they don't trust each other. They have spite for each other, this, that, and the other, and Shoshone is just cashing that in day after day after day.
continually, without any problems whatsoever. How many times are we going to
Lest
say
we
that
forget,
this is the power who
yeah,
NMR twice, 2 repeated turns of nothing happening, and is on top of the
yeah,
board,
yeah.
and clearly still has places to go.
Not only that, something I also just realized, this Arctic Ocean fleet that Shoshone has is actually really flexible. If they want to, they could even go into Labrador Sea and then backfill Arctic Ocean with Chukchi Sea. If they decide that they want to stick with the North American focus rather than going over to Asia,
Mhm.
they can start flanking the entire rest of Inuit here and making life like basically putting the entire rest of North America on a vice grip.
Can you imagine if
Um,
this game ends with France supporting Ute Shoshone into these stupid, terrible Newfoundland units?
oh my gosh, I can't I cannot imagine that. However, I can imagine a French. I think it is almost equally likely that a French or Ute Shoshone army ends up in like Kwaktok or Kuujjuaq over here. I think those are. I think it's a race to those to a certain degree. Um,
Very possibly.
it's really interesting. Like I know we've talked about Athapaska and Inuit a lot, but their inability to work together. I think something perhaps people aren't realizing, and I'm only coming to this realization myself, is that Athapaska now has so much importance to East Asia because of how much Inuits are in East Asia now.
Mhm.
Like the fact that Athapaska was anti-Inuit to start the game, or well, kind of vice versa, but the fact that they fought early is good for Toku, is so good for Toku.
Absolutely.
And on previous iterations of the map, like it was nice, right? It was nice. Okay, North America's not going to be united. I'm not going to have to worry about a strong united. And but with this edition of the map, it feels crucial for Toku to have a really, or for Toku or Ching to have a really nice game, for there to be tension between Inuit and Athapaska. Um, and it has really far-reaching effects. So my kudos again to Flair for the, and maybe it wasn't his original idea. Maybe he got some help from the map design channel. But this Inuit colony in East Asia makes the whole Pacific community even more interesting, and I really enjoy
Absolutely.
what
I
it's
think
doing.
it really does make the map much more interesting. It makes Russia's gameplay far more interesting than it was previously, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
And it gives Ching a whole nother neighbor, which they're dying for extra neighbors.
They're dying for literally any reason for Ming to not death.
Yeah.
Okay. We're spending a
Um,
lot of time on builds here. Shall we move to spring moves here? I think we can clean those up.
let me just
We
see
never
real
did look
quick
at.
if
Hold
there's
on. We never
anything.
did look at these European builds.
Yeah.
Let's just quickly get to it. Where was the
Yeah,
Polish disband? Let's find it. It was Barbados. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, good call. Actually, really nice call. I don't know if they knew that Mona Pass was coming off at the same time, but that's a really
Yeah.
nice mutual disband. Um, both Spanish fleets gone in the Med, very importantly.
Yeah, Austria just
So that is two
gave up.
more free Austrian dots. They built fleets Trieste and Sarajevo. I almost wonder if you need Fleet Trieste at this point. I kind of
Well,
think maybe Fleet Sarajevo gets the job done.
hold on. New
But
development in the region. Abyssinia has a fleet in Cairo and could send it to Levantine Sea.
that's exceedingly fair. I
Abyssinia
guess
sweep.
Yeah, I don't believe in the Abyssinia sweep. I'll keep it a buck. Not in Med. I think Abyssinia's in a good position in Africa. I think they're in a great position in Arabia. I think the Mediterranean is a place that they just hope stays quiet for them while other people are eating each other.
Very fair.
Uh,
Okay.
but
Now
yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
like the
move
Austria
towards
builds. Oh, did they wave?
Austria.
They could have.
They could have built Innsbruck. You're right.
Yeah, huh.
Whatever.
Besides that, that's the. Where
That's
did
not the
this
end of the
other
world.
Dutch build go down?
Where is
No
this?
way.
this Dutch build? We're looking.
It's in Manado in Southeast Asia.
Monado?
Or sorry, Manado, yeah.
Do they need that? I don't think they need that.
Surely not as much as they need an army in Amsterdam to stop the unstoppable tide of Austria.
Right?
Oh,
Okay, let's move to spring. Let's move to spring.
yeah. Let's see it. Let's see how this. Well, oh, we're gonna see how that plays out for them.
I mean, we're going right there now. Austria, do you stab? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, of course. You send the entire world against the Dutch. Oh man.
Of note, they did
And
not
this.
aggressively move towards Poland. They're kind of keeping their
Yeah,
slightly
this is
tense
still.
border,
This
but
is still.
they're fine.
This is still Poland and Austria playing nice. Like this is them having another arranged bounce. They're all still playing nice. Like I think this is I think they're in-game besties. Like I truly think that they are going to let the dice fall where they may and not fight each other. Seems like I that's my read on this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Though they have the Austria still does have the potential. I don't know that Poland really has the potential anymore. Excuse me.
I do also want to point out very quickly, Cairo did move to 17th C, which is funny.
Oh, for sure.
Very funny.
I think that is a great move. In the same breath, I do not think Abyssinia actually expects to get value out of it so much as it is a blocker on the north.
Very fair. Very fair.
But I mean, it's nice to be able to do.
Mhm.
Austria here, the Austrian war machine is rolling on. I mean, they're in Aquitaine, they're in Occitania, they're in Gulf of Leon, they're in Strait of Bonifacio, they're in Tyrrhenian Sea. I mean,
likely
something that this Austria, since this game's going another year past this year, something that Austria could do as well is completely ignore Sardinia and Sicily and let their fleets that are coming out now be the ones to take those.
very true.
Uh,
They could prep
like,
those fleets in order to get Baleares and Tunis ready.
right, they can keep the pressure up with the fleets that they have. I mean, even Barcelona. Barcelona's going to be brown at the end of this year.
Barcelona is brown. Montes is probably going to be brown
like-
unless this Portuguese unit coming in from Azores cares. They may be.
Doubt. Well, that's fair. They might if they care about board top, but I can only assume that Portugal's got bigger fish to fry.
And I want to point out a sneaky little border here. Cologne does border Ghent, which means Austria is going to guarantee that this year as well.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is. I really don't like Fleet Monado over Army Amsterdam.
I feel like this was definitely the more pressing region. If you are,
I'm looking down.
It might just be
I'm
more
looking down to see what. I mean, I'll give it to the Dutch player. I'm looking down now to see what they do with it, and they're getting use out of it. Like they're using it to attack Portugal. So fair enough. Like fair play to them. But
it's not useless. But I feel like it could have been more useful elsewhere.
It's very brave, is how I will categorize it to make this move. Oh. Okay, all right. We're gonna keep doing Europe. I'll keep doing Europe first.
Yeah, sorry. I want to keep on Poland here real quick. Poland is continuing to get kind of stale walled a little bit. Like they're not.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was afraid of, frankly. Like I think that they have recognized that their position. I don't love this. Well, it's got 3 units. Okay, I don't hate the second support hold on Kharkov.
I think. Does Sweden get into Umeå? Does Umeå get into Helsingfors here?
No, it's 1 for 1.
Well, no, because Poland taps Gulf of Riga.
Yeah. Poland gets into Umeå and Umeå gets into Helsingfors. Yeah, you're correct.
That's fun.
Or sorry, not. Yeah, Gulf of Bothnia's in, and yeah. Oh, that's really annoying for Poland, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
They didn't tap the Moscow unit, which means they don't get into Novgorod either.
yeah. I
Like,
was looking at that support hold on Kharkov. It's a tough call about
yeah.
what to tap and what to support hold because they did have 3 armies surrounding. Like the
Mhm.
Russians did have 3 armies surrounding it, and they had that Black Sea fleet still offside to potentially cut a support.
Right.
Um,
It was a tricky
but
call.
yeah,
I would have argued to try and just go for it because if Krakow falls, you could, in theory, retreat to Kazan or Astrakhan and do something with that there. But that's again more mincing me. It doesn't need to be
yeah.
stressed. I'm worried for Poland though. I want to look at Poland's other centers specifically over here.
I think Poland is out of gas. Yeah, like I think they're completely out of gas now.
It's really unfortunate, but they certainly do look like it. They're trying to support England into Mali rather than trying to get England to support them. Like
Yeah, and
England's
you can
dead.
see Portugal.
England's dead. You don't need them in this game.
Portugal's decided they've had enough of Polish West Africa as well.
Yeah.
We got to talk about this convoy from Mbia to Mandan.
Yeah, like Guarani has committed at this point to doing the funny.
And frankly, good on them.
Yeah, good on Guarani. Could you have actually made like some genuinely devastating moves against Portugal this year? Absolutely. And like they still kind of have because they still have a fleet in Tupuy, a fleet in Rio Grande Rise, and now an army in Ofaye. So like they're not completely giving Poland benefit of the doubt, but
they could take Chiquitano and Tupiniquim here still.
They could do both.
They also can get Niani, or if the supports go their way, or like if the cutting of the supports goes their way, and if they wanted to, they could still dot Cabo Verde.
Well, now,
not only could they dot Cabo Verde if they wanted, I think it would be very funny to see this army convoy into Cabo Verde out of Mandan. But yeah, like.
Yeah, like this is funny. Like this is a pure funny moment. You kind of have to respect it a little bit.
I respect it. I do. I really do respect the funny, especially as Guarani. Like I get you.
Let's take a look here at
convoy here.
That convoy is funny. I want to look at Portugal in general around the world here. They are, as you said, they're going to push in and they're deciding they're done with Poland in this area here, and I think they're going to clean it up.
Oh my gosh! South Africa, South Africa.
You got Congo to flip, buddy. You're pressed.
Congo decides they hate dots. Congo dislikes dots.
I mean, is that a surprise? Let's genuinely be honest.
Theory.
Is that a surprise?
Personal theory. My personal theory is that the more dots Congo gets, the more units they have to order, and they just can't be ours. Like.
Congo's on 9 units. Whoa, partner. Too many for me.
Hey, Mbanza, for the first time this game, does get its feet wet. We are in Angola Basin. This is not a drill.
Mbanza has moved for the first time this entire game.
Oh, man.
Congo's opening was so good, and now they're doing this. Props to Portugal.
The tactics here in... Oh, no. The tactics here in... what's it called?
French get into Crozet here. No, because that's an Indian Ocean tap on Reunion. Ah.
Yeah, nothing actually moves here, which I dislike these... I dislike these tactics. I would have preferred to see this Portuguese fleet in Mozambique Channel go to Maha so that it can apply the pressure to Barra.
That could just be a blitz thing that you easily miss, though. To be fair.
Fair. That's fair. I think Mozambique Channel and Sakalava here are both kind of they're fine. I think the Sakalava tap's good. I would have preferred to see this Mozambique Channel do something else than backfill Crozet Basin, but it's fair. How are they looking in India?
Let's look at India real quick here. I think they're sort of cleaning up, but they're also
they're looking great. Oh, I missed the British taking off this army, the armies that they had left over here.
Yeah,
the builds. This
England
is
just stopped
really
caring
nice
at this
for them.
point, but they're not facing they're not facing zero pressure. Like Ayutthaya is in Gulf of Ceylon.
Ayutthaya is giving them a run for their money.
Like it's still pressure, and Safavids are doing something still.
Oh man, this is a mess.
What am I even looking at here? This is a 3 support into
this-
Bandar Abdaz with Portugal.
I think this gets in.
Yeah, that does get in. That's funny.
Because
That's
they cut
funny
the
that that
Persian
gets
Gulf
in.
support. The funny thing about it though is Ahmedabad gets into Gulf of Kutch and Bandar Abbas can retreat into Mokran, and then I think they take it right back.
Spring turns, baby.
Which is actually such an amazing setup for Portugal here, because this fleet that was in Gulf of Kutch is now going to go into Bandar Abbas, and then once you kill it, it's going to get disbanded.
Yep, force
So
disband.
they're actually they're making wine out of water here with this Safavid Gulf of Kutch. I don't know if this is on purpose, but it plays out really well for them.
Absolutely. I want to quickly
Something that does not play out well for them though is these Abyssinia armies
Yeah.
coming to meet their new neighbors.
They're gonna take Rostov here, and this fleet's probably gonna grab Mahra or Wasangali. Yeah, I want to look at Abyssinia. They don't push into Congo. You could argue forward events. They're still keeping units on the border so they can take those dots later. To be fair, but they're gonna grab all this Azeron stuff.
I think fighting Azeron is the better choice here. Congo, frankly, has proven that they are not as dangerous of a player as Azeron.
True. Very true.
And there's just more dots. Like,
actually, I believe that because France taps Mogadishu, Abyssinia actually gets into Marik here, which is really funny.
Oh, the French tap on Mogadishu is huge. They do get into Mogadishu, but then Somali Basin does successfully backfill Hobyo.
Yeah, but then true.
Or sorry, they get into Marig. I apologize, not Mogadishu, but yeah. And then Marig just retreats out into Seychelles Sea. So I think it's going to end up being. I think it's going to come out in the wash, frankly.
Once again, random French taps supporting the top board regional players.
What is really nice for this Abyssinia player is the Zanzibar tapping kiss Mayo, because Abyssinia gets into Banyoro and Turkana here, and they're going to get Burundi and fall.
Indeed, yeah. Like that's going to happen.
So they're going to get Burundi. They're going to get, if they want to, they can get Warsangali and Mara, while still throwing a Riyadh into Rustak for the lulls.
This is really feeling like an Abyssinia comeback sweep here. Like they're popping off.
They're gonna be huge. I mean, they're going 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, like they're gonna get. They're getting Rostok, Mahra. 1, 2, 3,
nothing's
4,
covering
5.
Banda as well. That's 4.
I think they're going +5 this year.
I think +4 is their floor, which is a crazy floor.
Right.
Like that's a good looking floor.
Again, in this position last year, when Toku had a +4, +5, they suddenly catapulted right into contention territory.
Yeah, they most definitely did.
If this Abyssinia pops off this hard after literally everyone stabs them year 1, that would be incredible.
I think this is a good lesson here about like resilience in diplomacy. Like, you can have the worst year 1 ever, and you can crumble, or you can like do what you can for the next few years, scratch, borrow, steal, do whatever you need to do, and then a few years later you look like this.
Absolutely.
Like, yeah.
Incredible for them. Okay.
I do want to transition over to East Asia.
Yeah.
Where the opposite of what I predicted occurred.
Ming supported IU against Toku.
And they went into Fokien Strait. Yeah.
That's wild
to me. That is wild.
That's genuinely wild to me.
If I'm Toku here, I'm like one of the cartoon guys with the steam coming out of his ears.
Yeah.
Because I have done nothing but be nice to Ming all game.
Right? Ming is alive
this is
because you
how-
just let them do. And
This is how I am repaid.
this is the
Oh,
thanks I get?
I'm seething. I'm seething if I'm Toku here. Yeah, like I'm seething is the only thing I can even think to say.
This is yeah, this is absolutely justified. Wow, this is awful.
Like it's made better by the fact that my year is going so well everywhere else. Like I'm gonna walk into Yakutsk for free. I still have Curry potentially.
You have your cooks and
like
you have your cooks and Ikkuri because Russia walked out of both Karakorum and Gobi.
They didn't get out of Karakorum though.
Ah, you're right.
But either way, like it's being dampened by the fact that I'm doing okay elsewhere.
Mhm.
But I'm so livid.
I would
at
be
this
livid.
guy for just spitting on the kindness that I have given him all game.
Absolutely.
Like
this is wild.
Like, oh, you little like I've got you little twerp just constantly rolling out of my mouth if I'm this Tokugawa.
Yeah.
Brass balls from Ming to do this as well.
Right?
Like incredible choice.
What's gonna happen when they've suddenly got fleets in Yellow Sea here coming up? Like it's gonna happen.
Oh man.
It's gonna happen now. Like Toku has
Yeah.
armies over here. They can come in your direction.
It's gonna get interesting for sure.
Yeah. We actually have not talked about North America at all yet, so I do want to pan over there.
Let's see it.
I do want to see if Ute and France are trying to keep the ball rolling here. Excuse me for a minute here. My OBS, I just need to check on real quick. It's really more so.
No worries.
Um,
I can kind of just talk over what I'm looking at here.
sorry, I just need to check this.
No, for sure. France does not end up taking Ushishon support into Athapaska, but they also do not play offensive moves against Ushishon. I think this is a fair enough result for Shoshone that I don't think they can be too upset about. They're still getting Shoshone into Gros Ventrace. They're still moving Lakota in. They're getting their armies to the front still. France still is not playing offensive moves against them. You can't really see it off screen, but Cherokee's getting into Catawba, Kato's getting into Chitimaka. I honestly think this actually bodes even better for Shoshone here, because instead of having to compete with France over the rest of these Athapascan dots, it seems like France has kind of decided that they are not going to make a play for the rest of these Athapascan dots. Which I can only see as being an upside for Shoshone, actually.
Absolutely.
France gets wind, I suppose, of kind of like I was talking about. The two options for France seem to be anti-Shoshone or anti-Dutch in North America. The Dutch, whether they predict the Dutch or the Dutch predict them, they both know what the situation is, seemingly, as they both kind of move in each other's direction. But as we've said many times before, Shoshone stay winning, frankly. Yeah, they cover Hawaii. They convoy an army out of Milwaukee into Dena'ina. Love that for them. Yeah, I'm really liking Shoshone here still.
Absolutely.
Kind
Sorry,
of tough to get them.
sorry, my computer's freaking out a little bit here. We'll properly take a look at this area now. Rotating these fleets around, trying to get a little bit more productive sea. They get into Labrador Sea again. Really nice for them.
They did the plan that I was thinking they should, where they go Labrador and backfill Arctic. So they've got the vice grip on the entirety of North America here.
They're looking very strong. Let's see here real quick. You can go ahead and flip into fall builds. Fall moves now if you'd like. I think we've discussed a
yeah,
fair
we did. I
amount of
forgot.
what
We did go ahead and cover Europe and all that already. So yeah,
Yeah.
we can go ahead.
we just did it in a weird order this phase.
We kind of did, yeah. But hey,
It works. It works out.
we have. Oh,
Um,
we don't have winter builds yet.
We don't have winter yet, but we have fall moves.
Oh, sorry, we're looking at spring moves this whole time.
Yeah, we were looking at spring this whole time. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up,
Um,
and then I am terribly sorry. I need to take this very quickly. Enjoy the overview
worries.
for 2 seconds, and I will be right back.
I will speak to something that you can tell here from the overview. That tile that makes up probably half of the land area of what's left of England gets sniped by Sweden. Sweden recognizes the power of looking bright on the map. They let England into Iceland, the one that's actually the supply center behind them, to do it. Sometimes those are just the decisions you got to make, you know? Sometimes you just have to prioritize getting your color to look big on the map. Supply centers. Let's see here. Where do I want to dive in first?
Okay, so sorry about that.
All good.
I am trying to deal with a few things here, including my computer, which is, after this long of spending around and messing around and recording footage, is starting to get mad at me. What? No way. For those who don't know, I am running on a 8-year-old laptop. And that is my entire setup. That's
Yeah,
college dorm life for you.
Yeah, well, we can, yeah, for sure.
Let's take a look at the fall maps properly here. Where do you want to start? Since you've looked at this overview a bit.
I've been looking around, and I think where I want to start is Poland.
Fair. Are they supporting Russia into Novgorod? Wow.
That is my read.
While getting Captain Krakow.
I think this is them getting displaced in Krakow, yeah. Or Kharkov, yes. They lose Kharkov. They get Russia into Novgorod. They do get Helsingfors. But yeah, it's the stall that was foretold has come true, and all of the sudden there's a couple more Austrian armies on the border of Targoviste.
Yeah, just a handful. Just a handful.
Just hanging out down there.
Yeah. Just
Funny
a little
that.
bit. And notice how Austria and Poland did not coordinate to try and get both of the Dutch centers here. So
They did not.
Poland just kind of let Austria do all the work. And if I'm Poland, I want to try and get Kiel with help from Austria. And I want to try and get maybe even Bremen with help from Austria.
Yeah, and
also, holy, I need to point out this clever little convoy right here to ensure that Austria gets both Nantes and Barcelona here. Nantes not actually being contested because illegal order funny, but
oh yeah, yeah, very cute.
Very nice convoy there.
This is an Austria win. We're looking at an Austria win for the whole game.
I think so. Austria at the end of this year is at 25 centers according to the scoreboard here. They need 7
their
more.
Target number 32.
Sardinian, Sicily is right there. Tunis if they can get in there.
1, 2.
Baleares is right there
for sure.
So I think those 4 right there. And if you just when you're in Bremen now, Brandenburg, Krakow, Targoviste, that's 100% right there.
Yeah, I think it's actually so impressive how I just want to tip my hat off
Incredibly well played.
Ol- I mean, Oliu's had a very well run game here.
Except year one.
Like
Except year one. We are going to rag on you for year one.
I am going. I think there's going to be egg on our faces when if maybe there won't be, but if Oliu comes in here post game and we bring him up and he says, "Oh yeah, I played a suboptimal moveset year one, so I didn't look like a threat to anybody, and then I used the fact that I was never anybody's number one threat to continue to build steam until I was everyone's number one threat and I won the game." Like ignore
Maybe.
Austria. Ignore Austria at your own peril, I think, is the lesson of this game. Like, they're always.
I think that's certainly France's lesson of this game.
I mean, it's France's lesson. It's not maybe not so much maybe not so much Poland's lesson because it worked okay for them. It's not their fault that Austria's getting massive.
Mhm.
But like, when there is colonial tomfoolery, when the colonials do not make a united front, or even just a few of them make a united front. I mean, it's a full colonial free for all here, is what it feels like.
The entire game, yeah.
Austria is given so much breathing room, and they got to be the guy who nobody was afraid of because they were next to Poland, and honestly, probably were spinning that in their press of like, "Hey, I'm sorry, like, can I please get Naples? I really need to get big so I can fight Poland. Hey, can I get this? I really need to get big so I can be scary to Poland." And all the same time, they're being nice to Poland. It's been played very well, and I think we're starting to see people figure Austria out. Not only in the Blitz, but like in other games. I feel like I'm not seeing nearly as many dead Austrias, and I'm seeing, maybe a few more middling Austrias, but
Mhm.
I feel like Austria is starting to finally get around to being considered a reasonable power. Um, Unfortunate for Poland here. There's really, I mean, they're staying neutral on dots this year, but it looks like 1648 is going to be a bad year for them. It looks like they
Yeah.
might fall out of. I mean, they might even fall out of the top 7. They're sitting in 6th right now.
Mhm.
Tough, unfortunate fall from grace. I am sad to have predicted this, but yeah.
Really well played by Austria. Just a bit unfortunate for how it's shaken out for Poland.
For sure.
The difference was just that.
Very mature.
Sorry, go ahead.
By the way, like for some powers that have not been able to get their stuff together around the board to fight their common enemy,
Yeah.
watching that double disband in Barents Sea and Norwegian Sea, so that Sweden and Russia could bury the hatchet and start focusing on Poland, their big true enemy,
Yeah.
was the turning point against Poland.
I think one of the reasons Austria is doing so well is that France very much did not do that. France did all but the opposite of that and attacked Spain the entire game, and in fact, still is.
And it's like, yeah, I mean, England's looking very French, but France is looking very not. So, there's something to be said for that. Yeah. It if you are anyone other than Austria, you're probably cursing France. I'll steal Luxon because I miss him. You're probably cursing France for being a terrorist here because France has exported their country into their colonial brethren. They are taking over England. They are taking over Spain at the cost of giving away their own country to a different player.
Potentially just letting Austria win.
I mean, pretty much. And like there's a certain point where there truly wasn't anything they could do about it, but letting it get to that point, obviously they bear responsibility for.
Absolutely, yes.
To their credit, they're still doing very well in North America. They're scrapping as hard as they can in what's it called? In Madagascar and around Africa. They're really doing as much as they can. But man, like you have to wonder if it really had to go this way for them.
For sure.
Yeah, and all credit to Austria for taking full advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. They saw a very weak France, and while their initial year one certainly had me questioning, they recognized, hey, let's go in and take advantage of the fact that France also completely fumbled their year 1 in the continent. All right.
Yeah. The next place my eyes are drawn to, I guess Abyssinia, since we're in the neighborhood.
Yeah, let's go look at Abby.
They get Tunis. Yum,
Yeah.
yum, yum. They get their fleet into Tripoli. They do take Banda from Congo and further in the south.
Yep.
They get bounced out of Mandara. If I'm Abyssinia, I'm so sad about this because Congo has been, what's the word I want? Lethargic all game, and they finally wake up just in time to block you from their top.
Congo,
But they do get into
Congo went
Burundi as
around. What is Congo doing this
they
game?
do, yeah. They do get into Burundi as well, as we predicted.
Mhm.
They do get into Mara. They support themselves into Rostock. I actually don't think they get into that. I think Portugal covered Rostock. Um, how does this play out here in Marigue?
I mean, it looks pretty.
I'm struggling to read this here.
This map looks a little difficult to read. I'm sure we'll see it shake out when we look at the builds map, but
Oh, they get into. I'm pretty sure they just get back into Hobyo, and then the Abyssinia gets back into Marigue. But yeah.
I'm sorry. I just you just got King by pegged by King of Prussia as well, didn't you?
Yeah. What did he say?
He's pointing out on the builds map how Sofovitz has now, finally, after all this time, built Fleet Tehran for Caspian Sea.
Oh, come on!
We're spoiling ourselves a little bit, but Sofovitz, come on! Why it took you this long?
That's so funny.
And we were doubting Luxon for it earlier.
The upside of the ups. Oh, am I reading this? Oh yeah, it's just a little overlapping because it's hard to read. The upshoot for Portugal though is they hold on to Hyderabad, they hold on to Raja Mahindra. They're gonna be in Madras next year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually, they don't get into Penner. I lied. They don't get to Penner.
Portugal is still very clearly building still and making a lot of good progress.
They end up going plus. They go +4 into the build phase, but they're actually only +1 again. But the fact that they are getting plus anything year after year after year is so impressive. Like I find Portugal to be a power that I'm not sure I have the courage to play just because they're so spread out and there's so many different ways they can lose things. Like for example, this year they lose Batavia, they lose Flores, they lose Timor, and they lose Danny. Their entire Indonesia holding gets wiped out.
Yeah.
And they go +1 on the year. Like that's so impressive. So I got to give them their flowers for that.
It's kind of like what we've been saying all day. Every time we look at Portugal, well, man, this really does not seem to be going well for them. They're plus how many units?
And the nice thing about this situation for them is they can disband Timor, which makes the loss hurt a little less.
Mm-hmm.
They unfortunately are going to end up with this kind of useless Coral Sea fleet kicking around here still.
Yeah.
But their unit investment in this area is also very low. Like they're not going to end up with a bunch of zombie units around here that make them sad and wish they had somewhere else. They have 4 builds, even though they've only managed to go +1 on the year. They have 4 builds, so they can reinforce the areas where they want to be actually playing.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Portugal, South Africa goes incredibly for them because there's a misorder from Congo.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate here.
Or at least maybe it's not a misorder.
Miscommunication
But Congo and
at the
Antaran
very
clearly are not on the same page. Yeah. Which lets Portugal not only hold Moravi, but get into Barotes. Crazy work.
It works out for them. And they end up in Barra in Madagascar as well.
They end up in Barra and Fort Dauphin.
Yeah.
So that works well as well.
Just all those centers. They're
cooking here.
It's working out extremely well in their favor over here.
They can keep reinforcing East Africa as well. They can reinforce India again if they feel the need. Like, they get into in West Africa. They put the screws to Poland. They get St. Louis. That army gets force disbanded.
Oh,
Guarani does get into Niani.
funny.
We have a Guarani dot on the African mainland.
Funny.
We also have a Guarani fleet in NAO.
Lamau. Funny wins, baby. Funny wins.
And Guarani also gets into Chicotano, so I mean, Guarani's going to build two fun. They managed to find a good mix of funny and I get to build units, so good on them.
Ronnie's plus. Go for it. Go for it, lad.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah. But yeah. Again, kudos to Portugal. Kudos to Austria. Kudos to Abyssinia again for sticking in here.
Absolutely.
China with Toku continues to be a real bugbear all of a sudden. Like, East China Sea, Focus Strait. Like, I don't know what Toku said to Ming to set them off.
No idea.
Something, and maybe they're watching this. They'll be watching this back like, I didn't say anything. But man, something has really gotten into me.
and Russia also completely backed off of Ming as well.
With that said, Toku is still in Yakutsk. They are in Evans. They are in Carricks. They are in Chukchis. They are in Koryaks.
Yeah, this whole Inuit front is just gone now, and it's all in their favor.
They have wiped out an entire front of resistance against them. So kudos to Tokugawa.
Toku's still third overall right now. Like,
yeah, they have some problems in the south, but they're building. They have 5 builds. They have more builds than they have supply center, home supply centers to build in. So even with this persnickety Ming, I will speak from the Tokugawa perspective. I'm sure Ming doesn't think they're persnickety, but they, even with all this chaos around them, they're still just going so plus. They're crushing Inuit here.
And because Ming loses Yarkland, Ming is minus on the year. They have to disband. For all this trouble that they're putting Toku in, Ming is the one disbanding.
I really have to say, I think this was an incredible misplay from Ming. And maybe they decided that they were friends with Ayutthaya. But Ayutthaya were the ones, lest we forget, that they moved into Kunming and Hanoi year 1. Like, they effectively neutered the rest of Ming's game right off the jump. And this year was Ming's opportunity to finally get revenge on that and really lay the hammer down on Ayutthaya. And they just chose not to. And I will have to go after this game and go look in the press or maybe talk to the Ming player or the Ayutthaya player on how the Ayutthaya player managed to smooth that over. Because if I was the Ming player here and the shoe's finally on the other foot and I'm the hammer and they're the nail, I'm not backing off. I'm not going after Toku. Like, I'm putting the gas pedal down and I'm fighting Ayutthaya.
Honestly.
So it's really interesting to me it played out this way.
Yeah, props to Ayutthaya for making it work, though unfortunately they have stalled a bit now and are not making enough progress.
Yeah.
You know who did make gains this year that we have hardly talked on? Mapuche. Mapuche might overtake Poland by the end of this game, which is really saying something.
Ooh.
You know, it's so funny because 3 years ago I was Mapuche's biggest fan, and then like
it all just kind of
slowed up a little bit.
But now it's going back again. And like, look at this Mapuche Guarani border right here. Like, Mapuche is +4. How much do you want to bet we see Army Rankuche, Army Teushin go, alright, Guarani, it's time, I want those dots.
It's much the time. Yeah, like I can see it. I can really see it. I'm wondering if they have anything better to go after here, but I think the answer is no. Like,
not really. Like, those are some of their best. Guarani always going to be Mapuche's best option.
Yeah, truly. I do wonder, like, if Guarani's building here, though. I don't think there's any way Guarani builds 2 units in a way that is not convenient for them to defend their dots. This is
I
one of the
think
rare upsides of being a small, cramped power, is that no matter where they build, even if it's 2 fleets, like, there would be unfortunate, but that still only gets 1 dot back for Mapuche in the long run. I don't
only
know.
well Mapuche can move to Rio de la Plata. If we see fleet from Guarani, which I think is very likely, and Golfo San Jorge goes to Rio de la Plata, Army Rancuche, Army Tayushin, Buenos Aires, Rio de la Plata, 2 dots. 2 of these 3 are gonna be yours, buddy, and
Yeah,
congratulations.
that's fair.
And Likatane can come and get Guam on its own. 3 dots.
True. Yeah, because Aymara's down to 1 dot, so these Aymaran armies are going
Yeah.
away.
Regional
Yeah,
sweep
it's
this
fair.
game. I mean, Portugal's doing all right, and France. If we only look here, France is doing all right. But
Yeah,
regional's not.
I wanted to check on France and North America.
It does seem like France has opted
actually-
to put the foot down against
they're
Yushishon,
in
which
Ojibwe.
I'm kind of surprised. Like, of all of the people France has had to fight, Yushishon has not been one of them. So to turn it against them at the end here, you're almost a little sad to see it as Yushishon.
Yeah, I'm kind of. If I'm Ushishon here though, like I am sad to see it, but I'm like crying into my $100 bills, right?
Yeah,
Like
right.
I'm wiping my tears with my cash. Like now I don't even have to pretend to feel bad about taking St. Augustine.
Yep.
Like I'm gonna retake Ojibwe anyway. I'm
Ujikri is
really
not
not
going to
too
last.
pressed.
Yeah, and you have
Yeah.
units that are now over here. You just took Gotham back.
Also,
with
I
these
just
units.
I just got into Tliko with thanks to the Inuit support.
Mhm.
Like, oh my gosh, they did get into Godthab as well. I didn't catch that either.
Yeah, it's
I
working
mean,
out.
they're +5 again this year. Jeez, yeah,
Yep.
they're still doing so well.
And they have a unit in Arctic Ocean and Labrador Sea still. So
I really appreciate Sweden here taking a note from England's book and deciding that the province with the massive land area that makes your color look better is better than the province with the supply center in it,
Mhm.
as they let England move into Iceland. Banging
Might as well.
choice, personally.
Might as well. Yeah. As you said, as you've shown, you're a little sad because you really want France to be like, we've been good friends. I really want you to be on top of this game. Yuchishon's,
Yeah.
it's gonna be a race between Yuchishon and Austria, and it is definitely very possible that the difference in Austria having 4 less centers that they need for 100% due to starting with 1 fewer power, it's very possible that that one tiny difference will make the margin of who gets first and who gets second here.
And if I'm Uchishon here, I'm also, maybe I'm not saying this to France, but I'm maybe slightly bitter about the fact that like France is deciding to strong arm against me while they let Austria bulldoze their actual country.
Right?
If I'm Shoshone, maybe I'm starting to get a little unhappy about that as well.
Shoshone and Poland, honestly, both of them.
But like I said, I cannot in good conscience, if I'm Shoshone here, pretend to be upset about this game. This game is going so incredibly well for me.
Absolutely.
That like, and especially, I know we keep harping on it, 2 full seasons of NMRs does not usually lead to I'm competing for the board top.
Exactly.
In a Blitz game.
They have really made this work.
Matter, but...
And can I point out one other thing that I was really hoping would come into play? You know, we see these 5 home centers over here. You know where else is a place that Yushishon can end up building? Mexico City.
Army Mexico City gets Belize this year.
Army Mexico City gets Belize. Fleet East Coast Mexico City gets Belize. Or maybe Havana. Like, either or. Belize is completely free, though. So that's definitely a huge gain for Yushishon in every dot counts right now.
I will say Baracoa, if Spain really cares, Baracoa could go back and cover Belize. Because it got kind of train bounced in Fermantles current.
Yeah.
But if they don't care and they just want to see Shoshone win the game,
right?
If I'm Spain, do I hate Do I hate Austria? I don't think so. I disbanded like I don't hate Austria by getting rid of my fleets in the Med, so yeah.
We'll have to see. Like, Yushishon still has dots they are going to be looking to take. Like, they
For
don't have.
sure, and Athabasca has a lot of units to get rid of.
Yeah, Athabasca is going to be disbanding a lot. Yushishon has positions against some Inuit centers now as well and can come over here. They have position
sure.
on St. Augustine and Belize. Like, Austria has a lot of dots they stand to gain. So does Yushishon. This will be a race.
Shoshone has position on they have position on Jamestown as well, potentially.
Oh, they do. Absolutely, they do.
Because Erie backed into Seneca to help with this Dutch fight. Yeah.
This absolutely still can work out in Yushishon's favor, and I'm excited to see it if so.
I do wonder. Yeah. Yep. I think we kind of touched on everything.
We do still have about 5 minutes until we're going to see the next map, though.
Oh, fair. I mean, the death of Aymara is kind of sad. I feel like we didn't spend much attention on it, but it was a bit unceremonious, frankly.
Yeah.
Um,
They're on one center
I'll
after
give it
the
to
turn.
Spain. Spain and Netherlands. Spain's still cooking over here. They're still trying.
Fighting for every dot.
Um,
Poland's in Cartagena,
but-
by the way. Banger.
Hey, this is. It's so funny when I played England. Obviously, I played England in a very different Caribbean because I played it in B1D. Oh yeah, we played it in B1D. But as you will remember, I was very encouraging of this Polish colony needs to die as soon as we have the resources to do so.
Absolutely.
And this is exactly why. Like, I don't want this cancerous tumor of Frankenstein's colony to be 5 dots big if I'm anyone else who lives in the Caribbean. Like, get Poland out of my Caribbean. Let me play with the other big boys in the Caribbean. And now, I mean, by percent by dot, Poland is the biggest Caribbean power.
If you only
Like,
count the
they-
islands in the Caribbean, Poland has the most.
Even if you don't count the islands, even if you don't only count the islands, they have Caracas and Cartagena now as well.
Yep.
Like, they, yeah. This colony was allowed to fester because of the inner fighting between the rest of the colonials. I think this is also just a good lesson. Like, this is something that I didn't realize was rare when we played the B1D game. Was that for the most part there was a ton of colonial unity at the beginning of the game. And I thought that just made a lot of sense because all the colonials, like obviously Spain got cut out, and then eventually Portugal got cut out, and then eventually France got cut out.
Right.
But all the colonials were strong at various points, especially at the beginning because we all worked together. Whereas when this colonial cluster happens, as we're seeing in this game, at best, one colonial makes it out of the scrap heap, which is this game is Portugal.
Yep.
You know, France and Netherlands, they're top 10. They're not dead. They're not super middling. They're still around. They're fighting well, but really they don't have a shot at winning the game. And I think like this colonial infighting really costs you. And the powers that benefit from colonial infighting, i.e., Poland has 2 massive colonies now, i.e., Austria is a
Austria
giant
might be
behemoth
winning
in
this
Europe
game.
because, yeah, like it's very easy to draw a line from the colonials aren't working together to who the strong people in this game are. Like,
it's very true.
why is Toku so strong? I mean, partially because of Qing, but also because Spain and Netherlands decided that they were never going to work together. Like Ayutthaya and Toku are both strong because Spain and Netherlands couldn't figure it out in Indonesia, which worked out for Netherlands, not so much for Spain.
Yeah.
But like that, like the fingerprints of colonial infighting are all over this game, and their natural conclusions are a big narrative across the board.
You can really see how it looks as well. when you're looking at this board and you're looking at places, you see, especially West Africa, as I think is the best benefit of it. The person who has
Yeah.
the most amount of
Why-
centers in reasonable manner in this big old Thunderdome right here are the Ottomans, a player who, for all intents and purposes,
Dead
is
Ottoman.
dead.
The dead Ottoman. Yeah.
Like, it really does matter. And it's harder to do this in a Blitz environment where you just don't have the time to
For
fully
sure.
coordinate. But as colonial
Yeah.
powers, you really, really, really need to stick together. At the very least. And this is my theory on how really a colonial game should go. The start of a game should either be a 4 group of colonials, like you and I ended up doing in B1D, a 4 group of colonials, and we roughly make that 3, and then we roughly make that 2. Or more likely, we're going to see a 3-2 split between the colonial group, with the 3 set of colonials coming out on top. The 3 group then cuts out the 3rd wheel in their alliance, and then those 2 colonials are right at the top of the board and
Massive.
likely going to be fighting for victories, joint victories or solo victories. But if you have this infighting that's going to happen throughout the entire game, you're going to end up with one colonial does fairly well, some of it, and everyone else just kind of does middling or dies. But for the most part, all eyes are on the regionals this game. There is no focus on the colonials. Even when we're talking about Portugal, we talk about how Portugal looks like they're doing awful every time we look over at them.
I've gotta say, like I know I keep hammering home like how well they're doing here.
Mhm.
And it is because of just that. Like every time we turn around, it's like, oh, they just lost 4 dots in Indonesia. Surely their
Right.
position is crumbling globally, right?
Ma-
Nope. Actually, they're building 4 units this year.
Imagine a game where Portugal, on top of everything going as well as it is for this, had a better South Africa go for them without as many early misorders, had a better Southeast Asia where they were able to steamroll Guarani, was able to keep Macau and Hainan around a little further and maybe just do some funny stuff with Hanoi.
Yeah, no kidding about the Macau and Hainan. Yeah.
They're doing well, irregardless. But
Yeah. Ooh, excuse me.
we do have the next map out, so I'm going to very quickly pick up builds so we can take a look at them. And for the most part, builds are not as important at this point. We're just going to get a little palette cleanser with them, take a nice little look, and see how things are going. We do, in fact, see East Coast Mexico City fleet, which is great. And Baracoa did, in fact, disband. So we're probably going to see that head over to Yucatan so we can get it in Belize.
That is a free Belize right there.
Guatemala Basin, I didn't even notice this. Guatemala Basin likely walks into Colon Ridge here and just tries for a dot here, one of these 4.
Something,
Just
yeah.
roll the dice and hope you get in somewhere.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a little concerned for Hawaii now that Toku has the spare firepower.
That is true. He does have some
Ariamori
firepower for Hawaii, but
Ariamori is interesting
You
from
just have-
Toku
you
here.
just have one. It's one center, Hawaii is. I don't think you're losing any more than that. But at the same time,
Yeah.
one center could absolutely matter.
Yeah, they're huge though. Shoshone. They got the fact that they pulled off that army convoy into Tuchon. Is something I missed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or into Dinaina and brought it into Tuchon. Sorry, they originally had done that convoy into Dinaina and then they brought it into Tuchon.
Now it's in a good forward position
It's so
just to
good.
confirm Sadu as this last half of passing.
Exactly. So good for finishing them off. Like they're in such a good position.
Like France gets some dots, some builds here, but like other than Army Villa Marie, none of these builds are actually going to harm Ute from being able to get into places like Ojibwe and maybe Ojibwe.
Yep. I fully agree with you there. They're outnumbered on the front. France is.
And Yushishon is still doing this flanking stuff. They're in Arctic Ocean and Labrador Sea. And if Inuit's I love what you've done, just take Iqaluit, they're gonna.
Pretty much. I mean, I don't see Athabasca coming to Inuit's rescue here, so yeah.
Right? Looking over at Europe now, sure enough, we are getting those fleet builds here. The tiniest amount of Abyssinia pressure, forcing Austria to respond, but for the most part here, like we said, I think we're looking at the last few of these centers here that Austria wants to pick up to get to 100%, and also centers like Brandenburg, Krakow, Targoviste, some of those just to round out their last few centers.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, there's the army build Amsterdam. Took you long enough.
Yeah, would have been nice to be around last year, frankly,
Yup.
but it's here now.
Hmm.
Looking at these disbands, I didn't realize they got. Wait, I didn't realize they got into Stockholm. How did that happen?
We're kind of half paying attention to it at this point, but I believe there was a convoy.
Am I
Or no, there was an army in Scania, wasn't there?
crazy? I mean, there's 2 supports. I feel like I'm losing my mind looking at this map. Because Gothenburg can't support Stockholm to hold.
Scania.
That's why I didn't see it. Okay, yeah.
You remember?
Honestly, this.
You remember in
Go ahead,
B1B
sorry.
how triggered the Sweden player was when I pointed out the tiniest little connection between Skagerrak and Scania, and just
Oh my
abused
gosh.
it. That
Yes.
that wasn't Basil. That was Lime. That's who it was.
Lime.
I'm so
Shout out
sorry. Shout out to Lime. Lime's
Big
great.
Lime fan here. Yeah.
Other builds, Abyssinia. Yep. Can you put things down?
I didn't
Last year,
I
get
did
your
not
dots.
realize I didn't realize that was happening for Poland. That actually is really nice for them.
Yeah.
I mean, they're more so fighting for top 5 at
Mhm.
this point. They're right on the outside looking in at 6.
And to be fair,
still respectable.
if they can stall out a little bit and prevent Austria from getting some of their dots, like that could matter. That could help decide who
Yeah.
wins this game.
I think it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough for sure because you have to guess really well on Targoviste. You want to cover all fold. You want to cover Transylvania. You also want to support hold Targoviste. There's no right answer. It's a lot of tough guesswork.
We're gonna be seeing some dice rolls here.
Yeah, for sure. I like the Army Trieste out of Austria, by the way, because
Yeah, that seems.
Fleet Trieste isn't going to do anything.
Yeah, to be fair, Army Trieste
Um,
isn't gonna do too much either, but you have to build at this point.
at least it can go to Pressburg, is what I'm thinking. Like,
Fair.
you can send Pressburg into Transylvania or maybe Alfold here.
Not
But
nothing.
yeah, and that's just the nature of the game. The builds in the last year, they're not all going to find somewhere to go.
Right.
Ming disbands Chengdu. Hohut gets disbanded.
Again, despite Ming trying to put on the pressure, Ming is the one disbanding. And Tokugawa, it's probably not going to be able to put the pressure on to really be able to take some of these last Ming centers from them in this final year, but I don't know. Tsushima can try and put some pressure on if it forces East China Sea to go to Yellow Sea here.
Yeah, Formosa is toast if Ming, Dutch, and Ayutthaya keep working together like they did last year.
True.
Very
Very true.
so
Very
that's
true.
unfortunate.
You mentioned Army Aomori here. I do think that might just be for the funny. Again, like you said, not every build's going to matter at this point. We're just cleaning up the last few turns here.
Sure.
I
wonder if
think
they're
we
going to
should
convoy it somewhere.
potentially. I don't know where that convoy would
Could be a-
end up. Convoy to
Could be a
Pyongyang? That seems too slow, though.
could be a meme convoy angle here with going through North Pacific Ocean to somewhere.
Well, then surely you would build Army Edo.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it.
We'll see. Let's move to those Spring Moose, though. Let's take a look at them because they are down.
Maps.
We really need to see just how close this is going to be.
All right, I'm gonna start looking at Shoshone.
Yeah, Shoshone first. How has it panned out for them? They're setting up here, which I don't hate. They're setting up.
I don't love this move, and I guess it was a hard pick. Yeah. Okay. All right.
So instead of
don't.
trying to force Ojikri and Ojibwe here, they're gonna move in so they can take them both in the fall. Because they still have that unit in Illinois that can tap
Yes.
Fort Detroit.
Yes.
They have 2 units on Jamestown now, 2 units on St. Augustine. They did move to Yucatan like we thought they would.
Oh, and that's why they're supporting themselves into Sutina as well, so they can take Ojikri from there.
It looks like it, yeah. Or maybe
Yeah.
perhaps they're going to get Inuit to try and
Unfortunately,
support them into Chippewan? That would be
it
funny.
cost them Tlico for the spring. I don't know if they're going to be able to reclaim. I think they'll be able to reclaim Tlico in the fall.
I think they will, though they may. Yeah, they still have Gross Venturos and Susina here.
With Inuit support.
Yeah, if Inuit's willing to help them, which I think Inuit definitely is, but
the problem for Shoshone up here is that if they retake Tlico and they go Ojikri with Sutina, then Sutina is open for the retreat out of Tlico. So I don't think they're
True.
going to be able to get. I think they're going neutral against what's it called? I think they're going to go neutral against Athabasca here in their last year.
yeah, Athabasca making it annoying as well, bouncing them into Iqaluit, and these last few units here that must have been a untimely NMR here because that's really unfortunate.
Yeah, that Labrador Sea not getting the support
Yeah.
into Iqaluit is really sad.
Labrador Sea supporting Iqaluit and Gothab going to Frederiksgrad so it could tap Radalahad here would have been very good for them to see.
Yeah, unfortunate.
It's unfortunate, but they still are gaining a lot. Like, they're still +4, maybe +5 guaranteed. Like, this is still not nothing.
Oh my gosh, I didn't realize the Netherlands and Builds put out another army.
There's a third one here, you're right!
What the Oh man.
Wow.
They really France not that great at making friends with the other colonials. Like
really not. Same with Portugal, honestly. The colonials not been friends with one another at all.
But yeah, so I'm trying to do some dot math here. So I'm tracking Belize, St. Augustine.
Yeah, so let's look at these Ute Shoshone centers here. It looks like it's hard to read, but I think Toku tried to force North Equatorial. I don't know if that succeeded. I might scoot to
Did they get their support tab?
I might scoot to the post retreats map in a minute so we can do the proper map.
I think it did succeed because I don't think their support gets tapped, and yeah,
so.
Ute only goes in with 1.
Yeah. Okay. So they get into North Equatorial, which is really unfortunate. But they also do have units that are they can cover Aleuts, they can cover Milwaukee and Yakuts. Like
because Milwaukee doesn't get out, it kind of dampens the blow because Milwaukee's still there, Yakuts is still there. That fleet in North Equatorial Current doesn't actually get anything.
It's using Hawaii, but we already suspected they would in some respect.
True.
Let's see.
I think they're probably going to go somewhere around +3 or 4 here.
Which isn't bad. But it might not be enough.
I mean, if they can manage to not get Labrador Sea tapped again, and actually get their support order in, they can still get Iqaluit.
Yeah. They can still get Iqaluit.
Maybe they're more like +4 or +5, but yeah, for sure.
Let's go look at Austria then and see how many dots they're looking at getting in here. Looks like they are attempting Madrid. They're actually not attempting for Amsterdam or Utrecht here.
Yeah, they're not going to get Baleares either because of the Strait of Bonifacio gets the bounce.
True. They will get Tunis. They will get Sicily.
They can get Sardinia and Sicily here. No, I don't think they do get Tunis because
have Algerian Scary Banks and that is Abyssinian Levantine Sea, not Austrian. Sorry, brown units look very similar.
Well, they could. No, you've got a point. They could take Tunis by cutting Tripoli, but it's going to be just the same as if they went Sicily and Sardinia.
Sicily and Sardinia are the same result.
Would be Yeah. So, well, actually, it would take
Yeah.
all 3 of those units to take Tunis versus getting
Mhm.
2 builds off of Sicily and Sardinia. So they'll probably just go for that.
And Poland, by the way, makes the correct guesses in the spring turn and defends against the Austrian push, which is
Oh
really bad for
no,
Austria.
Pressburg. I I really I dislike this moveset. I would have loved to see Banat support Pressburg into Allfold and have Trieste backfill Pressburg.
Yeah, because Allfold borders Targoviste. You're absolutely right.
And there's no way to block that.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't love it. I don't love it.
Oh, man, this
It
is gonna
looks
be
like
tight. This is gonna be close.
where are they getting a dot? I mean, not Madrid. If France doesn't want to let them, they don't have to get Madrid. Oh wow. This is like the one turn that they're maybe stalling out on builds. Like they're getting Sicily and Sardinia, but I'm not sure they're getting anything else.
It's,
I'm not sure they're getting anything else here. So
it's not as
I think
it's
their
not as
final
much as they were
number.
hoping for.
I think their final number is going to be, well, what's their number right now?
They're currently at 25.
I think their final number is going to be 27. Like I don't
Yeah.
foresee them losing any dots based on what's
puts-
adjacent to them right now.
That puts Ute ahead at like 30-31.
Yeah,
What's
this is
Toku
they
doing?
almost got there.
What's Toku doing? That's the next one we gotta check in. How is Toku looking? Because if Toku can get +4/+5, then there's a thing going on here. We already talked about Toku Hawaii. They are going to try and contest.
They're in Chukchi Sea, which is big.
They are into Chukchi. Actually, that's a lot. That's more pressure on Yu Shishon, who we think is at top here. This is such a close game.
This is awesome. Yeah, this is really awesome.
This is.
They support themselves into Hohot from Xinjiang. They are going to have 3-on-2 in Ikari, Outer Mongolia, Hohot, but they've got to do. Oh, they've got to do a lot of guesswork though.
Dice rolls. The dice rolls.
No, I actually don't think that they can break through here. I think just tapping Chichihar makes it so that.
Oh, but they get disbanded out of Formosa.
Yeah. Yeah, that was coming.
They're going to try and make.
Yeah, we knew that one was coming.
No, that was coming. They're going to make the 50-50 between Peking and Nanjing as well, being in Yellow Sea. Ming did not follow through to bounce that.
That's true, but they do have East China Sea.
They do. That makes it a lot safer.
So, yeah. They're not gonna be able to get either of those.
And you're absolutely right. As Toku, you have to be so mad at Ming here.
Especially that they've kept this up. I'm spitting mad. What have I done to you that caused you to decide that you don't want me to win this game? Was it the fact that I never attacked you? Like I truly am gonna have to dig into the Toku.
There's going to be a lot of post-game discussions here that we need to have, but let's focus on the current game first. This is really close.
Yeah, this is really great. I think this is Ute. Like I think this is it. Like,
okay, who's below them next? Port would need like 8 builds to get close though.
okay,
I don't think Port gets
let's
those.
do a little tour of what's going on in Portugal.
They're getting Abyssinia is trying to cut them out of their like Muscat center here as well. They're not succeeding, but they're trying, so that's not getting any pressure.
Nice tactics here. Nice tactics here from Portugal to correctly get the double bounce instead of support hold Rustak.
Very well
or
done
actually,
here.
no, they supported themselves into Rustak with Persian Gulf. Oh, these tactics are great. These tactics are great from.
They have to worry about Safavid Fleet Persian Gulf now, though.
That's true. I think that this means they'll lose 1 dot, but that's considering they're fighting 6 units with 4. I think that's about as good as they were going to ever do.
Yeah. Abyssinia, by the way.
You know what's funny, actually? You know what's funny? This Persian Gulf fleet can retreat into Khuzestan and threaten Baghdad.
You're so right, actually. That would be hilarious.
Please make that retreat. That would be an amazing retreat.
Khuzestan, that would be incredibly funny. Wait,
I
no,
mean,
the
honestly,
Persian Gulf
either-
one. The Persian Gulf is the one that gets into Restock. Ah,
Oh, it did get into Roofstock.
yeah, it's
That's
not
fair.
Question into Restock.
Yeah.
It's Persian Gulf into Restock. That's a little unfortunate. I want to look at Abyssinia here, because Portugal did one other thing as well, and noticed potentially open
Oh.
Hawara. They're gonna bounce it with Darfur, but that is gonna potentially slow down Abbey a little bit, because that means they might
I mean,
not be able to hold Mandara from Congo.
This was an extremely clever move. This is an extremely smart end of the game. I'm trying to get to my top board position. Let me throw this random army into the heart of the enemy's nation to see if they move with the wrong unit.
Mhm.
Good on Abyssinia for not letting it happen,
Yeah,
but man, really clever from
Portugal's
Portugal.
also contesting Mabanza here. Like, Portugal is not getting enough for it to matter. Again, Portugal needs like 8 or 10 more centers
Yeah,
here for it to
they're
matter.
not getting into. I mean, they're getting bounced out of. England's taking Wallata or whatever what this tile is called.
Yeah, Ulata there.
Yeah.
It's real unfortunate there. Again, people out of the game supporting each other.
Oh no, Garani! We did the convoy to Cabo Verde a year too late. No!
Oh, it could have been real. It could have been real.
Oh, you know what, Garani? Oh, no, the Garani misorder. No, I was gonna say Garani made the decision that they're not leaving this game without
Wow.
Tupan Akeem, but they make the misorder and they are gonna be out of this game without Tupan Akeem. No,
Bruh,
I mean
that's
they have,
so
they have 3 on it.
unfortunate.
1, 2, 3. They still have 3 on it. Actually, they still do not have to leave this game without their trophy of Tupan
Yeah.
Akeem.
And Mapuche has let them just let the gas off and let him have the fun with it. But yeah, props to them for that.
Mapuche supporting Aymara out of their dot is awesome. I
Very
love that.
that's a very fun tactics idea there, or maybe it was just some sort, because Mapuche did also move into Ragavine again. Is that Funny Convoy to Aotearoa? I think that's Funny Convoy to Aotearoa.
Let's see.
That's gonna be
do they have a
Lockweed and
fleet
Nazca
in-
Ridge to Ragavine Basin.
I mean, they have a fleet in Coral Sea that could convoy it to Flores with support of Timor.
That would also be extremely funny. That would also be unbelievably funny.
I know I gave you props the first time, but once again, shout out to this Mapuche player for highlighting this tactic. I love putting the army down here so that you can convoy it through SPO. Very cool tactic.
Mhm.
Shout out to Garani. Between Garani and Aymara, for the record, I thought Garani would be the one that died this game.
Absolutely.
Turns out to be Aymara.
Absolutely.
Shout out to them for sticking around.
Keep the fight going.
Yeah. I think our read on this is correct though. In fall, I think unless the tactics get really bad, or perhaps there's another NMR Ucha shown, I think they are going to win this game.
I want to move to the clean maps post retreats, and then let's do a little bit of math. Let me pull up the post retreats map so we can take a look at this map clean
Results.
and really take a look at it. Okay, so let me just forward this to Popcorn Throwers so I can have an up-to-date version here. Discord is not letting me do that. Whatever. Okay, so at the end of year 6, Austria is ahead because Austria has 25. That's what, 21 out of 28. So Austria is 75% at the end of year 6. I'm just going to write these down. Austria is at 75 at the end of year 6. And each dot gives Austria another 3.5%. I'm writing all these numbers down.
For sure.
For you ended the last year at 27 centers, which is 22 out of 31 SCC, or 71% with each additional center being an extra 3.2%. Yeah, 3.2. Then there's Toku. Toku's gonna be at 23 at the end of the previous year. Which means Toku is at 19 of 28, or 68% plus the 3.5 for every additional dot. Dude, the end game math, it's really close. It's really close.
Yeah.
And then we have Portugal. Portugal's much lower, but I will go ahead and count this just so we can show just how much lower they are. Portugal ended last year at 44, which is a total of 28 out of the. How much do they need again to win? 52?
64. Well, yeah. So
Okay,
minus
56. 64. So they need to end at 48, and they had 28 of that. So 20 out of 48 for 58%, with each additional dot being an extra 2%, 0.1%.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to show just how much Portugal is out of it compared to the top.
So it's
three here.
really, yeah, it's really Toku, Shoshone, and Austria for sure.
Yeah, so that's the math
I mean,
how it was at the end of last year. So Austria's not losing any dots, we don't think. They don't get any new dots there. They get Sardinia, they get Sicily, those are for free. And they get...
I think they're only going +2 here, yeah.
I only see Sardinia and Sicily for sure. I do not see any other dots they have the ability to claim unless there is some egregious error.
Help.
So that's going to put
Austria...
Austria...
They would need help for sure.
Yeah, so that means we're estimating Austria ends at about 82%. U is at 71 right now. They're losing Hawaii.
Okay,
and they're going to lose one of Nome, Yupik, and Aleuts. Probably Nome, because that's the one they can't contest. Yeah, they're going to lose Nome as well. That's -2. But they're gaining Satu from them. Oh, they need to regain Ticelo back as well. So that's -1.
Yeah, the math gets complicated
-1. They're going to end in Belize. So that's +0. They don't get St. Augustine. England can bounce them out of St. Augustine. England, don't you dare. They do get Jamestown though. And if they have Inuit support and they guess right, they can get Iqaluit there, and maybe something like Kujalot. No, France is not gonna let them have it. Ute's also only +2, I think.
The Toku move hurts pretty bad.
Does. So Ute +2,
well,
that puts them at 77%. And then Toku's going to get Nome and Hawaii over here, but loses Formosa right there. They're going to gain... Do they have any gains from Russia here? Likely not. Russia just taps Bratsk here, so they don't get that. But they will get Ichkari, because they have 3 against 2 on that. That's +3. The -1 for Formosa is +2. That's it, though. That's it. That's another +7. That's going to put Toku at 76% above you, but I think that means Austria wins on the math.
Yeah, I don't know if I think the biggest one is how the tactics boil out with Shoshone. I think Shoshone's the one where the tactics actually still have a lot to say about who wins.
Yeah, because they could contest things like Ojibwe and Ojibwe, but Athapaska is really being a thorn in their side and not going to let them do that easily.
So
if you does
they
that,
can get Sakani. They could get Sakani into Tliko. They can get Gross Ventress into Sutina with support of Asaboyne potentially, and then support OG Cree with have Winnipeg support Sutina into OG Cree, have Iowa support Dakota into Ojibwe, tap Fort Detroit. You're gonna get at least Ojibwe, maybe OG Cree. You're definitely gonna get Tliko as well. Um, with the Arctic Ocean stuff, it's tough
Yeah, I think the problem is that
because
+2, Utzone is at 77 for +2, and Austria is at 82 for +2. So
oh
Utzone
man,
needs 2 more. Utzone needs to be +4 if Austria is going +2. And I
one,
think
oh, 1, 2, 3. So you said they need to go +4, right?
that's what I think. Yes, I'm not looking at Popcorn Throwers channel anymore because somebody decided to pre-map post try and get the scoreboard go out, and I don't want to look at it to spoil myself.
2. Okay, so I think Shoshone is losing 2 supply centers to Toku.
Right.
I think
They're gaining Belize.
they can go
They're gaining
1, 2,
Jamestown.
3.
Offset both of those.
Right. Can they go? And I think there is a move set if the tactics pan out. If where they can get Inuit support, where they can retake Tliko, take Ojikri and Ojibwe, hold Sutina, which would be,
That would be plus.
and take Ikluit, which would be enough.
That would be +4, and that would be enough. That would put Shoshone at about.
This
That would put Shoshone at about 83% to Austria's 82%.
and also the question of will England let
Yeah,
Shoshone into St. Augustine matters.
that very much matters now. Absolutely.
Now, whether or not England has a favorite between Utshoshone and uh, Austria, I find it kind of unlikely that there's a huge favorite between the two of them.
Have
Like,
they?
they
Have
both,
any of them interacted at all this game?
no. Like, actually, no. Like, they've not touched. None of these people have touched each other at all. Because France, the common denominator is France, right?
Mhm.
France fought England, but then both of them fought France. So that's another reason why I don't think England has a huge like
If you're
favorite
England, you
between
just
the
want to
two. I
kick
wonder.
France out of Bahamas, right? That's got to be what England's thinking, right?
Well, it could be, or maybe you want to go grab your free Bermuda.
Right, and that
Well,
as
I guess it's not a
well.
free Bermuda. There's a fleet in NAO4. Maybe it's not a fleet for Bermuda. Yeah, it's tough. It's coming down to the wire, folks. Like,
Give us the maps. Give us the maps already. I want to see the maps.
also, the fact that this Ming stab has proven so important. If I'm not, I'll have to check who the Toku.
Goku must be livid.
Who's the to? Oh yeah, it's Retro. Yeah, Retro has got to be tearing the walls down, and I would too. I completely, man. His void is much quieter than mine would be if I if I was watching this. Like, I would be steaming in my void. But yeah.
Hazel, any update on the map? I know people are talking about like GGs and stuff. I do not want to see it until we've seen the map. We need the map. We need to see it.
I want a map. I want a map.
We want a map. We want a map. Yeah. If Austria goes +2, like we think, and everything goes perfectly for Ute and they go +4, I think that means Ute wins 83% to 82%.
Man, I mean, I'm not. I hate to split hairs, but I think that when it comes to these margins, you're gonna look at like where were the fine margins that cost this thing, and I think not going to all fold to get this extra dot out of Targoviste is it really hurts you.
Mhm.
It might lose you the game, unfortunately. Now, granted, a second place finish by 1% being a loss, I think is a really
Oh, yeah, absolutely commendable. We have
that is like
we have the results
as far
map
as
if you want to
losses-
deduce what happened. Please do give it to us. We will count it ourselves.
yeah.
We'll
for
count it
sure.
ourselves. You just saw us doing percentile math.
Yeah.
Yeah. Port is too far out of it in order to get to that number. Port needs like 16 centers to contest the top. Yeah, no. I don't think anyone else is contesting aside Austria, Ute, Toku. And Toku's just a little bit too short with Ming being pressury.
Maps. We're the maps.
All retreats map? Okay, they don't have the actual map because they said they have all of the meme funny moves have broken the bot adjudicator. But we do have the retreat maps, so we can look at the results of the moves.
Fair enough. I mean, I feel like all we.
First of all, gonna point it out,
Post-
I was correct. That is funny convoy to Aotearoa for Aymara.
Is this Oh, this is the results map. Where'd they put that?
This is it's in popcorn throwers.
Ah,
This is the results. Let's take a look. Let's count it out. Okay. So Austria took Sardinia and Sicily, right? Anything else at all? Nope, doesn't look like it. Oh, they lost Bremen.
they lost Bremen. How'd they manage that?
They're -1.
Oh, they got tapped. They got tapped from They probably
Poland,
got tapped from
probably.
Silesia or Brandenburg.
They're only going to
on
be
Saxony.
+1 here.
Okay.
Shoshone carried over.
What about-
Yeah, they lost Hawaii. Toku went for Aleuts instead of Nome. Sure, works out. Exactly the same. Doesn't really matter.
They
It
do
does
not
not get
end up taking
Satu.
Satu. They do keep Tliko and Sutina. They
Get
do get
Sugasliga, they get
Ojibwe.
Ojibwe, they get
They
Belize.
don't get Iqaluit.
How do you not end an Iqaluit? I guess we
Or
were...
St. Augustine. Oh, I think that's enough for Austria.
Okay, hold on, count it. Belize is +1, Hawaii is net 0, Aleuts is -1. They went up in Ojibwe
Jamestown
back
is
to 0.
net
They went to
0.
Jamestown for +1. They went
I
to...
think they're just +1.
They went to Chicho for +2, right? No, they already had that. That's +1. Are they just +1?
I think
No
they're just
shot.
+1.
You should show
wait.
no.
Wait. They're in Galapagos.
Oh, Lamau +2. Unfortunately, +1 for +2. I believe. Yeah, that's going to be Austria at 78.5 compared to Ute at 77%.
Oh man. Hey, if I'm gonna split hairs here against the Austria-specific tactics, I would like to give a shout out to the tactics that I think were bad for Shoshone. NMRing, bad tactic. Bad tactic to NMR twice.
Let's count. We still need to count Toku. Toku could have gone like +4 somehow. They got Hawaii and Aleuts.
They lost Formosa.
And nothing else happens, yeah. So Toku's going to end at 76. So the top three are 76%, 77%, 78.5%. Very, very close top three.
Yeah, if I'm Toku, I'm tempted to not put this. I'm tempted to put this Ming player's name down, and please don't make me play with this guy again. Like that, I'm seething so hard right now. I need to go take a walk if I'm this player. Like the Formosa taking me out of tied for board top with Austria is, I think, more than I can bear.
Do you want the SC numbers or no? Yes. If you want to post those just so we're 100% correct on our math, you can go ahead and do it. And if you're also doing it, can you let the players have permissions to get in?
Scoreboard. Yep. There it is.
Yeah, so just to redo the math here.
This is fall. This is pre-fall moves. So Austria ends on
pre-fall moves or this post-fall moves?
Well, so since it says fall moves 1648, this is going to be before the fall moves occurred.
Okay.
So Austria ends on 26 because they lost Bremen, picked up Sardinia and Sicily.
And get the players in the commentary booth if you can manage that while you're getting the map rolled out.
Oh, fall retreats. There it is. Yep. Austria barely gets the win.
Yeah.
Oh, Abyssinia! We didn't even check Abyssinia!
Well, Abyssinia needed like +7, +8, I think.
They went +5.
Did Abyssinia end this game
They ended up in third place.
Abyssinia's in third! Okay.
Oh my god.
Let's point out the funny moves real quick on the actual map real quick. I'm going to pull those up so we can look at the actual funny moves. First of all, the actual funnies. A lot of people tapped Galapagos. One of those did actually go to Galapagos, which is extra hilarious. Oh, that was Toku Galapagos as well.
Oh, they were redoing the thing where they took my Toku Galapagos from last Blitz. In the Blitz game, in Blitz 4, I had Galapagos as Toku in the last year, and the game they did the same thing. What a tradition that's been started.
Yeah. Mod team, I know you're very busy, but if there's any chance you get the players in here so we can do a proper recap of this game, I would like a proper rundown and close out of this game. I would love to see it.
Oh man, that's so sad for Austria.
Austria won. What do you? Didn't Austria won?
I'm
Did
sorry,
they not?
that's true. That's true. No, that's true. The Bremen thing, I thought it was gonna cost them.
It almost did. It almost did. If England bounced Florida current, England, you absolute trolls.
Inuits turncoated at the last second. That's how Athapaska got into Satu. Inuit said, "Hey, this guy. I didn't forget that this guy tried to kill me before he tried to kill you. Like, do you want to make sure he doesn't win?" And they got support into Iqalit from Athapaska, and they supported Athapaska into Satu. That ended up costing. That was the game. That was the game right there.
It did. It did. It's unfortunate. Even with that going wrong, they could have gotten St. Augustine, and it would have just been fine, you know?
Man, England. Why for why? I wonder. I want to hear the pitch.
Okay.
GG, well played, LU. Well done.
Absolutely. Let's get the players in here. It seems like they are going to get the players are starting to come in and join in now. Get the players to roll in. Get everyone in here. Everyone in here. Because we need to talk about epic late game. This was such an epic late game.
Oh, man.
Get everyone in here. No, get them out of the putt party. Get them out of the putt party. Come on, we got post-game recap. Okay, so we don't have the official scoreboard. We don't have the official scoreboard, but we do have the numbers we calculated. I believe we are ending with Austria at 78.5%, Yuchishon at 77%, and Tokugawa at, I believe, 75 or 76%. Very, very close epic late game. Well done, everyone. Yep, we're getting everyone to join in.
I mean, once you start whipping out the calculator math from multiple different powers, you know you're in a good spot at the end of the game. You know you're in a competitive spot. Also, Abyssinia, we were not even giving proper respect to Abyssinia's chances at actually coming into that game and winning it at the end as well.
Abyssinia in general, we're going to need to discuss. But Abyssinia, what did you say? +5, +6?
+5.
+5. Yeah. Not enough to get it there, but you ended up in like a tied third.
I think that's what I saw in the
Poland asks, what was your booth opinion on how hard I bungled the board top here? It's not entirely your fault. Poland, it is not entirely your fault.
Yeah.
We need to talk about French play this game a little bit, but Poland did play very well.
Unfortunately, I predicted it coming. I fully agree with Sports here. I don't think it was your fault. I think you just completely ran into a wall. Once you saw those disbands in Barents Sea and Norwegian Sea, the Sweden, Russia working together against you. Unfortunate. I've got to give a shout out to Ottoman too for not for not just being a puppet of Poland, but throwing it back in Poland's face as well. So disrupting both Russia and Poland.
Was funny.
Well done, Ottomans.
That was funny. Yeah, we'll go ahead and answer questions while we get the actual final maps and scoreboards come out. Opinion on army-based IU. I would have loved it a lot more if you actually committed against Ming year 2 or year 3, but it worked out fine for you, so congratulations. Commentary of my misorder. We were really concerned for you for a second because we thought Yuchishon would have won this game if not England bounced St. Augustine. There are a couple of other things that went wrong as well. Inuit turned around and forced them out of Satu and didn't allow them Iqalit. But I think this one in particular, the commentary booth were like, England, don't do this. Please, England, don't do this. Just let Yuchishon win this game. Honestly, though, everyone near the top of this board did an incredibly great job. I'm going to say it, this is the best late game that we have seen from any of the Blitz games so far. Every one of the other Blitz games that I've commentated so far, by the end of year 5 or so, everyone's checked out. We know who's going to win. But there is a reason I begged Basil and I begged Downpour to let this game play out to year 7, because this is a great late game. This is a fantastic late game. This is such an incredible board state to look at. It's so good. It's so unbelievably good.
We had the calculator whipped out. We were trying to do the VSCC math live.
You all can see the
Shout out to Sports for that.
You all can see the popcorn channel, sir. We were pulling out we had to fill it out ourselves and do the calculator math. We were expecting Austria to go +2 there, and if everything went right for Shown, they would have went +4 and just barely beat out. I think, what did we say, 83 to 82%? Something like that.
I think it's our bad for missing the Polish stab on Austria at the very end with the Dutch.
True. You were the ones who made us play another year. You all were playing poker at that point. Are you really that mad? Are you really that mad? I'm gonna say it again. Here, this is the best late game we've seen in Blitz. This was an incredible time. This was such a good late game to watch and look at and really enjoy it. And I really do hope everyone, like the top 7 and top 8, the entire game was really fun to watch. Rose think we were playing poker. England straight up pinged us to say we're not even focusing on the game anymore. We're playing EU4.
That did happen. Oh man.
I still am. Thank you. Thank you.
Speaking of the Army Power Ayutthaya, the India-based Ayutthaya was very interesting, including the convoy over to get the ball rolling. That was something else.
Very funny convoy indeed. Very funny convoy indeed. I need to pull up the
and not only just funny convoy, but turned out to be quite effective. Yeah.
I need to pull up the less messy map here, so while we look at options here. Shoutouts, by the way, to the right side of the map just being completely broken, so we had to rely on looking at the Discord channels and doing the math ourselves. Shoutouts to the bot. The bot devs have been doing overtime lately, though, to be fair.
Shout out devs.
Shoutouts bot devs. Shoutouts bot devs. Did you like all of our pings? Solid, you and King of Prussia, I've said this multiple times before. King of Prussia especially, but you joined in this time. You guys played Blitz like Phil Hellmuth plays poker. You just talk to the camera. You want to make sure the commentators are seeing just how crazy the game is. Who pinged you more, me or them? Portugal. We got the most pings from Portugal, easily. Like, it's not even close.
I would be talking. I was like, why am I getting all these pings? Oh, Portugal's talking to us again.
Yep.
Oh man. Shout out to Ucha Shone, who at one point started just pinging me, just adding me specifically, instead of the whole commentator role.
True. Okay.
Oh man.
There's so much that we need to talk about here. Shoutouts to Austria for getting the victory with, and I'm going to mean this in genuine earnest, a absolutely terrible year 1. Your year 1 was awful. How did you turn this around?
That's true. They did not like the year 1 Oliu. Can we get him up here?
Yeah, let's get if people want to have chats at this point, this is where we can start getting the post game chats from the powers themselves. Come on in. Oliu.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very close final game here. Very close.
Yeah.
The commentary booth, specifically our commentators who dropped out before break, Luxon and Aeolus, were really not big fans of your year 1 with the Slavonia move that got kind of clowned a little bit. What was your thinking there, and do you think it was like, I mean, obviously it paid off in the long run here, but do you think it hindered your growth, or do you think it was actually the right play?
I think it was the right play. I was actually talking to every neighbor of Ottomans and saying coalition Ottomans, and everyone was seeing it.
Wow.
So
fair enough. I mean,
It works.
I suppose.
If it works.
Like, I also I guess I want to hear about your relationship with Portugal and sort of how you maintained your I guess your nerve, like maintained your poise as you saw Portugal getting bigger or not Portugal, sorry, Poland getting bigger and bigger, but maintaining your friendship with them.
To be honest, I think like if they stab me, I think it's just bad for both of us if I stab them and they stab me. So yeah,
No, and
because then we just death war and it leads to nothing.
I mean, yeah, that was perfectly fair. What it eventually came down to was the fact that Poland had an active Russia and an active Ottomans who were causing them issue, an active Sweden as well. And your French presence was literally 2 armies the entire game, and that's
Yeah,
all
I
you
know
had to
that.
fight.
Watching your 7, there was a point where you started getting into France proper when you had 7 armies on the border and they had 2, and I was like, this does not go well for France in any world.
I
Yeah,
just walked into Marseille like completely free.
for free, for free.
Oh, and then the Spain disbands to let you have the islands as well to put you over the top. I mean that was
Yeah.
generous by them as additionally.
And I need to point this out as
Yeah.
well. Yuchishone saying in the chat, seeing that and knowing that they had to try and buff up France, and then France turning around and putting their foot down and being one of the reasons that Yuchishone didn't overcreep at the top. It was so sad to see. It was so sad to see.
Ollie, before we let you go and get somebody else up, is there anything that you think was like the key play or any specific press or any specific strategy that you think like really solidified your position and got you to this point?
To be honest, I don't know. It just I think the coalition of against Ottomans year 1. I mean year 1 and year 2 and every year afterwards. That gave me a lot of stability, and also the Poland alliance.
Mhm.
So
Sure,
I
for
was
sure.
just free to to go and expand west.
Absolutely. You played it very well. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
We're going to get second place up now if Yuchishone wants to have a conversation as well. I believe you do. Let me go ahead and grab you here. Sure, how do I join? I got you. 1 minute. Where it is with the stage
I can
feature.
I can invite him.
I have to what? Right click? Yeah, I have to right click. There we go.
Oh, there he goes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yeah,
can.
hello.
Hey, oh my god, this was a crazy game.
Everything just worked out for you right at the start. Every single one of your neighbors got into a death war right at the start of the game. It worked out so well for you.
Yeah, I told Inuit that I was gonna go for Atha to take Chilcotin in year 1, and I didn't do it, and they were just at each other's throats after that, which was just so good for me. And then after the fleet Chipuyan, I had a really solid game there. And until the very end, I don't think they ever got their act together in terms of
Athapaskic was continuing to
together
make sure
against
that Inuit would not see the light of day until that very last turn.
Yeah, I think they were just not happy with each other. But yeah, that was super helpful. And then like the NMR in the middle, the double NMR in the middle just freaked me the hell out. Like NMR and fall and then NMR and builds was just horrible.
Can we talk about you getting second place, nearly winning, 1 center short of actually just winning that game, NMRing 2 years in a row there? Like that was, it's crazy to see all of that happen out.
Yeah, I just feel so fortunate that things happened to line up in a place where I could stab the Athapaska player just at the right time and like continue the momentum. I mean, I think a lot of things got me to get this close to the win. And obviously like there's some dumb things that like kind of got me to not win. But I'm just so happy that despite the NMR, I got this far. And congrats to Olu.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, this is a game to be proud of for sure. Even despite the MMRs, back in the commentary, we were quite rooting for you. One of the phrases we said a lot is "winners keep winning." As we looked at yourself along with Austria and Toku, that was all. I also made the comment when you had your fall moves in MR, and everything still went okay with you, that was the best NMR I've ever seen, and I say that through gritted teeth, like, because it just worked out so well because everything else was happening around you in ways that were beneficial. But yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah, like Spain walking out.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Any more final thoughts?
I'll do a little bit of self-promotion here. So usually I do like live stream AARs of these games the day after. So tomorrow at 10 a.m. PST or Pacific time, I'll go on my Twitch stream live, and I'll post the link in the chat here. And if you want to come say hi and we can just chat about the game together, that would be really awesome. So I don't know. Last couple times I've had like half a dozen players show up, which has been like a lot of fun. But yeah,
Absolutely. We'll be giving a bunch of people their time to speak. Don't you worry. If Abyssinia wants to speak up, if we're just going down the order here, can we talk about Abyssinia? They said earlier that they think they had the worst year one, and you very well might be right. We thought you were cooked. We're cooked. Yeah, let me invite you up. You're welcome to speak if you'd like. Again, no pressure. If you are not comfortable, you're welcome to speak if you'd like.
Hello there.
Where did Cincinnatus go? Did he do? Okay, hold on. Let me invite Cincinnatus back. Hello.
Hi.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah. Very well done after how year one looked really, really poor for you. You turned it around incredibly well.
Yeah, I thought I'm gonna have a short afternoon after the year one, and luckily I could convince my African regionals to like not follow through on the step and try to get to fight Portugal instead. And Ottomans got coalition year one anyway, so it was quite easy to like get into the Arabian Peninsula then and fight Ottomans as well. And from that, I got very much growth. And while the other regionals gonna fight south against Portugal, I had like perfect step opportunities there, which I said they needed to take. I did not like it, but yeah, they were just like the only way I could grow in this game. And I even think I wouldn't have stepped Congo here if he wouldn't like get turned from Portugal. Like I think it was spring 6047, because I thought he just goes south and get all of Portugal, and I can focus on Najuran and maybe get something done around Maravi and Beira. But yeah, then Congo went north with his armies, and I was like, okay, I need to step him now. But whatever. Yeah, it was like really a happy game for me, and like lucky that they leave me alone.
Absolutely.
I mean, it was one heck of a comeback for sure.
I think there's something.
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember when we were talking pregame. One of the people I did check into their void and saw they had already had a plan was Ajran. They had already pre-planned supporting either supporting Congo into a Zande against you, or getting support from Congo into a Zande against you. And then once it panned out perfectly after year one, I was like, well, this is going exactly to plan for Ajran. But then Congo kind of just slowed down and didn't really do much. They had a couple of units that really weren't moving as much as they were supposed to, in my opinion, and it really gave you a nice position.
And you were able to convince Ajran to take their 3 army builds that year and send none of them your way, which is really well done.
That was incredible.
Yeah, I don't know what, like I was like, it was my only hope, and they had like no other play with the 3 armies than going north, and then not doing it like bite them in the end because they had nothing to fight for Madagascar. But yeah, for my luck, they did it anyway. So, and I was happy like that I could contest Ottomans there, because I really tried. Like I had like the small game plan that I just want to non-aggression pack the Ottomans, but his press year one was like pretty demanding, and I wasted like 10 minutes to explain why Red Sea isn't a neutral move for Ottomans. And when all of you wrote me and said like you want to coalition them, I was like, yeah, definitely. I can read them saying in chat it is a neutral move, and I can tell you it's not a neutral move.
Yeah, I literally messaged every single neighbor. It's awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, that turned out very well. And then I played Abyssinia before, managed to win with that nation actually. So I was very comfortable with the war against Ottomans. I knew like basically how important it is to convoy to Arabia, and then with Arjuran helping me getting the convoy through, I think year 3. From that on, it was pretty easy to dismantle that Arabian Peninsula.
Indeed.
Also, like they getting coalition helped a lot because they had a lot of dispense.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I did notice like we were at a certain point where you were starting to recover, and I was like, there's worse places to be than with big chunks of Ottomans on both sides of you while their empire's collapsing. This actually is maybe a bit of a nice place to be, and you converted that very well. So nicely
Absolutely.
done.
Very
Yeah,
well
thank
done.
you, and like congrats on Oliu and Tishona and everyone else in this game for playing, and like special thank to Congo and Adron being nice year 1, and sorry that I took advantage of that later, but I think that's just like Imperial diplomacy, right?
That's how diplomacy
sure.
goes. Yes. Okay. There are so many more people that I want to talk to. We'll just keep going down the order. Tokugawa, if you are here and would like to chat. Oh man, Toku, we have questions for you. One question in specific
hello.
for you. How mad are you at Ming?
Ming? Well, when he stepped in the last 2 years, I was like, man, what are you getting out of this?
We were
Because I was hoping so much that I can finally break into Indonesia.
we were sitting there and we were looking at it, and we really truly thought that Ming was alive because you never pushed in further against them and you allowed them to have that space and to have that turn around against you.
Oh, also because Ming threatened me that if I step in, we are going to death for me, and so to everyone just to kill me. So I was like, I already have an Inuit to fight 5 units with.
It was really nicely done. I liked the way that you played. I liked the way that you played Ching and Inuit off each other. I enjoyed the way that it eventually took down Inuit. When it's so funny because the year that Ming stabbed you, I was predicting, and it looked like based on all the units on the border that Ming was going to give Ayutthaya revenge for what Ayutthaya did all the way back in year 1. Ming finally had the upper hand, and instead they moved towards you, and I was stunned. I was so stunned, and I was like, "This guy has got to be so livid at Ming, who he's been nice to all game."
Oh, I wasn't really that mad. I was like more like confused, like, what the hell is this?
You were a better man than I, because I saw that and I was like, he's got to be so upset.
Oh, I was more upset at Inuit because I was like such a drag for like 2 years or 3.
You did very well against the Inuit forces there. You cleaned them up very nicely, tactically very well done.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was worried that Uta is going to run away with the game because Inuit was completely fighting me, and like, yeah, he was pushed up to the last SCs in his capital. So it was a run against time for me, at least with Inuit.
For sure. And the year that you managed to get, I think it was like all 3 of their last dots all at once, was nicely done as well.
Oh yeah, I was surprised how much I broke through.
Indeed, very well done.
Yeah, well played.
Thanks.
Absolutely got to commend how you played. Again, Ching and how you played against both Ching and Inuit in this game was very well done. All right.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was in year 1 when I first saw the moves. I was like, holy shit, Russia can bounce Ching out of Ikuru. And Ming also didn't went for Karakorum. So it is a chance that they will be not as strong as as we in last games when I saw them. So I was like already jumping on the train.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think your killer instinct there with Ching was correctly, like, it was 100% spot on.
Yeah, I think as Ching, you should always put down a fleet year 1, because that is like, at least for me, it is like inviting Tokugawa to stab you.
Luxon had some very choice words for the Ching player after he saw Army Hishifly. Yeah, there was a lot of very choice discussion about why that would be done, and it played out pretty much how everybody expected it to be.
Indeed. All right. I definitely want to hear from both Poland and Portugal here. So if Poland would like to take the floor, we'll invite them up. They can have a turn to speak. You do not absolutely no worries. If you'd like to say anything else in the chat there, just about your game, you're welcome to, and we can talk about them as well. Or if it doesn't do Mike, absolutely no worries. Do not feel pressured. You're welcome to talk in the chat, and we can discuss with you through the chat. Are we only doing those two? We'll try and get a few more up as well. I definitely want to hear from those two. It's what I want to hear how they felt the game went for them. I just bungled with Russia. I think kind of hard to stab tactically because of the NMR. That's very fair. Russia did have a season of NMR, and it kind of threw everyone around Russia for a loop. Not necessarily in a bad way, but it threw off some game plans. I think you just misplayed a lot. I do think you're selling yourself short here. You did incredibly well, and you finished top 5 in a very, very close final late game coming in here. So you are absolutely have a lot to be proud of with how your game went.
Yeah, I for one do not think that you misplayed a lot personally. Like the way that you used the Ottoman unit against Russia, I think was really smart. The fact that they later betrayed you, unfortunate. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna keep arguing with you, Sarfa, but like you say, look at Africa, but I mean, you had 2 very healthy colonies throughout most of the game in Africa and in the Caribbean. Um, I think it was more so just eventually running out of steam, too many units between Sweden, Russia, and Ottomans who wanted to fight you. Uh, I think this is one of the best Polands that I've seen, especially with such a strong Austria. Most of the strong Polands I see kind of steamroll Austria as well, but the fact that you both survived to be so strong, I think is a credit to both of you, really.
Indeed, indeed. All right, let's get not quite Phil Hellmuth up here and the Portugal duo. King of Prussia and Salt. You're both welcome to come up and speak if you'd like.
I think this is one of the most painful Blitz games. No, this is the most painful Blitz game I've ever played. I played 4 of them now. Very, very fun at the beginning, or at least I don't know. It was kind of fun. It started out that way at least. It just got like progressively worse, and like every new turn is like there's like 2 things that would go right, and then 1 thing that would go like catastrophically wrong, and just that over and over again.
Watching was like a roller coaster for sure.
We kept having moments. Where we were looking at like we were confused about how exactly you were playing Indonesia, or maybe South Africa wasn't going well with you. We're like, man, Portugal's really struggling here. I wonder if they're going to be able to come out on top. And then we look at the scoreboard like they're +7 this year.
I know what turn you're talking about. That one was insane. I don't know how
we were commentating, and because the scoreboard on the right was broken, I wasn't for the first until we got to the break. I was not commentating with the scoreboard. I was just kind of looking at the map as we went around. And every single year it was like, man, Portugal's in a tough position here. They're in a tough position there. And then winter would come around. And it's like, where did they get these 4 builds from? Like, where are they building from?
Exactly.
And after the break, like watching as you would. Exactly how you described it. One thing would go catastrophically bad. Like, for example, you lose all of Indonesia in 1 turn. But at the same time, you are gaining all of Madagascar in 1 turn and winning in India a little bit. Like, it was very enjoyable to watch you guys, like, scramble around the world and, like, claw and lie and cheat and steal your way to a build year after year after year.
Yeah, this whole thing was just like one massive back and forth, and it just like kept going. Like at the beginning, I like at least my area was looking pretty rough early on. Spain was building, and we tried to get them to not build Canaries, so we wanted to go after Spain like immediately once year 2 happened, and we were kind of debating on it, and then we decided to go do it anyways, despite the fleet build. And so I'm trying to get everyone to like go after Spain, and nobody pressures Spain in the mid at all, which leads to this whole situation around the Atlantic, which is the most painful thing imaginable. Because like towards the end here, like I need to tap every single unit to hold the capital. So I can't actually dislodge anything. So nothing ever moves. I have to plan everything out perfectly in order to like hold anything. It's horrible. And then like spring last year, I heard from Shishon that there's going to be a meme convoy, like Inuits to Galicia, I think, something like that. So I'm like, okay, this is my one chance to actually get something to move. So I try to counter the convoy, and it then just doesn't go through, and that was pretty rough. So
Oh.
that's how Lisbon was lost.
I gotta say, double army. That build was very spicy and definitely put the game on its head.
Yeah, if only like anybody else in Europe went in on Spain though, it would have been so good.
We thought that year where you made those builds, we thought France was going to be the one putting a build down, like an Army Marseille trying to move south with it.
I swear, like if you see Spain like get like if you see Portugal do the double armies and you don't build a fleet Marseille ever, I have some questions.
That's fair.
Yeah, the two of you played very well this game. King of Pressure is welcome to step up as well as they'd like. I don't think they are at the computer at the moment. It's especially over on the India Peninsula. You cleaned up incredibly nicely over there, despite the amount of pressure that came throughout the game.
Yeah, that was King of Prussia's area. He did pretty well here. I remember seeing the Ayutthaya convoy. Oh,
we're talking about the Ayutthaya
India,
spicy convoy onto Indian Peninsula and how you ended up playing very well over there.
Yeah, I knew that was coming, and I wanted to stop it, but I couldn't figure out a way to like do it without like sacrificing more. Like I think I could have gotten England to bounce it, but like at that point, I don't know. It didn't feel like it was quite the right time to stop it, which is sad because that was the most annoying unit I dealt with in India.
It was very well done. We were constantly being surprised with just how many units you kept building year after year. Very well done.
As you guys mentioned in your adding us in your void, we're so back, we're so doomed, we're so back. We're mixing between doomerism and optimism. Like it was so funny in the commentary booth. We were saying this before you came. Just so funny in the commentary booth every year. We'd be like, Portugal's in a rough spot here, Portugal's in a rough spot there, and Portugal's got 4 builds. Okay.
Every year.
Like clockwork.
Yeah, we never actually went below 0 in a year, which is surprising to me. Like even after this whole game, I have no idea how we managed to avoid that.
I really loved the execution of the Madagascar stab as well. That was a particularly bright spot for me.
I saw that. The thing was like I was contemplating stabbing France for the past year before that, right? And Salt was always like, no, France is too useful in Europe. If we stab them, then we lose Europe, and it's annoying. And when I saw this stab, I was like, Salt, we're stabbing France. I don't care. I don't care what happens in Europe. We're stabbing them. And then I misordered the stab, of course. So we went +2 in a year instead of +4, which I think cost us a few other dots elsewhere, which is just a misplay flatly. But you know,
I think it definitely impacted South America a little bit. Made that area a bit weaker. But other than that, like South America ended up surprisingly okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I do want to talk about South America here, but I think the best person to talk about that with will be Mapuche. If they would like to come up and speak now, let me go ahead and grab them. Where are you?
I'm trying to invite him. There we go. I got him.
South America was a really interesting region to watch this game.
Yeah, it was a ride. There were so many turns where I, similarly to what I think Portugal was experiencing, would dot scoreboard right after fall turn and be like, wait, I thought I was going like +2 and it's +0. I I blame me not support holding Likatani in like year 2 or something for so much of that game going the way it did.
It was such a
Like
watching the like pattern patchwork of what centers Aymara had at certain points throughout the game. It was incredibly funny.
I didn't even look north of like fucking Quechua until Aymara was basically dead because I was like, I don't want to try to figure out what's going on up there. Because yeah, like it took way too long. There was the whole thing where like me and Guarani were like trying to peace out but didn't quite trust each other, so we were like fighting because we were both.
I was really sad because I was going to bat for you when we came back from the break and we did like a miniature tier list. And I was like, no, Mapuche's got a lot of engine. They're going. And then that was right when the like 2-year lull started. I was like, oh, Mapuche, no.
Yeah.
But it was still very well done.
Yeah, I felt like because Portugal wasn't really putting any pressure on the other side, which they had other shit to deal with, because I was looking at it, I was like, they're like +6, how are they not building here? But I was not looking at the rest of the
True.
So like at that point it was just gonna be me stalemating Guarani forever, and that wasn't gonna get anywhere, versus I did eventually break through, if only that happened like a year earlier. Yeah. Solid game. I think Aymara and Guarani both played interestingly. Guarani, I did actually recover and hold their land pretty well. Aymara certainly was very interesting to try to figure out what was happening.
Aymara has said in the chat now that they changed who they were attacking every single turn this game.
Sounds about right.
I nearly did that. I would sit in, I would be like, I would debate doing that. I would paste orders in and then type up a new set and just flop between them because I was like, who do I want to go for? It was.
I do also love, as the commenters have pointed out, that Ottomans and Guarani border each other. I think that is
that's oh my god.
Yeah,
that is a star-crossed lovers from across the world plot there. I love that.
We were wanting Guarani to dot Cabo Verde so many times throughout this game. It's hilarious.
They could have done it so many times. I was so mad because we never actually did until like the last year when I built there.
Until we can stop it.
There was a point where I was debating stabbing Guarani. And one of the things that made me not do it was saying, "Oh, they're going to dot Cabo Verde. They're building anyway."
Yep. It was all planned. We were so confident that Guarani would never go after us ever. I think like
we're not very paranoid, guys.
I think most turns, like me and King of Fighters were just like I was very hesitant to trust Trimmer after that, like year 1. So I was like, should we trust Trimmer? And then King of Fresh was just constantly telling me that we should just go with it. And so we kept doing it.
Yeah.
And somehow it worked.
Kept working.
Honestly, this could be the basis, if we ignore the 2 years of like bullshit, for a viable Mapuche Guarani alliance that I don't think we typically have seen in a lot of the V1-2 games.
So if we ignore all the bullshit is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Well, if we ignore us spending 2 years going for each other, because if we just both rushed Aymara, we probably get to this way earlier.
It was really funny because every time I would glance over at Aymara, they'd be just at war with like a different colonial, like they'd be attacking Spain. And I messaged him, "Oh, are we killing Spain now?" And then no, I'm gonna make peace with them. And okay, sure.
Yeah.
At one point they messaged me while like in Lima, like I think I'm making peace with Spain, like while Spain was in Ixora. It was bizarre.
Yeah, like Spain is like in their home center, but okay.
They were both in each other's home centers. It was a mess.
I don't know.
was certainly okay.
Their borders were amazing. I was like, how do they even have a unit there? Where did that come from?
All right.
Yeah, they're just all over the map.
We're gonna go ahead and finish up with the wrap-ups
and
here.
they did eventually get to New Zealand.
True. Very funny convoy.
Yeah.
How many other people would like to give their thoughts at the end of the game here? I see Spain is trying to give a couple of thoughts here. Does anyone else want to give thoughts before we close up the commentary portion?
Do I have? I just got back. Do I have any more thoughts to give? Oh yeah, Muscat lived. That was funny.
Wow. Muscat, funny. Okay, let me invite Spain up. They're looking to talk if they would like to, so I will go ahead and bring them up as well. Make sure I do this right.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, this was a game for sure. I think so. My last game was 2 blitzes ago, and it was we were Portugal, stabbed Dutch 0-1. It did not go well. This game, so looking at the map beforehand, I had a lot less prep time this time, and I'm like, okay, the Aymara stab, it's too good. You got to go for it. Caribbean, it's too good. You got to go for it. Everything else, I think you kind of want to piece out and wait for opportunities. So South America, I did the Aymara stab, got through, I was in their capital, and then they were like, hey, could you move out of my capital? And I'm like, is Auxerre good? Does that count? And they were like, I think, yeah. And so I moved there, and we kind of pieced each other out a bit. So that was really weird, but it worked surprisingly. I saw in the Portugal Void, they were complaining. They were like, oh wow, there's no way they pieced each other out. And it did. And the biggest problem there is that they stabbed later, and then kind of fell apart because of that. I think as Spain, you kind of get Auxerre and Madeira, and you can't get much more before someone else gets those dots instead. And so I think it's better just to, if you can, piece out Aymara, because they have like 3 spaces to kind of cover, and so it's just a lot of armies, and you don't get much out of it, which is perfect when you take Madeira. You can pivot against the Dutch, which is what I tried to do, and then Aymara stabbed after, and it fell apart. North America was a mess. I had a lot of great press with Shoshone, and then that great press was all lies, I think. I don't know how much was actually just, they were like, oh, wait, I actually had that order in beforehand, my bad, and that was totally a lie, or how much was actually the truth, because like the NMR, if you saw, the only moves they put in were to successfully stab us, so that was... That was lovely, and I'm like, so then what? Was this a real NMR? Was it, what, was this all part of the plan?
So what I told you was true. Like I did enter those orders earlier, but I also was fully intending to stab you regardless. I just did it badly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
The truth comes out.
There was like one point where if I had pivoted against Shoshone, I feel like I could have slowed them down enough that we could have worked something out. But we had such a nice border at the beginning, and I kind of reminisced about that a little too much. And I'm like, maybe they'll just go north, and we'll have this nice border, and I can go east and take like Cherokee and Jamestown, and it'll be wonderful. And then every turn they moved more and more units south and militarized the border more and more and took more and more dots. And so that was just really good play by Shoshone, honestly, because I kind of believed that we could actually work something out, and it never happened.
Yeah, I think the 2 killer things there were Army St. Augustine year 1, and I think you just didn't have much press with me the following spring, and I just got kind of spooked. And then after that, I was already moving units in that direction, and it was kind of hard to do anything.
Yeah. In the, like, right after you double as a colonial for the first time, and you have, because like 01, you have less units, and you've got a little more time. But after you hit that, you've like doubled and you have like 16 units to worry about. That's the point where it's just press becomes kind of secondary. And so I'm like, okay, Shoshone is good. We're pieced out. We're on side. I don't need to worry about them. And then I click over, and Shoshone was like, sorry, I got spooked and moved south. And I'm like, that's okay, you can move north. And then they moved south more, and we're like, sorry, I got more spooked.
Classic.
If it ain't broke.
Classic.
I take it you were like not really doing much of the Pacific stuff, but I am curious. It seemed like Netherlands had a really anti-Spanish Indonesia strategy. Do you have any thoughts on that?
So I have a theory. So in said previous Portugal game, where we stabbed the Dutch 0-1, one of the Dutch players was Hobbit. And one of the players this game was also Hobbit. And there were some kind of suspicious stabs that I would like, that's not that great of a stab. And Portugal is eating all of your dots behind you. What are you doing? And they continued stabbing. And Portugal kept eating more and more dots. And it was just, I'm like, can we not? And they got like, what, 3 dots out of it and lost 3 dots to Portugal? And it's like, it seems like we could have worked something out here. So I blame that on the 0-1 stab from last game.
You said that was not an error from this game. That was an error from last game.
That's my going theory. I don't know.
All right. We're also going to bring up the Ottomans. They want to bring a little bit of what they thought about the game as well. So we're going to invite them up if they would like to speak.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yep.
Yeah. Is Slay here? I'll bring Slay up.
Yes,
my
Slay should
partner Slay.
They should have the ability to come up.
Okay.
Let me double check.
Anyways, yeah. I think in like our pre-game plan, we decided that like it's acceptable to like piss off one neighbor. Like it's okay. Like it's Blitz. Like it's our first time. Like how can I be up there? Okay. Anyways, yeah. I don't think Slay can accept he's saying something. Okay.
I'll work on it while you're talking.
Yeah. Yeah, we're like, we can annoy one neighbor. Like I really wanted like to take the Hawara dot and like just try to take dots, but then I said this like some Red Sea thing. I was just trying to anchor the Abyssinia player. I didn't actually want to go to Red Sea, but I was just trying to be like, oh, like fine, I won't move Red Sea. But the Abyssinia player was very insistent, so I just got a bit, like sus about that. But the thing is that like both Congo and Ajuran approached me, and they were kind of implied that they wanted to go against Abyssinia. So that's why I was pretty okay with doing it. Same thing, like Austria is just not strong, and then we got like an indication that Russia's getting coalition, and Russia wanted to attack Safavids, and so like it seemed like pretty like it seemed okay, like fine. Actually, it's not that bad to like annoy two of our like weaker neighbors. But I guess I misread the board state, so yeah, that's my bad. Yeah.
It was actually kind of funny to listen to this. Like our complete voice was burning like after year 1. We were like screaming around like, oh no, Abyssinia is pushing, what are we doing? And I was like, oh no, fuck Austria, fuck Poland, what are they doing?
Yeah, exactly.
It was like so funny because we were just screaming at each other and we're like, bro, help me here,
exactly.
I need the bills.
Exactly. And then and then we just started like making our own mini colonies in like Moscow and what is it in like Iberia, Valyria.
The unit that snuck into Safavids, I think, has a large responsibility for tanking their game as well.
Yeah, I do agree. I think I could have capitalized that a bit more, like moving that to Herat or something. But I don't know. I don't remember why I didn't.
We kept on telling you to move it to Isfahan and to move it to Tehran.
Yeah, no, I because I actually had like a piece, like they were giving me a peace deal. I was just saying stuff to you so that like, but I was really hoping to peace out. Like I felt like crippling Safavids wouldn't really help my game much. Like it would help yours obviously, but like I was really trying to peace out with them, even though like, yeah, I don't know.
Speaking of wandering units, Russia also said they would be fine to talk if giving up to you. You're welcome to come and talk about that as well. Russia actually managed to do fairly well in order to combat some of the Polish aggression that you were facing and end the game actually not in a terrible position. Not great, but you walled pretty well. You are muted, by the way, Russia. There, if you were trying to speak.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're good to go.
Wow. Sure, if that's good at the end.
Not dead is better than what we were expecting at certain points, to be fair.
Well, thank you. That makes me feel much better. The Ottomans were probably the funnest player as far as, and with Poland being a close second for just pure fun, but yet not, because the Polish stab, when I first entered, that was the beginning of the end for Russia right there. And it was rough. But because I took over at the break, and the Russian player told me, "Oh, we're tight with Poland. They're rock solid." And so I reached out to Poland and I said, "I'll make a deal with you. I will just support you to take out Sweden. I won't ask for any dots in Sweden at all. I just want to go southeast." And thought we were good, but I'm new to Blitz, never blitzed before, and I was 45 seconds to a minute late in getting the orders in, the NMR'd, and that, yeah, I was stressed out trying to, because for me, it was turn one comms, and so I'm like, what is happening here? And so then I tried to reissue those orders, but I already lost 4 territories, and I was like, and I didn't even know where the territories were yet. It was not an enjoyable first 2 years, and I'm being stabbed while I'm even just trying to catch up the game. So I felt pretty good that I momentarily, until the final turn stab again, managed to at least reclaim some stuff. And Otto was hilarious and just a wild card all the way through. And Poland was a fun interaction, even though they wouldn't do what I wanted. And then I was going to invade King, and so I was like, all right, Ming rather. I'm going to take out Ming, and I offered peace to Tokawa there, Tokua, however you say it, and he immediately went, "Oh, sure, I'd love to have a piece of you." And so, and meanwhile, Ming was mad at me, and yeah, it was fun. So fun blitz. May never do that again, but it was enjoyable.
This can be a lot. It absolutely can be a lot. And we will do.
Yeah, in the middle of it, I have kids at home, and in the middle of it, they're like, "Dad, Dad, Dad." I'm like, "Children, I'm not your father today. I have a world to die in." So.
And coming in and doing what is to you year one press with everyone else who's kind of settled into their position is really difficult, and I can only imagine how difficult it would be in Blitz as well. So definite commendation for you for taking up the mantle there. That's not an easy task at all.
Yeah, it was not, but it was in the end. Like I said, some of the players made it fun, so that was good at least.
Indeed. All right. England also said they wanted to come up and give some thoughts. We'll have them give some final thoughts if they would so like to do so.
Oh,
hello there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Welcome.
Hi. So I just wanted more so this is going to focus on the first half of the game because that was the only half that we were really paying attention, as I'm sure you are well aware. The main thing that we were really about is the year one France stab. Find a year one France stab, but then they doubled and tripled down on it. And in the old world, at least, they got 0 from that for I think 4 or 5 years, and they just straight death ward us the entire time.
Yeah.
France in chat saying that this is a smear campaign, propaganda. I must add,
it is not a smear campaign.
Looking at the early moves, like looking at the first spring moves come out, and just looking around, it's like, oh, this is a stab. Oh, this is a real big England stab. Yeah, that was hard to watch.
Yeah, that wasn't fun. We made it work as best we could. We somehow managed to survive as long as we did. I thought we would be dead by the end of it. But when we came out of the break, we were like, "This is over." And what I thought was really another thing I thought was really cool was about India, how King of Prussia or Portugal was able to pretty much hard stop Mughals for a long time until Ayutthaya full came in and kind of messed things up a little bit.
We had a good thing.
I ended up working out.
And you're.
I was just saying how it ended up working out with Moogles getting crushed there for a very long time. Unfortunately, you were just the next target.
No, so I don't know if you guys noticed this. We stabbed Portugal first.
Yeah. It wasn't very effective, though.
No, but the reason why we did it is because we were like, what are we going to do? This game's over. What do we do? And so I don't remember if it was me or Fire who had recommended. We were just like, what if we stab Portugal? And we were both like, yeah, that would be funny.
Small knife.
Because I know, I think it was Fire because they really wanted to get Greenland off of you.
Yeah, Greenland and Niani surviving for as long as they did just continued to amaze me.
Yeah. You know what? And it was because you can tell that it wasn't planned until like the very last minute. Because even going into the break, I didn't ever want to go for Niani until because we were completely reliant on you in India. Until we came back from the break and realized how over it was for us, really.
I think it would have kept you around you would have survived a bit longer in India if you hadn't stabbed us then. Because I was actually like getting ready to put the stab on you on hold because Ayutthaya was getting really aggressive. And in my mind, to that point, you had just done literally everything we ever said ever. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, if I can just tell them what moves to make.
You know what? I would have. I was gonna go with it until Fire had said that they wanted Greenland, and I was like, well, if we're already gonna be angering them, might as well go all out.
Yeah, that's fair. To be honest, if you had just gone for Greenland, I probably wouldn't have even like seen it.
Yeah, we literally wouldn't have noticed. We were so deep everywhere else.
I just took that die year one. I never looked at it again.
Yep.
Oh man.
All right.
We did not.
I think we're about.
Kind of had Iberia to worry about.
Oh, and I do have a quick question. For England, how many times does England have to get stabbed by France in the English Channel before you learn to bounce
it? One more than this time.
Once more. Yeah, exactly.
Always once more. Always once more. All right.
Maybe
That being said, everyone has been playing diplomacy for about 10 hours now. So we are going to go ahead and wrap this up. As our final congratulations, thank you so much to everyone for participating and being a part of this game. This is such a huge commitment for everyone involved, so it really cannot be understated how much we appreciate everyone for being a part of this game and for making this a very, very fun one. Like I said, this is the first Blitz game that was fully interesting all the way through to the final turn. Very large commitment to everyone, and huge props to everyone for making it an incredibly fun game. An even bigger thank you to the mod team who is helping this run properly and making sure it actually ended up working. Huge thank you to both Downpour and Basil and everyone else who was really helping behind the scenes and making this a really fun game and making everything run smoothly. I think this is also the first Blitz game with no outright bot errors causing significant delays. Maybe that very final moves map where everyone was just doing silly things, but aside from that, like, no errors, no issues, everything went very smoothly. So huge props to the team for doing all that. Thank you, of course, to everyone who was on the commentary team alongside me. I really do appreciate everyone for joining in alongside that. And with that being said, we are going to go ahead and wrap this up. Ladies and gentlemen, the recording is down.